Capitulo 138, Sith Assassin. When Dajir woke up again, he found himself floating in the middle of a room. His legs and his left arm were tied by anti-gravity locks. His right arm wasn't tied, but considering it was broken in at least 2 places, it might as well have been. Groaning, he tried to move his body to look around the room, and found out that if he leaned to one side, the locks would move with him, and his whole body turned. Next to him, 7 other clones were chained just like him. Narza, Hilix, Dab, Metal, Brain, Tech, and Barrow. Thinking of what the woman said before he passed out, Dajir found it weird that Cell wasn't there. The first thing that came to his mind was that he had been killed. Cell had always been impulsive, and without Dajir to command him, he might have tried to fight back against the powerful woman. "You are awake, sir." Tech saw Dajir moving and turned slightly to talk to him. Dajir was about to ask what happened to Cell when he saw a warning on Tech's eyes and swallowed his words. It was only when Tech turned back that Dajir saw the mysterious woman leaning against a wall. Tech had used his body to cover the woman's view and to stop Dajir from talking. Presumably, Tech knew that he would ask about Cell. It was a long shot, but Dajir thought that maybe Cell was still alive and had somehow escaped from the hunt for Hell Squad. "Oh, you are awake. Had some good dreams, I hope." Smiling, the woman approached, walking slowly, almost hypnotically. She caressed Dajir's belly, chest, arms, neck, and finally his face. Although she was always smiling, Dajir felt a sense of danger bigger than any he had ever had. Suddenly, her soft hand became hard, and she grabbed his cheeks. He struggled, but her hand remained unmoving. "Now, what should I do with you?" "Who are you, a Jedi?" Her hand moved so fast that none of the clones saw it. With a loud sound, a red handprint appeared on Dajir's face. His whole body shook from the impact, and he felt blood inside his mouth. Still, he kept his eyes locked onto hers. "Don't, ever, compare me to those filthy animals, or I will kill you." Blood started dripping from his mouth, but Dajir suddenly smiled. He liked the angry woman more than the cold and smiling one. At least he could read her better. "Sorry, I shouldn't compare you with the Jedis. They are honorable and much better than you can ever be. So who are you? I never saw a force-wielding Seppi." This time he really succeeded in pissing off the woman. She turned around as if she was leaving, then punched not him, but Tech. His brother instantly passed out, but white foam trickled in the corners of his mouth. Tech. Brain and Metal tried to free themselves, to no avail. When the woman turned to Dajir again, she had a smile on her face. "My name is a Sag Ventress, clone. Make no mistake, if I could you would be dead already, just for talking back to me. Unfortunately for you, you might have some useful information. If you don't give it to me willing, I will have to take it my way. You will ask for me to kill you, scum." Giving Dajir a last stare, Ventress left the room. With a tacit understanding, the clones waited a few minutes to make sure she wouldn't come back, or that anyone listening to them wasn't paying that much attention. "How is Tech?" "He will be okay. How is your arm, sir?" Everyone could see that his arm wasn't doing well. It wasn't just hanging by his side, but also swollen. Dajir wasn't one that enjoyed being taken pity upon, and injuries like that were too common for the clones, so he just ignored it. "Cell. The Clankers came for us. They knew that Hell Squad had 7 members, but not who we were. We stayed quiet at first, but they killed Trap. Then that Ventress said she would kill us all one by one unless Hell Squad showed themselves. It took some time to convince her that 3-4 wasn't here." "Get straight to the point. What happened to Cell?" He was about to turn himself in when Barrow here decided he wanted to die, and said he was Cell. Dajir looked at Barrow. The clone was serious, but he didn't seem to be ashamed. He had no reason to, because all he had done was protect a brother. And Dajir had to agree that Cell was more useful outside than he would be hanging from the ceiling like Dajir and the others. Dajir didn't know how much time elapsed, but he was starving. If the droids waited for too long, the clones wouldn't be able to give them information even if they wanted to. Of course, Dajir preferred to be dead than to betray the Republic. As if reading his mind, the door opened, and a cleaning droid modified to carry plates appeared. It was clumsy, but somehow it managed to feed the clones. It was very insulting to be fed by a droid, but it was better than dying, and the clones couldn't eat by themselves since all their limbs were tied. Many hours later, the door opened again. Dajir was sleeping even in such an uncomfortable position, but as a soldier, he woke up when he heard something. Ventress walked into the room, complacent as always. She stretched her hand and touched Dajir's face intimately. He was disgusted. Dajir, right. I need you to tell me everything you know about the Republic operations on my Jito. No. Dajir sneered. There was no chance he was going to tell her about his own squad, whatsoever about their operations on my Jito. Still, it should have been pretty obvious what the Republic wanted. Tell me, what do you want on my Jis? Ventress showed her palm and waved it in front of Dajir. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. Ventress, the room, the other clones, everything, became blurred and covered by darkness. Tell me, tell me, tell me. He heard Ventress' voice over and over again. At first, he denied her request, but after time, her voice became softer, and it also didn't look so bad as before. What could happen if he told her this little information? In fact, he wasn't even sure why he thought Ventress was bad. My Jito is an important location. We came here to take it from the Separatist. Capitulo 139, Mental Breakdown. Only that. Why yes. Dajir frowned, thinking that something was wrong. He vaguely remembered that he could not say anything to anyone, but there was nothing wrong if he told Ventress, right? After all, the Republic's intention on my Jito were pretty obvious. What do you know about the sacred temple of Asheris? Sa sacred temple. Dajir shook his head. He knew nothing about this Asheris temple. Sir. Something was bugging Dajir. There were several faint callings for him, but he couldn't understand them very well. Dajir's eyes were rolling inside his eye sockets, but when his brothers started calling for him, they started to gain focus. Sensing her control over him get weaker, Ventress became upset. Shut up. Dajir couldn't see clearly what she did, but the clones stopped yelling, and her voice became louder, throwing him back in confusion. You will tell me about the sacred temple of Asheris. I am going to tell you about the sacred temple, Dajir searched his memories, but he had never heard of this sacred temple of Asheris. Ventress started to get frustrated. Why are you a subcommander if you know nothing? Useless. Ventress was more and more upset. Suddenly, Dajir felt pain, incredible pain. He felt as if his head would break in half or as if someone was hammering it. He struggled, trying to free himself from the pain. The Jedi, the one you work for, tell me about the Jedi. Jedi, that was the only word that he understood. Maybe it was because his mind was almost breaking, but his nightmares came back to him. In his head, the word Jedi echoed over and over again while an evil laugh sounded. Only that this time, it wasn't a male voice, but Ventress. General Dai, he is. Sir, no. Somehow, Barrow yelled. Before, nothing that Dajir said was critical, but any information about the Jedis was extremely classified. Inside his head, Dajir knew he couldn't tell Ventress anything, and was struggling to free himself from her control. Barrow's yell was all he needed. The pain he was feeling, the words that Ventress was uttering. Being forced to think about General Dai had brought all his nightmares forward, and it all melded into one big ball of pain and darkness. The mist clouding his eyes faded, but the pain only became stronger. Struggling for breath, he saw his men looking at him and Ventress glaring ferociously. Fear rose from deep within his heart. That woman was able to torture someone like that without even touching them. She almost made him, a battle-hardened soldier, spill classified information. She was terrifying. Seeing him wake up from his trance, Ventress decided to take a more violent approach. She was a few meters away from Dajir, but when she stretched her arm, he felt pressure on his throat. Veins and sinews showed in her hand, as if she was exerting incredible strength. As her grip became stronger, so did the force on Dajir's neck. Soon, he wasn't able to breathe. Tell me everything. He started floating towards her, the only thing holding him being the chains with which he was tied. His vision started turning red, purple, and then black. Probably sensing that she was about to kill Dajir, Ventress released some pressure. just enough for him to barely breathe and speak. Once more struggling to breathe, Dajir locked his eyes with Ventress. Small veins had ruptured on his eyes due to the lack of air. "Don't test my patience, clone." Cough, cough, why should I tell you anything? Hahaha, because if you don't, I will kill this garbage you call brothers right in front of you. Before he could answer, Barrow had already done it for him. His eyes were resolute, and so were the others. "Kill us then, we are never going to tell anything to a traitorous Jedi like you. PFFFD. There was no fear on Barrow's face, only unwillingness. He didn't want to die. None of them did, but they were prepared to give up their lives for the Republic, and they preferred to die than to betray all they believed. Dajir stayed quiet. The moment they had been captured, Dajir knew that they would die. And as much as he wanted to save his brothers, he wasn't able to, neither could. Even if Ventress killed Hell Squad, Captain Narza, Captain Hillix, Barrow, and every clone prisoner, he still wouldn't utter a word. That was something ingrained in his genetic code. Ventress glared at Barrow angrily, then turned to Dajir again. She understood that only he could give her what she wanted, so she couldn't kill him. Yet. This time she approached Dajir, grabbed his neck and squeezed hard. He felt an invisible force swirl around him and clash against his head. But he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Besides, he had been fighting alongside with a Jedi for a long time. He was never the one on which General Dai used his power, but he knew some things about it. He blocked his mind with imaginary walls and did his best to keep Ventress out. At first her face was calm, but when she found out that she couldn't break through Dajir's mental defense, she became increasingly angry. Tell me now." Unconsciously, she gripped his throat stronger and he started to choke. "N number erg. Suddenly, she released him and stepped back. Dajir saw her reach her hand inside her robe, but didn't think much of it. "If you really want to suffer, so be it. I will have my droids visit you on the next days." Dajir had the feeling she wasn't talking about the normal B-1 battle droids, but something worse. He had heard about the methods the Separatists used to get what they wanted, and he didn't like it. But if that was the cost of keeping his brothers safe, he was happy to pay it. "But I only need you, not your friends. I will make sure they get a chance to work out. Most of them, at least. I don't like it when people mistake me for a Jedi." Dajir knew what was going to happen seconds before it actually did. The hand that Ventress had put inside her clothes came out holding a short metal stick, very similar to the ones that General Dai and Ragu had. There was a flash of red light, and then a dull thud as something hit the ground. Ventress showed her red lightsaber to Dajir, as if to make sure he knew she wasn't a Jedi, but his attention wasn't on her or her weapon. "No." Brain broke the silence, and he and the other clones started cursing Ventress. But all Dajir could do was stare ceaselessly at the headless body of Barrow. Capitulo 140, Persistence of Loyalty. Under the curses of the clones, Ventress left the room. Dajir stared down at Barrow's head. After it was disconnected from the body, the head fell on the ground and rolled over until it was leaning sideways. Dajir could see half of his face, looking angrily at the floor. At least his death had been painless. 10 minutes later, a group of droids entered the prison cell and took away Brain, Tech, Dab, Metal, Narza, and Hillix. No matter how they struggled, they were still carried away. However, nobody came to take away Barrow's body. Dajir tried calling for the droids outside, but nobody answered. Either there were no guards, or they were programmed to stay put. So, Barrow's body kept hanging on the anti-gravity locks. After 1 hour, there was a puddle of blood below his corpse. The blood had stopped pouring out from his neck, but as soon as it dried, it only made everything worse. Stains of dry blood were all over his body, and no matter how much Dajir wanted to look away, he just couldn't. He didn't feel more responsible for Barrow's death than he felt for any other brother of his. But Barrow had been one of his closest friends, and they had gone through a lot together. If he had died on a battlefield, Dajir would have been sad, but not as much as he was now. The death of Barrow seemed meaningless. It was obvious that Ventress didn't plan to let any of the captured clones walk out alive. She couldn't afford it, neither could the Separatist. If news about them using war prisoners to excavate a temple spread, their support throughout the galaxy would be gone in a matter of hours. At some moment, Dajir fell asleep from pure exhaustion. He woke up when he heard the door open and saw 5 droids. 2 of them were standard B1 battle droids, complemented with red paint. Dajir remembered reading about them in a Republic report. They were guard units. The 3rd droid he didn't recognize, but it served as a moving table and was carrying all sorts of items, from knives and syringes to fabrics and medicines. The 2 remaining droids were the ones that worried Dajir the most. One of them was a black medical droid. However, it also seemed heavily modified and handled the syringes and the medicines skillfully. The last droid was one that Dajir had only heard about but never seen. If a droid could ever be called slim, then this one was. It also looked strong. It was black, just like the medical droid, except its joints, which were brown. It had a beeping red button on its chest, but its most striking feature were the bright white eyes. If it really was the kind of droid Dajir thought it was, then he was screwed. There were some stories that the clones told. One of them was about a super expensive droid unit called Droid Commando. Those units had such powerful armor that nothing short of a full magazine from a Z6 rotary or a point-blank shot to the head could kill it. They were extremely deadly killers and the most elite units that the CIS had. However, nobody knew how they were because they never left anyone alive. All the Republic found were outposts full of dead soldiers, but no droid corpses. Even if some of them died during an attack, the others made sure to take the body away, so the Republic scientists couldn't discover anything about it. Seeing that, Dajir was even more sure that he wouldn't make it out of there alive. Since that was the case, he threw all his worries to the back of his mind and looked at the droid Commando determinedly. "Hey, Clanker, tell your master that she will have to send someone better than you to deal with me." The droid looked at him with its lifeless eyes. Somehow, he seemed much more articulated than a normal droid. "Your provocations won't work. With me, you will tell me what I need to know." Tech would have been impressed by the droid Commando. Dajir not so much, since the droid was about to do some horrible things to him. He thought the droid was going to ask him questions, but it didn't. The first thing it did was grab a syringe that the medical droid handed to him and stab it on Dajir's arm. Dajir felt something cold merging with his blood, but it didn't seem to have any effect. "This will make you more susceptible to answering questions and this." The droid Commando picked up another syringe with a yellow liquid. "It will make your mind feel free." After another injection, Dajir started feeling the effects of the drugs. His tongue felt bigger and his body lighter. His mind, however, became increasingly clear. After a few minutes, the droid Commando started asking questions. "What is your serial number and indication?" It was a basic question, one that the droid Commando certainly already knew the answer for since it was printed on the clone's armor. Still, Dajir wouldn't give him what he wanted. He had to show he wasn't easy to crack. "My name is Dajir." His tongue still felt weird, so he mumbled the words. The droid didn't seem happy with his answer. "The prisoner is not collaborating. Initiate protocol A to JJ8. Protocol A to JJ8 wasn't complex. The medical droid picked a short metal baton from his many tools and turned it on. Small, purple, lightning arcs appeared at one end of it, and the medical droid hit Dajir with it. Instantly, he felt searing pain all over his body as the purple lightning ran all over him. His body arched, but the anti-gravity locks. Thankfully, the medical droid didn't leave the shock baton on Dajir's body for much time. Still, his entire body was aching and in pain. "What is your serial number and indication?" "CT-4063, infantry trooper of the 303rd Attack Legion." He would have to be stupid to keep resisting just for this question. His intention was to trick the droid Commando into thinking he had given up and that he was a low-ranking soldier. That way, they wouldn't insist on the most important questions. He was confident in his ability to withstand interrogation, but not under drugs and torture. But he had been too naive to think that the clankers would believe him. "What is your position on the Republic Army?" "I am a sergeant." He is lying. The medical droid spoke, and Dajir couldn't come up with anything in time. His screams of pain could be heard for many hours, but unfortunately, the only ones to hear it were the emotionless droids. Capitulo 141, Spitting Out Information. 3 days had passed since Dajir had been captured. During those days, he had experienced many means of torture, from being electrified to being injected with a huge amount of unknown drugs. He didn't really remember when, but at some moment he had disclosed his identity of the sub-commander of the 303rd Attack Legion. Because of that, he had been asked about the military plans for Maijido. Once more, Dajir refused to answer. Once more, he was tortured until he spits it out. The only consolation he had was that what he knew was old, so it might not be accurate. Also, he had been slipping in some lies in the middle. Nothing big, otherwise the medical droid would know he was lying, but hopefully enough to misdirect the clankers. Hearing the door opening again, Dajir didn't even turn around. His mind was working slowly from the excessive amount of medicines he was given. "My dear Dajir, don't be so sad." Dajir tilted to the side, and the anti-gravity locks rotated, putting him face to face with Ventress. He looked at her with fire burning in his eyes. He wanted to destroy every single droid that had killed one of his brothers, and kill every last bounty hunter that had harmed clones, but he couldn't say he really hated them. That was just his job as a soldier. But not Ventress. She was the first one he really hated. She had captured hundreds of clones and was forcing them to do an inhuman work. She had killed Barrow in cold blood. His body was still hanging on the anti-gravity locks, and his head had been kicked to one side so it didn't bother Dajir's interrogators. All he wanted was to get off his chains and kill her. "My love, you still haven't told me anything useful. Your information was outdated, and the only thing you have told me about Imagundai is that he is going to meet with a force-sensitive lizard. That is not helpful at all." His eyes widened. He didn't remember telling her or the droid commando about the Iktachi, and if he didn't remember that, what more had he told her? "Oh, you are surprised? I told you I would get what I wanted. Now your next session is about to start. Please, sweetie, tell HD22 what he asks you about, otherwise I will have to start picking up your friends. We don't want that, do we?" "You." However, Ventress left before he could say anything. Not long after, the droid commando, HD22, entered the room, followed by the medical droid. Dajir prepared himself for another round of questions and torture. "Erg Ahiaf, Uf. Sub-Commander Dajir, when was the last time you seen the Jedi Imagundai?" Dajir stayed quiet. Since he wasn't going to tell the droid commando anyway, he would do better by saving his breath for later when the torture started. And he was right to do that. Soon, the medical droid injected him with a myriad of unknown drugs, and he became lightheaded again. When he once more refused to answer, this time with more difficulty, he met the separatist tools again. Arching his body, Dajir tried in vain to escape from the torture. Suddenly, he heard the door open, and the two B-1 droids scream. The droid commando let go of the shock baton, and Dajir finally was able to see what was happening. Cell was at the door. The two B-1 battle droids were on the ground, one without its head and the other trying to get up. Cell kicked it, and the droid stayed on the ground. He was about to grab one of the E5 blasters when he saw a metal fist going for his head. The droid commando had jumped about 5 meters with one step, and arching its entire body, aimed a punch at Cell's head. Thankfully, the clone was fast and dodged HD22's fist, otherwise he would have surely died. Cell grabbed HD22's legs and tried to lift the droid and thrown it away. Unfortunately, the droid commando was too heavy, and all Cell did was unbalance it and force it to take a few steps back. The droid commando lifted his knee, hitting Cell's stomach. The clone would have faced problems even if he was using his armor, what to say without it. A mix of yellow and red left Cell's mouth, and he fell to the floor. Just when the droid commando was about to step on his back, and probably break his spine, Dajir did the only thing he could do to help Cell. Grunting in pain, he lifted his broken arm and wrapped HD22's neck. The droid was caught by surprise, and with one foot lifted, he lost his balance. Cell, who moments before seemed unconscious, used the chance to grab the E5 blaster and fired 2 shots right in the droid commando's head, point blank. Finally, the droid that had given them so many problems, that had given Dajir so many problems, died. The medical droid had retreated to the far end of the room and wasn't showing any signs of doing anything, so Cell ignored it. "Sir, how are you?" I'm okay. Free me from those things. I've had enough of it." Cell shot the bottom of the anti-gravity locks, and they flashed a little before disappearing. Dajir thought he would land on his feet, but the days of torture had taken a toll on him. He crumbled, and Cell had to hold him. "You are not well, sir, not at all." "Just give me a second." "I don't think we have a second, sir. Surely, every droid on this damn building heard those shots." "Then give me a blaster." "Right away, here." Cell grabbed the other E5 and gave it to Dajir. Feeling the unfamiliar weapon on his hands, Dajir shrugged. It was better than nothing. "Help me, we have to move." Cell helped him get up and used one arm to support him while holding his blaster with the other. They started making their way to the door, but Dajir saw the medical droid. "Wait." "What?" 2 loud shots later, the medical droid fell to the ground with new holes on its body. He wasn't a threat, but Dajir hadn't forgotten about what it did to him. "Why you can't leave." Once more, just as they were about to leave the room, something held them back. The droid commando stretched its arms, trying to grab Dajir's ankles. Even with 2 point-blank lasers to the head, it hadn't died yet. It truly was the separatist elite unit. "Oh, you are still alive, you bastard. That's good. Remember when I said I wouldn't forget you?" "Kayanant, Liev." Sneering, Dajir shot the droid commando 3 more times. It was impossible for it to survive now, since its head was no more. Dajir gave Barrow's body one last look. "Goodbye, brother, let's go." Capitulo 142, Escaping. A small piece of doorway flew over Dajir's head after being destroyed by a red laser. Dajir crouched and returned fire. 2 B-1 battle droids fell to the ground, their chests busted open. Dajir walked slowly and bent down to pick the magazines from their bodies. He was starting to get low on ammo. It had been about 10 minutes since Cell had freed him, and he was now able to walk by himself, albeit slowly. However, as he started to exercise, his paralyzed muscles started to get better. "This way." Cell had made his way inside the building, so he was able to find his way out easily. Seeing no more droids coming at them, Dajir finally had the chance to ask Cell how he found him. "Finding you was easy. The problem was getting to you. I had to do this damn climbing." "Climbing? Oh no, you escaped right from the cell, right? You crazy. That was dangerous, thank you." "You are welcomed." Dajir knew that Cell was bold, but not so much. Climbing could only involve escaping from the cell through the open end of it, the one that was an abyss. Cell must have gotten out through it, then climbed horizontally until he got to the temple, and only then he had done the easy part, which involved sneaking into the prison and freeing Dajir. It was a miracle he hadn't died. "Do you know where are the others?" "Yes, they have been separated from the rest ever since that woman brought you in. However, we should be able to get to them pretty easily. They are only in another area. I think they were also being interrogated." Cell looked down when he said that. He looked ashamed, and Dajir knew why. "Cell, it was Barrow's decision. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't have been able to split through Ventress' fingers and rescue me. By doing that, we now have the chance to free all of our captured brothers. Barrow, he died as a soldier and one of the best." "Yes, sir." His voice was rough, but Dajir was sure Cell understood what he meant. Clones died all the time in this war, and there would be a time to mourn, but not now. "We need to leave before Ventress discover we escaped. Wait, how much time have passed since you fired the first shots?" 10 minutes or so. She is not here. That is the only reason I got so far. A few hours ago, she took a big portion of the clankers and left. To where, I don't know." That made things easier. However, he could not help but wonder where Ventress was and what she was up to. The rogue Jedi, or whatever she was cunning and dangerous. At this moment, they finally arrived at the exit of the prison, and Dajir pushed Ventress to the back of his mind. He had more important issues. Before he was the huge temple, surrounded by snow and mountains as far as the eyes could see. In the night sky, stars were closely packed. Dajir looked left and right, but saw no droid. It appears the prison was far enough so that only the ones inside heard of his escape. Finally, something is going right for us. Cell, where is the armory? Two shadows slipped behind an unaware droid patrol. Using the cover of the night, Dajir and Cell waited for the patrol to get away, then started to hack into the control panel of the armory. As one of the most important buildings in every military camp, the system protecting the door wasn't easy to get past, but Dajir had learned a thing or two from tech. He used the butt of the E5 to dislodge the control panel, revealing a myriad of wires. He looked for a while, then started disconnecting and connecting wires. Cell was on lookout and stared at the droid patrol nervously. "Sir, they are coming back. Just a few more, seconds." A few more steps and the droids would see them. Cell gripped his blaster tightly. The moment the droids saw them, he would fire. It was always best to hold the initiative. "We are in, quickly." With a swoosh sound, the door opened. Dajir quickly put back the control panel, and it hanged precariously. Anyone who wasn't blind or stupid would see that it had been broken, but the droids were almost ways the latter. The clone duo slipped inside, and the door closed behind them. "Wait, I think I heard something. BZZZ. Nah, the cold must be freezing your circuits, F6, F4. BZZZ, you should use some oil. It's amazing." As if the assassin would let us. SHHH, BZZZ, quiet, keep walking. That was close. Come on, we don't have time to waste. Be careful. The armory could be described as the most secure building in any military base. Without weapons and armor, any operation was a suicide mission. It was no surprise when they saw dozens of guards spread along the armory. Crates were laying here and there, so at least they had a bit of cover, but the moment a fight broke out, they would be flanked by the droids outside. "What do we do, sir? I see 28 seppas, with the possibility of more where we don't have eyes." Cell looked over one crate and counted the droids. If they had grenades and the rest of Hell's squad, it was possible to break through with brute force. With just the two of them, it was impossible. "Are you able to sneak past them?" "I'm not that good. There are at least 3 of them in an open area where they can see everything. 2 more up the platforms, with eyes on the hole. They have no blind spot." Frowning, Dajir reloaded his blaster. They needed their armors, and if possible their weapons, or else they would freeze to death outside. And they needed to secure the armory, otherwise the unarmed clones would be slaughtered. "We will have to take care of this the old-fashioned way." Sir." The sounds of blasters firing broke the silence of the night. 2 droids belonging to a patrol fell in the snow. The remaining 4 turned around, trying to identify the attacker. A few seconds passed, and another droid was taken out, but the patrol finally identified the position of the attacker. "Over there, fire." They sprayed the region with fire, and the red lights momentarily showed a clone, before disappearing on the night. The droid leading the patrol turned on his communicator. "Sir, we are under attack by clones. There is a rebellion." "I will send support. Hold your position." "Roger Roge, Inside the armory, a droid sergeant issued a series of orders, and 2 squads worth of battle droids left the armory, going outside. When the sound of the metallic steps vanished, the lid of a crate was lifted. Capitulo 143, Distraction. Dajir counted the number of steps that passed by the crate where he was hidden. If he was correct, 16 droids had left the armory, which meant that Cell's distraction had worked better than they expected. Now, he only had to confront about 24 droids. He could only hope that Cell would be okay. Their plan was for him to kill the droid patrol, then lead their reinforcements in a ghost hunt while he secured the armory. Lastly, if possible, Cell was to free Hell's squad, Captain Narza, Captain Hillix, and all the others. What to do after, they still had to decide. Dajir lifted the lid carefully not to expose himself before it was time. He didn't have any thermal detonators, but he had done more with less. He looked at the armory and quickly asserted the situation. The droids up on the platforms were still there, but the number downstairs was fortunately smaller. Still, no way for him to pass through them unnoticed. He got out of the crate slowly and closed the lid even slower so it made no sound. He positioned his stolen E5 above the crate and got in a stable position. Taking a deep breath, he aimed at the highest-ranking droid, a sergeant, and fired. The droid sergeant's head popped out of its sockets, and before it fell to the ground, Dajir had already moved to his next target. Ignoring the droids next to his kill, he turned his blaster to the two droids on the left platform. They were his biggest threat, and the only ones who had a good angle on him. He hit one of them on the chest, and the droid stumbled before hitting the handrail and falling. Immediately, he corrected his aim a few degrees and shot the next droid. The droid lost one leg and wasn't able to maintain its balance. It fell backward and hit its head on the wall, then slid down and laid there. 3 enemies were down in less than 10 seconds, but the well-trained or better, well-programmed droids started to react. A torrent of red lasers filled the air above Dajir's head, and he found himself unable to counterattack. He had, however, prepared himself to this. He laid on the floor and peeked at the enemies through the bottom of the crate. Because of how low he was only able to see the bottom of the droids, but it was enough. Before the clankers noticed he had changed his strategy, he had taken out 4 more. From 20-something, only 17 or 18 remained. Once again forced to change positions, he felt grateful for how stupid the droid makers were. Instead of splitting jobs and covering the whole crate, the clankers all aimed and fired at the same position, and Dajir just had to move a little to get a good angle and take out a couple of droids. Unfortunately, not even the droids were stupid enough to let him do that indefinitely. Soon, he heard them discussing what to do. G5R6, go and check if he is dead. Meet. Yes. Why don't you go? No, you go. It was obvious that without an officer, the droids had fallen in disarray. Nevertheless, they soon figured out that all they had to do was send someone over to Dajir's position. 3 droids approached the crate carefully. Clearly, they were scared by Dajir's accuracy, but just being careful wasn't enough to save them. The moment they turned around the crate, Dajir hit one of them with his blaster, and the droid crashed on one of its companions. Next, Dajir grabbed the droid that had remained on its feet. He immobilized the droid with one arm and forced it forward. When they passed by the 2 dizzy droids on the floor, Dajir finished them off without remorse. Tell your friends not to shoot. To enforce his words, Dajir touched the head of the droid with the tip of his blaster. At the same time, he hurried forward. He knew his threat wouldn't last much, since the Separatist felt no guilty in killing their own soldiers. However, the battle droids weren't unmoved by the prospect of being destroyed, and using such a tactic could usually buy a clone a few more seconds. He was proven right, because the moment the droid asked his fellow soldiers not to fire, they hesitated for a split second. Using all he had, Dajir kicked the droid he was holding. The droid tumbled forward and crashed into a big group of clankers, knocking 6 or 7 to the ground in a mess of metal body parts, wires, and sparks. There was even one blaster fired by mistake. Moments before a whole slew of red lasers transformed him a weave, Dajir dived behind another set of crates. He had planned his actions carefully beforehand. The crates he had chosen created an L shape, so even with his enemies just meters away from him, he was protected. Without caring to aim, he emptied his magazine on the pile of droids on the floor. He didn't know how many he had hit, but each enemy down was equivalent to a rise in his chances of winning. Hastily, he tried to reload, but found out that he had nothing left. Looking down, he saw that there was nothing where the magazines were supposed to be. Looking back, he saw them on the floor about 10 meters away. They must have dropped when he was struggling with the 3 clankers. He tried to reach the nearest droid body to take its weapon from it, but was greeted with a torrent of red lasers. Quickly, he pulled back his hand, unharmed but vulnerable. If he was right, there were still 12 or 13 droids left, and he had no ammo. He looked left and right, but there was nothing that could help him. In a few seconds, the droids would notice that he had stopped fighting. It was then that he saw his only hope. He had been looking for a blaster on the ground, but forgot where he was. Even inside an armory, weapons couldn't just be laying around. They had to be stocked on shelves or inside something, and he was hiding just behind that something. Scolding himself for not thinking of it before, he slightly opened one crate and put his hand inside. He wasn't able to see, but he was familiar enough with weapons to know what he was holding. For the first time in days, a smile appeared on his face. Looking at the droids which were still firing at his cover, he murmured happily. Now you are screwed. Capítulo 144, Rebellion. The weapon Dajir pulled from inside the crate was a rarely seen one. A light double-barrel repeating blaster was an extremely dangerous weapon. Dajir thought that he could give it to Metal after it was all over. Back to the present, Dajir quickly analyzed the weapon he had in his hands. Double-barrel repeating blaster could be split into two categories, light and heavy. Heavy had to be mounted on a tripod and could fire an astonishing 1,500 lasers per minute. Light double-barrel repeating blasters had a slower fire rate of 800 flares per minute, but could be carried around, although they were heavy. But there could never be just good things. The double-barreled blaster had some obvious downsides. The first was that even the light version weighed quite a lot. The second obstacle was that it needed too much ammo to work efficiently, and that usually meant having only magazines on your backpack and nothing else. Last but not least, it needed extensive training to operate it correctly. However, none of those were a problem for Dajir or Hell Squad. No matter if it was a Z6 rotary or a double-barrel repeating blaster, Metal could make do with it, and so could Dajir. Differently from his men, Dajir had no specific expertise except on command. As the leader of one of the most elite units of the Republic Army, he was proficient on pistols, snipers, heavy weapons, close combat, and even in cold weapons. Using a heavy machine gun was a piece of cake for him. Reaching inside the crate once more, he looked for ammunition. A big, round magazine came in contact with his hand, and he grabbed it. It was heavier than he expected. To load it onto the blaster, he had to put the gun on the floor, upside down, since it was too heavy for him to hold it on one hand. After loading the blaster, he held it with one hand on either side. When the first droid dared to approach Dajir, it was blasted into pieces. Literally. He wasn't ready for how powerful the double-barrel repeating blaster was. Dajir was forced a few steps back and had to put all his weight against the blaster to stabilize it. The clankers on the way of the red lasers were destroyed instantly, and their cover became a weave. After dealing with the battle droids, he was left alone on the armory. The battle had been short, but intense. Everywhere he looked he saw pieces of droids, and the walls, the ground, and the crates were plastered with laser marks. He fired a few more rounds on the pile of droids on the floor, to make sure none of them survived, and then threw the double-barrel blaster on the floor. It was too heavy for him to carry around all the time, and anyway, it wasn't his choice of weapon. He grabbed 3 E5s, strapped 2 to his back, and picked up all the ammunition he could carry. He also grabbed a few communicators. They would come in handy. Giving a last look to the armory to ensure no clanker was left, he got out of the building and started searching for Cell. He needed to find his brother and free the others. It wasn't that difficult to find the scout. All he had to do was follow the sounds of battle and the flash of lasers. On his way, he saw many dead droids. At some moment when he was inside the armory, it had started snowing, so the bodies were being covered by the white powder. He saw someone crouch near him, firing a blaster. In the dark night, it was difficult to identify who it was, but when the person fired his blaster, its face was lightened up by a red glow. Cell, it's me. He had been careful not to spook the clone and get shot by mistake, but Cell nevertheless dropped to the ground and aimed his E5 at Dajir. He only lowered it after confirming it really was his superior. Sorry, sir, with the Seppas you never know. I secured the armory. How are you doing over here? I shoot and run. Although I had a few close calls, they can't figure where I am fast enough. But with both of us, moving in silence will be more difficult. And they have been getting reinforcements over time. Soon they will have enough troops to set up a perimeter and start searching. We have to move fast. Dajir understood what Cell was hinting at. It was already difficult for one clone, trained to move silently, whatsoever for Dajir, who hadn't received that kind of training. Analyzing his options, he quickly came up with a plan. You will have to hold for a little more. They can't be getting those reinforcements from thin air. They are either sending troops from the barracks, the temple, or both of it. I understand. Before leaving, Dajir threw some magazines to Cell. Stopping briefly to locate the barracks, he then started moving south. As he had expected, he saw droids leaving the barracks and moving to where Cell's old position was. He pressed his body against the side of a building and waited for the droids to pass by him. When they left his line of sight, he entered the armory. Immediately after the door were tow droids guarding it. They seemed very surprised to see a clone there, and then they couldn't see anything anymore. Stepping over the clankers, Dajir soon arrived at a corridor. Lining up on the sides were many prison cells, just like the one he was before Ventress moved him. There were a pair of battle droids guarding each cell. They were all looking towards him and had most probably heard the shots. Another fight broke out, and he had to hide behind a doorway. "Urg, stop." "Aza." He was peeking and firing when he heard a droid scream, followed by a clone yelling. Some clones had seen the droids distracted by Dajir and had grabbed them through the cell's bars, immobilizing them. However, some droids had escaped and were firing wildly inside the cells. Seeing so many brothers being massacred without any way of resisting, Dajir threw all caution to the air and stepped out of his cover. He emptied his magazine on the closest droids, and instead of reloading, just dropped his blaster and grabbed another one. In a matter of seconds, and droids were dead, but Dajir's arm had been hit and was bleeding. It was also the same arm Ventress had broken, and the pain was almost too much for him. Two clones stretched their arms from inside a cell and supported Dajir before he fell. "How are you doing, sir?" "Cough, if 3-4 was here, he would scold me for fighting with a broken arm. Don't worry about me. Let's get you out of here." Dajir shot the control panel and opened the nearest cell, then gave his blaster to a clone, ordering him to free the others. "Come on, we gotta move. Pick whatever weapon you find and all the ammo you can get. There are still a lot of Seppes out there. Brain, where are you?" Capitulo 145, Retaliation. "To Brain, where are you?" "Over here, sir." Brain pushed his way through the bunched-up clones. He had a dark eye, probably because he had resisted their captors. However, aside from that, he seemed okay. Dajir quickly briefed him on what had happened. "Cell is out there distracting the clankers, but he won't be able to hold them for much longer. Take all the soldiers who have a weapon and go help him." "What about you, sir?" "I have dispatched the droids guarding the armory. I will take the rest of the men and get some weapons. Metal, come with me, I have something for you." "Yes, sir." "Yes, sir." Brain took 11 men, the same number of blasters they had, and left the barracks. Under Dajir's orders, the rest of the clones started moving out of the building and going to the armory. Amidst them, Dajir grabbed Dab and Tech. "Dab, I need numbers. How many troops do we have? How many were captured and how many are dead or wounded? And I need to know about weapons, ammo, armor, medical supplies, everything." "Yes, sir." "Tech." "Yes, sir." "I need you to quietly find me a medic. My damn arm is killing me. Remember, don't make a fuss. No need to make the men think I am worse than I really am." "And how bad is it, sir?" Tech glanced at him worried. Even Dab, who was already walking away, came back. They had seen Dajir get shot and continue fighting without even frowning. Even when he was badly injured, he still insisted that the other soldiers had to be treated first. For him to actually ask for a medic, he had to be in a lot of pain. "I don't know yet. Go, we don't have time to waste." Still looking at him worriedly, both clones left. Soon, Tech returned with Thartam, a 303rd Attack Legion medic. Dajir found something else for Tech to do and then stayed behind with Thartam. "Sir, if you could tell me what happened, it will be quicker. This doesn't look like it was made by only one laser shot. More likely it was crushed by something, right? It is broken in at least 2 places. Also, I spent 3 days hanging from a ceiling with nothing to immobilize it, and only then I was shot." Thartam tore apart a piece of his shirt and wrapped it around the laser wound to stop the bleeding. He lifted Dajir's arm carefully and saw the sub-commander frowning in pain. "I will have to squeeze it. We are a little short on pieces of equipment. It will hurt a bit." Without waiting for Dajir to answer, the medic used his fingers to touch the clearly broken bones. "He. You know you should have been resting this arm, don't you? Why do I get the feeling you weren't?" "I had to save you. I got some exercise along the way." "Yeah, does your exercise includes punching droids?" "Kind of, you know me, Thartam, I can't stay put." "Well, that's true, but don't worry, it is not that bad. Gilly, give me that piece of metal." While Thartem was examining Dajir, they had arrived at the armory. All the clones were getting blasters and their armors. The droids had stored them, which was great news for the clones. At least they wouldn't freeze to death. Mygeeto wasn't a kind planet, so the more protection they had, the better. After receiving the piece of metal, that had probably been part of a crate before Dajir blew it up. Thartem used more of his shirt to tie it on Dajir's arm. The clone didn't like the feeling of not being able to move freely, but the improvised splint would help his arm recovery. Thartem. The medic had already turned around to leave when Dajir called him back. Don't tell anyone about how bad it is. Let them think it's just a flesh wound. Yes, sir. Uneasily, Thartem agreed and left to treat the other injured clones. Both weather and the work they had to do had caused many injuries amongst the already fatigued soldiers. Many were coughing, and quite a few had bruises and broken bones. A small number of clones had been shot during their riot on the barracks, and some were heavily wounded. Captain Narza, Captain Hillix, take 20 men each and start sweeping the base. Help brain and cell and kill as many of the clankers as you can, but don't take unnecessary risks. If they are resisting too much, just keep them suppressed. We have to move out shortly, and I don't want more injured men. Yes, sir. Metal, come here. The Hell Squad member quickly approached him and looked at his arm, but said nothing. Metal was talkative, but he knew when to speak and when to not. This. Dajir showed him the light double-barrel repeating blaster. Is your new weapon. It weighs quite a lot, but you should be able to handle it. And as you can see, it does quite a lot of damage. Timer, see if you can find any sort of explosives. Already found them, sir. There are enough det packs to level a city. Good, we are going to need them. Come with me. Timer was a clone that was always close to Hell Squad. He was also one of the elites of the 303rd and specialized in explosive devices, including det packs. Det packs were small bombs that could be remote activated and were an old friend of any clone. The clones were all almost ready. Tech helped Dajir put his armor on, and the tired soldiers lined up before him. Even under their helmets, their eyes seemed to shine with the feeling of transforming a helpless situation in the takeover of a droid base. Sir, we have taken the base. All that remains are a few clankers on the west side. Are you sure you don't want us to deal with them? Stay put, Captain. I already said I don't want unnecessary deaths. Dajir turned off his comlink. Now that he had confirmation that the Temple Valley was on their hands, he was calmer. Still, they needed to move before Ventress returned with her troops. As much as Dajir liked the idea of ambushing her, he knew that he didn't have enough soldiers for that, and that they were too tired. Sir, I did what you wanted, and it's not looking too good. Dab approached him with a heavy frown on his face. He showed Dajir the data on the datapad. Our total numbers are 198 soldiers. Of those, only 142 are uninjured. 30 have light injuries, and 26 are heavily wounded. We still don't know if they can make it. The clankers don't have medical supplies. All we have is what we had on us when we were captured. How many died? 73. Capitulo 146, inside the temple. 73. Dajir closed his eyes. That was more than he had expected, and certainly more than he wanted. Let's move. Brain, Cell, Dab, and Captain Narza find our way out of this valley and to the last known position of our troops. A bunch of our troops was brought here yesterday. Ask them. Yes, sir. Tech, Timer, Blyer, Metal, and Captain Hillix come with me. Yes, sir. The clones Dajir called followed him to the entrance of the temple. Even when using their flashlights, it was still unusually dark. In fact, it was more than dark. It was cold, a different cold than the usual one of Mygeeto. It was a cold that made Dajir shiver and feel like he was looking to a building, but to the mouth of a massive monster, ready to eat him. Sir, this. Yeah, I know. It is the same feeling of the nightmares. Even without Blyer reminder, Dajir had already linked the unnatural cold feeling to the nightmares every clone had wherever they closed their eyes. He looked in the eyes of the soldiers around him. They were shivering just like him. He was certain that those soldiers, who had fought hundreds of battles, were now almost stepping back from pure fear. The only thing that kept them from doing that was that their sub-commander was still there. Clones never remembered what the nightmares were like. Maybe because of that, it was an unofficial and unspoken rule that they could never tell any outsider about it, not even their Jedi generals, especially the Jedis. Dajir knew that if he took a step back, he wouldn't have the courage to enter the temple again. For a moment, he thought about bringing more soldiers, but decided not to. The majority of them were too tired to even walk properly. He had already chosen the ones in the best shape. Besides that, months of battle had taught him that having a big amount of troops on an enclosed space wasn't always the best. Timer, have those det packs ready. Metal, help him. Whatever is in there, General Dai has to know. Ventress isn't a normal Seppi. She is a rogue Jedi, a traitor, that's what she is. And this is most probably Jedi business. We have 2 plans of attack here. First one, enter, find out what the hell is in there and take it back to the general. Second one, enter, find what the hell is in there, and if it resists, kill it, then bring it to the general. I don't know if there is anything inside, and if there is, whether it is alive or not, but I won't take any chances. The general can scold us as much as he wants later, but we are in no conditions to bring prisoners with us. Yes, sir, what about the det packs? Should we plant them on the way? Yes, the Seppis wanted us to dig out this temple for them, so nothing fairer than we bury it. The prospect of having this small, petty revenge excited the clones. They were still afraid, but at least they had a clear purpose. Dajir touched his broken arm uncomfortably, then stepped inside the temple holding a DC-17 on his hand. It was as if he had stepped into another world. He was less than a meter away from the entrance, but when he looked back, the darkness almost covered the weak light that the moons and stars gave. Flashlights on, be careful. 6 pairs of lights appeared in the darkness, barely enough to let them see each other face. They started walking slowly, following the corridor. Even after half an hour, they were still walking in the same hall. Dajir started thinking something was wrong. The temple was big, but not enough for them to walk that much and not arrive at the end of it. Also, if there was a temple, there had to be something inside it. But the clones found nothing along the way, just the same rocky walls. Sir, look at this. Captain Hillix called Dajir. The captain was just a few meters behind Dajir. However, because of the darkness, he had to turn around and walk back so he could see whatever Captain Hillix wanted to show him. On the ground, half laying, half sitting, was one battle droid. Dajir had walked right past it, but didn't see it. There is another over here. And over there. Now paying attention, they soon found about a dozen battle droids, all dead, each one just a few meters ahead of the other. By the looks of it, they had been walking and then died, one at a time. 11 clankers, that is a whole patrol. Probably pathfinders. Check them out. See if they were killed by something or if it was just their battery that died. Captain Hillix turned over the droid corpse and saw that it was just as Dajir said. They had no wounds, no signs of battle. Instead, their battery had ended after staying too long without recharging. Did they enter without checking their energy levels? A whole patrol, not even the clankers are that stupid. No, they got lost in here and for a long time on top of that. How? There are no other paths, no chambers. All they had to do was turn back and walk back to the entrance. The moment Metal said that, realization dawned upon Dajir. For some time, all he could do was listen as his men continued talking. When he spoke, his voice was cracking. What if they couldn't? Sorry, sir. Go back now. Without waiting for his men's response, Dajir started running towards the entrance of the temple. 15 minutes later, he stopped, panting. Running like he should have gotten out of the temple a long while ago, but all that he had in front of him was darkness. By now, the clones had realized what was going on. We got lost, somehow, haven't we? Look to the walls, Timer. Do you see any of the det packs you planted? No, sir. Well, I have been looking while running, and I haven't seen any of them. Not a single one. Timer had been putting explosives on the walls every once in a while. Not seeing any of them was a clear sign that they were on a totally different corridor, even though they hadn't turned or taken another path. 5 clones looked at Dajir silently, waiting for him to talk. They didn't know what was happening, so they instinctively expected their subcommander to have an answer. Only that he hadn't. Something or someone is messing with us. Check the walls, see if any of them move. Since we didn't change course, then the only option is that they did. Or what, sir? Nothing. Confusedly, the clones started checking the walls while Dajir was lost in thought. He knew they wouldn't find anything, because what they were dealing with wasn't something made by droids, but by someone just like Ventress. The tricks she played on his mind, while he was her captive, were a fresh reminder that force-sensitive beings like her could do a lot more than just make things levitate. Capítulo 147, Secrets of the Dark Temple. Dajir, Tech, Metal, Timer, Blyer, and Captain Hillix had been walking for the last few hours, and were starting to run out of water. They hadn't prepared to be on the temple for so long, but since they got trapped inside, they had no option but to walk until they found an exit. They were still on the same corridor, and no matter which direction they went, all they found was some dead droids, which had run out of battery. Their comlinks were offline, and Dajir could only hope that Brain or Captain Narza didn't send anyone to look for them, otherwise more clones would be lost in the temple. Sir, look. Dajir had been so lost in his thoughts that Timer had to shook him. Something had changed, and the corridor opened in a gigantic room, bigger than any else Dajir had ever seen. Pale green mist was flowing in the room, making it impossible to see it entirely. Strangely, the mist didn't seem to float outside of the room, as if an invisible wall was stopping it. Activate your filters. One of the biggest improvements that the Phase II armor had was the filters on the helmet, enough to safeguard the soldiers from most of the toxic substances, as well as filter the water so the clones would be able to battle on aquatic planets without having to worry about air supply. When he confirmed his men had all turned on the filters, Dajir stepped inside of the room. Now that he was inside of it, he thought it was more appropriate to call it a hall since he couldn't see the end of it. When he looked up, he discovered that the walls followed a weird pattern as if they were under a stair. Tech, scan the area, and let's keep quiet, we don't know what is in here. Hell Squad's mechanic and expert with any kind of device, Tech always had a scanner with him. The blue screen rippled and then showed the design of the room. That mist is interfering with it, but there is something in the middle of the room. And by the measures the scanner is showing, or rather the ones that it isn't, I think the temple is hollow. That room is everything it has. That is impossible. We have been walking for hours, how can it be? Even if someone is messing with the walls, Silence, listen. Dajir interrupted Metal harshly. Amidst the green mist, he could hear someone talking. The voice was so faint that he almost thought he was imagining it, but the other clones also heard it. Who is that? I can't understand what it is saying. So cold, we have to see what it is. A gush of wind blew the mist away, revealing an altar in the middle of the hall. Something was glowing red above it, and Dajir thought it was beautiful and powerful. If he could see it, the nightmares would go away. He had to take it. He would be able to forget everything. Jedis, the Republic, all the brothers that he lost, Barrow. Barrow, ugh. Searing pain made him fall to the ground, holding his head, and then guilty washed over him. How could he want to forget his brothers and all the sacrifices that they had done? How could he want to forget Barrow, the cheerful clone that had been one of his best soldiers and above all else, friend? You want so many things, I can give them to you, come. And no. Yes, come, I will give you power. And his mind was blank and the voice was so tempting. Dajir was almost giving up when someone pushed him and he fell sideways on the cold ground. The impact cleared his mind, although he felt like he had been sleeping for a month and his reactions were slow. He got up and grabbed his DC-17, aiming in at the altar, but what entered his sights was Captain Hillix. The clone was walking towards the altar and had crashed on Dajir on his ways, but kept on walking. And it wasn't only him, all the others were also moving in the same direction. Captain, come back here, Timer, Tech, Metal, Blyer. None of the clones answered him and kept limping towards the altar. Dajir ran forward and looked through the black visors of Captain Hillix's helmet. His brother's eyes were fixed on the red glow, almost shining. He seemed to lost all of his strength, and when Dajir pushed him back, the captain fell backward without any signs of resistance, then got back up again. Seeing his efforts were futile, Dajir went to the altar. He had to destroy whatever was controlling the minds of his brothers before anything bad happened. When he approached, he saw that the origin of the red glow was a small crystal the size of a finger. It was floating above the altar, with nothing under it. "You want power? Come, take it, you will be powerful with me." The voice once more resounded inside his head, much stronger this time. However, he blocked it, just like he had blocked Ventress when she was torturing him. "Get out. Shh. There was one more yell from the voice, and it disappeared. Dajir opened his eyes, wanting to destroy the crystal, but to his dismay, he saw that Timer was just about to touch it. The clone grabbed the crystal, the red glow escaping through the gaps between his fingers. For a moment, Timer stayed put, as if the red crystal did nothing. Then, slowly, he started to rise up in the air, and his feet stopped touching the ground. Suddenly, Timer's body arched in pain, and he left the most terrifying scream Dajir had ever heard in his life. Without much time to think, Dajir smacked his DC-17 on Timer's wrist. With a sickening sound, the clone's hand went limp, and the crystal dropped from it and started floating a few centimeters above the ground. Instantly, Dajir heard the voice again, once more trying to persuade him. Knowing that if he waited any longer things would get worse, Dajir took off his helmet and trapped the crystal inside, together with the voice. The moment the voice disappeared, all the clones being controlled fell to the ground, holding their heads. "Ag, my head. What happened? Ouch, my wrist, I think it's broken." Dajir stood quiet, holding his breath. He was waiting to make sure the green mist wasn't poisonous, but after some time, nothing happened, and he decided it was safe to breathe normally. "Tech, give me your belt." "Yes, sir." Tech took off his belt, and Dajir emptied one of the compartments that held DC-15S magazines. Carefully not to touch it, he pushed the crystal inside the compartment and closed it. The crystal had only been exposed for 2 seconds, but his soldier's eyes had become blank again and only returned to normal after a few seconds. Without time to explain, Dajir waited for them to get up and walked towards the same corridor that they came from. Now that the red crystal was secure, he suspected that they would find the exit easily, and all Dajir wanted was to get as far as possible from the temple. Capítulo 148, Suicide Squad. Light, there is the exit. After more than an hour of walking, Dajir, Metal, Tech, Timer, Blyer, and Captain Hillix finally saw a pale light at the end of the corridor. The green mist had dissolved as soon as the red crystal had been trapped, and the once straight, never-ending path that they had been following turned into a normal one, filled with twists and turns. Dajir looked at his soldiers, more specifically at Timer. With his haste, he had forgotten about the clone's wrist, which he had broken himself. Now, with the red crystal safely locked on the belt he was holding, and when they were almost out of the Temple of Asherus, Dajir thought it was appropriate to tell the trooper what happened. "Timer." "Yes, sir." "Your hand, it was me, I'm sorry." I don't quite understand, sir. When we were at that hall, this damn crystal was controlling you all. You touched it and started screaming. I had to get it out of your hand fast." "I understand, sir." Dajir knew that he didn't. It wasn't easy to cope with the pain of broken bones, and knowing that it was Dajir that did it, all the clone could do was stay silent. Unless one saw for himself what Dajir saw, they would always believe there was a better option, even if they were brothers. An awkward silence followed the small interlude, but Dajir had already put his attention on something else. He could see the dark sky of Megiddo, and that the light they were seeing wasn't from the sun, but from the clones outside. That was, however, impossible, because they had spent at least 5 or 6 hours inside the temple, and it should have already been day outside. Megiddo had 36 hours of nighttime, and only 6 of daytime, so Dajir really wanted to take advantage of it, and got as far of the temple as they could during the day. They had many injured, limited equipment, and no vehicles, meaning that they would slow down a lot during the night, when even seeing one's own hand was difficult. As soon as they left the temple, Captain Narza and the rest of Hell's squad went to meet them. They were looking weirdly at the clones that came out of the temple. "Is there something wrong, sir? Do you need more men?" Dajir shook his head. If he needed more men, then he wouldn't be out of the temple unharmed. Call back everyone, we are moving out. Did you send anyone looking for us? If so, call them too. Brain staggered and spoke very carefully. He seemed to think his superior was having some kind of trouble, and Dajir didn't like that. They had gone through too much for his men to doubt him. Sir, why would we send anyone looking for you? It hasn't been 20 minutes since you entered the building. This time it was Dajir who staggered. 20 minutes? That was impossible. They had been walking for hours and hours inside the temple. However, at this moment he realized that above the mountains, traces of light started to appear and were growing stronger. While he looked, the sun appeared in the sky, and Dajir knew that something was wrong. It was possible for Brain to be wrong about the time, although improbable. However, no one could change the cycle of the sun. You said 20 minutes. We spent hours in that damn place. Sir, if the crystal could trap us in that endless corridor, maybe it also has changed our sense of time. Crystal, what crystal? Dajir ignored Cell, who had just arrived and was listening attentively, and thought about what Tech had said. It was the only reasonable explanation. Reasonable after everything Dajir had seen Ventress do, of course. Narza, Hilix, get everyone moving. Cell, lead a patrol ahead, scout the path. I want to know if Ventress and her droids are coming back. Brain, find me a map or anything like that. Dabs, you will be leading the vanguard with Lieutenant Hawk. Thartam. Yes, sir. You are in command of the medical unit. I want wounded in the middle. Prioritize those who can't walk and those who are too wounded to go fast. We have to hurry, but I want no men left behind. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Metal and Tech, you are the rear guard. Yes, sir. While Dajir was giving orders, Brain returned with a hologram projector and showed a big map, but lacking on details. Dajir frowned. Is this the best we had? The logistics building caught on fire during the combat, sir. Almost everything was lost. That was all we could gather. Dajir analyzed the map and rotated it. It showed a quarter of the planet, but only the main roads, cities, canyons, and mountains appeared. Thankfully, the temple was marked on it, so at least they knew where they were. The last known position of our troops was on Yamala, right here. That is also the direction that Ventress and her clankers went. According to our battle plans, if we lost Yamala, we would retreat to this valley here. Dajir traced a red line connecting the city and the valley, then another one connecting their position to the valley, but going around Yamala. We will go here and hope that they are still there. Tech, I want you to try and fix our long-distance communicators. Yes, sir. Now we have to suppose that Ventress will come after us, so we are going to take the big turn right around. Here. He circled an area where a city connected to one of the main roads of the planet. A giant bridge crossed over a canyon, and a few more, smaller, also connected the two sides of the massive gorge. We will blow this bridge and the others around it in this sequence, and if Ventress troops catch us before we can do that. Dajir lowered his voice, and the officers around him got closer, so the normal soldiers couldn't hear them talking. A small group will stay behind and hold them off. We will discuss who only if that ever comes to happen, understood. All of them nodded seriously. Staying behind was obviously a suicide mission, a last resort so the others could survive. Nobody wanted that to happen and preferred to only think about it when it was strictly necessary. Moving on, Timer, give me the detonator and go see a medic. Your hand needs treatment. All right, everyone, let's move. Dajir got a loudspeaker from one of the soldiers and got up on a crate. Brothers, the Seppis thought that they could use us to dig out their things. Well, they thought wrong. Not only we escaped, but we are also going to give them a little something to remember us. Clear the area, pack your things, and let's find the rest of our brothers. Move, move, move. The soldiers had been prepared for a long time before Dajir warned them, and they all moved towards the exit of the valley. When no one was close, Dajir pressed the trigger. A chain of explosions caused snow to flutter in the air, and with a resounding boom, the temple of Asherus, where they had been forced to work, disappeared amidst a cloud of smoke. Capitulo 149, The Disturbance in the Force. When the dust settled, the temple of Asherus has tilted to one side and was half buried under snow and dirt. Debris covered the whole area around it, and the nearby buildings had all been pelted with stones, and some had even collapsed. Dajir felt nothing but satisfaction when he saw the already damaged columns that sustained the temple crack and break, furthering the destruction. He couldn't think of a better way to get his revenge against Ventress for what she did to him and his brothers. Unknowingly to him, when he turned around and led the clones away from the valley where the temple was, the red crystal that he had trapped inside a box glowed stronger. Ventress made a grabbing motion with her hand, and an unlucky clone that was firing at her from meters away suddenly discovered that his feet weren't touching the ground, and that he was being pulled towards the dangerous woman. His last memory was of the smile on her lips as a red lightsaber pierced his heart, killing him immediately. Usually, she wouldn't mind playing with her victims a little, but now she was in the middle of an intense battle, and even with her arrogant self couldn't be careless. Using the information that the clone officer she captured gave to her, she had intercepted the main Republic force on Mygeeto. She frowned when she remembered the resilient officer. She had been able to squeeze some very interesting information from him, but when she asked about the battle plans of the Republic, he had closed his mind. Somehow, he hid from her that the Republic had not 1 or 2 AT-TEs, but half a dozen of them, plus a myriad of smaller vehicles. She didn't want to admit, but she had to order a retreat, otherwise a whole slew of her troops would be lost, impacting the separatist campaign on Mygeeto. She jumped forward and sliced 2 clones with one move. She despised the clones. They were weak, emotional, and persistent like bugs. Suddenly, her expression of disgust became one of astonishment. Like a wave, she felt something hit her mind and affect the balance of the force. She turned around and looked to the mountains, but her mind was on the temple of Asherus. Something had happened. So absorbed on her thoughts, she didn't notice a clone sergeant aiming his blaster at her back until a droid captain warned her. Spinning around, her lightsaber moved at inhuman speed, deflecting the blue laser back to its origin. The clone sergeant tumbled to the ground surprised, and soon life vanished from his eyes. Ventress ignored the man she just killed and stopped in her tracks, letting the droid vanguard engulf her. She grabbed a droid with yellow markings. "Captain, order total retreat." "But madam, BZZZ, we are winning." "Total retreat, Captain, now." "Yes, madam, BZZZ. All units, retreat back to quadrant 86909. I repeat, BZZZ, retreat to quadrant 86909. As if they were one single machine, the droid army stopped dead on its tracks and turned around, rearguard becoming vanguard, and vanguard becoming rearguard. Orderly, they started their retreat, but the Republic soldiers, seeing their enemy run, became even more audacious, and countless droid units were shot on their backs. Some of the clones even started chasing after the retreating army, only to be called back by their superior officers. However, nothing could extinguish the satisfaction of winning the battle. General Dai was on the front lines fighting side by side with Commander Keeley. Both clone and Jedi were exhausted, but neither was willing to give up and retreat. A little to the left, Ragu seemed much better than them, jumping and dashing amidst the droids, cutting them down and reflecting their lasers. "General, they are breaking through the left flank." Quickly, General Du analyzed their options in his head. There was a mountain range to their right, so they were safe from attacks from that direction, at least until the right flank held strong. However, if the left flank fell, the droid army would be able to split the Republic's troops and systematically eliminate them. It was one of the favorite separatist strategies. "Commander Keeley, retreat what is left from the left flank. Let's put that mountain range behind our backs." "Yes, General." That was what Commander Keeley was about to suggest. This way, even if they didn't gain any ground, at least they could hold what they had. However, before he could give the order, he saw General Dai stop moving. Even the lightsaber on his hand turned off. Immediately worried that something had happened, Commander Keeley signaled 2 of his men to stay in front of General Dai to serve as a shield while he checked the Jedi. "General, sir, what happened?" He checked his general but saw no wound or blood. Instead, General Dai was looking straight forward, right through the separatist forces, as if they weren't even there. "A disturbance in the force. This is our chance." His voice was so quiet that Commander Keeley had trouble understanding what he was saying amidst the noises of the battle. He followed General Dai's line of sight and saw no disturbance on the force or whatsoever, but the droid army retreating. Immediately after, he heard one of his men calling after him. "Commander, the clankers are on the run." All over the battlefield, Republic soldiers fired a few more shots at the retreating army, then started celebrating. Commander Keeley wasn't carried away by the victory, because he knew very well that the Republic had been on the losing side. He ordered the clones to stay ready for battle, and the medics to start treating the wounded before the enemies returned. However, minute after minute passed, and not a single clanker was in sight. "General, I think they are really gone. Why, they were clearly winning." "Something happened, Keeley. I just don't know what." Many hours later, Ventress arrived at the Temple of Asherus in a SDAP speeder. What greeted her was the broken remains of the temple. The middle portion had collapsed on itself, leaving the interior of the temple open to the sky. Without even waiting for the STAP to stop, Ventress jumped out of it and ran inside the temple through the hole. She couldn't care less about the building itself, but what was inside of it. The red crystal inside the temple was a kyber crystal, and a powerful one on top of that. Her master, Count Dooku, had sent her to get it for him. Kyber crystals were the core component of a lightsaber, and usually come in many colors, but never red. A red crystal meant that the owner of the crystal had been tortured and killed, and that his mind had been broken beyond repairs. The pain, anguish, and despair that the master of the crystal generated dyed the crystal with the color of blood. Like her master, and the master of her master, and the master of those who came before, Ventress had gotten her Sith lightsaber by torturing and killing a Jedi, and stealing the kyber crystal. She didn't know why her master wanted another crystal, but the one thing she knew was that he wasn't lenient with those who disappointed him. Looking to the direction where the clones had run, a cold smile crept its way on her face. They would regret doing this. They really would. Capítulo 150, Cold Shower. Brain had just returned from a scouting mission when he saw the sub-commander of the 303rd Attack Legion, Dajir, sitting on a rock alone. For the last few days, the mixed group of 303rd troopers and Galactic Marines had been marching through the snow to get back to the main attack force on Mygeeto. However, things were looking grim. Of the 200 soldiers that left the Valley of the Temple of Asherus, about 20 had died because of their wounds. Dajir himself had a broken arm that had been paining him for days. Now, Brain noticed with interest, his officer was using a small rock to scratch his shoulder pad. Two small but clear lines could be seen on the armor piece, contrasting with the dark brownish red that covered half of his Phase II armor. "Sir, what are you doing?" Dajir looked up to him, not surprised to see Brain ask. The clone was his most trusted soldier and his closest friend. Dajir threw the stone away and brushed his shoulder pad to clean the paint that he had scratched off. Because of his helmet, Brain couldn't see his face, but Dajir's eyes reflected a mix of pain and rage. "When we were at this temple, that thing made me want to forget everything. It wanted me to forget 3-4, to forget General Dai, Commander Keeley, and Hell Squad, to forget about the war, about all our brothers who died, about the Sarge, about Barrow, about Rothax, about everyone. In a way, I think that would be worse than treason." Brain didn't know what to say. Dajir hadn't really answered his question, but he wasn't sure if he should ask again. Dajir had always been quite closed and detached from his men, never interfering with them unless he thought it was necessary, but always following orders and making sure they were being followed by his soldiers. It was the first time he ever talked about how he was feeling, and Brain stared at him silently. Thankfully for him, his superior officer didn't plan on leaving things like that. "I don't want to ever forget about them, and above all else, I don't want to ever forget for what they thought. Each of those markings." He showed the 2 scratches on his armor. "Are someone we took down because of them. Not just any droid, but those who represent everything we fight against. That medical droid and that droid commando, and Ventress. I guarantee you, she has a place for her here, next to these 2 clankers. And I assure you, sir, that someday we will put her marking there, for Barrow. And for all our brothers fighting for the future of the galaxy." After that, both clones stayed silent for many minutes, until Dajir finally recovered from his somber mood and returned to his officer-like attitudes. Brain could help but smile. He knew that his squad leader was back, and more determined than ever. Dajir looked around the precarious camp that the clones had set. Snow was falling from the sky, but thankfully there was no wind, meaning that the clones were cold, but not freezing. The 2 scratches he made on his armor attracted a lot of attention, especially since Brain couldn't hold back his tongue and told the others the reason he did it. Dajir thought it was for the best, since the troopers seemed more motivated than ever. And he had good news for them. Dajir called his closest officers, namely Captain Narza, Captain Hilix, Thardam, and Hell Squad. Men, Brain brought us some good news. The bridge we need to cross is just 70 kilometers away. Considering our speed with the wounded, in 2 days we should be safe and sound on Republic territory. There was a round of quiet cheers amongst the group of clones, but Dajir quickly silenced them. Probably it was just superstition, but he had seen too many troopers celebrate only to get killed by what they supposed wasn't a problem. Of course, there was a logical explanation. Whatever a soldier lowered his guard, for any reason, things could get nasty. Either way, Dajir wasn't willing to gamble the life of his soldiers on just a prospect. He would only relax when he saw the Republic forces. In a war, there was no such thing as safety. Just crossing the bridge wouldn't mean that Ventress was forbidden from chasing them. At most, it meant that she would be wary of encountering a bigger enemy force than she expected. Dajir was just about to conclude the meeting when a clone came looking for him. The clone got down from one of the steps they had stolen and saluted Dajir. "Sir, clankers on our trail." "Distance, how many?" "Maybe 30 kilometers behind us. It was just a scouting party, but the main force can't be far behind." A round of curses replaced the cheers. Just when they thought they were almost out of danger, something like that happened. "Did they see you, Sharp?" Sharp, the clone who had just reported in, shook his head. "I don't think so, sir. I was pretty far away from them." Thartam." "Yes, sir." "Prepare the wounded. We are moving in 10 minutes." "But sir, we can't. I haven't finished stabilizing them yet. If we move now, many will get worse. There will probably be casualties." Dajir looked straight at Thartam's eyes. He liked it even less than the medic did, because any death would be because of his orders. Unfortunately, time wasn't a commodity they had. "And if we don't move now, we all will die. Captains, you heard me, 10 minutes." "Yes, sir." Immediately, the group of officers dispersed, leaving only Dab and Dajir behind. The sniper coughed to get Dajir's attention, who was lost in thought. "If you have something to say, Dab, then say it, otherwise get moving. I want you on our rear guard." Dab ignored the harshness of Dajir's voice. "Sir, do you remember that avalanche we saw yesterday when we were crossing that gorge? A bunch of those white, climbing creatures disappeared under it." Dajir clearly remembered because it was terrifying, even though they were kilometers away from it. A group of creatures about 4 meters tall and clearly adapted to the environment disappeared like they were nothing under it. At the time, all Dajir could think about was that if it were the escaping clones stuck under it, less than half would have made it out alive. "What so?" Dab smiled cunningly, and Dajir instantly knew what was going on in his head. Sometimes he forgot how smart the sniper was, mainly because he almost never talked. If we could provoke one of those, the path of the clankers would be blocked, and they would have to take a detour through one of the secondary roads we saw. That would give us all the time we need to get away, and more. And if we are lucky, we might even bury a few of them. It sure will be well deserved. Dab, gather Hell Squad. It's been some time since we've done something together. Capitulo 151, Avalanche. Dajir, Tech, Brain, Metal, Cell, and Dab sat at the top of a mountain, looking down to the road that the escaping clones were following. Now, the clones were already out of their line of sight, even though they had slowed down because of the wounded. However, the signs of the small camp that they set could be clearly seen. While Cell was analyzing the road below, on lookout for the droids, Dajir was going over their plan again. Tech already set the charges. When the clankers get here, they will probably stop to search through what we left behind. That is when we will blow the det packs. To make sure that the droids stopped, they had left very clear signs that they had been there. If everything went according to the plan, at least part of the droids would stop there, and then Hell Squad would blow up a piece of the mountain, triggering an avalanche. Cell, can you see them? Not yet, sir. Dajir crouched next to Cell and lowered his macro binoculars. He could see farther than Cell, but still saw no signs of the droid army they were expecting. According to Sharp, they weren't too far behind, and clankers didn't need to rest, only recharge. Then he saw something at the far end of his line of sight. A group of the creatures they had been seeing in the last days was running towards them. Dajir focused behind the fleeing bunch, and soon the first B-1 battle droids appeared, followed by B-2 units and AATs. Thankfully, droidekas had a hard time rolling on the snow, so Ventress didn't bother to bring some. Right in front of the approaching separatist force, Dajir saw Ventress herself. Suddenly, she looked up, directly at Dajir. For a moment, he thought that he had been seen, but then Ventress shook her head. Dajir dropped down to the snow, in case she ordered any droid to search his position with binoculars. She probably felt that he was watching her, but even for a force-sensitive being, the distance was too great to actually see something. Just in case, Dajir preferred to get out of sight. Retreat, Tech, are the charges ready? Yes, sir. Good, we have about an hour before they get here. Let's get ready. Captain. Yes, madam, BZZZ. Send a patrol ahead. I have a feeling we are about to catch up with the clones. Yes, BZZZ, madam. Very soon, 3 droids left the big group on Staps and flew ahead, lifting patches of snow as they went by. Hell Squad had moved from the top of the mountain to somewhere far from both the droid army and the path of the avalanche. Sir, they sent a patrol, 3 clankers. Cell warned them, and the clones all grabbed their blasters nervously, especially Metal. He was anxious to try out his new double-barrel repeating blaster. With a move from his hands, however, Dajir ordered them to stand down. If this patrol doesn't return, they will know we are here. We have to hide. Quickly bury yourselves. What? Instead of answering, Dajir used his hands to shovel snow over Cell, who was laying on the ground with his blaster and his binoculars by his side. The clones finally understood what he meant and started doing the same. Soon, 6 mounds of newly rummaged snow appeared. Under them, small patches of brown and black could be seen if one looked carefully. Our footprints. Stop. Dab wanted to get up and erase the clear footprints on the snow, but Dajir stopped him. He could already hear the sound of the 3 Staps approaching. They will be too worried about the camp to see them. Now, stay quiet. Even when whispering, Dajir was worried that the droids would hear them. The patrol arrived at the abandoned camp, barely 300 meters away from Hell Squad. They made circles around the place, looking for clones, but aside from the mess of footprints and a few crates that were left on purpose, the clankers apparently saw nothing. At a certain time, one of the Staps flew just a few meters away from Dajir, and he had to exert enormous control over himself not to fire. After what seemed like an eternity, the patrol finally left, going back the way they came. Dajir waited a few more minutes before getting up and brushing the snow off his armor. Some of it made its way through the gaps between pieces and melted when touching his skin, making him shiver with the unexpected cold. Well, that was more intense than I expected. Behave yourself, Cell. As always, as soon as possible, Cell complained and Brain followed. Dajir knew that he couldn't find more loyal and skilled troopers, but sometimes the 2 clones behaved like they still were cadets. Even so, he couldn't help but let a small smile appear on his face. Cell was right, it really was intense, although nothing happened. He could feel sweat mixing with melted snow on his back. I say we get a little farther away. What do you think, sir? Dajir nodded, agreeing with Metal. This time, they moved the farthest they could while still having the ambush place in their sights. Nothing unexpected happened again, and in half an hour they could hear the sounds of the marching droid army, muffled by the snow. After 20 more minutes, they finally saw the first droids appearing, and more followed. Tech gripped the trigger anxiously and looked at Dajir expectantly. Not yet, we have to let more of them walk into the trap. However, as more and more Seppies appeared, including Ventress, Dajir couldn't help but feel nervous himself. If they were discovered, or if the avalanche failed, Hell Squad would be as good as dead. They could fight off a 2 or even 3-to-1 disadvantage, but not 200 or 300 times as many enemies as they. Now, Less than half of the droids had entered the traps area, but it was too risky to wait any longer. Besides, their objective wasn't to kill the droids, but block their path. Burying them was a bonus. A cadence of explosions filled the air, making the Separatist army look up. At the top of the mountain, small pillars of smoke rose in the air, but that was all. For a moment, Dajir thought that they hadn't used enough jetpacks, but then the ground trembled. The top of the mountain shook, and snow and rocks started rolling down, soon forming a white wave of destruction. When it finally came crashing down on the droid army bellow, nothing was left of them. Snow and dust were everywhere, and Hell Squad couldn't see anything for a while. When it finally settled, the sight startled Hell Squad. The whole road had been engulfed by the snow. Here and there, droid arms, legs, and heads could be seen sticking out, sparks flying out of the broken components. Cell whistled. It truly was a terrifying sight. It's a pity 3-4 isn't here to see this. I doubt any clanker survived that. Capitulo 152, withdrawing from combat. Ventress pushed her hands upwards with inhuman efforts to hold back the amount of snow that was about to crash down on her. Blood vessels popped on her hands and arms, and her eyes became bloodshot. Although she had her fair deal of dangerous situations, she had never used such amount of force. She could feel her reserves draining, and black spots disrupted her vision. She knew that if they didn't do something soon, she was bound to die. So, using more force than she ever had before, she blasted the snow out of the way, sending it flying in the air. The effort left her breathless, and she dropped to the ground panting. Only after several minutes she finally got up. Around her was utter destruction. The droid army that she had with her was either buried or in pieces around her. Only a few hundred lucky ones, who had been near her when the avalanche happened, survived. BZZZ, ma BZZZ, Madam, where, BZZZ, you. Her communicator bipped, and she vaguely heard the droid captain's voice, interrupted by static. With her sensitive ears, she heard the mechanical sounds of droids behind the avalanche. It appeared that part of her army had survived. Ignoring her exhaustion, she walked towards the snow wall and put her hands on it. Small pieces of snow fell on her bald head, and the cold relieved her a little bit. She could feel a headache coming, as it always did when she overexerted the use of the Force. Captain, stay away from the snow. Madam there, BZZZ, snow everywhere. Ventress shook her head. Sometimes droids were just too stupid, and she couldn't be bothered to explain more to it. Closing her eyes, she let the Force concentrate on her hands before releasing it at once. 5 or 6 meters of compacted snow was pushed away, burying the stupid captain that was behind it. Ventress stepped over the broken body and looked at the troops she had left. About 500 droids had been buried, but she still had more than 1,000 troops. Against a few hundred, and tired, clones, that should be more than enough, unless they pulled out another trick like the avalanche. Anyway, Ventress didn't care about how many troops she lost. They were expendable, she could just get more. She looked at a droid sergeant, identifiable by the yellow markings, similar to the ones a droid captain had, but fewer. You are the new captain, move. Hell Squad met the other clones 2 hours later. With Ventress and the droid army out of the way, the clones unconsciously slowed the pace. Dajir thought about hurrying them, but Thartam wasn't kidding when he said that many wounded were at the limit. Many who had recovered slightly worsened because of the fast pace, and more than one was near death. Dajir was worried about unforeseen problems, but he also relaxed a little when the threat that was Ventress disappeared. This series of events and coincidences all led to the ultimate flaw in Dajir's plan. He didn't know that not only Ventress had survived, but her troops also did, and were hot on their heels. So, 2 days later, Dajir, Brain, Captain Narza and Captain Hillix were on top of a hill, looking down to the bridge that meant safety when they received the bad news in the worst possible way. Suddenly, chaos broke out. Dozens of clones fell victim to an unsuspected volley of red lasers. Dajir turned around and saw that the clankers he thought they had buried were right behind them. Veteran soldiers, after the first moment of panic, the clones grabbed their weapon and tried to resist. However, they were outnumbered 6-1, and more troopers started dropping like flies. If things stayed like this, all of them would die. Dajir grabbed his DC-15A and ran towards the battle, all the while barking orders. Thartam, Blyer, and Sharp, take the wounded and go. Timer, plant the det packs. Lieutenant Shield, take the left flank and go with them. Hell Squad, on me. Narza and Hilix, we will hold them back. Shoot and retreat, understood. Yes, sir, come on, Hilix. At that moment, if life or death, none of the clones hesitated to throw themselves at the fray. About 30 to 40 troopers covered the retreat of the others. The bridge was only a few hundred meters away. If they managed to cross and blow it, then they would be safe, at least for a while. Amongst the clones that stayed behind, Hell Squad was surely the most eye-catching. Tech and Cell used their DC-15S to take down 2 or 3 droids before running back a little. Dab used his DC-15X to find and kill the enemy officers. The sergeant that Ventress appointed as the new captain was the first to fall. Brain and Metal also were a force to be reckoned with. The new weapon that Dajir gave to Metal was wreaking havoc amidst the closely packed B-1 battle droids, and Brain's thermal detonators cleaned up those which remained. And Dajir was dueling with an AAT. Only one of the tanks that Ventress brought survived the avalanche, but it was enough to slaughter Dajir's men if left alone. So the leader of Hell Squad had taken onto him the task of keeping it busy. Every time the main cannon, if the AAT turned to shoot at Dajir, he would roll out of the way. This made difficult for the AAT to focus on him, but more than once Dajir was almost blasted to pieces. Dodging the tank wasn't an easy feat, but he also had to worry about the clankers firing at him. Dab, I will create an opening, you take it down. Yes, sir. Dab stopped sniping the enemy officers and started charging his DC-15X. Long ago, he had modified his weapon so it could charge a powerful blaster, enough to cause a small explosion when it hit. More than once it had proven useful to take down targets that hid behind cover. Still, it wasn't enough to even sway an AAT, whatsoever destroy it. However, since Dajir had spoken, Dab had full trust in him. Meanwhile, Dajir suddenly stopped. Seeing the clone that had been pestering it for so long stop, the AAT turned its barrel towards him. Just when it was about to fire, Dajir fired 2 quick shots at the hatch on top of the tank. His gamble played off. Both blue lasers hit the hatch's lick, blasting it open. At the same time, Dab fired the charged shot, hitting the inside of the AAT. A small explosion happened, followed by a much bigger one when all the ammo inside the AAT blew up. Without waiting for the reaction of the droids, Dajir swiftly retreated. The bridge was now only 100 meters away, and most of the clones had already crossed it. Only the ones that were covering their escape remained, now only 20 of the original 40. At that moment, Dajir's soldier sense warned him. He scanned the droids with his eyes and saw Ventress looking directly at him. She had her red lightsaber on her hand, trespassing the limp body of a clone. Capitulo 153, Deadly Wound. Ventress looked at him, and even with dozens of meters and hundreds of droids between them, Dajir could see the hatred on her eyes. Memories from what she did to him appeared in his mind. He wanted revenge, but now was not the place nor the time for it. Quickly, he signaled full retreat to the few soldiers he still had with him. They disengaged the droids and started making their way towards the bridge. Only Hell Squad remained behind, because they saw that Dajir was looking at Ventress without moving. When he saw his brothers staying with him, Dajir felt grateful. He loved all his brothers, but he had a stronger bond with the members of his squad. Forget the clankers, focus on Ventress, and be careful with lasers she reflects. General Dai can do that, so she probably can too. We have to get to the bridge. Aim for her legs. Dajir nodded at Tech's suggestion. Aiming at the legs would make it more difficult for Ventress to deflect them and also slow her down. His biggest worry wasn't the lightsaber, but the force she used. If she got close enough, she could just pick them up and throw them away. 6 clones started firing all they had against the single rogue Jedi, including Metal's double-barrel repeating blaster, but all of the lasers were either dodged or deflected by Ventress. Some of them even hit the droids close to her, destroying them, but Ventress continued her relentless advance. Reloading. Dab and Cell ejected the 2 empty magazines from their blasters and inserted new ones as fast as they could. but the small amount of time was enough for Ventress to get a few more meters closer. Surprisingly, she didn't use the force as Dajir expected she would, but kept advancing. It appeared she wanted to kill them with her lightsaber. What Dajir didn't know was that she wasn't able to use the force because of Dajir's avalanche trick. Suddenly, Dajir felt the snow beneath his feet become something more solid. Quickly looking down, he saw they had arrived at the bridge. There, Captain Narza, Captain Hillix, and the rearguard troopers were waiting for them. "Sir, the charges are set. We just have to cross." "Go, go, go." And then Ventress was above him. She had jumped and flew meters above the ground until she was right on top of him. Dajir raised his blaster to defend himself, but the red lightsaber sliced through it like it was nothing. He saw a flash of red and then searing pain on his face. Dajir fell, unable to do anything but scream in pain. His face was burning, especially his right eye. He couldn't open it. Vaguely, he saw an explosion near him, and Ventress was thrown on the air. Two arms grabbed and pulled him. The bottom half of his body dragging on the ground, he saw 4 or 5 clones bravely taking cover behind the sides of the bridge. "Go, we will hold them." He saw Captain Hillix wave at him, or most probably at the soldier dragging him. He tried to lift his arm and stop Captain Hillix, but he didn't have enough strength. Then, more hands grabbed him, and he felt the cold snow under him. They were on the other side of the bridge. He was lifted and put on an improvised litter. Leaning on his elbows, Dajir saw Captain Hillix fire at Ventress, while the troopers he had with him went down one by one under the concentrated droid fire. "Blow it up." The clone near him leaned closer to listen. Dajir's voice was so low he thought it might have been his imagination. "What, sir?" "Blows it up." The clone spoke with someone, and Dajir saw Timer give the trigger to Captain Narza. The captain looked at Dajir uncertain. Dajir's eyes haven't left the bridge. He saw Ventress hold Captain Hillix by the throat and stab him in the chest with the lightsaber. Hell Squad's leader nodded. Without hesitating anymore, Captain Narza pressed the trigger. A chain of explosions crossed the entirety of the bridge, and it crumbled, pieces of it falling in the gorge below. Just before he passed away, Dajir saw Ventress do a backflip and jump out of the collapsing bridge. When he woke up, Dajir was inside a building, laying on a hard bed. For some reason, his vision was blurry. By his side were his armor and his blaster. Aside from dust and battle marks, there was also a terrific scar on his helmet. The entire right side of it had been cut through, starting above the visor and going all the way down to where it connected to the neck. Through it, Dajir could see the inside of the helmet, where broken wires were hanging. "Sir, you are awake." On the other side of the bed, near a medical droid, was a clone Dajir hadn't seen for a long time. Coughs 3-4, what are you going here?" "Calm down, sir. I recovered from my wounds, see." He slapped his side, where many weeks before a laser had hit him, almost killing 3-4. "Where are we?" "We are on the Sincerity, sir. You have been unconscious for the last few days, so you lost quite a lot. The 303rd pulled out of my Jido. We left the Galactic Marines to take care of it. The planet is now half ours, half the Sep's." That was expected. From the start, it was obvious my Jido wouldn't be conquered in just one battle. Dajir needed to know what was happening, so he tried to get up, but 3-4 held him down. "Hold on, sir. Your eye isn't good enough yet. We took you out of the Bacta tank because there isn't any more it can do for you, but you have to." "My eye? What is wrong with my eye?" He raised his hand and touched his face. Half of it was covered by bandages that he hadn't noticed before. Over his right eye, there was a huge bump. "What happened?" 3-4 looked uncomfortable, but he knew it was better to answer at once. He scratched his head and looked away from Dajir. "Brain and the boys told me you fought with a Jedi traitor or something on my Jido. General Dai called her a Sith. Well, she almost sliced your face in two. You were lucky, sir, but her lightsaber reached your face and your eye." Ventress. At the last moment, after she had injured Dajir, someone had blown something near her, keeping the Sith away from him. "How bad is it?" "Your eye might or might not make it. We could try replacing it if it doesn't recover, but I'm not optimistic about that. The higher-ups rarely replace limbs or anything. Too expensive, they say." There was a small grudge on 3-4's voice, but Dajir could understand it. Clones were extremely loyal to the Republic, but even they had grievances with how it worked. More than one brother of Dajir had to retire early after losing a limb, because it was cheaper to make a new clone than to make metallic limbs for every disabled soldier. Help me up, 3-4. I have to talk to General Dai. Capitulo 154. Betrayed the Republic. With 3-4 helping him, Dajir got up. Even if he ignored his wounded eye, Dajir also had many different wounds. His entire body was sore, especially his legs, although he didn't know why. In fact, he had engaged in so many battles that it could be because of a dozen different reasons. His arm was also hurting a lot. It had been showing signs of getting better, but in the last battle he was forced to use it a lot, so it got worse than before. Whenever they passed by a clone, be it one clad in full armor or wearing non-combat attire, they all saluted him. Apparently, stories about how Dajir helped 200 clones escape from the slave-like work had already spread through the Sincerity. They met Hell Squad on the way, wearing their armors and holding their helmets under their arms. Just like the others, they saluted Dajir and then immediately started asking how he was. He smiled when he heard the concern on his brother's voice. I'm all right. According to 3-4, I won't have even a scar left. All the members of Hell Squad looked at the medic. They had seen Dajir's wound by themselves, and it didn't look like it was so unimportant. 3-4 quickly shook his head. I said the scar probably won't be too big. It will probably cover only half of your face. But look, by the bright side of things, you probably will scare away the droids before we even have a chance to fight. Hahaha. For a few seconds, the laughter of Hell Squad resonated on the corridors of the Sincerity, until Dajir's face turned serious and he looked at Brain, his right hand. How many escaped, Brain? 182, sir. Captain Hillix died on the bridge. I saw it, he was a true soldier. They stayed silent for a few moments. The aftermath of a battle was always like that, laughing a little and grieving a lot. Unfortunately, most of the time they couldn't even grieve for their deads properly. Like now. Let's go to the command bridge. I need to talk to General Dai. We already told him about Ventress, sir. You really should rest more. Your injuries aren't a joke. It's not about Ventress. I am concerned, Metal. While he was being tortured, Dajir had told Ventress at least something. He didn't know what or how much, but it was a fact that she had cracked him. Like always, Hell Squad found Commander Keeley and General Dai on the command bridge. Both of them almost never left it, and when Dajir was uninjured, he was by their side. General Dai's Padawan, the young Tgthegood named Ragu, was also there, looking bored. Dajir could help but think about how different master and apprentice were. General Dai was calm and methodical, while Ragu always jumped headfirst into danger. The Padawan was skilled, however, and had helped Dajir more than once. At the same time, the Jedi and Padawan seemed to complement one another, and fought with such cohesion that was only possible because of the Force and their complete trust in each other. Dajir, you shouldn't be here. What about your eye? The first to see him was Ragu. The Padawan half walked, half jumped to Dajir, and talked with a mixture of excitement, worry, and concern. I am almost good, General Ragu. I need to talk to you all. General Dai walked forward and put his hand on Dajir's uninjured shoulder. My Padawan is right, Dajir. You shouldn't be here. Your wounds are many and worrisome ones. I have urgent intel, General. My wounds can wait. General Dai raised an eyebrow. What urgent intel could Dajir had, considering he was unconscious for almost a week? Still, he could see that Dajir was troubled. The eyes of the subcommander carried many worries and a hint of guilty. 3-4 and Brain helped Dajir get near the hologram table, and he used it to support himself. He saluted Commander Keeley, who gave him a friendly tap on the shoulder. Hell Squad, Commander Keeley, General Dai, Ragu, and even Admiral Dao, who was a distance away, looked at Dajir expectantly. He took a deep breath, and for the first time in years, didn't look on the eyes of his brothers when he was talking. Generals, Commander, I betrayed the Republic. There was a short period of shocked silence after he uttered those words. Then Commander Keeley and Ragu talked at the same time. What do you mean, Dajir? What? You can't. You would never do that. Dajir looked around and saw that Hell Squad was looking at him stunned, but he saw only disbelief on their eyes, not rage. Then he looked at General Dai. He looked so calm that Dajir almost thought he already knew about it. Dajir, look at me, tell me what happened. Making immense efforts not to look away, Dajir looked at the Jedi. He was overridden by guilty, although he knew it wasn't his fault. Not entirely, at least. When we were captured, that woman, Ventress, she used the same things you use, General. The Force, Brain told me about her. She belongs to the oldest Jedi enemies. She is a Sith. Yeah, she got very upset when we called her a Jedi. After she killed Barrow with the red lightsaber, she used the Force to break into my mind. I wasn't able to resist the first time. The first time, there were more. Yes, she tried to get more information from me after that, but I did as you told us. I protected my mind with walls. She wasn't able to enter them, so she resorted to physical torture that I could deal with. What information did you give her? I don't know. I can't remember. But she mentioned Iktach and the Iktachi there, and if I told her that, I don't know what else I did. Suddenly, General Dai's serious face broke into a small, almost unnoticeable smile. Don't worry, Dajir. You did well by resisting her after the first time. Many would have lost their minds under this kind of mental bombardment. As for your so-called treason, well, you weren't in control of yourself. But, sir, I might have given away everything. If you did, she wouldn't try again. No, you told her something, that is true, but you didn't betray the Republic. You helped us guard a great deal if classified information that otherwise would have fallen into separatist hands if they had captured any soldier but you. Seeing that the general didn't blame him, and that none of the others did, the guilty that Dajir was feeling disappeared, replaced by trust and determination. He wouldn't betray the Republic ever again, willing or not. But we know for a fact that Ventress now knows about the Force-sensitive being on Iktach. Admiral, our next stop will be there. Yes, General. As for you, Dajir, get back to your quarters. Your injuries are serious. Dajir was about to turn around when he remembered something. He quickly whispered something to Cell, who left the command bridge. Actually, General, there is something else I need to tell you about. Capitulo 155, the traitor. Actually, General, there is one more thing I would like to tell you about. What is it? The reason this all started. I believe Brain already told you Ventress was capturing clones to dig out a temple. She called it the Temple of Asherus. Temple of Asherus? I never heard of it. Do you know why Ventress was so interested in this temple? After we freed ourselves, I took a group with me and entered the temple. We walked in an endless corridor for hours and hours, or so it seemed. After we left, Captain Narza told us that we had spent less than an hour inside. This time General Dai was truly shocked. Possibilities flashed by his mind. Control over time was an ancient Jedi art that not even Master Yoda had mastered. At some moment, whoever was messing with us created a path to the center of the temple. We could only follow it. Inside, we found a red crystal. The crystal spoke with us, tried to control us. Metal and tech were there too. The sub-commander is right, General. We totally lost our minds. We could only think of grabbing the crystal. Only he escaped its control. There was admiration on Metal's voice when he spoke. If it wasn't for Dajir, who knows what might have happened. When Timer touched the crystal, he started floating and screaming. I had to break his wrist to release the crystal from his hand. And where is this crystal? Such a dangerous thing can't be left for anyone to take, especially Ventress. We took it, General. Cell is grabbing it right now. And, General Dai, if you can't decide what to do with it, we really should destroy it. It's too dangerous. Cell chose this moment to enter the command bridge, holding a container. He gave it to Dajir, who in turn gave it to General Dai. When the Jedi was about to open the container, Dajir nervously searched for his DC-17, only to remember he had left it at his quarters. Power, power, take it, take me, you will have power, pow. The terrific voice appeared again, trying to take a hold of Dajir's mind. He saw all the clones on the bridge stop and stepped towards the crystal. Suddenly, General Dai closed the container strongly. His face was pale, and Dajir saw a trace of fear. Ragu had the same look. Whatever they heard from the crystal was much more intense than what the clones did. Master, this, what is it, so powerful, so Dark. I don't know, Ragu, but you are right. It's too powerful for us. We have to give it to Master Yoda. General Dai looked to all the dazed clones on the command bridge. Only now were their eyes starting to gain focus again. He put the container holding the red crystal inside his robes. Is there anything else concerning this crystal, Dajir? If it is, you need to tell us. It is very important. I don't think so, Jenner. Master Dai, all your troopers started acting weird. What is happening? A green-skinned person, with deep black and blue eyes, entered the command bridge as if it was its home. Commander Keeley, one of the first clones to recover from the influence of the red crystal, rolled his eyes. The Rhodian, Senator Anaconda Far, had been a constant source of trouble ever since they rescued him from the separatist on Mygeeto. Commander Keeley had heard that Senator Far was one of the calmest and most reasonable senators of all the Republic, but this had been proven wrong so far. First of all, he had been the only witness of his fellow senator and traitor of the Republic, Bond Lee, killing Sergeant Rothax of the Galactic Marines and blowing the bridge, which led to Dajir's capture. Then, the senator started urging them to leave Mygeeto and get back to Coruscant, even getting to the point of trying to overrule Commander Keeley's orders with his authority as a senator. Only General Dai's intervention made the Rhodian stop. And now, he entered the command bridge yelling without any regards. Senator Far was about to speak more when Dajir turned around. Clone and Senator looked eyes, and the Rhodian immediately turned around and tried to leave the command bridge. Dajir struggled a little to remember where he had seen the senator, then some bad memories came back to him. Instantly, he jumped and tried to grab Senator Far's arm, but with only one eye, his depth perception was bad, and he missed. Arrest him, now. Instinctively, Brain and Dab grabbed the senator's arms and pulled him back. What are you doing? I am a respected senator of the Republic. Release me now, this is treason, clone scum. The clones ignored him and held him right in front of Dajir. Only then did Commander Keeley and the others react. Dajir, what are you doing? He is a senator. Brain, Dab, release him. The two clones might be members of Hell Squad, but ultimately, they still had to follow the orders given by Commander Keeley, even if it meant disobeying Dajir. After a little hesitation, they dropped the senator to the ground, more violently than they should have. After all, he called them clone scum. Still, they positioned themselves behind Senator Far, blocking his way out. Commander Keeley approached Dajir until he was just centimeters away from his second in command. General Dai was watching by the side. His eyes weren't disapproving, but pensive. Ragu was at Senator Far's side, talking with him. Explain yourself, trooper. Dajir couldn't see through the visor of Commander Keeley's helmet, but it was obvious that he wasn't happy, and he had good reasons to be so. If what Dajir did before wasn't considered treason, then this was. Dajir gave a sideways glance at Senator Far. Commander, this man was responsible for our capture on Mygeeto. Nonsense, it was Bond Lee. I helped you guys arrest him. Dajir ignored the screaming Rhodian and turned to General Dai. He could see that although the Jedi didn't totally believe him, he also had his suspicions about Senator Far. I saw him kill Rothax and 2 other Galactic Marines with my own eyes, then blow up the bridge, sir. That is stupid. I am a senator of the Republic. Why would I help Ventress capture clones? That is absolute nonsense. Dajir wanted to explain more when Ragu ordered him to stay quiet. Unknowingly, Dajir followed the order. Although young, the Padawan was many steps above him in the hierarchy. Senator Far, how do you know about Ventress? The moment Ragu asked the question, every person on the command bridge went quiet. The fact that they had met a Sith on Mygeeto wasn't a secret, since many clones saw her, but her name should only be known by a few officers. I heard the soldiers talking. Why are you asking me? This clone is the traitor. I am a senator, General Dai approached Senator Far. The Rhodian tried to back off, but Dab and Brain blocked his way. General Dai closed his eyes and waved his hand in front of the senator. You are not Anaconda Far. Who are you? Capitulo 156, Shapeshifter. You are not Anaconda Far. Who are you? When General Dai said that, the senator, the imposter, actually nervously shifted his feet. He fiddled with his hands, not knowing where to put them. The imposter looked behind him, only to see Brains and Dab's unhappy faces. What do you mean? I am Senator Farr, of course I am. I don't understand, Jedi Master. The moment he said that, Dajir noticed his hand reaching inside his clothes, and a dangerous glint flashing through his eyes. Commander Keeley obviously saw it too, because he yelled at Brain and Dab. Hold him. General Dai, however, was faster than any of the clones. The Nikto swung his lightsaber in a blur, and the K7 Watchman pistol that the Rhodian had pulled out was cut in half, together with 3 of his fingers. The fingers were originally green and membranous, a characteristic of the Rhodians. However, in midair, they became long and gray, and yellow blood oozed from them. The person impersonating Senator Farr kneeled, holding his hand near his body. Dab grabbed his arm and twisted it around the back of the person, at the same time putting his knee against the person's neck, so every move he made caused intense pain. When the person tried to get up, Dab twisted the arm harder, and the imposter was unable to bear with it, and crouched with his face against the metal floor. General Dai switched off his lightsaber, and the lethal weapon turned into a harmless metal stick. Serious as always, the Jedi approached the imposter. He had now become a gray-skinned and skinny being. His face had burn scars, and he only had a few scattered clumps of hair. Adari Umbidi Chilek. General Dai frowned when he heard the imposter speak. A Claudite speak the common language. Tura weed kitoi. Before the Claudite could finish, Dab pushed him to the floor. The general asked you to speak the common language. Stand down, trooper. He is a prisoner, but that doesn't mean you can treat him like that. The aura that General Dai released made Dab stagger backward and let the imposter go. For a moment the clone looked at the Jedi, then acknowledged the order and let the Claudite get up. Dab was a quiet soldier, but that didn't mean he was unemotional. Being scolded by the general in front of the others for something he considered unjust, since the Claudite clearly killed many clones, made his face heat up with shame, but he could do nothing. Not for the first time, Dajir wondered if the compassion the Jedi showed for everyone and everything wouldn't be their doom. He, like many clones, respected the Jedis almost more than anything, but had his doubts about their qualifications to lead armies in a war. What do you want, Jedi? For the first time, the Claudite spoke the common language, although his tone was disdainful. General Dai waved his hands in front of the imposter, in a gesture that Dajir now knew it used the Force to control the mind of a person. However, what General Dai did was different than what Ventress did. The Claudite's eyes became misty and lost focus, but he didn't appear to be mind-controlled as Dajir had been, neither showed signs of feeling pain. Like always, the Jedi had a gentle way of doing things. Who sent you? Lord Dooku sent me. The clones had no reaction to the name, since, for them, Count Dooku was only the separatist leader, and nothing more. However, General Dai and his Padawan exchanged glances. They knew that Count Dooku wasn't only a fallen Jedi, but had become a Sith Lord, and a powerful one on top of that. And there could be only one reason why he would send a shapeshifter to impersonate Anaconda Farr. Why did he send you to my Jito? The madam would give me a package to get to my lord. It was unnecessary to say that the madam was Ventress, and the package must be the red crystal. During the few seconds that he saw the crystal, General Dai sensed its power. He could not let it get to Count Dooku's hands. Now it was obvious that all that happened, from the 3 senators being captured, and then being released by the 303rd, and finally, to the Claudite blaming Senator Lee, was just a plan by the separatists to get the red crystal. And General Dai had to admit it was an almost perfect plan. By blowing that bridge, the Claudite provided 200 workers to Ventress, and if he really got its hands on the package, he would have the protection of an entire Republic fleet all the way to Coruscant. From there, the imposter could go anywhere. Take him away. 2 troopers grabbed the Claudite by his arms and pulled him out of the command bridge. The imposter would be locked on a cell, where he would stay until they got to Coruscant, where he would be judged and sentenced to life in prison. General Dai also ordered that Senator Lee was released. He and the human senator had been coerced by the Claudite and had been too afraid to expose him. Dajir, get your men ready. Now that your 3-4 is with us, Hell Squad should be complete, right? Yes, General. That's good. Ragu, prepare a corvette. Dajir, get some rest. You won't be able to battle if you stay as you are now. Commander Keeley, you will stay with the fleet. Your orders are to stay near the Perilia system and guard the trade routes, at least for now. All the clones acknowledged their orders without questioning, as they had been trained too. Ragu, however, didn't have such discipline. Where are we going, Master? Our path is still unclear. However, it stars on Iktach. Be patient, my young apprentice. What are we going to do on Iktach? The only thing there is the being Dajir met? Oh. General Dai smiled with the gentleness he only showed to his Padawan. As I said, you have to be patient. A few hours later, one of the CR-90 corvettes that General Dai's fleet had separated itself from the fleet and entered hyperspace. Aside from the pilots and the crew, the ship also carried Hell Squad, General Dai and his Padawan, and the Claudite. Their first stop would be Iktach, since Ventress had shown interest in the white lizard that Dajir met. Then, they would go to Coruscant and transfer the prisoner to the Coruscant Guard, as they did with Aura Singh. They also had a secret, and much more important, objective, which was to deliver the red crystal to the Jedi Temple, where it would be safe from Count Dooku's hands. Inside the ship, Dajir was sleeping soundly. 3-4 had given him painkillers for his eye and arm. 2 days later, when they arrived in Iktach, his arm was almost healed, and his eye didn't hurt as much as before, which Dajir interpreted as a good sign. Capitulo 157, too late. The corvette extended its landing gear and landed on one of the many rocky plateaus of Iktach. The bottom compartment opened, and a ramp extended amidst the smoke that rose from the cooling engines. General Dai, Ragu, and Hell Squad walked out of the ship. Commander Keeley stayed with the fleet, since it was unwise to leave the soldiers with no officer. Where is the Iktach's house, Dajir? Roughly that direction, General, but we won't be able to see it until we are very close. There is a rock wall in front of it. Well, we better hurry, because something is wrong. Ragu showed the direction where the Iktach's hut was. A small but thick pillar of smoke was rising, although Dajir didn't see it before because of the gray sky. The group quickly ran towards the smoke, but it still took them a few hours to finally see something. And it wasn't anything good. Separatist General, and a bunch of them. When Cell returned from the scouting patrol, his expression was serious. He showed the group a large rock platform from which they could see the source of the smoke. Below them, one C-9979 transport craft had its ramparts open, and droid after droid was entering it. Near the ship, the small hut where the Iktachi lived was no more, and only ashes were left behind. Dajir lowered his macrobinoculars and looked at the platoons of droids outside the ship. They were only 9, and even though 2 were Jedis, there were hundreds of clankers. There are too much Seppies even for you, General, and I don't think the Iktachi is still alive, otherwise they wouldn't be leaving. We have to at least look for him, Master. What if he was captured? Close your eyes, Ragu, feel the force. What do you feel? The young Togruta closed his eyes. Slowly, a frown appeared in his face, and he spoke with his eyes still closed. I feel nothing, Master, there is nothing. Exactly. The connection that the Iktachi had with the Force was so strong that even Dajir could feel it when he first came here. No offense, Dajir, but you didn't have any kind of training, so that should have been impossible. Dajir dismissed the apologies. He didn't understand the Force, and he probably never would, so there was no reason to be angry about that. Besides, no clone could ever be like the Jedis. It was impossible to clone something so rare as the ability to sense the Force. Otherwise, there wouldn't be just a few thousand Jedis in a galaxy with millions of trillions of beings. But we can't just leave. What if he is not here? Or if Ventress captured him and is doing something to hide him? Or Ventress has no need to hide him. She has no way of knowing we would come looking for the Iktachi, and they wouldn't be leaving if they hadn't found what they were looking for. Brain is right, my young Padawan. We are too late. No need to ask all those questions, youngling. I can tell you the lizard is dead. Hahaha. Suddenly, a voice that Dajir knew too well intruded into their conversation. Without getting up, Dajir and the rest of Hell's squad rolled to the sides and aimed their blasters at the owner of the voice. Ventress' pale face entered his sights, and he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, nor did Hell's squad, with the exception of Metal, who couldn't fire the DBRB double-barrel repeating blaster. Because of the awkward position he was, with his back on the ground and his feet pointed towards Ventress. In the span of a few seconds, dozens of blue lasers were fired at Ventress, but her red lightsaber deflected them all, either hitting the ground nearby or flying away. General Dai and his Padawan were already up, both holding their lightsabers, one blue and one green, but none attacked. According to their experiences, attacking first wasn't necessarily the best in lightsaber combat, since the enemy could dodge quite easily. "You must be a Sag Ventress." Calmly, General Dai ordered the troopers to hold their fire, just instants before Dajir did. If they kept shooting at Ventress, at some moment they would die to one of their own lasers. While the Jedi Master was talking, Ragu slowly circled around to cut off her escape path, but she didn't seem fazed by his actions. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, youngling. My troops are already on their way." Ragu hesitated, then stopped. They were only 9 and couldn't afford to start a battle, or they would pay a hefty price. Dajir frowned. Why would Ventress tell them that when she could just stall them for long enough for her troops to arrive? Unless. "General, she is afraid. She can't take both of you at the same time." He thought he had spoken quietly enough, but Ventress must have heard him because she looked at Dajir, and her eyes flashed with a dangerous glint that confirmed his suspicions. Then she smiled at him, but her eyes were cold. "My dear Dajir, I never expected to see you again so soon. I still have to apologize for what happened on that freezing planet. I'm so sorry for your eye. I was aiming for the neck." The words, spoken with a smile on her face, were enough to send chills down the spine of every clone present when they remembered how dangerous and cruel the woman in front of them was. "Now, Master Jedi, I believe you have something that belongs to me. A red crystal, perhaps. I never thought I would be able to get it back. Haha." "You won't, Sith." The last word was almost spat out. It was obvious how much General Dai despised the owners of a red lightsaber. The smile didn't leave Ventress' face, but she put her hand inside her robes and pulled out a second metal stick. She suddenly jumped, and at the same time activated both lightsabers, making a red cross and brought it crashing down on General Dai. The Nikto calmly parried the attack, slightly tilting his lightsaber, so Ventress harmless slipped past his. At the same time, Ragu attacked her with a horizontal slash, aiming for her torso, but she blocked it with one of her lightsabers. The battle became faster and faster, until all Dajir could see were blurs of movement as both parties engaged in one of the most frenetic battles he had ever seen. Hell Squad couldn't find a chance to interfere, fearing that they might hit General Dai or Ragu, so they stayed aside awkwardly while the three Force-wielding beings fought. Suddenly, after just half a minute of the battle, one of the three figures fighting was thrown back by a kick. Ragu rolled on the ground, and Dajir quickly helped him get up. "Are you all right, General?" "Yes." The Padawan wanted to get back on the fray, but before he could, they saw General Dai give Ventress a leg sweep, and she fell. He brought his lightsaber down on her with a vertical strike, which she blocked by crossing one lightsaber on top of the other. It was clear, however, that she was losing the battle of attrition. She grunted, then suddenly turned off her lightsabers. General Dai was putting all his weight on his own weapon and lost his balance when the red lightsabers disappeared. He staggered a step forward, and Ventress took the chance to push him away using the Force. General Dai landed on his feet, but the Sith warrior had the chance to run. Doing a backflip, Ventress disappeared over the edge of the rock platform. Capitulo 158, Lightsaber Duel. Dajir and Ragu looked over the ledge and saw Ventress jumping down from one rock to another. The soldier aimed his DC-15A at her, but before he could fire, Dajir saw dozens of red lasers coming for him. He ducked and barely escaped the onslaught of lasers. Clankers didn't have a good aim, but when hundreds of them fired at the same time, there was little a clone could do. And that was exactly what was happening right now. The droids that still had to enter the C-9979 lined up in front of Ventress, protecting her with their bodies. General Dai approached them and pulled both the clone and his Padawan back using the Force. Dajir felt his body being dragged gently, which, compared to how Ventress used the Force on him, was quite peculiar. The Jedi's robes were utterly battered, with many cuts, although the Nikto didn't look like he was hurt. "We are going back to the ship. There is nothing we can do here." Ragu looked grudgingly at the droids below and turned away. The group went back the way they came, but it would still take hours for them to get back to where the Corvette landed. "Shep, I am transmitting our location to you. Come pick us up. There should be a place where you can land about 10 kilometers from here." Shep was the pilot of the CR-90 Corvette. When Dajir was informed that Hell Squad would be the only ones to accompany General Dai, he tried to convince the Jedi to bring an ARC-170 escort, more specifically, Steel Battalion, the best pilots in the 303rd. The Jedi, however, said that they would attract too much attention and denied Dajir's request. As such, all Dajir could do was bring Shep, who was the top pilot of large spacecraft. "Yes, Subcommander." 10 kilometers were nothing for the two Jedis, and Hell Squad had the best physical training a soldier could have. In less than an hour, they arrived at the rendezvous location, but the Corvette was nowhere to be seen. Dajir knew that they would have to wait at least another half an hour because of all the preparations necessary to take off. "General, Shep should be here in 40 minutes. Do we keep going or wait?" General Dai stopped to ponder. If they kept running, the ship might not find a place good enough to land, and that could be their doom. But if they stopped here, it was almost certain that the droids would catch up to them. At last, the Jedi showed some boulders to Dajir. "We will wait here. Move these boulders, try to create a barricade of some sort, enough for you to have some cover. The droids will most certainly attempt a frontal assault since they outnumber us. Hell Squad will have to hold them back until Shep arrives. Ragu and I will take care of Ventress." "Yes, General, Dab, stay on overwatch. If a Seppi appears, shoot first, then warn us, understood." "With pleasure, sir." Dab found a rock slightly bigger than the others and rested his DC-15X on it, his eyes scanning the mountains and paths for any signs of droids. Meanwhile, the rest of Hell Squad started pulling over boulders to create a primitive wall. After 20 minutes, the 6 clones, with small help of the Jedis to move some bigger rocks, had created a barricade about 1 meter tall, a dozen meters long. It was small, but better than nothing, and they finished right on time. They heard the droids before they saw them, and Dajir quickly ordered Hell Squad to take position behind the barricade. A few seconds later, the first shot from Dab's DC-15X echoed. To maximize the surprise, Dab had even fired one of his charged shots. The modifications that Dab made on his blasters were unusual, but usually came in handy, as they did now. Before the clankers even discovered they were being attacked, at least a dozen of them were blasted to pieces. Of course, a dozen in an army of hundreds wasn't much, but it was a good start. As one of the top units amongst the entire Republic Army, Hell Squad's abilities were way better than 99% of the clones. The only ones that could compare to them were other special units, clone commandos, and ARC troopers. As such, none of the members of Hell Squad missed a shot when they fired the first volley. To get to the clones, the droids had to walk through a gorge, which limited their lines to about 20 to 25 clankers, shoulder to shoulder. The first shot from Dab had already depleted their vanguard, and Hell Squad took care of the remaining 12 before the second line could even understand what was going on. Each of the blue lasers found their mark, either on the head or chest of the B-1 units. Such accuracy, considering that the droids were about 250 meters away, and that they weren't using sharpshooters blasters, but DC-15 and DC-15 SS, was enough to earn Hell Squad's members the role of snipers on a Legion. Back to the combat, the droids continued their inexorable attack on Hell Squad's position. About 100 clankers had died, and the most Hell Squad suffered was a scratch on Brain's shoulder. As much as Dajir would like to say it was all because of his squad's abilities, General Dai and his Padawan played a large part in it. At least half of the droid kills had been by their hands. However, now they were too occupied to deal with the droids. The duo of master and apprentice were fighting Ventress once again, and the droids, instead of trying to intervene, opened space for them to fight. Probably, Dajir thought between one laser and the other. Because of Ventress pride, she couldn't let her army help her. Still, she was fighting the two of them on equal grounds. When one of them attacked, she used one lightsaber to parry and the other to counterattack. More than once, Ragu barely escaped the red lightsaber, and on one occasion, the lightsaber cut through his robes, not hitting him by millimeters. Suddenly, Ventress disengaged. Dajir, who had been paying close attention to the fight in case any of the generals needed help, switched his aim from one of the droids to Ventress. She was about to pounce on Ragu, who had his guard open, but then she sensed danger. Without looking, she deflected the blue laser, hitting an unlucky droid sergeant. However, she had stopped her movement, giving Ragu the chance to get his guard back up. Ventress threw a vicious stare at Dajir, but all she received were 2 more lasers, which she dodged. Seeing the 3 force-wielding beings start battling against, Dajir shifted his attention back to the approaching droids. Brain, prepare your detonators. His second-in-command pulled 3 thermal detonators from his belt and threw them to Dajir and 3-4. When the clankers approached a few more meters, they launched the detonators. And a sudden explosion engulfed the battle, destroying hundreds of droids. Capitulo 159, Eventful Journey. A chain of explosions much bigger than what 3 grenades could do erupted on the battlefield. At the same time, a large shadow encompassed Hell Squad and the droids. When Dajir looked up, he saw the CR-90 Corvette that brought them to Hiatus. The frontal turbolaser cannons on it were hardly of any help against other ships, but when the targets were helpless infantry, they were deadly. In a matter of seconds, about 300 droids were blown to pieces, and the remaining started peppering the Corvette with red lasers. The lower rampart of the Corvette was open, and a crew member was holding on it with one hand and had a blaster on the other. Hurry up, their tanks are coming. Move, move, move. Dajir pushed his men towards the rampart. The Corvette went down a little, enough for the clones to climb the rampart, although it wasn't touching the ground. Seeing that the clones were already getting inside the ship, General Dai said something to Ragu, and the Padawan nodded. Both of them pushed their open hands forward, and Ventress, who was about to hack with her red lightsabers again, was sent flying 10 meters. The duo turned off their lightsabers and somersaulted to the rampart. General Dai motioned upwards with his hands, and Brain was pulled inside the Corvette. Seeing the last of his men get into the ship, Dajir shouted for Shep to take off. While holding on to the columns of the ship, Dajir felt his recently healed shoulder hurt once more, and grunted. If he kept entering in fights without giving it the proper time to heal completely, his shoulder would probably break again. However, it wasn't like he could choose to fight or not. Finally, the rampart closed, with the 2 Jedis still deflecting lasers that found their way in. Dajir felt the ship accelerate upwards and almost fell, but at least now they were out of range from the AATs. Is everyone all right? Most of the clones answered his question with a nod, and only 3-4 gave a real answer, mainly because he was treating Brain's injury. Only Brain got hurt, sir, but he will only have a small scar, that's all. The Grenadier and second-in-command chuckled. All of you are getting one, I didn't want to be excluded, but I doubt any of them will be as good as yours, sir. Hell Squad laughed. Only Brain would dare to joke with the sub-commander of a Republic Legion this way. Hell Squad had gone through too much together to care about small things like that, and even if he didn't want to, Dajir still let the joke slip without doing anything, because it helped ease the tension. Only one soldier had gotten hurt, but the truth was that they had nearly been wiped out. Had the battle lasted a few minutes more, casualties were bound to happen. Shep had arrived right on time. Dajir looked over to his general and saw the Nikto sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. His lightsaber was floating before him and slowly spinning. By the side, Ragu was on his feet, looking at nothing in particular. General Ragu, is everything all right with General Dai? Unwilling to interrupt the Nikto's meditation, Dajir approached the Togruta. Ragu looked at Dajir and slowly nodded. He appeared to be extremely tired, which was understandable, considering that Dajir's body was aching and he didn't even fight with a lightsaber. You should grab some rest, General, both of you. I will tell Shep to set course to Coruscant. Ragu once again nodded and looked at Dajir gratefully. Thank you, Dajir. Hell Squad was spectacular on Iktach. Dajir said nothing, but inside he agreed with the Jedi. Hell Squad had fought better than he ever saw they do. Maybe it was training and experience, maybe it was because 3-4 was back, but anyway, they didn't let Dajir down. You all go to sleep too, that's an order. Yes, Dab, you can take care of your blaster first. Before the sniper even asked, Dajir knew what he wanted. After every battle, the first thing Dab did was clean his DC-15X, especially if he used his overcharged shot, since it was quite a burden on the weapon. After all the clones went to their quarters, only Dajir was left in the lower hangar. He took off his helmet and put it on the floor. Then he pulled the bandage that was covering his eye. Droplets of blood fell on the floor and on his armor. During the battle, the wound had opened, and the inside of the bandage was soaked with blood. Thankfully, his eye hadn't suffered any other injury. After throwing the old bandage away, Dajir headed to the medical bay, where a medical droid applied another one and gave him some painkillers. You should refrain from doing physical activities, but your eye is getting better. Dajir chuckled when he heard the droid's instructions. It would be really hard for him to refrain from doing physical activities, even if he wanted to. Since he didn't want the other clones knowing about his reopened wound, Dajir put on his helmet and went to the cockpit of the ship. The clone trooper guarding it saluted him when he entered the room, and Dajir returned the greetings. When he entered the cockpit, the pilot, Shep, and his co-pilot, Spike, turned around. Thanks for the rescue, Shep. We were having some problems down there. Just doing my job, sir. I know. Well, our next stop is Coruscant. Can't say I am happy to go back there. Yeah, I lost some friends to that mad scientist there, but they captured him at least. He was doing some experiments on Naboo, I think. He will spend his life in prison, like the scum he is. He was lucky it wasn't us who captured him. I can't guarantee he would be intact. Hahaha. I know what you mean, Spike, but Coruscant it is, and then back to the fight. Back to the fight. Back to the fight. 3 days later, Dajir was playing Dejarik with Ragu. He won against the Padawan most of the time since he had been trained to command. But the Padawan learned fast. A few more rounds and Dajir's winning streak would come to an end. So, General, what do you think General Dai will do with the crystal? It will probably go to the Jedi Temple's archive or storage. Why? I can't help but remember that this thing was responsible for so many deaths. If I were you, I would destroy it. It is too powerful. It's an object of the Force, Dajir. It's who uses it and how it is used that decides what it does. I don't know about that. That thing was all alone on my Jito and almost killed Timer. What was that? Suddenly, the whole ship swayed to one side, throwing Dajir off his balance. A few seconds later, the same thing happened, but now at the other end of the ship. Shep, what the hell is going on? Asteroid field. I don't know, sir. It's not asteroids. I just lost control of the ship. It's like something is nudging it. As if to ensure that the pilot was right, the Corvette shook once more. Dajir looked at Ragu and put on his helmet. Capitulo 160, Crimson Slug. Sir, you should see that. Shep's voice came through the speakers, and Ragu ran towards the cockpit, followed closely by Dajir. They didn't need Shep to tell them what it was when they arrived. Instead of the normal space vacuum, all they could see through the windows was a red, big, and moving mass. Whatever it was big enough to curl around the entire ship. It was also leaving some kind of secretion where it passed and blocking the scanners. What is the problem, Dajir? Oh, I see. General Dai entered the cockpit, which started to get quite crowded, and instantly saw the thing outside. Do you know what that is, Master? Unfortunately, yes. A crimson slug. They coil around ships and squash them until they break, after which they will eat everything and everyone. As if to prove he was right, alarms suddenly started going off, dyeing the ship with red. Lights started flashing on the control panel, and Shep looked at them worried. Section 12 is being crushed, General. If this thing doesn't stop, the ship will split in half. The turrets are destroyed. What do we do? Solemnly, General Dai motioned for Dajir and Ragu to follow him. We have to scare it away. General Dai put on a helmet shaped like a bubble, with 2 tubes on the back connecting to a small tank. Ragu did the same. The sub-commander looked at the Jedis and asked the same question for the 5th time. Are you sure about this, General? It's our only option, Dajir, or the ship is gone and we with it. Dajir looked at Hell's squad and shrugged. Since the Jedi already set his mind on it, there was nothing he could do to stop him. So, it was better to go along and ensure that their plan was a success. Dajir verified that his helmet was safely locked on and told Hell Squad to do the same. The Phase II helmets could be used in space for a short amount of time, although not for what General Dai wanted. The survival capability of the helmet was so rescue ships could find soldiers lost in space after a battle. Dajir bet the armor's designers never thought someone would purposely go out in the vacuum with it. Still, they were doing it. Dajir closed the door of the isolation chamber and pressed a button on the wall. The wall opened, and the loss of pressure pulled them, but all the clones had tied themselves to the ship. The Jedis simply attached themselves to the ship using the Force. Out! General Dai's voice was muffled because of the mask, but his command tone was clear. Hell Squad left the ship, and for a few moments floated in space. Then they pushed a button in the cable tying them and were pulled to the ship. Magnetic locks on. When his feet touched the outside of the ship, Dajir turned on the magnetic locks on his boots. They gave off a light blue glimmer, and Dajir felt his feet safely glued to the ship. He took a first, tentatively step. It was weird at first, because he could feel the lack of gravity trying to make him float. They were on the side of the ship, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. Still, Dajir thought he saw something moving. When they walked a few more steps, trying to get to the top of the ship, he knew he was right. A giant worm, at least 100 meters long, was coiling its body around the corvette. The metal plates that made the exterior of the ship were bending under the pressure that the Crimson Slug applied. He aimed his blaster at the creature, but he doubted it would do any damage to it. General, how do we fight this thing? We aren't trying to fight it, Dajir. It is just looking for food. If we show it isn't worthy, it will leave. There is no need to kill a being who just wants to survive. Once again, the Jedi philosophy of not killing unless necessary could cause problems. And, in Dajir's opinion, killing the Crimson Slug was entirely necessary. Ragu, let's try to send it away. Yes, Master. The Jedis approached the moving mass that was the Crimson Slug and stopped about 10 meters away from it. Dajir warned Hell Squad. Stay ready, boys. I don't think this thing will go away quietly. Is there anything we can do if it doesn't? Shut up, Cell. Without touching their lightsabers, General Dai and Ragu touched the sides of the Crimson Slug. The creature was so big that it didn't even notice. 10 seconds passed when nothing happened. Then, suddenly, the slug started shaking. Its tail twitched uncontrollably and missed Hell Squad by mere meters. Dajir was about to open fire, even though he knew it was pointless, when General Dai stopped him. Hold your fire, it is confused, it doesn't want to hurt us. Ragu's words weren't enough to convince Dajir, but orders were orders. He closed his fist above his head, a clear signal for the clones to stop. With the corner of his eyes, he saw Cell tense up and then relax and mumble something. I'm not sure about that. Shut up, Cell. Dajir felt the ship rock under his feet, and consequently, he also swayed from one side to another. The Crimson Slug grew increasingly relentless, and Dajir gripped his blaster nervously. He could face an army of droids unfazed, but fighting a giant worm on the vacuum of space was a little too much. Push together, Ragu. Dajir barely heard General Dai, but he saw their faces frown in concentration, and the Crimson Slug stifled. The corvette shook once more when the huge body impacted down. The Crimson Slug's tail twitched a few times, and then the huge body unfurled, and the ship sunk under its weight. Minutes tickled by when everyone stood quiet, uncertain of what to do. Then, the Crimson Slug slid down the sides of the ship. Capitulo 161, Crimson Slug's Salute. Just when Dajir thought the Crimson Slug was dead, the creature came back to life and floated near the ship. Now that it wasn't grabbing onto the corvette, it looked much more menacing, and it was blocking the little bit of light that a nearby star provided. For the 100th time in a few minutes, Dajir clenched his blaster tightly and waited to see what the creature would do. the reaction that the Crimson Slug had surprised him. Instead of becoming angry or fleeing, the Crimson Slug bowed. In a motion that seemed impossible, the creature dropped its horrendous head and flicked its tail. No matter how impossible it seemed, what the Crimson Slug did could only be described as bowing. Hell Squad stood dumbstruck, looking at the space creature. They couldn't believe their eyes. And then, Ragu jumped lightly and floated towards the Crimson Slug. The Padawan floated for a few moments in the vacuum and approached the Crimson Slug. When he stopped, the creature got closer to him on its own volition. Dajir looked at General Dai, but the Jedi made no mention to stop it, so Dajir ordered Hell Squad to stay put. Slowly, Ragu touched the gross head of the Crimson Slug. The sharp teeth of the creature appeared between the lips, enforcing how dangerously close Ragu was. But the Crimson Slug didn't move more than it already had. After an eternity, the Crimson Slug retracted its head and turned around. In a few minutes, the creature was far away, and Dajir soon lost sight of it against the black background. General Dai stretched his arm and pulled Ragu back using the Force. The Padawan floated to the ship and landed next to Dajir. The clone couldn't help but look at him. "You Jedis really are impressive." "Hahaha, do you mean weird, Dajir?" "I actually meant mad, General, totally mad." "Hahaha." Dajir and Ragu joked around, but the clone was actually extremely impressed. The Padawan had handled himself much better than the clones had, and in the end, he even talked to the Crimson Slug. What Dajir didn't know was that Ragu was very scared. He might be a Jedi in training, however, nothing prepared someone to face a 100-meter-long space worm. Still, after he and his master used the Force to influence it, he felt that the creature was just hungry and nothing more. There was no need to kill or even hurt it. Moreover, after it released the Corvette, the Crimson Slug bowed. It might have been because it felt that Ragu and General Dai didn't want to hurt it, or it might have been because it was still under the influence of the Force. Anyway, Ragu felt it was just right to return the respect the Crimson Slug gave them. Only when they were returning to inside the ship did Dajir realize that they were, well, in space. He knew it before, of course, but he was so worried about the Crimson Slug that he kind of ignored it. Now, walking on top of the ship, he was appreciating it, and he saw that Hell Squad and Ragu also were. It was weird. He felt he had never really enjoyed anything aside from being with his brothers. In fact, most of his life had either been filled with training or battles. Of course, they weren't on a trip, so they soon got back inside. After confirming with Shep that the Crimson Slug didn't damage any important components of the Corvette, they set off again. For some parts of the journey, like the one they were now, they couldn't go into hyperspace because of obstacles like asteroids, fields, and nebulas. Hyperspace didn't mean that one was going through everything, but that one was cutting through the lanes of space, shortening the distance. Everything on the real space had its shadow on hyperspace, meaning that a careless pilot could crash into something and potentially erase their ship from existence. An inconspicuous CR-90 Corvette came out of hyperspace on top of Coruscant. It was quite damaged, with a few missing plates. But this wasn't a new sight on Coruscant. Broken and tattered ships were common on the galaxy as a whole thanks to the war. Usually they didn't go to Coruscant, but for one of the satellite planets, but sometimes they stopped at Coruscant to drop someone off or complete a mission. And that was exactly what was happening. The Corvette landed on one of the peripheral districts of Coruscant, and 2 Jedis got out, together with 7 clones. While one of the Jedis, a youngling, was calling a transport, one of the clones, who had an almost entirely brown armor, except for his belly and pieces of the arms, was talking to a clone in a pilot's attire. "Shep, do a report on the damages and repair time of the ship. If it isn't possible to fix it in about a week, contact me." "Yes, Subcommander, Ermum." "What is it?" "I was wondering if I could let the crew have some fun, go to the Revanter. I know they aren't on leave, but there is nothing they can do here, so they would just be bored all day long. I will stay with the ship, of course." Dajir looked at Shep and thought for a bit. The pilot was right. Since Coruscant was the heart of the Republic, the chances of it being attacked weren't that big, and a couple dozen men wouldn't make a difference if it was. Also, Shep had volunteered to look after the ship. If he had asked to go together with his men, Dajir probably wouldn't permit it, but the pilot knew his duty. All right, they can have 3 days off, then I want them back. You can't, Shep, you know why. Thanks, sir. That is the price we pay to be in command. Tell me about it. Hahaha. The clones joked around for a bit before the ship took off again, this time to one of the repair ports of Coruscant. Usually, merchant ships would use them, but now that the Clone Wars was at its maximum, the ports had been seized to help in the war's effort. Dajir. After watching the corvette take off, Ragu called the subcommander. Sometimes, the Padawan thought, Dajir forgot where he was or what he was doing and just stood still, thinking. Very unusual for a clone, but Ragu liked it. As usual, after they entered the transport, Hell Squad formed lines next to the 2 Jedis. Even though they were in Coruscant, old habits still prevailed. Besides, Dajir didn't have that good of an impression of Coruscant. Dajir, there is no need to do this. You can stand down. Ragu shook his head when he saw Hell Squad behaving like they were on a battlefield. Sometimes Dajir was too strict. Under his helmet, Dajir smiled when he heard the Padawan. I know, General. However, he didn't move. Ragu was about to speak again, but in the end he gave up and returned to General Dai's side. A few minutes later, the transport arrived at a big construction in the middle of the planet. It towered over the nearby buildings, a massive edifice with 5 towers. Despite its importance, only a few dozen people could be seen around the entrance, most of them wearing brown robes. A few hundred clones, using the red colors of the Coruscant Guard, patrolled the entire perimeter. General Dai walked towards the building and stopped Dajir before they entered the defensive perimeter set by the Coruscant Guard. Gentlemen, welcome to the Jedi Temple. Capitulo 162, Jedi Temple. Gentlemen, welcome to the Jedi Temple. Under the amazed gazes of Hell Squad, General Dai smiled and showed them the huge building. They had never seen so many Jedis in one place. Unfortunately, you cannot enter. Only Jedis and apprentices can go inside. Yes, General. It was a pity, because Dajir would be lying if he said he wasn't curious about the insides of the temple. However, he already expected it, so he wasn't too disappointed. I will contact you when we need to go. In the meantime, Hell Squad should stay at the barracks. Dajir, Commander Fox wanted to talk with you, so you should look for him. Yes, General. General Dai and Ragu nodded to Hell Squad and left for the Jedi Temple. When the Coruscant Guard members near the entrance saw them, they let the Jedis in. Dajir watched them, and after they were inside the Jedi Temple, turned around. The transport was still there, waiting for them, so Hell Squad boarded it and went to the barracks. Master Yoda. Master Dai and a youngling I see. In the battlefield I thought you were. A small, green being talked to General Dai and Ragu. He had white hair and wrinkled features. Almost his entire weight was on the small wooden cane he held. Anyone who saw him could only think of the words old and harmless. The Jedis, however, knew better. The green midget was the most powerful Jedi on the Jedi Order and the current leader of the Jedi Council. No one knew for how long Master Yoda had lived, but it was a fact that he was much more experienced and powerful than any other Jedi. Out of respect, Ragu didn't say anything aside from greeting Master Yoda and let his master, a senior Jedi, speak. General Dai told the entire story again, of how his troops were captured, escaped, found the red crystal, and so on. General Dai pulled the box out of his robes and opened it slightly. The red glow and the voice showed themselves once more, and all the Jedis around them stopped and looked at it. Contrary to how the clones behaved, no Jedi became entranced by it, but frowned when they felt its attraction. A Kyber crystal, that is. Why Ventress and Dooku after it were, no we don't. Well, you did in bringing it here. Store it away we shall. Ragu, you are free for now. The Padawan bade his farewells to the 2 Jedis and went to meet the other Padawans. He was after all a kid, and was very excited to tell everything he had done with the 303rd to the other Padawans. Follow me you must, Master Dai. Discuss this matter with the council we have to. Hell Squad got out of the transport in front of the barracks, except for Dajir, who went to the Coruscant Guard headquarters to talk with Commander Fox. The commander was in a room, donned in his red armor, looking over some files. Dajir could see many faces, some saying bounty hunters, and others saying fugitives. Paperwork commander. Dajir, yeah, this is 100 times worse than going after some bandit. Dajir knew what Commander Fox was talking about. Being a sub-commander also had its disadvantages, which included hours sitting on a desk looking over files of casualties, wounded, supplies, and so on. You need to talk to me. Yes, Dajir, do you remember Aura Singh? Dajir obviously did. The bounty hunter was a dangerous woman and had caused a lot of trouble before being captured. For all Dajir knew, she was still in a prison somewhere in Coruscant. Yes, Commander. She escaped, killed 4 of my men when she did it. Dajir knew where this was going, and he didn't like it. Singh had killed Barrow's entire squad the last time they met her, and both her looks and the way she behaved remembered him of Ventress, who he liked even less. How did it happen? During a transfer, 2 other bounty hunters helped her. Commander Fox turned his datapad to Dajir. On it were 2 pictures and some information about the bounty hunters. The first one was an ugly Clatuinian with beige skin, with bloated eyebrows and various missing teeth. The file identified him as Castas, a bounty hunter who had worked with Singh more than once, although he had a reputation of being a coward. The other bounty hunter was named Bosk, a Trandoshan. Trandoshans were a reptilian species, known to be great bounty hunters thanks to their natural abilities as the apex predators of their home planet, Transdosha. Even though they were an intelligent species, the Trandoshans kept their barbaric habits of hunting other intelligent beings. The Trandoshan in question, Bosk, had green skin, and the file also stated that his weapon of choice was a Rilbai 10 mortar gun, an outdated and difficult to work with weapon. However, Bosk was also very capable with his hands, and could kill Wookiee warriors with his bare hands. Of the 2, Dajir instantly concentrated on Bosk. He could feel that the Trandoshan was dangerous, and he had worked with Singh many times. However, he didn't underestimate Castas. It was impossible for a bounty hunter to work with Singh if he wasn't good. You want me to go after her, Commander? If so, I don't think I can. Soon Hell Squad will have to return to the fight. I know, Dajir. The investigation after Singh is on Sergeant Hound's hands. However, when I heard you would come to Coruscant bringing that Claudite, I thought you might be interested. You were the first to ever capture Singh, after all. Hell Squad had dropped the shapeshifter at the prison first thing when they arrived in Coruscant. The wardens were very pleased to receive a clone killer. Dajir could tell the Claudite wouldn't have an easy time in the prison, but, well, he deserved it. Hound, isn't he the one who made friends with a Massif? Yeah, Grizzer. Hound is now in command of a unit specialized in using Massifs to track down fugitives. Dajir thought for a bit. Commander Fox wasn't giving him an order, but he had some personal interests in capturing Aura Singh again, and he would be on Coruscant for about a week anyway. If he could help the Coruscant Guard, he was ready to do it. I have to ask General Dai for permission first. It is not like we are on leave. I understand, and Dajir. Yes, Commander. If you can, drop by the Revanter. There are few commanders here on Coruscant. It would be good to hear the news from the 303rd. Of course, Commander Fox. See you soon. As Dajir had expected, General Dai had no complaints about him joining the hunt for Singh. He only reinforced that when it was time, Hell Squad would have to leave, had him found Singh or not. That same night, Dajir went to the Revanter, following Commander Fox's advice. The commander also said that Hound would be there, so he could fill Dajir in the details of the pursuit. Capitulo 163, Sergeant Hound and Commander Thorn. As soon as he entered the Revanter, Dajir saw many familiar faces. He recognized soldiers from the 327th Star Corps, from the Coruscant Guard, and also saw men from Shep's crew. There were also some soldiers using the gray of the 104th Battalion, under Commander Wolf and Jedi Master Plo Koon, and some using the purple of the 187th Legion, under Jedi Master Mace Windu. When he entered the Revanter, Dajir instantly became the focus of attention because he was using his entire set of armor, from helmet to boot, and carrying his blaster. The barman, A. Bothan, wanted to warn him that blasters were prohibited inside the bar, but Dajir ignored him and went straight to the second floor, where the private rooms were. He knocked on one of the doors and entered the room. 3 clones were waiting for him inside it, and just like him, all of them had their armors and weapons. The first clone, sitting near the entrance, was a familiar face or helmet. Thyre, of the Coruscant Guard, looked more serious this time, but still rose to greet Dajir. The second clone was one Dajir had never seen. He had red armor, characteristic of the Coruscant Guard, but much thicker. His chest and shoulder pads were of a darker shade of red, and his entire armor had many blaster marks, showing that he had been in many battles. His helmet also had protection above the eyes, and the side filters were much bigger than normal. With just a glance, Dajir recognized him as a shock trooper, the elites of the Republic responsible to escort important figures on diplomatic missions. Dajir, this is Commander Thorn, of the Coruscant Guard. Commander, this is Sub-Commander Dajir of the 303rd Attack Legion. Commander. Dajir knew that the Coruscant Guard had more than one commander. Commander Fox was responsible for what took place in Coruscant, and Commander Thorn was the superior in charge of the security of senators and ambassadors. And this is Sergeant Hound, also from the Coruscant Guard. Thyre showed Dajir the last clone. This one, contrary to Commander Thorn, had lighter armor, painted in red and black. He was an ARF trooper, specialized in stealth and survival. Like Cell, ARF troopers acted as scouts, but were much more trained. Only a few clones from special units could go toe-to-toe with them. ARF troopers were also more intelligent and independent than normal clones because their job required them to make decisions all the time, but Dajir didn't know about that. For him, all clones were equal. The only difference they had was in training and experience. But Dajir didn't need introductions to know that that clone was Hound, because the sergeant had a massif next to him. The small reptile species had spikes on its back and a mouth full of sharp teeth. It was massif, a species that could be found in many planets and excelled at tracking down fugitives. They were also trained to bite down on arms or legs to stop bandits from running away. This specific massif was 2 times bigger than the regular ones. He was Grizzer, a massif that Hound had saved during a mission on Corellia. Sergeant. Sub-Commander, sir. Hound's helmet was stylized in a way that made it look like it had dark fangs above and under the visor. Dajir could imagine that when he was in the dark, the paint would blend in with the ambient and possibly even make Hound look like, well, a massif. Dajir was of higher ranking than Hound, so the clone stood up and saluted him. Dajir waved him down and the clone sat back. Grizzer, the massif, walked over to Dajir and smelled him. Dajir stood there, quite unsure of what to do. Grizzer back sit. The massif sat on the ground, near Hound. For a moment, Dajir thought about patting it, but then he gave up. He had heard that the massifs were very aggressive with anyone other than their pack or trainer. Sergeant, I've heard of your unit before. Commander Fox contacted me because I have a personal interest in capturing Singh. She killed an entire squad of my men. However, the one to conduct the pursuit will be you. I understand, sir. Hound then pulled a hologram projector and turned it on. The clones got closer to see the image, which was split into 2. One of them showed a map, and the other was Singh, with some information about her. Aura Singh, female Palajuvan, deadly assassin and bounty hunter. Until that, nothing new, but the next line made Dajir frown. 7 confirmed Jedi assassinations, suspected of having participated in 9 others. That is quite the record for a bounty hunter. Why isn't any Jedi on the case? You would expect them to be more concerned about her. I asked the same, Dajir. According to General Oppo Rancises, they have a Jedi after her, but she prefers to work alone. Let's get back to the matter at hand. Dajir, you fought Singh before. What can you say about her? Commander Thorn showed the limited file that the 4 clones had on Singh. It was clear that he wanted more information before going after her. Unfortunately, there was nothing much that Dajir could say to him. She is efficient and cruel. When we captured her, she tried to escape at least 2 times and almost killed me during one of the attempts. She won't hesitate to kill, neither will she feel pity for her companions. As I said, she is efficient. The fastest way to kill is the best way for her. Now, based on how she attacks our ship to capture the Padawan, I believe she prefers to lurk in the shadows. Also, I think she might specialize in long-range attacks, but this is just speculation. You think she is a sharpshooter? Why? Because of how she killed my men, she either broke their necks or cut it. This is how our snipers deal with clankers in close combat. Other troops tend to just destroy them. Singh did a clean job, and then on Tatooine she used cables to pull us. Also, her blaster had a scope. Thayer pointed at the second image, the map, tight after Dajir finished his explanation. It makes sense. This is the sector we think she escaped to. It is a docking zone, many high and hidden spots, but also many open areas. It's the optimal location for a sniper. What Thayer said hit the clones after a few seconds. Commander Thorne looked at Dajir and knew that the 303rd's clone was thinking the same. She chose the battlefield. She knows we are coming. But what is her plan? She can't possibly think she can take on the entire Coruscant Guard. Singh doesn't have to. Besides, she is not alone. Both Bosk and Castas are efficient killers. When a battle starts, what do civilians do? They run and hide. They panic. They will try to leave the area. We can't force them to stay. Some will take ships and leave. She might use one of them, or she might flee to another sector. Even if we know that, we can't stop her. Thayer slammed the table when he heard Dajir and Commander Thorne. He was more hot-headed than most clones. There is nothing we can do then. She is going to escape. Dajir shook his head. Many battles taught him that he couldn't give up at the first problem. Let's hope we can capture her before she has the chance. Capitulo 164, Docking Zone Battle. It took 2 days to get all the clones who would partake on the operation ready. In total, 64 clones were chosen, including Dajir, Thayer, Hound, and Commander Thorne. Commander Thorne had argued at first, saying that using so many men would scare Singh, but Dajir countered by saying that no matter how many soldiers they took, Singh would face them. Why? Because if she doesn't, we will find her. She needs a distraction, and she needs us to create it. Dajir looked at the stern faces around the hologram projector. All those who were sergeants or above were in the meeting. None of the clones in the room were rookies, and they understood exactly what Dajir meant. Nobody said anything, but they knew they were destined to suffer casualties, and not just a few. But that was the reality of war, and this small chase after Aura Singh was, after all, a consequence of the Clone Wars. Whilst Dajir was explaining their plan, with small interventions from Hound, who would lead the main force. From time to time, Commander Thorne thought that the sub-commander would make a good commander one day. It was never really night on Coruscant. The lights of the city, or rather, of the planet, made the night looks like day. It was, however, nighttime when the clones set off to the docking zone. They decided for that time because of no other reason than the fact that there would be fewer civilians around. Sergeant Hound. Yes, Commander. You will take your unit and search the east docking area. Split as you seem fit, but make sure that each man is always within the line of sight of another. Yes, Commander. Commander Thorne was giving the last instructions to the soldiers. In fact, he was just repeating what was said in the meeting to ensure the clones knew their orders. The tactic they were using was an unusual one, but very efficient when searching for someone. By staying in the line of sight of each other, soldiers couldn't be ambushed, at least not easily. Besides, Hound was in command of the massive unit, so even though he only had 11 troopers with him, Commander Thorne wasn't too worried. I will take the rest and search the west area. We will split into 2 groups, but stay close. Understood. Yes, sir. Several clones voiced their agreement and made the last-minute checks they always did before a battle. Weapons were loaded, and armors were adjusted. Commander Thorne looked through the nearby clones until he saw the 2 soldiers he was looking for. Thayer Dajir, you see that control tower? Yes, Commander. Go there and take sniping positions. You will be able to overlook much of the docking zone. If you see anything unusual, warn us. I don't want as much as a womp rat slipping past us. Yes, Commander. Commander Thorne looked at the men around him and found 60 clone helmets, their T-shaped visors facing him. Let's move, boys. I didn't know you were trained as a sniper, sir. The clones had already split up, each group going in its own direction. Dajir had been keeping an eye on his comlink to make sure he was warned at the first sign of Singh, but Thayer's words caught his attention. He and the lieutenant were going to the control tower to provide overwatch. Dajir grinned. I wasn't. For a few moments Thayer stayed silent, unsure of what to say or do. He didn't expect that answer. But I trained on it later on. Being on a special unit means you can't be good at just one thing, you have to be good at everything. It doesn't matter if it is me or Metal, our heavy gunner, or anyone else. Each of us can take a DC-15X and work with it. Dab, our sharpshooter, can also use a Z6 rotary better than most troopers. Of course, I will never be as good as him with a sniper rifle, but we each have our own strengths. Soldiers might like to exaggerate their stories to make them look more brave and strong, but clones only did that when they were out of battle. Thayer knew that a brother of his would never do that in the situation they were right now, because that could cause their deaths. As such, when he heard Dajir speak with such confidence, Thayer knew that the sub-commander wasn't lying when he said he could use a sniper rifle. The two clones took the lift to the top of the tower, their weapons ready. Thayer was using the standard DC-15X, but Dajir had chosen a sniper rifle more of his liking. Differently from the DC-15X, his blaster looked much more simple and solid, with one big scope. It was called NT-242, an unusual choice because of its weight, but Dajir had used all the weapons the Republic had on its armory, and he had on preferred for each type. The door of the lift opened, and several workers looked surprised at the two clones. Dajir patted the closest one on the back. Everyone, I need to ask you to leave this building and the docking zone. Be careful and don't run. More soldiers of the Republic will be waiting for you at the exit. Follow their instructions. Muffled sounds of complaints could be heard, something about interrupting their operations, but Dajir ignored them. When he saw that the workers were still reluctant to leave, Dajir urged them by saying that they could be arrested for disrupting the order. This time the workers got scared and packed the lift full. Dajir motioned to Thayer and the clones advanced with caution. The control tower was a good vantage point, although a bit obvious, so they doubted Singh would be there. Still, being careful did no harm. However, there was no sign of Singh or one of her companions. Dajir and Thayer set their sniper rifle SIN position on the catwalk outside, about 20 meters away from each other. While Dajir scanned the docking zone with his macro binoculars, Thayer contacted Commander Thorne. We are in position, Commander. All right, Dajir, keep a close watch on us. By now Singh must know we are here. Whatever she is planning on doing, she will do in a moment. As if Singh heard them talking, a sniper shot rang out in the night. There was a moment of silence after it, and then the civilians started running and screaming. Commander Thorne's men were already in position to block anyone who looked like Singh and the other bounty hunters. Thayer, did you see where it came from? No. The lieutenant gave a short answer, his eyes nervously scanning the containers and buildings, looking for Singh. They knew it was her, because only she would use a sniper rifle. Over the comlink, Dajir heard Commander Thorne and Sergeant Hound bark orders, and he vaguely heard that one clone had died. 2 more sniper shots could be heard, one missing and the other killing a second clone. But this time, Dajir saw from where it came from. Capitulo 165, Close Call. About 400 meters away from the control tower, a group of containers was stacked upon one another in a say that seemed to be no space between them. However, there was a small opening, just enough for a slim person to squeeze through. Singh reloaded her weapon, which was way more unusual than Dajir's. It was a slim and long sniper rifle called Adventurer Slug-Thrower Rifle. Its name was weird, but how it worked was even more. In an era where space battles, droid armies, highly concentrated energy beams, and people with mental powers were common, this rifle still used projectiles. Why Singh used it, or how she got her hands on it, no one knew, but she was deadly effective with it. Of the 3 shots she fired so far, only one missed, because the clone moved exactly when she fired. She aimed the 4th shot, a clone helmet in her scope, when her heightened senses warned her of something. She ducked back, just in time to dodge 2 blue energy bolts. Without showing herself, she followed the laser's path and saw 2 clones on the railway of the control tower. A cold smile crept its way to her face. They found me, boys, let's begin this show. Kakaka. Hound was gripping his DC-15S and walking carefully. He could hear sniper shots at the other side of the docking zone, and he knew that at least 3 men had already died, and another was injured. Now, he and the 11 soldiers of the Massif unit were rushing to the west side to aid their brothers. Grrr. Hound immediately stopped when he heard Grizzer growl. The Massif had saved his life more than once, and he learned to trust the animal. He gave a discreet signal to his men, and they slowed down without stopping. "What is it, boy? Where?" Grizzer sniffed the ground, and when they arrived at a junction, turned left. There were sounds of fighting, and a man screamed. Hound quickly followed the Massif and found it biting hard on the arm of a Nikto. When he saw the clone, the bounty hunter tried to fire its pistol, but Hound was faster. Looking at the corpse, Hound quickly scanned its face to see if he recognized him, but it wasn't on the list that Commander Thorn gave him. "Back, Grizzer. Good job. Commander, Singh and the other 2 aren't the only ones here. I just killed another bounty hunter." "Damn it, we already know where Singh is. We are getting to her so." "Nuoth Aza." A scream interrupted Commander Thorn. Hound knew the voice. It was one of his men. Commander Thorn dodged under a leg swipe made by a female Togruta bounty hunter. At the same time, he used his own leg to bring her to the ground. One of his men used the butt of his DC-15A to knock her out, then helped the commander get up. "This is the third one, Commander. Tie her up and keep moving. All of those are just a distraction orchestrated by Singh. We have to move while Thayer and Dajir have her pinned down." After a few rounds of attacks, it became clear that Singh hadn't just hidden on the docking zone, but prepared a deadly ambush. He received reports of at least 5 bounty hunters, none of which were Singh, Castas, or Bosk. Clearly, Singh had asked, or rather, hired for help. Because of the frequent attacks, he had lost more than 10 soldiers between dead and wounded. SHSHSHSHSHSH, what do we have here? The voice that suddenly appeared sent chills down his spine. Commander Thorn turned around and saw a Trandoshan looking at him maliciously while licking his reptilian lips. The clones instantly shot him. Dajir could see battles happening all over the docking zone as the clones were ambushed by bounty hunters. Sergeant Hound reported to be facing Castas and had already suffered losses. Meanwhile, Dajir and Thayer were pinning Singh down, but she somehow always managed to dodge their lasers and, at the same time, shoot at one of the clones below. Just when Dajir was reloading, he felt a tingling sensation. His sixth sense, honed over hundreds of battles, warned him that he was in mortal danger. He rolled sideways, but the attacker still managed to draw a bloody line on his left side, making him grimace in pain. Dajir, however, ignored the pain and turned around to see an Akiaki, a species that looked like a dried fruit with long fangs. The bounty hunter was holding the same vibroblade that almost killed Dajir. "What the?" Thayer heard the commotion and got up, but before he could help Dajir, a shadow threw itself over him and punched him hard. Still, the clone fought valiantly. The IG-88 assassin droid that tried to kill Thayer had its blaster knocked away when the lieutenant used its own weapon to bash the droid. Dajir couldn't pay more attention to their fight because the Akiaki pulled out a blaster pistol, making Dajir dive out of the way when he fired. Dajir caught the bounty hunter by surprise when he, instead of jumping away, jumped closer to the Akiaki, grabbing his legs and making him fall. The sub-commander tried to grab his own pistol, the DC-17, but the Akiaki punched him using the butt of his own blaster. The pistol slipped out of Dajir's grasp and fell through the catwalk and on the ground below. So, Dajir grabbed his enemy's pistol and elbowed his arm, making him release it. And then he felt a sharp pain in his leg when he was stabbed again. Both combatants released each other and watched one another carefully. The Akiaki only had his vibroblade, but Dajir had no weapon. He vaguely heard Thayer yell, and saw, with the corner of his eyes, the IG-88 jump upon the clone, only to receive the latter's feet on its metallic chest and be projected over the catwalk. At the same time the droid crashed onto the ground, the other bounty hunter attacked Dajir. He made a simple stabbing motion, direct at Dajir's chest, knowing that the clone could barely walk. But Dajir was prepared. When the Akiaki jumped over him, Dajir turned sideways, and the bounty hunter's vibroblade cut the air millimeters away from him. Dajir grabbed the stretched arm of the bounty hunter and broke it, making it bend into a U shape. The bounty hunter couldn't stop his own body from moving forward, and the vibroblade that had drastically changed directions was buried in his own chest. Green blood gushed out of the wound, drenching Dajir's armor, but he ignored it and grabbed his NT-242 once again. "Sir, you are wounded." "Leave it, Singh is killing them." Dajir fired his sniper rifle again, driving Singh back into hiding. But at least 5 more clones had died during the 20 or 30 seconds of battle that Dajir and Thayer just went through. "Boss Castas, let's go. Our employees are going down quickly. New guy, you too." Without caring about the bounty hunters she had hired, Singh pulled back her weapon and left her spot through an opening in one of the containers. She soon arrived at one of the exits of the docking zone. Dozens of workers and civilians were running around, trying to escape, but she soon saw her 3 associates. "Hey, you stop right there, Arg." A Coruscant guard clone who saw her tried to stop the bounty hunter, but was interrupted when 3 metal blades appeared on his chest. Singh smiled. "Well done, Higgy, now let's go." Capitulo 166, Splitting the Money. "Well done, Higgy, now let's go." Dajir stood aiming his NT-242 at the spot Aura Singh was for about 4 minutes. Then, he confirmed what his instincts had been telling him. She wasn't there. He threw the NT-242 away and grabbed the blaster pistol that the bounty hunter he just killed had. "She is gone, Thayer. We need to go after her." "But sir, your leg." Dajir drew in a long breath when he felt the pain on his leg. The vibroblade had stabbed deep, although it missed the vital veins and arteries. "I can deal with it. Commander Thorne, Singh is running. We are going to the nearest exit." Bosk also ran. "I received a report that a clone was found dead on exit JL3. You are closer, go there. Sergeant Hound." "Yes, Commander." "You are also close. Grizzer could be of help." "I'm on my way, Commander." Dajir was about to go down the stairs. It would be quicker than taking the lift, when he saw the vibroblade embedded into the Rikieki's chest. On a whim, he pulled it out and took it with him. Dajir and Thayer arrived at the exit quickly, but aside from the dozens of civilians, they saw no one. Thayer bent over and checked the dead trooper and shook his head. There was nothing they could do. The lieutenant picked up the WESDAR M5 that the dead clone had and threw it to Dajir. The sub-commander accepted it and gladly threw the pistol away. He felt much more comfortable with a real blaster in hands. It was, however, useless, since they had no clue to where Singh escaped. Dajir looked at the wounds that the Coruscant guard member suffered. He wasn't killed with a blaster, and there was something familiar about his injuries. "GRRR. Sir." Dajir turned around and saw Hound running towards him, followed closely by his Massif, Grizzer, and 6 other clones. He noticed that there were more Massifs than clones, and he could imagine what happened to their owners. "Hound, can you find to which direction they went?" "I can't, sir, but Grizzer can. Come on, boy, find. The Massif sniffed around for a few seconds while Hound gently stroked its back. Then, suddenly, the animal stopped and looked directly north. "He found it now, Grizzer. Go." And the Massif took off running. On a dark alleyway, 4 people were quickly conferring together. Well, the truth was that one of them, a woman, was giving orders while the 3 men listened carefully. "We will separate here. In 2 weeks, meet up in Dantooine. You will receive the rest of the credits there." Bosk and Castas nodded. Aura Singh was a deadly, treacherous, and cruel bounty hunter, but even she knew she couldn't betray her partners so easily. If she did so, right after they rescued her, on top of that, she would lose all of her prestige as a bounty hunter. But the new guy they hired on their crew, Higi, a huge Mon calamari who never talked, had a different opinion. When Singh was trying to leave the alleyway, Higi punched the wall near her, blocking her path. Dust and small debris fell off the wall, and web-like cracks started spreading on where he punched. After training under Count Dooku, Higi might not have gained force powers, but he became much stronger. Bosk hissed, and Castas backed away with small hints of fear on his face. They had already seen what Higi could do with his vibro trident, and they both knew they weren't good enough to fight him, at least not in such a closed space. Singh, on the other hand, just frowned. Higi didn't speak a word, but he gave her a dangerous sensation, one she only felt when she was hunting Jedis. Higi, I don't know why you became a bounty hunter, or why you came to me, but if you want to be part of my crew, you will follow my orders. Now, step aside. Higi faced her angrily and didn't move. Sing looked him right in the eyes, and both saw murderous intent. Bounty hunters always had problems like this when discussing payments and rewards. It wasn't the first time Sing decided to kill a fellow bounty hunter, and it wouldn't be the last. She wiped her leg, hitting Higi on his ribs, but the Moan Calamari didn't even budge. He used his big hands to grab her leg and lifted her before smashing the bounty hunter on the ground. Sing wasn't to be outdone, however. She might be physically weaker compared to Higi, but she was much nimbler. She wrapped her other leg around Higi's torso and pulled out a blaster pistol. A round was fired at point blank, and Higi released her, while at the same time pulling out his vibro trident. Blood was trickling down from a wound on his arm. Bosk and Castas were nowhere to be seen. Whatever problem Higi had with Sing's payment method, it was not theirs to worry about. And such a commotion would attract the authorities, even more considering that it was close to the docking zone, where a huge battle just happened. Their cautiousness paid off, because moments later 9 clones arrived, one of them limping. The Massifs started to surround the 2 bounty hunters, who had now stopped fighting and were eyeing the clones carefully. The gigantic Moan Calamari was holding his vibro trident, and Sing had 2 identical pistols. Higi, Sing. Dajir looked surprised at the Moan Calamari. The last time he saw him, Higi had killed dozens of clones, but all of his men died, leaving him alone. He didn't expect to meet him ever again, and Sing was his target. Meeting both of them at the same time might be a headache, but it would give him the chance to take out 2 dangerous criminals at once. You are the clone who captured me. Your armor is different. Higi said nothing, but Dajir didn't know he couldn't talk. To him, Higi was just being tough. Put down your weapons and come with us quietly. That is not happening, sweetheart. I can't wait to destroy that new armor of yours. Dajir grinned. I was kind of hoping you would say that. 10 seconds went by with both sides facing each other without moving. And then Dajir saw Grizzer tensing up behind Sing, preparing to jump. The moment the Massif moved, Dajir pushed Hound to the side, just in time to save the sergeant from 2 lasers shot by Sing. Grizzer jumped on Sing's back, while 2 other Massifs bit her legs, dragging her down. Ironically, it was this that saved her from the volley of blue lasers that the clones fired. Higi, on the other hand, didn't dodge the lasers, but blocked them. Using a spinning movement that looked remarkably similar to the Jedi's, all the lasers were absorbed by the vibro trident. Higi advanced and kicked Dajir on the stomach. The clone flew back 2 or 3 meters, hitting another clone and knocking him on the ground. While Sing was trying to free herself from the Massifs, Higi slashed his vibro trident, cutting the throat of a clone. A Massif, presumably his, cried in sadness and jumped on Higi, but the Moan Calamari impaled it on his weapon. Then, Higi used the blunt side of his weapon to smash a clone in the face. Dajir tried to get up, but Higi saw and moved towards him. He grabbed another clone by the throat and threw him over Dajir. Just when the Moan Calamari was about to stab both of them, a green glow passed by and blocked his vibro trident. Capitulo 167, Old Enemies, New Allies. A small frame appeared above Dajir. With orange skin and 2 blue and white protuberances on her head, the young girl was very similar to Ragu. Dajir realized that the person who saved him was a teenager Togruta, holding 2 lightsabers, one green and one yellow. The way she wielded them was weird, almost backward. She blocked Higi's vibro trident and seemed almost surprised, either by the force behind it, or by the fact that it wasn't cut in half when facing a lightsaber. Higi opened his mouth, and although not a sound came out, he seemed to be growling. The young Jedi, probably a Padawan, waved her lightsabers faster than any other Jedi Dajir had ever seen. Higi was forced back step by step and struggled under the torrent of attacks. Dajir decided that the Jedi could take care of herself and got up, looking for Sing. All he found, however, were the 3 Massifs laying on the ground. He didn't have the time to check if they were okay. He knew Sing couldn't have escaped through the entrance of the alleyway, because the Jedi was there. So, she could only have followed the alley. He saw one of the members of the massive unit on the ground moving and groaning and pulled the soldier up. "Get on your feet, trooper, follow me." The clone scrambled to get up, holding his chest with apparent pain. Still, the trooper grabbed his blaster on the ground and went after Dajir. The alleyway took a sudden turn to the left, and, while Dajir could still hear the fight, he couldn't see it at all because of the darkness. He and the other clone advanced carefully, paying attention to every trash can and piece of metal behind which Sing could hide. However, neither he nor the clone paid attention to above them. With a loud sound, the adventurer slugged through a rifle that Sing owned fired a round projectile, which pierced the back of the clone. Differently from a laser, the projectile didn't immediately cauterize the wound. Instead, bright red blood splashed out of his chest and onto Dajir's armor. The sub-commander was shocked for a moment, but then instinct took over, and he did the same move he had done thousands of times. Dropping to the ground and rolling away, he dodged the next shot and returned with two of his own. He missed, but Sing was forced out of her hiding spot and dampened her fall by rolling on the ground. Before she could recover, Dajir pulled out the vibroblade that he took from the Akiaki and slashed at her. She used her rifle to block, but his objective had never been to hit her. He hooked her rifle and pulled using all his strength. The weapon and the vibroblade fell amidst a pile of trash quite a distance away. The blaster Dajir had remaining was the old pistol he took from one of the bounty hunters, and, at this critical moment, it failed him. Maybe it was because the bounty hunter didn't clean it, maybe it was just because it was old, but when he pulled the trigger, the pistol didn't fire. Sing looked as surprised as him, maybe because she already believed she was dead, but she recovered faster than Dajir, who, stupidity, tried to pull the trigger once more. She kicked his knee, making Dajir kneel on the ground, and brought her own knee up on the same move. When the limb smashed in his jaw, black spots appeared in his vision. Before he could react, she punched him twice on his left side, right where the vibroblade cut him. Intense pain made his body go limp, and he almost passed out. Before his vision turned entirely black, he saw the young Jedi appear running, holding both of her lightsabers, and then he saw nothing more. For the third or fourth time in a week, Dajir woke up to see a medical droid above him. When the droid tried to examine his pupils, he pushed it away. He pushed the blanket away, stood up, and instantly grimaced in pain. Looking into a nearby metal mirror, he realized he was naked. Probably so the medical droids could treat him better, because he had wounds all over his body. Both his torso and leg were bandaged, but when he moved, he could still feel the pain from cuts made by the vibroblade. His shoulder was red and purple, especially around the joint, where it was broken not long ago. His forearm also had bandages around it, covering the hole a droid laser made in Megiddo. And the right side of his face was entirely covered in plasters as well. Curiously, however, it was where he felt less pain. In fact, he felt none. Cautiously, he tried to blink with his right eye and felt his eyelids move slightly under the bandages. He reached out and started removing the pieces of cloth. "Sub-Commander Dajir, your eye isn't totally recovered yet. I advise that you don't." "Quiet." One by one, he removed the bandages. Slowly, his wounded eye was revealed. After so many weeks, his eye struggled to adapt to the light, but Dajir was too excited to care about it. He blinked a few times and closed his left eye. He was still seeing. For many days, he thought he had lost his eye, and now he was relieved to discover he was wrong. After making sure his eye was all right, he finally moved on to analyze the scar left behind. Ventress, lightsaber had cut through his helmet and his skin, leaving a scar that would never recover. Starting on the top of his forehead, almost cutting through his hair, and ending just above his chin, the scar was almost a perfect vertical line. That went to prove how powerful and precise a lightsaber was. It was about 16 or 17 centimeters long, and up till now, it was the biggest scar Dajir had. Although the one the vibroblade left on his torso would probably come as a close second. Dajir grabbed his clothes, a military attire with the 303rd colors and his rank, sub-commander, on it, and wore them. After taking a few painkillers that the medical droid insisted he had to use, Dajir left the medical center. He didn't have his helmet, but that didn't bother him. If anything, the scar was something to be proud of, a proof he fought a Sith and survived. Besides, he had seen worse scars before. Way worse. The few Coruscant Guard members he passed by on the way saluted him without batting an eye. Unfortunately, injuries and scars had become common, more common than they should have been. When he arrived at Hell Squad's quarters, he found most of his men sleeping. Only Cell and Metal were awake, playing some card game. When they heard the door opening, they turned around. "Sir, you are up, how are you? Oh. Ahem, you are handsome as always." Dajir shook his head. How could he take that compliment seriously when they were clones? Capitulo 168, Total Failure. The rest of Hell Squad woke up when they heard Cell yelling. Like all troopers, they never slept too soundly, so even a small amount of noise was enough to wake them. They all gathered around Dajir, the first question being if he was well, and the second being how did the operation go. He, however, didn't have an answer to the second question. He contacted Commander Thorn and asked the results, but the clone ordered him to meet face-to-face instead of giving him the answers through comlink. Sorry, sir. Nothing, Brain. I need to go meet Commander Thorn. You all stay here. Yes, sir. The headquarters of the Coruscant Guard was as busy as always, but all the troopers seemed, somehow, depressed. They still gave Dajir the normal salutes, but their enthusiasm was null compared to the day before. Commander Thorn, Sergeant Hound, Lieutenant Thayer and Commander Fox were around the hologram table, which showed Jedi General Anakin Skywalker and the young Togruta that saved Dajir twice. Commander Thorn, Commander Fox, Hound Thayer. Dajir saluted the two commanders and greeted the other clones, who acknowledged him. Then, he turned to the holograms. General Skywalker and... My name is Ahsoka Tano, Subcommander. I am Master Skywalker's Padawan. Thank you for your help, General Tano. You saved my life. The Padawan looked down with sadness, which only confirmed Dajir's worries. Unfortunately, I couldn't help more. Dajir walked next to Thayer, so he could look to the holograms without them having to turn around. Commander Thorn, I was in the medical bay until a few minutes ago. How was the operation? Thorn shook his head. Like the other clones around the table, with the exception of Dajir, he was wearing his armor, but his helmet was under his arm. Instead of answering Dajir, he looked at the scar on his eye. That wasn't due to yesterday's battle, was it? No, Commander, I got it on my Jito. Was it really so bad? The shock trooper sighed, but was interrupted by Commander Fox before he could say anything. Not saying it won't change anything, Thorn. It was a total failure, Dajir. Singh, Bosk and Castas escaped. Upon receiving confirmation, Dajir punched the table, making the holograms sway a little, and Commander Fox stared angrily at him. Sorry, Commander. Well, it wasn't a total failure. We captured that Mon Calamari. The soft voice of the Padawan pulled Dajir back from his thoughts. He remembered his surprise in seeing Hyagi, who he thought was dead, working with Singh. If he was detained, that meant he might have information on her. His name is Hyagi, General Tano. I fought him before. Don't call me General. It took me ages just to get Rick Cyboy to call me Commander. Do the same. Dajir was unsure of what to do, while General Skywalker barely managed to contain his laughter. After a few moments, Dajir realized that Rick Cyboy was Captain Rex, the commander of the 501st Legion. How the Padawan managed to come up with such a nickname for the stern captain, he had no idea. Okay, Commander Tano, I fought with Hyagi before. He doesn't like me. That might help if I am allowed to interrogate him. He turned to the two Coruscant Guard commanders, who nodded. They didn't have any problem with it. And how were our casualties? Commander Fox nodded to Thayer, who passed a datapad over to Dajir. The subcommander read it and closed his eyes. The scar on his face became longer, now covering his eyelid. 29 troopers perished, and 15 others were wounded. Those percentages are bigger than even the worst battles the Republic had. Hound pulled up a list with about 12 bounty hunters, 2 of which Dajir recognized as the Akiaki and the IG-88 unit that attacked him and Thayer. Singh had about 12 bounty hunters with her, not including Hyagi, Castas, and Bosk. Only one escaped, while the rest were either killed or captured. They weren't our target. No, Hound, Commander Fox is right, we failed. A few hours later, Dajir was on the canteen, alone. Hell Squad wanted to go with him, but Brain knew their squad leader wanted to be alone and held them back. Now, Dajir was almost alone on the mess. No clone would spontaneously join him because of his status as a sub-commander, except for one. Sergeant Hound of the Massif Unit sat next to him without asking for permission. Usually, that would have been disrespectful, but Dajir wasn't in the mood to care about it. "How are you doing, sir?" Dajir sneered. How could he be doing well? It was the first time he ever failed in a mission. Sure, he had retreated before, he had lost battles before, but it was against a droid army, where the strength of a single unit was insignificant. But now, when he had to capture a single person, he failed. What Dajir didn't think about was that if he hadn't been there, many more would have died. He was never meant to be on the chase after Singh. It was entirely coincidental that he was on Coruscant at the time. If he wasn't there providing overwatch with Thyre, Singh could have sniped more clones. If he didn't push Hound down on the alleyway, the sergeant would have died under Singh's hands. "How is Grizzer doing, Hound?" The Massif had been hurt when he jumped on Singh, but he could be considered lucky. The two others had died. "He will recover, but that isn't the reason I came here, sir." "What is it then?" "That Moan Calamari Higgy, he killed 4 of my men on the alleyway, and it wasn't a nice death. When you interrogate him, can I go with you?" Dajir thought for a while before denying. Hound wasn't emotionally stable enough for this. The sergeant stopped talking, neither contesting Dajir's decision nor agreeing with it. The sub-commander changed subjects to avoid the awkward silence. "That Padawan of General Skywalker, was she the Jedi assigned to chasing Singh?" "I think so, sir. She is good, saved our lives. I only wished she arrived earlier." Dajir thought back to the sad expression that Commander Tano had when she heard the casualties. It was clear that she was very inexperienced, otherwise she wouldn't be so affected. Even Ragu, who wasn't much older than her, could now ignore the deaths of the clones and keep going on the battle. War was war, and compassion and empathy wouldn't stop it. "Leave it. She probably arrived when the fight was already ending. Now, get back to your duties, Sergeant. I'm going to see Higgy, but I will be sure to let you know if he gives away something." "Yes, sir." "What's wrong, Snips?" "That clone, the one with the scar. You met him before, didn't you, Master?" "Yeah, why?" "He was stabbed 2 times, but he still went after the bounty hunter. And then, when I arrived, she was almost killing him, but he didn't give up. He was still trying to fight her. Does he hate her so much?" "Did you feel hatred when you talked to him?" "No, I felt pain and sadness." That is what most of the clones feel. You just didn't have the opportunity, or rather, the misfortune of witnessing it on the 501st. He kept fighting her when he was about to die because that is his duty, but mostly because she was a threat, not for him, but for his brothers. That is how a clone mind works. Maybe that is how everyone's mind should work. Capitulo 169, How to Interrogate a Mute. Escorted by 4 Coruscant Guard members, Dajir entered the high-level prison in the heart of the planet. Only the worst of the worst were sent there, and the life of the inmates followed a circle of eating and being locked in the small cells. They stopped at the inspection station, where the clone responsible asked for Dajir to leave his weapons behind. Dajir stared at the clone, who shrugged and saluted at the same time, resulting in a weird shoulder motion. "Sorry, sir. Unless you are a member of the prison guard, Commander Fox or Commander Thorn, you have to leave all weapons behind. Most visitors and troopers aren't allowed to keep their comlinks, but since you are a sub-commander, you can." "I understand, Trooper." Dajir handed over his DC-15A and his DC-17, and the clone put them on a box labeled with his name and the words 303rd Attack Legion. As usual, after seeing 2 blasters, the clone pulled the box to store it, but Dajir stopped him. "Wait, that is not all." The guard looked surprised at the vibroblade that Dajir gave to him. After being folded, the weapon wasn't larger than a fist, so he didn't notice it at first. After the meeting that Dajir had earlier that day, a trooper brought to him his armor, helmet, and weapons. Amidst the blasters was also the vibroblade. According to the clone, a Padawan said it was Dajir's and ordered the soldier to bring it together with the rest. A vibroblade was by no means standard equipment to a Republic soldier, and Dajir almost threw it away. But then he thought that having one more weapon, especially one as inconspicuous as this, couldn't be bad. On the end, he keeps the vibroblade and attached it to his back, where he could quickly grab it if needed. Zerm, are you going to take it or not, trooper? I have a prisoner to interrogate. Sorry, sir. The clone took the vibroblade, and Dajir kept walking, almost leaving his surprised escort behind. The guard that was left behind couldn't help but think that Dajir was quite eccentric, which was weird, considering that all clones should be equal. But then, the guard had never entered a real battle. He didn't know how they could change one's personality, even if they started the same. A floating platform took Dajir down. Hiatus was on the lowest level of the prison, where interrogations ensued. It was like gaining a tour of the prison. Shaped like a hollow cylinder, the platform went straight through the middle of the prison, showcasing the cells embedded on the walls. Those cells were protected by a red energy wall, but even if the walls failed, the prisoner wouldn't be able to escape unless he or she could fly or hijack one of the floating platforms. Up till now, no inmate had ever escaped. Along the way, Dajir felt many eyes staring at him with obvious disgust and hate. However, he completely ignored them. Why would he care about what criminals thought of him? The lower level of the prison was very dark, probably to scare and intimidate the inmates. Dajir heard that before the clones assumed the position of guards, countless atrocities happened in the prison. On the ground level, a Coruscant guard officer, Posh, waited for Dajir. When the platform arrived, he signaled for the escort to wait. Sir. He saluted Dajir, who nodded to him. The platform took back the escort. From this point onwards, only authorized personnel could stay. Even the guards couldn't leave the prison daily like the others. Instead, they had their own quarters down there. The prisoner is waiting for you in interrogation room 11, sir. Good, take me there. Before we go, sir, I think you should know that he had been uncooperative. Dajir wasn't surprised. He doubted any recently captured inmate would be willing to talk. He followed Posh for about 10 minutes, after which they ended up on a hallway full of doors, each one guarded by 2 clones wearing red armor. He is here. One of the cells had 4 clones before it, one of them being a medic and another holding an electro staff. Dajir raised an eyebrow. Electro staffs and any similar weapon weren't permitted in the prison. Posh couldn't see his face under the helmet, but probably sensed his hesitation. It was the only way to calm him down, sir. He sent 2 of my men to the infirmary before we finally knocked him out and put him here. Dajir said nothing. He could either scold Posh for using prohibited weapons to threaten the prisoners and complain with his superiors, or he could pretend he didn't see anything. Dajir ignored Posh and grabbed the electrostaff from the clone's hand. Throw this way. And you, Posh, the next time I come here, I don't want to see any of this, understood? I dislike him even more than you do, but you know I will be forced to report this. I will let it slip only this once. Yes, sir. Dajir didn't report Posh not because he was cruel or wanted to see Hiatus suffer, but because he needed the information that Hiatus had. It was their only chance to transform a failed mission into a successful one. He had, however, been influenced by the Jedis more than he thought or ever imagined. Unconsciously, he started to adopt their morals. Commanders Fox or Thorn, who usually interrogated the prisoners, never cared for the electrostaff, but they never worked with a Jedi for an extended period of time. Sub-Commander Dajir, there is something you should know. Dajir was about to enter the interrogation room when the medic stopped him. Dajir turned to the clone, waiting for him to speak. Our exams showed us something. Interesting. The prisoner Hiatus is mute. Mute? That is not possible. I heard him talk before. His vocal cords appear to be crushed. I don't know how or when, but he is totally incapable of speaking. Then we will have him open the door. The clone opened the door as he was ordered. Dajir wasn't in the mood to chat, and his tone made it very clear. Hiatus was sitting on a metal chair, his hands chained together, and then chained to the ceiling. One of the guards chained his legs to the floor, and then released one of his hands before giving him a data pad. Dajir pulled over another chair and sat down. Hiagi growled as loud as his broken voice cords permitted, but Dajir ignored the hatred in his eyes. What happened to you? A separatist officer and warrior became a voiceless bounty hunter, and you entered Singh's crew. Why? GRR. Capitulo 170, the beginning of the end. In the end, Hiagi was actually very helpful. That is, after he tried to break free from his chains and kill Dajir. Twice. But after the Mon Calamari discovered that all Dajir wanted was Singh, he was glad to tell him her whereabouts. But it was all for nothing. A group of clones raided the compound where she was supposed to meet with Bosk, Castas, and Hiagi, but she was nowhere to be found. Dajir was still in the middle of interrogating Hiagi when his comlink bipped. Dajir looked at Hiagi one last time and left the room. Meeting the Mon Calamari on Coruscant had been a big coincidence, but Dajir was almost sure that he would never see the Mon Calamari again. Hiagi would spend a deserved lifetime in prison, and Dajir couldn't be more happy about it. Sub-Commander Dajir here. Dajir, return to the ship immediately. We are departing. Yes, General. Hearing the urgency in General Dai's voice, Dajir didn't question him or ask for reasons, but simply cut communications and went back to the platform. In the meantime, he contacted Brain, ordering him to talk to Shep and get back to the Corvette. Hell Squad is here, General Dai. Everything necessary has been loaded into the ship. Good, Ragu, give Shep the coordinates to our destination. Yes, Master. Hell Squad, follow me. Even before the lower rampart was fully closed, the ship was already taking off. Wherever they had to go, they need to go fast. General Dai turned on the hologram table and put in some coordinates, bringing up a map. Dajir easily recognized the sector, and most importantly, the only important planet in it. Gaulis Sector, Ryloth System. Why the hurry, General? Ryloth has been fighting without the Republic for months. Besides, there are no separatist forces there. They are facing their own government. Until now, and now they can't hold on anymore. The freedom fighters there finally gave up and asked for our help, but our primary target isn't Ryloth. Typing on the hologram table rapidly, General Dai brought up information on a separatist convoy. Admiral Dao, together with Commander Keeley, are already directed to Ryloth. We are on a race against the separatist fleet led by the separatist commander, Wat Tamber. The fleet has to get there before them and establish a blockade. That, however, brings us to our second problem. Supplies. Exactly. Our fleet didn't have time to restock before being reassigned. The urgency of these orders took top priority. Tech looked over the map and showed the convoy that General Dai mentioned. It was protected by several separatist ships, including one Providence-class dreadnought and 3 Munificent-class frigates. I suppose we're going to take their supplies then. You are right, Tech. The nearest Republic planet is weeks away from Ryloth. By the time any supplies get sent from there, the Separatist will have an entire fleet on Ryloth. However, if we attack and take over that convoy, we might just arrive before them. Most of the clones didn't see a problem with the plan and nodded, except Dajir. His time as a sub-commander reached him to always look for flaws. General, how are we going to attack the convoy? We have one CR-90 Corvette. Our blaster cannons wouldn't even scratch their escort. Even if we are able to board the convoy and take control of it, how are we supposed to take care of the frigates and the dreadnought? Dajir wasn't worried about taking over the ship because he fully believed Hell Squad alone could do it. However, the escort could simply wreck them after they hijacked it. However, General Dai gave them one of his rare smiles after hearing Dajir's concerns. Master Skywalker's fleet will support us and engage the escort while we infiltrate the cargo ships. There are 2 of them. We will be in charge of one, while the second will be the target of our second group of reinforcements, Delta Squad. Oh no. Seriously. General Dai looked dumbfounded at Hell Squad. When he gave them the news that the best unit on the entirety of the Republic Army was going to aid them, the last thing he expected were groans of discontentment. Even Dajir, who barely showed any emotion when on duty, complained. Ragu, who had just returned from the cockpit, stood looking at them, not understanding what was going on. Quiet you all. Seeing the bewildered looks on the faces of both Jedis, Dajir quickly ordered Hell Squad to shut up. General Dai looked at him questioningly, and Dajir had to explain. Clone commandos can be difficult to work with, General. They are a pain in the ass. Shut up, Cell. The thing is that they tend to believe that normal clones like us, or as the rest of the army, aren't capable enough. With special units like us, even more so. They seem to think that since we started as normal troopers, then we can't partake in the dangerous operations that they were designed to. That was exactly the truth. More than once, Dajir and Hell Squad had discussed with Delta Squad when they met them. That is, when Delta Squad considered them worthy enough to talk to. They were very arrogant. There was no other way of putting it. Since they were genetically modified to have more independence, they also had certain emotions and feelings that other clones didn't, like excessive pride. You can't be serious. I've never seen any of you discuss, even more look down upon one another. Dajir grinned. General Dai already understood what Dajir meant, but Ragu apparently didn't. The Padawan was still too innocent in some aspects. With all due respect, General Ragu, but we wouldn't discuss in front of you, or even while we are on duty. Clone commandos might be a little too proud, but they are still fighting for the Republic, just like us. General Dai ended the discussion right there, and turned it back to the battle plans, but there was one clone who have something more to say. If only we had an ARC trooper, then things would be really fun. Dajir almost facepalmed when he heard Cell, who seemed to be unable to shut his mouth. Clone commandos and ARC troopers disliked each other even more than they disliked special units. Before he had to order the scout to stay silent, a stare from General Dai did it for him. One hyperspace travel later, the Corvette met General Skywalker's fleet behind a moon, where they could hide from the sensors of the convoy. The Corvette would join the attack, but Hell Squad would realize their infiltration through another point, so they moved to the capital ship of the 501st Fleet. Hell Squad followed General Dai and his Padawan through the corridors of the ship, their armor catching even more attention now that they were in a legion with different colors than them. General Skywalker's Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, was in the command bridge to greet them. She respectfully bowed to General Dai, and it was clear that she and Ragu already knew each other. My master should be arriving soon, Master Dai. He has a talent to always be late. Hey, Snips. I already told you to not talk bad about me behind my back. Capitulo 171, meeting Delta Squad again. A tall man, with short brown hair and a scar very similar to Dajir's, entered the command bridge. General Skywalker and his Padawan started bickering almost instantly, ignoring everyone in the room. Dajir could almost feel Captain Rex's frustration. Master Skywalker, I believe we should be discussing battle plans. General Dai caught General Skywalker's attention, and the younger Jedi shamelessly ignored the fact that he didn't greet anyone properly. Dajir liked General Skywalker's fighting style, but he couldn't help but think that the Jedi wasn't very respectful. Of course, Master Dai, there is nothing much to discuss. Our fleets are about the same size. I say we stay hidden as much as we can, and then attack. While he was speaking, General Skywalker showed some simulations on the hologram table. On it, General Skywalker's fleet, marked in blue, came from behind the moon, not giving the Separatists the chance to retaliate. Dajir nodded when he saw it. If everything went well, they might not only take the supplies, but also destroy some enemy ships. General Skywalker might not be the most respectful Jedi, but he sure was a good strategist. What about the infiltration? How do you plan on doing it? I think we got this covered, General. Before the younger Jedi could answer, someone did it for him. The door of the command bridge opened, and 4 clones got in. Their armor was much thicker than normal, making they seem twice as big as other troopers, and was scarred with battle marks. Their helmets were also bigger and more round than the Phase II ones, and the T-shaped visor glowed with a blue light. Boss! General Skywalker, General Dai, Commander Tano, General Ragu. The leader of Hell Squad saluted the Jedis present and ignored the others. Dajir saw Cell and Metal Swift uncomfortably next to him, but at least the 2 clones had enough common sense not to say anything, at least for now. General Dai looked at his men, but they stood as still as rocks, and he couldn't see their faces under the helmets. Of course, if he wanted he could have sensed their emotions through the force, but he didn't. Instead, he eyed Delta Squad carefully. It was his first time meeting the best unit the Republic had. "How do you plan on getting us into the cargo ships?" Instead of answering, Boss motioned for another member of Delta Squad to walk forward. He had almost entirely black armor, with only the front of his helmet and chest being white. Golden stripes followed all his limbs. His name was Scorch, demolition and explosives expert. "If we use 2 Y-wing bombers, one for each ship, we can damage their ray shields. For a small window of time, about 15 seconds, their lower hangar will have no defense, and then the emergency doors close. Using 2 lots, we can board in that window." General Skywalker nodded, showing his approval. General Dai, however, more cautious than the younger Jedi, voiced his doubts. "Won't that be too little time? The gunships would have to be almost glued to the bombers to catch that moment." "We've done it before, General. We can do it again." Pride was evident on Scorch's voice, and General Dai frowned. Too much confidence could lead to demise, and Jedis knew this better than anyone. Even General Skywalker raised an eyebrow at Scorch's statement. General Dai looked at Dajir. "What do you think, Dajir?" Dajir stepped forward, knowing that everyone was staring at him, and wasn't bothered a bit. He was used to having eyes watching his every decision. He quickly analyzed the enemy fleet and the resources that the Republic had at hand. Delta Squad's plan might be a close call, but it could very well work. Maybe. "It is possible, General. However, we will need good pilots, not only for the lots but for the Y-wings as well. If they take down the shields a tad too early or late, we crash on the ship." General Dai nodded. He had heard of Delta Squad's reputation, but he had never seen them in action. Hell Squad, on the other hand, he knew very well. If Dajir said it was possible, then he believed the clone. "Leave the pilots to me. You will have the best of the best." "You aren't talking about yourself, are you, Master? Remember last time you piloted a fighter, on Christophsis? I don't think they have rebuilt all the buildings you took down when you crashed." "I wouldn't have crashed if the droids weren't aiming especially at me." Master and Padawan went on bickering. General Dai decided to ignore them and turned back to the table to go over their plans one last time. Group 1 will be composed of Delta Squad, Captain Rex, Master Skywalker, and young Ahsoka. Group 2 will be Hell Squad, myself, and Ragu. Any doubts? No one said anything, and one by one left the command bridge. Dajir followed General Dai and Ragu when they left. Delta Squad looked at them as they passed, and Dajir slightly nodded to Boss when they went by. The clone commando nodded back. Whatever conflicts they had before, the success of the mission depended on them. The troopers might not understand that, but the leaders of their respective squads did. "Every trooper to battle stations, every trooper to battle stations. This is not a drill, this is not a drill." Red lights flashed as the scanners captured the photon signatures of the separatist convoy. Dajir grabbed his helmet and his blasters and assembled Hell Squad. In a matter of seconds, the entire squad was already running towards the hangar. It was kind of weird for Dajir to watch other clones barking orders, since he usually was the one who did it. Clones using the blue of the 501st Legion started getting into the new ship variant that was becoming one of the 3 principal starfighters of the Republic Navy, the V-Wing. V-Wings were the evolution of the ARC 170, and although the old model was still being used, the new one was faster and nimbler. Some clones also got into a few Y-Wings and ARC 170s, and 2 lots were being prepared. The gunships weren't made for space battles, but were perfect to board the enemy ships. "Move, boys, faster, let's go, go, go. Let's give those clankers a bedding their bucket heads won't forget." A voice stood out more than others as Captain Rex got up on a crate and started yelling. Seeing their commander made the clones work faster, and Dajir thought that he might try it sometime when he was preparing the 303rd for a battle. "To the gunship, Dajir." "Yes, General." Ragu called Dajir, and Hell Squad moved to one of the gunships. He saw Delta Squad boarding the other and waved at one of them, who had orange armor on the top right of his chest and shoulder pad. "Boss, we have to synchronize our entry, or they will focus fire on one of us. When you are near the target, ping us and count to 10, then make your entrance. Understood, Dajir, you do the same, and Dajir, good luck. Dajir nodded and closed the doors of their gunship. He heard the hangar doors opening and the starfighters taking off. It soon was their turn. The battle had begun. Capitulo 172, facing A1000 with 7. Hawk was one of the best pilots that the 501st Legion had, and so he was assigned not to his usual starfighter, but to a lot. As most clones, he rarely discussed his orders, and this time was no different. While he was prepping the gunship to fly, he saw 9 people enter the lot. 2 of them were using brown Jedi robes, presumably 1 master and 1 Padawan. The other 7 were clones wearing red and brown armor. Differently from the others, those clones didn't have a fixed pattern to their armor's paint. The thickness of the armor also seemed different than normal. The soldier walking in the front was clearly the leader. He had his helmet under his arm, showing his face, which had a red scar crossing over his right eye. His right shoulder pad had many small scratches, probably made by him, since they were too uniform to be battle marks. Hawk could only think of one squad who used such armor with such colors. And if he was right, it was no wonder that they were going to attack an enemy ship with only 7 clones. After all, few in the Republic Army could match Hell Squad. They were an example to be followed, their tactics and battles even discussed in classes on the training facilities of Kamino. The stories of how 7 clones took down a battlesphere and became a special unit on their first battle had reached every clone in the galaxy. Unaware of the pilot, who was remembering every which one of Hell Squad's deeds, Dajir was checking his soldiers one last time, as if Hell Squad would go into a battle unprepared. Dab had his DC-15X on his back and was carrying his backup blaster. A DC-15S Metal had his double-barrel repeating blaster on his hands and many magazines strapped to his chest. Brain and 3-4 had their DC-15 as on hands. Tech was checking on his datapad, which he used to hack into doors on missions like that. Cell, however, had a different weapon than normal on his hands, something which looked like a DC-15S but smaller and rounder. Dajir raised an eyebrow, making his scar more pronounced. "You are using that? I thought you hated it." Cell shrugged. He was the clone on Hell Squad that liked blasters the most after Metal and Dab. When he said he hated a weapon, it usually meant that it met his requirements for a scout. "It is too loud for me, but they know we are coming anyway, so it doesn't matter. Besides, I am also bringing this old buddy here." He patted his DC-15S, which had followed him since the first battle on Geonosis. Dajir shrugged. Hell Squad had much more liberty than other clones, and they all knew how to use each and every blaster on the Republic's armory. He wasn't worried that Cell would get in trouble for using a blaster he wasn't used to. "Brain." "Yes, sir." "Droid poppers only. I don't want any supplies damaged by a bad grenade." "Have you ever seen I throw a bad grenade?" "You heard me." Dajir ignored the grin he knew the clone had on his face and turned to the 2 Jedis who were talking quietly at one side. They couldn't be more different than General Skywalker and his Padawan. The lot had already taken off, and although the battle hadn't started yet, Dajir knew that it wouldn't take long for the Separatist convoy to detect the ambush. "Dajir, our entry point is the lower hangar. From there on, we have to take the lifts and get to the command bridge. There will be hundreds, if not thousands of clankers, sir." "I know, that is why Hell Squad is doing it and not other clones." Dajir chuckled. The Jedi knew him well enough to understand that Dajir wasn't worried about the number of droids. Ships were one of the best battlegrounds for small groups. They were full of choke points where a small and well-trained group like Hell Squad could hold an army for hours. "Hold on, generals. Things are going to get a little rough out here." Locked inside the lot like they weren't able to see what was happening outside, but Hawk could. Thousands of vulture droids and a few hundred tri-fighters launched themselves out of the warships escorting the 2 cargo ships. Noises of battle sounded loud as the 2 sides crashed into one another. In the initial engagement, dozens, if not hundreds, of starfighters exploded on both sides. The Republic, however, had the advantage of surprise. While the Republic cruisers were facing directly towards the enemy escort, the Separatist ships were turned sideways and, as such, only half of their turrets could be used. Big explosions burst holes on the sides of two Munificent-class frigates, as the laser cannons of the Acclamator-class cruisers battered them while they didn't have the chance to react. "Master Dai, we are approaching their ships. They hadn't noticed us yet." General Skywalker's voice was loud enough for Dajir to hear it even though he was speaking to General Dai. The Nikto answered briefly and turned to Dajir, who nodded. Dajir went to the cockpit and yelled in Hawk's ear so the clone could hear him. "How long to the target?" 30 seconds, sir." Dajir counted the seconds as they approached the cargo ships. When 15 seconds went by, he turned on his comlink. "Boss, 15 seconds. Bombers, open a path." Acknowledging his orders, the two Y-wings speed up. Dajir could see their photon torpedoes being charged through the cockpit's glass. And then everything went wrong. If Dajir was listening to the starfighters' pilots, he would have heard one of them scream when a tri-fighter hit him with a concussion missile. His V-wing caught on fire for a few seconds before the vacuum extinguished the flames, and his entire left wing was ripped off. The pilot was already dead, and the already damaged starfighter lost control and went spinning into space, and crashed into the Y-wing. Both starfighters exploded, the impact making Dajir's lot shook. His eyes half closed because of the explosion. Dajir saw the other Y-wing release two torpedoes, hitting the ray shield of one cargo ship, taking it down. Delta Squad's gunship landed inside it seconds before the emergency doors closed. "General, we lost our bomber." "What?" There was nothing General Dai could do, Jedi or not. The turrets of the nearby frigate were already turning towards them, and a squadron of vulture droids was on their tail. They needed to do something. "Bomber 2, turn back and take the other shield." "Their defenses are too thick, sir. We can't." "That is an order. Do it." Dajir's commanding tone made the Y-wing turn backs around and fly towards them. Explosions boomed all around him, but somehow the bomber managed to get through them and take its place in front of the lot. Its photon torpedoes were charging once more when it was hit by a turret. It slowed down tremendously, but somehow managed to stay on its course. The torpedoes were fired, taking down the ray shields. Almost instantly, it also was hit by a missile and blew up. Using the small window of time, Hawk pushed the lot to its limits, and the gunship barely went through, almost getting crushed by the emergency doors. Capitulo 173, Fluid Battle. Dajir fell to the ground when the lot crashed in the hangar. Having to squeeze between the emergency doors, Hawk had nor time nor conditions to land properly. Dajir got up groaning and looked out of the window of the cockpit. An entire platoon of B-1 battle droids was surrounding the downed gunship. Dajir saw Hawk on the ground, his helmet had been knocked off, and his head was bleeding, but he was alive. "Stay here, Hawk. We are going to overtake the ship, but if we fail, try to get the lot back up. It never hurts to be prepared." Dajir went back to his squad and saw the clones waiting anxiously. He turned to General Dai and Regu, who already had their lightsabers out. "They are out there, General, just waiting for us to show ourselves. Then we will do as they want." "Master Dai, are you there? What happened? Why didn't we contact us?" "Master Skywalker, we had some problems with our landing, but we are here. Don't forget your mission." "We will be waiting for you, Master Dai." After turning off the comlink, General Dai signaled something to Dajir. The clone and the Jedi had worked together for quite some time now and understood each other very well. "Brain, prepare the droid poppers. Metal, when we open this door, Brain is going to throw some droid poppers to clear the way, and you will blast the clankers on the left. Tech, support him. The others will focus on the right. We get out and take cover. Understood?" "Yes, sir." The clones cleared the door, waiting for General Dai's move. The Jedi did it by leaning his body forward and putting both his hands near his belly. Then, suddenly, he pushed his hands forward and the door was sent flying. While it was happening, Dajir quickly thought that now their backup plan of fleeing in the lot was busted. The door crashed down on a group of clankers, crushing them and stunning the others who didn't expect it. Brain threw a handful of electromagnetic pulse grenades, the famous droid poppers. In an area of about 20 meters, every droid convulsed as blue chains of electricity zapped through them. Metal got into the action, every shot of his repeating blaster shoving droids back or ripping them apart. The double-barrel repeating blaster was so powerful that even the shots that missed did some damage as they caused small explosions. Not to be outdone, the rest of Hell Squad also burst into action, cutting down droids left and right. More feeling than seeing a burst of lasers coming towards him, Dajir turned his body sideways and felt the red energy rays heat up his face. He moved his DC-15A quickly, changing his target even before the shot connected. Each and every laser he fired found its mark on a droid's head or chest. Suddenly, he saw that Brain had taken a step too far, and 2 droids found the time to shoot at him. Dajir knew that they would hit. Without thinking, the leader of Hell Squad jumped forward and pushed Brain down. The lasers that went to the Grenadier would now hit him. Even knowing this, Dajir still managed to return fire, and one of the droids went down. He looked at the incoming lasers and, surprisingly, smiled. He knew what was going to happen long before it did. With a blue flash, the lasers were deflected, hitting some unlucky clankers. General Dai used the force to push Dajir forward, and the clone used the impulse to surprise some of the droids. He used one hand to support his DC-15A and pulled out his DC-17 with the other. The long blaster lost its balance, but with General Dai's help, Dajir had gotten so close to the droids that accuracy didn't matter. The head of the first droid burst out of its sockets when it received a round of Dajir's blasters point blank. The second and third clankers were dead before they could react. Only the ones behind those had a shot at reacting, but before they need, Ragu jumped over Dajir's head, cutting 3 droids in half with just one move. Then, the Padawan used the force to push another group of droids, and the B-1 units flew as if they were light as a feather, and ended in a broken mess near one of the hangar's walls. The battle was over when General Dai pulled over the last droid directly towards his lightsaber. When he deactivated it, the clanker fell to the ground, breaking the silence that reigned after the battle. In a matter of seconds, an entire platoon of droids, about 40 B-1 units, laid dead on the ground, while the Republic side had no wounds whatsoever. Hawk looked over from the lot, a DC-15S in his hands that he never got the chance to use. He had never seen anyone fight like that, neither had he ever witnessed Jedis and clones work so fluidly together. Dajir ignored the surprised clone and stepped over the droids towards a lift. "The lifts aren't working, General. They must have turned them off as soon as we landed. Tech, try to get them moving." "No need, Dajir." Ragu stepped forward and stabbed his lightsaber on the lift's door. The weapon penetrated until only the handle was off, and Ragu made a circle with it. Melted metal dripped of the borders of the circle, and when Ragu kicked it, the cut-off part fell down, thundering as it crashed into the sides of the lift shaft. The Padawan put his head inside the hole and looked upwards. Then, he jumped inside the lift shaft and grabbed the cables. General Dai followed him, and after looking hesitantly to their leader, Hell Squad followed. Anakin Skywalker slashed downwards, literally cutting a B-2 super battle droid in half. As the droid fell, he saw his captain, Rex, shooting down the last droid on the corridor using his DC-17s. The Jedi turned to his Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, and nodded. The group, composed of 2 Jedis, 1 clone and 4 clone commandos, went forward, looking for the command bridge of the cargo ship. "General," Fixer's scanners detected a huge group of droids. Boss, the leader of Delta Squad, warned the Jedi. Under his helmet, he was frowning. The number of clankers inside the ship was bigger than they expected. He quickly calculated their odds, deciding for the best battle plan. "We should split up, General. You, Commander Tano and Captain Rex, follow this corridor till the end, and you should arrive at the command bridge." "What about you?" Scorch, the explosives expert, and Battle Maniac answered for Boss. "We will prepare the Seppes a nice surprise, one that they won't forget for as long as they live, which won't be much longer. Haha." The Jedi looked at them, thinking carefully. He didn't like the idea of splitting up, but it seemed rather logical in this situation. The reason Delta Squad was chosen to come with them was exactly for moments like this. "All right, but be careful. If you can't stop them here, retreat to the command bridge. We will think of something there." "Yes, General." Watching the 3 people run, Boss wondered how Hell Squad was doing on the other ship. The clones from the 303rd were a little bit too arrogant for him, trying to compare themselves to clone commandos while being normal soldiers, but even Boss had to admit that they had some abilities. "Here they come, sir." Forcing his thoughts to the back of his mind, Boss concentrated on the fight that was about to start. It was going to be tough and dangerous, just how Delta Squad liked it. Capitulo 174, Hard-Won Battle. 3-4 used a piece of white cloth to bandage Tech's arm. The clone had been hit during their last skirmish with the droids, but it was nothing serious. Their journey up the elevator shaft had been almost uneventful. 2 stupid droids had decided to look at them through one of the doors, and Ragu pulled them. The clankers fell down, almost hitting Dab, who was in the middle of climbing up the cables. Aside from that, the most dangerous moment that they faced was when Brain slipped and almost fell, but then General Dai stretched his hand, and the clone floated in midair. General Dai moved his hand slowly, and the clone who was floating above a 30 meters fall quickly grabbed the cables again. Surely it wasn't a pleasant experience. In the end, they made it to the upper level of the cargo ship, where a bunch of droids waited after every corner. Dajir didn't know how many droids were on the ship, but judging by the number that they already killed, he expected there were at least a few hundred. Suddenly, Dajir heard metallic footsteps, many of them. As one, all the clones turned back and saw a myriad of clankers. Unnecessarily, Cell yelled, "Sep is incoming." The droidekas rolled in first, setting up their annoying shields. B1 and B2 units followed closely behind. Taking cover on the sides of the corridor, Dajir turned to General Dai. "You go first, General, we will hold them." "Denied. Ragu, you are a better pilot than I am. Go to the command bridge and get us out of here." Dajir nodded. 1 Jedi would probably be enough to clear the command bridge of any hostiles. "Tech, go with the General." "Yes, sir." Tech was by far the best pilot in Hell Squad, and could be of help when going over all the commands necessary to turn the cargo ship away from its escort. The Padawan and the clone ran away, and soon Dajir heard sounds of combat. Not worried about them, Dajir turned to his own battle. He saw at least 100 droids, packed in the corridor. At least the clones had the advantage that not all the droids could fire at the same time. "Well, this is going to be fun." Cell spoke with excitement in his voice, and all hell broke loose. The droidekas in the front fired rapidly, forcing the clones to duck behind cover. Red lasers hit everywhere as the clones couldn't even respond without getting shot. "Brain, remember what I said about only using droid poppers. Forget it." As if he was waiting for Dajir to say that, his second-in-command pulled out a thermal detonator. "General, cover me." Up till now, General Dai had been deflecting the storm of lasers, and, although some of them hit the droids, most were absorbed by the droideka's shields. However, when Brain called for him, the Jedi increased his velocity, his arms becoming blurred as he swung his lightsaber in inhuman speeds. Brain showed himself just enough to throw the detonator. The deadly metal ball hit the walls, rebounding around until it finally landed amidst the droids. The B1 units looked confusedly at it, as if wondering how did it get there. Then, the thermal detonator exploded. 7 or 8 of the droids became scrap metal. Usually, a single detonator wouldn't kill that many, but the clankers were so closely packed together that not only the explosion hit them, but some also went down when pieces of their fallen comrades hit them. The detonation made most of the droids stumble and stop firing for a brief second, except the droidekas and a few clankers in the front. Soldiers as experienced as Hell Squad wouldn't let this opportunity slip past them. "Take care of the destroyers first." Dajir took out a thermal detonator and rolled it on the floor. If he did it too fast, the droideka's shield would stop it. He, however, had a lot of experience dealing with the rolling droids, and the detonator easily went through the shield, blowing the droid to pieces. 2 droidekas remained, but then General Dai jumped on the wall and ran. Literally. As if gravity had no effect on him, the Jedi ran on the wall as if it was the ground. The droidekas tried to switch its aim to hit him, but the Jedi deflected the first few lasers they shot and dropped on them. The powerful shields might as well have been made of paper when the blue lightsaber went through it. The first droideka flinched and fell when it was stabbed on the head, and then General Dai spun, cutting half of the head of the already dead droid and slicing the second one. Even Hell Squad was stunned for a moment when seeing this unfold, but they recovered quickly. The sound of Cell's new weapon as almost as loud Metal's blaster. He had modified a DC-15S to be shorter and more powerful, creating a powerful shotgun. At such close range, it cut down 2 or 3 droids with each shot. The battle raged on for a few more minutes, and both sides suffered losses. While Dajir himself was unharmed, Dab had his hand pressed in a scratch in his leg, where a droid fragment had cut through the armor. Brain complained continuously about his damaged helmet, ignoring the fact that if it hadn't diverted the shot, he would be dead. Even General Dai didn't get out unscathed, as his shoulder had a nasty wound where one of the B-2 super battle droids hit him with 2 continuous shots. Usually, the Jedi would have been first priority on 3-4's medical list, but now, the medic was leaning over Metal. It was only when the battle ended that most of the clones, and General Dai, saw that the heavy gunner had been wounded. There was a dark spot on his armor, just under his chest. It was clear that he had been hit hard. Dajir walked over to 3-4, careful not to hinder the clone as he worked, removing the Metal's chest, armor, and helmet. "How is he?" 3-4 gently patted Metal's face. Hell Squad as a whole closed their fists as the clone didn't appear to be breathing. But suddenly Metal opened his eyes and gasped for air, scaring the clones who were surrounding him. "Stay still, your ribs are cracked." 3-4 usually was a calm and quiet clone, but now he spoke with such a commanding tone that even Dajir was impressed. Metal stood quietly, as he was ordered, breathing heavily, his face showing pain each time he exhaled. "You were lucky. If it wasn't for the blast padding, you would be dead." Blast padding was a new sort of armor, too expensive to be given to all troopers. As such, only commanders and important units were given it. That is why Hell Squad's armor is thicker than normal. Blast padding was part of the armor and covered the chest, stomach, and back, offering protection from common lasers from a certain distance. Still, the impact from the lasers could crack or break bones and even rupture organs. There were many injuries to cover and little time. General Dai only waited for Metal's condition to stabilize before moving on. 3-4 Dajir, carry him? Cell, help Dab, let's move to the command bridge. We are too exposed here, and I doubt those are all the droids the ship had. Once in the command bridge, we can set up better defenses. Yes, General. As quickly as their injuries permitted, Hell Squad moved along the corridor, leaving behind more than 100 dead droids, and a corridor that could hardly ever be restored to its original appearance. Author's note: Hello guys, hope you are all having a very nice day. There are a couple of things I want to tell you. Firstly, I got some comments in the last 10 or so chapters saying that Hell Squad had been getting injured a lot lately. And although I understand why you say that, well, it's actually true. I want you all to know that I never planned on making Dajir or Hell Squad 2 op, so they can't face 100 droids and be unharmed, example at hand. That being said, please understand I am not criticizing those who made the comments or think like that. It's things like this that helps me understand what are your thoughts on the development of the novel. Secondly, and most important TLY, I have a question for you all. The thing is, I've become a much better writer than I originally was, and my chapters became much longer and the quality much better. That being said, I was thinking of revisiting my old chapters from the start and rewriting them. Of course, the story won't change, but I will make them about as long as the newest chapters, and they will much better, be it in writing quality or details. I just want to know your opinions on this, and if you think I should do it, so please leave a comment about this. Of course, again, this will take some time, so I will have to first leave a lot of chapters done and on a timer, so I can dedicate myself to rewriting those chapters without leaving you without updates. Anyway, this is all I wanted to say. If you are confused, have a question or a suggestion, not only about this, but about the novel as a whole, don't hesitate to ask. Goodbye, and may the Force be with you. Capitulo 175, Racing Against Time. The door of the command bridge opened, and General Dai saw a blaster aimed directly at his face. He moved his hand, and the blaster slowly lowered as he used the force, and the person behind it saw who he was. "Sorry, General, I didn't have how to know it was you." "It's okay, Tech. How are we on the ship?" General Dai looked around the room and waved his hand slightly. 2 or 3 dead droids floated and piled up against a wall, leaving the center of the command bridge clear. On the way towards the command bridge, they saw more than a few dead droids, most of them killed by a lightsaber. "A few more minutes and I should be able to override their countermeasures. It would be quicker if the crew helped, but they refused to talk." Tech pointed towards one side of the command bridge, where about 10 people were crouching or sitting on the floor in the dim light. General Dai walked over to them and stopped in front of the one who was clearly the captain, for he was using clothes that no crew would dare to use. The Jedi ordered the human to get up, and when he didn't follow the instructions, using the Force. Feeling himself pulled upwards against his will, the captain struggled and closed his eyes. His fear was evident. But when General Dai waved his hand in front of him, the fear disappeared and his eyes became blank. "You are going to insert the command codes." I am going to insert the command codes." After mumbling this, the captain went to the control panel and typed rapidly. Tech laughed happily. "Those are the correct ones, General. When you want to, just say the word and we can get out of here." "Wait, Regu, contact Master Skywalker." "Yes, Master." Regu fumbled with his comlink, and a hologram of General Skywalker and his Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, appeared. Both of them were running, and the sound of blasters being fired could be heard in the background. Occasionally, General Skywalker would lower his head to dodge a red laser or reflect it. "Master Dai, I was about to contact you. We are, in a little trouble. We already put the new coordinates on the control panel, but the command bridge was flooded with droids before we could enter hyperspace. We were forced to retreat. Ahsoka, duck." The projection disappeared for a small moment as Master and Padawan dodged something Dajir couldn't see. Then, they got up as if nothing happened and started running again. "Calm down, young Skywalker. Are you able to take back the command bridge?" "I don't think so, Master Dai. There are too many droids. Also, we were forced to split from Delta Squad. They are trapped somewhere in Level 2. "General Dai, more Seppies incoming." General Dai looked over to the door hurriedly and spotted dozens of droids, and probably more were coming. They would lose their own command bridge if they didn't pay attention, so how could they help General Skywalker? Facing such difficulties, General Dai made his decision. "Unfortunately, Master Skywalker, you are your own. We can't reach you. Forget the supplies, reunite with Delta Squad and get out of there. We are going to jump." "I can't do that, Master Dai, otherwise your troops." "Okay, I am sorry, Master Dai." "Don't worry, young Skywalker. We are going to pull through it. We always do. Now, retreat before it is too late." "Yes, Master Dai. May the Force be with you." The Nikto cut off communications and turned to the door, his lightsaber in hands. Raghu positioned himself next to his master, and Hell Squad found cover. Wounded or not, their fighting spirit was burning strong, since they knew that those supplies could very well save many of their brothers. "Tech, initiate the jump." "Yes, General." General Skywalker sensed a familiar tremor, as if space itself was shaking. He knew that this was the sign of a large ship entering hyperspace. Silently, the young Jedi Master wished good luck to General Dai and the 303rd. Master, they are coming." General Skywalker ignored his Padawan's warning, only bothering to deflect a few lasers that came his way. With a heavy heart, he ordered their retreat. "Rex and Snips, come on, we need to go." "But Master..." "Enough, Snips, let's find Delta Squad and leave." Nobody was more disappointed than him. As a young and newly appointed Jedi Knight, not being able to help others was a gigantic blow to his confidence and pride. Half an hour later, a very damaged lot flew out of the remaining Separatist cargo ship, and it was immediately put under a starfighter escort. The other cargo ship had long disappeared into hyperspace. About an hour later, both sides disengaged from their fight, Republic fighters and droids returning to their respective ships. Soon, the Republic fleet turned around and jumped into hyperspace, but not before destroying the remaining cargo ship. It appeared the Republic commander had decided that since he couldn't take the ship, he wouldn't let the Separatist have it either. Dajir felt the ship shake a little as it entered hyperspace. The ever-beautiful sight of blue and white lights going past the ship as it cut through space and time appeared out of the command bridge's window. Unfortunately, he couldn't appreciate it now since he had to deal with the onslaught of droids. He was kneeling behind the captain's chair, which was now full of holes. The doors if the command bridge were starting to get stacked with droid corpses, but the clankers knew no fear and kept coming, only to die. So far, none of them stepped one metallic foot inside the command bridge. Dajir didn't know for how long the fight went on, for he was too absorbed in it to pay attention to anything else, and so were the others. As such, they only noticed that they had come out of hyperspace when Republic starfighters zoomed past the ship, and a transmission from the Republic fleet nearby came through. Cargo ship Ezentral, this is a Republic system. Deactivate your shields and let our forces board you, otherwise we will attack. Dajir, who was the closest one to the communicator, sprinted towards it, dodging the lasers shot at him. Admiral Dao, this is Subcommander Dajir. Subcommander, I was thinking which bold Separatist captain would dare to. No time for this. Admiral, we are currently under attack by Sepis on the command bridge. We need reinforcements now. Lower the shields, and I will send them in, sir. Soon, several gunships left the 303rd Attack Legion's fleet and flew to them. When Dajir saw them landing, he let out a happy yell. Yoo-hoo, just a little bit more, General Dai. Good, I was starting to get tired. That was a joke if Dajir ever saw his general do one, for he was wounded and had been fighting for hours without stop. He was much more than tired. All of them were. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait much. At most 15 minutes had passed when he heard shots coming from behind the attacking droids. The leader of the reinforcements was none other than Commander Keeley, firing his two DC-17s wildly while leading at least 100 303rd troopers. Caught between Hell Squad and the other clones, the droids fell down one after another without even a chance to react. Certainly, there were more clankers in the ship, but they would be quickly cleared. The 303rd wouldn't forgive those who hurt their general. Capitulo 176, Ryloth in danger. More often than he wanted, Dajir found himself in an infirmary. This time, however, he wasn't there to treat his wounds, but to check on his squad members and, more importantly, his general. Battle statistics showed that the cargo ship carried more than 900 droids, almost 2 battalions, all of which had been killed. Of those, at least 500 had died before the ship arrived on Ryloth and was boarded by the 303rd. It was a new record in the entire Republic Army, 7 clones killing about 60 or 70 times their numbers. However, Dajir, who fought on the battle, knew that this had only been possible due to many factors. Firstly, they fought in a ship, with small and cramped corridors, meaning that not many droids could attack at the same time. Secondly, they had taken the enemy by surprise, and thirdly, they had 2 Jedis with them. Still, they had suffered a lot to win the battle. Most of those who partook in the battle were injured, with the exception being Dajir and Ragu. While they were defending the command bridge, Tech had been hit on his left thigh, while 3-4 had somehow managed to almost be killed several times, earning him several scratches on his armor and about 5 or 6 bruises and cuts where the droid's lasers cut through his skin. None of them complained, however. It was a miracle that none of them died, and also that the only serious injury was metals, but even that should recover quickly in a Bacta tank. Now, Dajir and Commander Keeley were standing next to General Dai, and the Nikto was talking quietly to them so they wouldn't wake up the convalescent Hell Squad. Ragu had talked to his master for a long time, and only a few minutes ago did the Jedi manage to convince his Padawan to get some sleep. Keeley, as soon as I am recovered, we are going to descend onto Ryloth. The planet is at war, not only with the Separatist, but also with themselves. Corrupt rulers and politicians almost sold them to the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Only a few freedom fighters remain. Ryloth and its people cannot be lost. We understand, General. Now, you should rest. Leave the details to Dajir and me. We will let you in as soon as you are out of bed. The Jedi nodded tired and soon drifted off into sleep. Commander and Subcommander left side by side, walking directly to the command bridge. They had to defend an entire planet, and this didn't include just ground battles. In fact, the decisive factor would be whether or not the Republic would be able to hold the space around Ryloth. Admiral Dao would be more important than them in the following battles. Dajir. Yes, Commander. You had been through a lot lately. I swear I never saw a clone gather wounds as fast as you do. That earned a chuckle from Dajir. His eye, face, shoulder, legs, torso, arm, all of those were parts of his body that had received at least one injury. His entire body was scarred, more scarred than normal for a soldier, even though most of the troopers who fought since Genosis had at least a dozen different scars. Commander Keeley himself had been wounded more than once. Go get some sleep, Subcommander. Don't complain, otherwise I will order you. The reports that came in today said that the Separatist fleet who will attack Ryloth is 3 days away. We can manage 5 or 6 hours without you. Dajir wanted to protest. It felt wrong to go to his quarters sleep when his men were in the infirmary and other clones were planning and preparing for a crucial battle. But he was unable to suppress a yawn, and he suddenly realized that his entire body was sore, old injuries were aching, and he barely could keep his eyes open. Yes, Commander. Dajir was in a dark place. Streaks of blue and red lightning thundered into the darkness. A massive, disformed being looked down on him. A dark cloak covered this being, flapping into the non-existent wind. Instead of a face, all the being had was a black vortex, spinning and spinning, seemingly trying to destroy the universe. The eerie laugh that always accompanied this figure startled Dajir awake. He could still hear it in his head, controlling him, ordering him to do horrible things. His instincts told him that barely 3 hours had passed since he laid in his bed to sleep. However, he wasn't sleepy anymore, or rather, he wasn't sleepy enough to go back to his nightmares. Putting on his armor, he grabbed his helmet under his arm. Dajir hesitated before leaving his quarters and, in the end, decided to take his weapons with him. He strapped his recently acquired vibroblade to his back, sheathed his DC-17, and took his DC-15A on his hand, holding it parallel to the ground. It was uncommon for him to take all his weapons with him just to go to the command bridge, but the nightmares left him feeling vulnerable. At least, when he passed by troopers on his way, they thought he was simply preparing for the forthcoming battle, and not that their subcommander was afraid of dreams. Commander Keeley was still on the command bridge when he got there. In fact, the clone seemed to never leave, as he was rarely seen on his quarters or anywhere else. The commander had his helmet off, showing his shaved and tattooed head. A small scar appeared on his neck, almost hidden by his armor. He was looking through the window, watching the planet below. The Sincerity towered over the other cruisers, the giant metal beast showing no signs of fear of the Separatist fleet that would attack them in the next days. Sub-Commander Dajir. Admiral Dao, it's good to see you again. Same here, Dajir, same here. Dajir shook hands with the Admiral. He was shorter than the clones, and his eyes glistened with intelligence. A commander from the old Republic days, the Admiral had won many seemingly impossible battles by using unorthodox tactics. Dajir. Dajir nodded to Commander Keeley, who didn't say anything about how much he slept. The commander knew better than any clone how difficult it was for a trooper to get a good night of sleep. Dajir looked at Ryloth. The planet was as big as Mygeeto, but its climate was the exact opposite. While on Mygeeto it was always snowing, with chilly winds that made even walking difficult, Ryloth was hot and rocky. Giant formations of loose rock made for precarious mountains, and the air was stagnant. Red dust coated every building and rock of the planet, making everything look rusted and old. All in all, it was the perfect battlefield for a legion like the 303rd, a battlefield where they could display their full capacities. There, their armor would meld in with the terrain, their combat experience could be put to full use, and they could show the Seppies who the real boss was. Capitulo 177, Facing Despair in Ryloth. Dajir, Commander Keeley, and Admiral Dao spent many hours discussing. Every aspect was covered, every flaw they could find were corrected. But their stares only grew more worried as they saw how slim their chances were. This time even Dajir wasn't that confident. The Republic had thrown the 303rd in a suicide mission, one they couldn't run away from. Not for a moment did Dajir believe that the freedom fighters on Ryloth would actually be of any help. In fact, he could foresee that they would cause a lot of trouble. Still, they had their orders, and they were going to follow it to the bitter end. Their job on Ryloth was simple. They had to defend the planet against anything the Separatist threw on them. If they could hold the Separatist on space, it was even better. If their blockade failed, then they would fight for every inch of ground. As such, the commanders had already started making their preparations. Supplies were being loaded on, ships were being fueled, and most importantly, soldiers were boarding their ships. To defend Ryloth, the 303rd would give everything they had. Everything. Almost every infantry trooper descended onto the planet, leaving only a few hundred behind to defend the cruisers in case they were boarded. That day, the citizens of Ryloth witnessed an incredible sight. Gunship after gunship flew down from the fleet on space, dropping men, weapons, vehicles, and supplies. The long convoy continued for hours before it was finally over. If one looked up, the fleet would appear to be the same, as if the long string of lots was just a hallucination. But for the clones who remained on the cruisers, it was different. The long corridors, usually bristling with life, were now silent. The canteen was quiet, since even those who remained weren't willing to talk. No soldier had any illusions. They all knew that it was going to be a tough fight, and it was very unlikely they would see each other again. "General, you should see this." General Dai turned away from the window and saw one of the crewmen calling for him. For the last couple of hours, he had just been staring at the planet below. Ragu and Hell Squad had already gone to Ryloth, the clones mostly healed from their injuries. Now, the only ones who still had to go to the planet were he and Commander Keeley. "What is it, Corporal?" "We just received a message from General Kenobi. It has information about the Separatist fleet and transmission for you." "Play the transmission first." The clone nodded, and a recorded hologram message appeared. The man in the hologram used Jedi Knight's clothes in shades of white and beige. His beard was well treated. The man seemed to be a well-educated gentleman, and this impression was only reinforced by how he spoke, even though it was just a recording. "Master Dai, it is unfortunate that I have to contact you under such circumstances. I regret to inform you that we aren't able to provide you any support, at least for now. The Separatists are engaging us in every planet in the galaxy, and the Republic is hard-pressed to fight back. Some of my men were, however, able to retrieve basic information about the Separatist fleet tasked with conquering Ryloth. I hope it is of help, as little as it may seem. May the Force be with you." The hologram disappeared, and General Dai looked pensive for a moment. The situation was dire, much worse than he expected. "Put the intel on." The crewman made as Commander Keeley commanded, and pulled up the intel that General Kenobi had gathered. Almost immediately, curses and imprecations left the mouths of every officer on the command bridge. "We are doomed." Admiral Dao's words resumed what every clone was thinking. The 303rd Attack Legion had a fleet that was by no means small. The Sincerity was a Venator-class cruiser, one of the biggest and most powerful models the Republic had on stock. Not only that, but the fleet also had 3 other Venator-class cruisers, 11 Acclamator-class cruisers, and dozens of smaller ships like CR-90 corvettes. The number of starfighters was in the thousands. So what could possibly make the commander of such a fleet feel certain doom? The answer was a much bigger enemy fleet. Not only there were 6 Providence-class dreadnoughts and 20 Munificent-class frigates, but they also brought a Recusant-class destroyer. This ship was equivalent to all 3 Venator-class cruisers the Republic had. That meant that besides the big number of capital ships, there would be tens of thousands of Vulture droids to deal with. The Separatists usually had a numerical advantage over the Republic, but this was ridiculous. "Don't worry, my friends. They might have the numbers, but we have the best pilots and the best leaders. Admiral Dao fought on many battles more than any of us here. We will pull through this ordeal, and soon, the Republic will send help." All the officers acknowledged General Dai's speech. None of them believed in it. Dajir watched as clones marched before him and into the city of Lesu. Outside the city, ATTs, ATAPs, and SFATs lined outside the city. The citizens looked at the marching army and the massive vehicles in awe and fear. Many of them weren't happy with Republic forces taking control over their capital, even if they were the ones who asked for help. As he commanded the clones to take position on the walls, he analyzed the outskirts of the city. A blast bridge was the only way in or out of the Lesu. The capital was surrounded by an abyss that seemed to have no end. It was an extremely good defensive position, but if the clankers did break through their blockade, and Dajir had no doubt they would, then even such a city would fall in a matter of days. He looked over to the center of the city, where a high building towered over the others. The city council was having a meeting there, deciding whether or not they should accept the Republic troops. As incredible as it seems, when Dajir first arrived at the city, the rulers rejected him, arguing that those who asked the Republic to come were the so-called freedom fighters, traitors of Ryloth. Dajir looked at the fat Twi'leks and ignored them entirely. He had his orders, he was going to carry them. Some of the members of the council threatened to report him to the Senate, saying that the occupation was illegal. Dajir once more ignored them, instead saying very politely that if they didn't shut up, he was going to arrest them. At the moment, Ragu was waiting for an audience with the city council, and Hell's squad served as an escort. Dajir had stayed outside the city to organize the defenses. He was glad he didn't have to attend the meeting. "Sub-Commander, sir, the general is arriving." "Thank you, Smit, dismissed." "Yes, sir." Dajir watched as the lot landed and walked towards it. Only 2 passengers got out, Commander Keeley and General Dai. Dajir saluted both. "Welcome to Lesu, General. We are facing some trouble with the populace that General Ragu thinks only you can solve. He asked me to tell you to go to the city council." "I will go immediately. Arrange transport." "Yes, General. Blyer, you heard the General. Commander, the defenses are ready for inspection." "Good, let's do a patrol." Capitulo 178, Freedom Fighters. "How dare you? We never asked for help. That is just an excuse for the Republic to conquer us. Cam Syndulla and his traitorous rebel friends should be hunted, not assisted by you." "Mr. Shar, Mr. Jairat, I understand your concerns, however. I can assure you that the Republic's intent isn't to conquer Ryloth, but to help it. Cam Syndulla is. Cam Syndulla is a traitor. He should have been executed when we had the chance. He is." When General Dai entered the room, what he saw was his Padawan trying to reason with a bunch of fat Twi'leks, but it was in vain, and his voice was drowned by their endless complaints. Seeing his helpless apprentice, General Dai almost chuckled. Ragu's specialty was battling, not talking. Deciding to help his Padawan, General Dai used the Force to create a small shockwave, just enough so everyone knew he was there and that he was a Jedi. "Council, please, listen to my Padawan. The Republic never had any intention of conquering Ryloth. The word of a Jedi should be more than enough to assure you that. When had we ever lied? As if we didn't know you all are dogs of the Chancellor." A fat green Twi'lek muttered under his breath, maybe thinking that the Nikto wouldn't hear him, but he was wrong. General Dai turned towards him, recognizing him as Mr. Shar Yelps, the one who complained the most against Ragu. "Jedi aren't underlings of the Chancellor nor of the Senate, Mr. Shar. We are peacekeepers. We are here to protect Ryloth. You brought war to our planet." General Dai eyed the Twi'lek, disgust evident in his glare. "May I remember you, Shar Yelps, that Ryloth is part of the Republic, and the only reason the Republic is here is to help you. May I also remember you that war would have come to Ryloth sooner or later, and it came now because some of your rulers and politicians tried to hand over the planet to the Separatist. Don't forget, Mr. Shar, that your name, and the name of others in this room, appear more than once as the masterminds behind this attempt. The Republic didn't trial you up till now, but if you insist on handing over Ryloth to the Separatist, our hand will be forced." The room instantly became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Amongst the tens of council members, only 1 or 2 faces appeared happy, while the others showed rage and fear. Weeks before, an emissary of the Separatist commander Wat Tambor came to Ryloth. He promised many benefits to those who aligned with the Separatist cause. Most of the members of the city council were greedy and arrogant, and didn't hesitate to throw away the interests of the population in favor of theirs. The few who were against it were quickly silenced, and some even were thrown out of the council. However, what those greedy men didn't expect was that the Republic would be faster than the Separatist, and now they were stuck in an awkward position. They couldn't turn away the Republic, otherwise it would be considered open treason, but they already received benefits from the Separatist. If they betrayed their new allies, then the consequences would be dire when they conquered Ryloth. After all, the Separatists weren't kind. Seeing the impact his words had, General Dai decided to continue. He had to subdue these men now, or they would backstab him and the Republic. May I ask you all, do you know what the Separatists do when they conquer a Republic planet? No, let me tell you. Under the excuse of being prisoners of war, the entire population, men, women, and children, are forced to work to them. Many die from inhuman treatment. And the destiny of those who have some kind of power or influence over the people, a city council, for example, is even worse. They all disappear mysteriously. The council left the room to debate after those words. It was unclear whether they were more afraid of the Republic or the Separatist. Ragu approached his master, smiling. That should get them on our side, master. No, that made them afraid. They will be on our side for as long as it is beneficial to them. We will have to be careful. The moment they see the Republic show weakness, they will backstab us without hesitating. In a cave outside of Lesu, an old Twi'lek, with beige skin, was hearing the reports made by his soldiers. Groups of Twi'leks scattered around this cave and others, taking care of children and moving supplies around. Every adult was carrying at least one blaster, and many had scars, showing they were battle-hardened veterans. Cam, are you listening? Sorry, Gobi, I was thinking. You always are, haha. What I was saying is that clones arrived. They are called the 303rd Attack Legion. They are in all the major cities. Lesu, Kaloon, Nabet, Rivari. And how are they behaving? They took over those cities. Our spies said that the Jedi, Imagun Dai, scared the city council so much that they almost ran away. Hahaha, oh, think we can trust him. You know I don't trust anyone. I will have to meet him, organize it, Gobi. Yes, Cam, and give them a chance, we need their help. That depends on them, brother. Dajir was inspecting an outpost that the 303rd had built a few kilometers away from Lesu. Over the past 2 days, that was all he had been doing, going from one city to another. The citizens still showed some distrust towards them, but after news of how the Sepis treated prisoners started to spread, they weren't so hostile anymore. Sir, General Dai is asking you to return to the city. All right, Captain Agile, you will be in command of this outpost. Yes, sir. Dajir took a BARC speeder and left the outpost. 50 kilometers were covered in 20 minutes with the vehicle. Even before he arrived, he saw Ragu waiting for him on the gate. Dajir, over here. General. Dajir, we were contacted by Cam Syndulla, leader of the Freedom Fighters. Master is busy, so we are going to meet him. Just let me gather my squad, General, and I will be with you. They are already waiting for us. Syndulla wants to meet outside the city. Something about this whole situation didn't seem right. Cam Syndulla had contacted the Republic, asking for help, but after the Republic arrived, he waited for days before finally asking for a meeting. It was okay for Syndulla to want to meet outside the city, since the city council considered him and his men traitors. Still, Dajir's instincts told him something was wrong. General, I think it is better if we go with a larger group. Lieutenant Shield is in the city, if we bring him and 50 troopers. No, Cam Syndulla is our ally, but he doesn't trust us much. Taking 60 soldiers will make him think we are up to something. He might not even go to the meeting if we do that. Hell Squad will be enough. Yes, General. A few minutes later, the group departed from Lesu on BARC speeders. Dajir put up 2 fingers and slid them across his chest in a way that only Hell Squad saw it. His men acknowledged the signal and checked their weapons. They had long learned to trust Dajir, and if the subcommander was instructing them to pay attention, they will. Capitulo 179, being backstabbed. Dust left a trail in the horizon as 8 BARC speeders zoomed through the valleys of Ryloth. One of the drivers, a clone wearing a weirdly painted armor, said something to the only person who wasn't a clone in the group. General Ragu, don't stop. There is someone looking at us. The Togruta didn't slow down, nor looked at Cell. Instead, he just asked quietly where their stalker was. The hills to the left, he is on some kind of animal. Dajir discreetly lowered his macrobinoculars. Sel was right. A Twi'lek with pink skin and riding on a big and round kind of lizard was watching them. Ragu also saw the Twi'lek, even though he didn't have any kind of binoculars. He is riding a blurg. They are the mounts used by the freedom fighters. I bet he is a scout for Sindola. He really doesn't trust us, does he? We certainly don't trust him. Ragu turned to Brain, surprised that the easygoing clone would be so hostile to the freedom fighters. We are here to help them, trooper. We have no reason to distrust Sindola and his men. Brain silenced. It wasn't appropriate for him to answer, since he would be discussing with the general, and, well, soldiers didn't do that. But Brain had his reasons to doubt Cam Sindola. Usually, rebels like Sindola couldn't be trusted. They had a tendency to think that just because it was their planet, they knew more than actual soldiers. However, all the experience they had came from grabbing a blaster and killing 2 clankers. They didn't have tactics. They didn't think enough before attacking, which usually lead to high casualties and failure. Not only that, but they were also driven by rage and hatred. That made them susceptible to make rookie mistakes. Suddenly, the path disappeared between a crack on the walls of the valley. Slowing down, they followed it until they arrived at a clearing. At the center of the clearing, 3 Twi'leks waited for them. One was a woman with gray skin and a revealing outfit. She was beautiful, but a terrific scar cut her face and neck. The second one was a man, his skin blue and green, and he was carrying a huge blaster. And finally, the third one, a male with beige skin. Dajir assumed he was Cam Sindola because he exhaled confidence and the skin he showed was marked with scars. Ragu got down from the speeder and graciously greeted the Twi'leks. Hell Squad walked behind the Jedi, their blasters in hands but aiming at the ground. Cam Sindola, I am Ragu, Padawan of Master Amagun Dai. We want to discu. Where is he? Ragu was interrupted rudely by Sindola. The Twi'lek yelled furiously, confusing both Ragu and the clones. Where is he? Who? Sindola, I don't understand. Don't lie, my people saw you capture him. Where is he? Cam Sindola advanced, as if he was going to attack Ragu. Immediately, 7 blasters were aimed at him. In response, the other 2 Twi'leks that were with him also aimed their weapons at them. There was a muffled sound and the earth shook. All around the clearing, in the walls above, Twi'lek riders appeared, aiming a variety of weapons at Hell Squad. The clones changed their aim, each one to a different target. In the past, they had made the mistake of firing at the same clanker, wasting time, and costing other soldiers their lives. Dajir now knew why his instincts were telling him something was wrong. It was an ambush. He didn't know why the freedom fighters would want to attack Republic troops, but it was happening. Lower your weapons. Ragu's low voice startled Dajir. He looked at the Jedi and saw the Padawan glaring at him. Slowly, Dajir lowered his DC-15A and ordered Hell Squad to do the same. Are we being captured again? It can't be as bad as Ventress was. Silence, Cam Sindola, you called for help of the Republic. Why are you aiming your weapons at us now? Sindola laughed and spat on the ground. Dajir tensed up at every movement the Twi'lek leader made. We called for help and instead you betrayed us. You captured my brothers and you still dare to come to this place. I didn't believe when my people said you were still coming. What do you want? A ransom? You won't get it. We fought the Separatist, we will fight you. Ragu frowned. He had no idea what Sindola was talking about. However, the Padawan knew that something went terribly wrong. Without warning, Ragu used the Force to pull his lightsaber. The entire Twi'lek force concentrated on him, and Hell Squad put their weapons up again. And then Ragu threw his lightsaber on the ground, near Sindola. Do the same. Dajir looked at his general and sighed. Jedi were said to be calm, but sometimes they were more impulsive than the clones. You heard the general, boys. The sounds of several weapons hitting the ground made Dajir feel uncomfortable, as if he was naked. The 2 Twi'leks originally with Sindola walked over and grabbed the blasters. Sindola himself grabbed Ragu's lightsaber. There was a smile on his face now, the rage all gone. Dajir suspected that the freedom fighter was never really angry, but wanted to see their reaction. Ragu right, follow me. To where? My home, of course. I still want to know where my man is. Ragu stood still and confronted Sindola. When the woman next to him aimed her blaster at him, Ragu simply waved his hand, and her weapon flew out of her hands, hitting the ground 20 meters away. I don't know who your man is, nor what you are talking about. Explain, Sindola, now. Sindola frowned, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. It was clear he liked the sensation of power in his hands, and Ragu contesting his authority was almost too much. You are in no position to make such claims, Jedi. Either you come now as guests, or you come later as prisoners. Ragu stared at Sindola and eventually shrugged. He wanted to understand what was going on, not cause a conflict. It would only make things more difficult if the Republic had to worry not only about the Separatist, but also the freedom fighters. Okay, but I want you to know, Sindola, that I have no idea what you are talking about. If your man was arrested by us, I know nothing about it. Liar, you are all liars. Quiet, Maiwi, let's go. The woman with the scar spat towards Ragu as she picked her weapon on the ground. Carefully, Ragu and Hell Squad followed the Twi'leks to a cave. With blasters on their back, they disappeared inside the earth. General, we can't reach General Ragu. Do you want us to send a patrol after them? General Dai closed his eyes and felt the force around him. He had a special connection with Ragu, so it was easier to sense him. No need, he is safe. Continue the preparations. Yes, General. Capitulo 180. Mistakes were made. Dajir could feel a blaster poking his back, and he had to resist the urge to strike his captor. It would be so easy. The Twi'lek obviously didn't know how to handle weapons. If Dajir turned around and grabbed his hand, then the blaster would be his. However, he knew he couldn't do that. Dajir glanced at Cam Sindola, the leader of the freedom fighters. As weird as it seems, Dajir knew that the Twi'lek wouldn't kill them. It was clear now that someone tried to frame the Republic and make the Twi'leks think of them as an enemy. That person or group wanted to use Sindola's temperament to kill Ragu and Hell Squad, which would undoubtedly start a war between the freedom fighters and the Republic. However, whoever it was, he or she had put too much trust on the hot temper of the Twi'lek. To be able to lead a resistance big enough to threaten the Separatist, obviously Sindola had to be able to control himself. After many minutes, the tunnel they were following gave place to a well-lit cave. Many Twi'leks using ragged clothes were in the cave, talking and working. Kids were running around, and two of them almost bumped in Dajir. Seeing the group of clones using their battle-scarred armors, the kids yelled and ran away, hiding behind their parents. Some of the adults approached them with friendly smiles on their faces, until one of them noticed that their comrades were aiming blasters at the back of the clones. The Twi'lek yelled something, and the smiles were replaced with distrust. Cam Sindola said something to his people and sat at a rock in the middle of the room. The other Twi'leks pushed their prisoners rudely, making them sit on the ground in front of Sindola. Jedi, I believe when you say that you know nothing of my man, but I don't believe it wasn't your kind who did it. Jedis are peacekeepers. Why would we want to start a war with you? Peacekeepers? Ha, why are you leading a war then? You might have been peacekeepers one day, not anymore. Now, all Jedis want is power, the same as everyone else. That is not true. Believe in what you want. That is not why I brought you here. I want to free my soldier, Gobi. He went to find your master and didn't come back. My people in the city saw him enter the city council building, and he never left. The 303rd isn't staying on the council building. What? That was the first time Sindola showed any kind of reaction other than rage or distrust. Dajir saw in his eyes that the Twi'lek knew exactly what happened, and that he was blaming the Republic wrongly. Ragu obviously saw it too. Who did it, you know, don't you? Cam Sindola closed his and stayed quiet for a few minutes. Ragu didn't seem worried at all, as if he already knew how things would unfold. When Sindola opened his eyes, he wasn't looking at his captives, but at the men behind them. Lower your weapons. The Jedi is telling the truth. It wasn't the Republic that took Gobi. It was someone from the city council. After a small moment of hesitation, most of the freedom fighters lowered their blasters, and some even stepped aside so the clones could get up. However, two of the Twi'leks still had their weapons aimed at Ragu. Cam, how can you believe them? Sindola, you can't do that. The first one was Maiwi, whom Sindola completely ignored, at least for now. The second one was a skinny Twi'lek with purple skin. His eyes shined with a cunning light, and he had a half-smile on his face whenever he looked at Ragu or Hell Squad, as if he was planning something. Seeing the skinny Twi'lek brazenly contest his authority, Syndulla's face got darker. Tram Kalk, you better be careful. Don't forget I was chosen to be the leader. It isn't up to you whether or not I can do that. If you have a complaint about my methods, call a vote. If anyone has a complaint, call a vote. Syndulla looked around, and a few of the freedom fighters lowered their heads, while most of them looked back with trust in their eyes. Tram's eyes burned with rage, but he backed off when confronted. Dajir could tell that Syndulla had to be careful in the future. Seeing his opponent give up, Syndulla sat down again and glanced at Ragu, his intentions clear. The Padawan signaled Hell Squad to get away and sat near the rebel leader. Hell Squad walked until they were close to a wall and sat down. Surprisingly, a Twi'lek brought them their weapons. He even had a friendly smile on his face. It was hard to believe that the freedom fighters trusted Syndulla so much, to the point of taking each of his words as guaranteed truth. Otherwise, why would they trust Hell Squad immediately? While Hell Squad checked their weapons, they had to make sure nobody played a trick. Dajir was looking around. He soon noticed that although most of the adults were carrying weapons, few looked like they knew how to use it, maybe 30 or 40 out of 100 or 200 people. Most likely the actual freedom fighters were just a few, while the rest were their families. "Mr. Soldier, would you like something to eat?" Dajir was surprised to hear a soft voice speak to him. Standing next to Hell Squad were a bunch of kids, carrying pots and trays with food and drinks. The one who spoke to Dajir was a small girl, probably younger than the cadets when they first started training. The little girl looked at him with hopeful eyes, and Dajir smiled unconsciously. Her blue eyes made a good contrast with her amber skin, and the way she talked showed her innocence. He saw the rest of Hell Squad looking at him and nodded. The clones took off their helmets, and the kids yelled in surprise. "You have the same face, and you too. Are you brothers?" The clones laughed, and Metal patted one of the kids in the head. "Yeah, we are all brothers, every one of us." "Whoa, that must be so nice. I wish I had a brother. Or a sister. Do you have a sister?" "Hahaha, no, I don't, but I have many more brothers. Later, when you see someone using an armor like mine, you will know he is my brother." The kids started asking all sorts of questions and screamed in awe from time to time. Their parents at the side, initially looking protectively to them, were now smiling and laughing too. "You won't take off your helmet." Dajir saw that the little girl was still looking at him, holding the small tray. He shook his head. "I got hurt, so I have a big scar. I don't want to scare you." The moment he said that, the kids grouped up around him. "I am not scared of anything." "I also am not scared. I am very brave. One day I will be a warrior. Warriors can't be scared." Boys and girls all boasted, saying they weren't scared at all. Dajir smiled under the helmet. His only experience with kids came from his training as a cadet, but the way the little Twi'leks behaved was almost the same as he and his brothers did when they were smaller. "You should take it off, sir. They won't stop pestering you until you do." Hahaha. While Dab was a bit more sensible, the rest of Hell Squad laughed to their heart's content. It was simply too funny to see their stern sub-commander being dominated by a bunch of children. Okay, I will take it off. Ready?" "Yeah." Slowly, Dajir took off his helmet and showed his face to the kids. As he had expected, they all jumped back, screaming. Even some of the adults had their mouths opened in shock. Capitulo 181, Little Shouta. Some kids stumbled and fell before scrambling to get back up and run away. Dajir sighed. He knew that was going to happen, but it was still a little bit disappointing. He was sure that the scar was a lot scarier than the children thought it would be. However, while most of the kids were still away, looking at his face curiously and fearfully, the same small girl approached him again. Does it hurt?" Dajir was surprised and unconsciously touched the scar on his face. It still hurt, especially when he got in battles a wounded clone shouldn't, and he got into a lot of those. However, he thought this wasn't the best idea to tell that to the child. "No, not anymore. I also have one, a scar. I got it when I was little." The girl showed Dajir a small scar on her leg, barely 5 centimeters long. She looked at Dajir expectantly, waiting for him to do something. Smiling, he patted the girl on the head and grabbed a fruit from the tray she was carrying. "You are very brave. What is your name?" Shouta, my name is Shouta." Before Dajir could say anything more, he was surrounded by the kids, asking all sorts of questions related to his scar. "How did you get it? Was it on a battle? In how many battles you were?" It appeared the kids didn't actually care for the answers, since they didn't stop to listen. Dajir was unsure of what to do, but fortunately, a mother saved him. "Come on now, Scatter, let's go. Let the soldier rest." Dajir nodded gratefully to the woman. He really had no idea of what to do to free himself from the curious kids. "Sir, I think I never saw you so scared." Dajir sighed. He knew his squad would never let him forget this, unless he ordered them to shut up, which he was seriously considering. "Even you, Tech." "Hahaha. Dajir, come over here." They were still laughing when Ragu called him. Instantly serious, Dajir grabbed his helmet and walked over to where the Jedi and Cam Syndulla were sitting. "Yes, General. I need you to go to Lesu. Our communications are being jammed. Find my master and talk to him about Gobi. I am sure you already know we were framed. You need to find whoever did it." "Hell Squad is ready, General." "No, only one person can go, Jedi." Syndulla spoke rudely. Dajir knew that although he told his people he trusted the Republic now, that wasn't really what he thought. He wanted to make sure that he had someone on his hideout to make sure the Republic wouldn't attack it. "Then you should be the one to go, General. We can stay here." Dajir saw Syndulla's eyes dart from him to Ragu, waiting for his reaction. The Padawan smiled to Dajir, understanding perfectly what the clone tried to do. "No, Dajir. This has to be made in secret, and I will surely be recognized. You, however, won't." Syndulla nodded, and the suspicion on his eyes dimmed. Dajir acknowledged Ragu's command and discussed with the two leaders briefly before leaving the hideout. Hell Squad got on their feet to follow him, but he told them to stay. Just when he was about to leave, someone tugged at his armor. He looked down and saw Shouta, the little Twi'lek. "Are you leaving, Mr. Clone?" "My name is Dajir, Shouta. I'm only leaving for a little, then I will come back." "Are you going to fight someone?" "Haha, no, I'm not. I only need to talk with my general. He is in Lesu, so I have to go there." Shouta looked at him and smiled happily. When she saw Dajir take his helmet and talk with Syndulla and Ragu, she had been worried he was going to leave to battle. But since he wasn't, everything was all right. "But you have to be careful, Mr. Dajir. There are Gutkers out there. They are very dangerous." Dajir had no idea what Gutkers were, but he saw no reason to make Shouta worry, so he just smiled and assured her he would be careful. Putting his helmet on, Dajir followed a bulky Twi'lek, who led him through a series of tunnels and out of the underground. Their BARC speeders were still there, so Dajir got on one of them and was preparing to drive away when the Twi'lek stopped him. "Clone, Cam trust you, but I don't. You better come back and have Gobi with you, otherwise." Dajir looked at the Twi'lek and left without saying anything. He didn't need to prove anything to the freedom fighters, neither did he need their trust. He would come back because his general ordered him to do so. In his opinion, however, the Republic would be better off if they didn't bother with helping the freedom fighters. Surely, saving their planet was enough, right? It was night, but the outskirts of Lesu were well lit as dozens of clone vehicles patrolled. The bridge that connected the city to the other side of the crack circling it was turned off, but a speeder was approaching it regardless. On his way to Lesu, Dajir had gone through several outposts and checkpoints, but for fear of alerting the enemy, he didn't contact General Dai. He would follow Ragu's orders and only talk with General Dai personally. An entire squad was guarding the bridge. They didn't have the switch to turn it on, but they would contact the command center if it was needed. "Who is there?" "It is me, Agile." "Sub-Commander, sorry we didn't see it was you." "It is okay. Tell them to turn the bridge on. I need to enter the city." "Yes, sir." Soon after, the ray bridge was turned on, and Dajir quickly drove through it. It was clear he was in a hurry. One of the clones turned to Agile, his squad leader. "Wasn't the sub-commander with General Ragu and Hell Squad when he left, sir?" "Yeah, I wonder if something happened." Dajir jumped out of the BARC speeder as soon as he arrived in front of the 303rd headquarter. However, before he could enter the building, he heard a low, rumbling sound. It took a few seconds before he finally figured out where it was coming from. Like the hundreds of clones and civilians around him, Dajir looked up to the sky. Massive ships appeared one after another, right in front of the 303rd Fleet. Suddenly, the entire sky was filled with different ships, facing each other. The design of the newly arrived ships was very different from the triangular Republic ships. They were cylindrical and in tones of gray and green. The Republic fleet was dwarfed before the new fleet, outnumbered 2 or 3 to 1. Suddenly, without any warning or pause, many small dots appeared from the two fleets and launched itself at one another. Red and blue intertwined in the sky, and here and there explosions happened. The separatists were here. The invasion had started, and it was much worse than they ever expected. Capitulo 182. The invasion starts. To your battle stations. Move, move, move. Come on, what are you clankers? Blue 1 ready. Steel 6 ready. Thorn 11 in position. Sergeants, lieutenants, and captains barked orders while pilots got into their starfighters. It was an organized mess, as hundreds and thousands of clones got ready for battle in a matter of seconds. Soon, the hangars of the Republic cruisers opened, and starfighters flew off to meet their opponent. Seconds before the Separatist fleet left hyperspace, the scanners on the Sincerity picked it up. Admiral, the Sepis are arriving. Sound the alarm. Admiral Dow looked out of the command bridge as Separatist ship after Separatist ship came out of hyperspace. The feeling of doom in his heart increased, but he steeled his resolve. If they were going to die, he would take as many as he could with him. Turning away from the window, Admiral Dow had a serious expression on his face, but there were also glints of excitement. All soldiers to their battle stations. I want every pilot in the air. After the first engagement, find the weakest ship and focus your fire. Turrets, don't let a droid slip past us. Cannons, go all out, no holding back. Yes, sir. Let's show them Ryloth is not an easy target. Let's show them the 303rd isn't playing. Show them all we've got, and they will understand that they will have to pay a heavy price to get through us. All the crew acknowledged his orders, and the entire fleet was bustling with activity as the starfighters of both sides flew to meet each other. Under his breath, Admiral Dow murmured something only he could hear. And let us go out in a blaze of glory. Dajir looked up to the sky and saw the huge battle happening. Instantly, he knew they had no chance. However, he believed in Admiral Dow. He knew the old commander already noticed it. He would buy as much time to the troops on the ground as he could. Shaking his head, Dajir yelled at the troops surrounding him to get back to work. They had to make good use of the time their brothers were giving them at the cost of their lives. If you have nothing to do, go find something, whatever it is. If you already have, hurry up, move. The soldiers started to move, a sense of urgency that wasn't there before now gripping their hearts. Dajir walked inside the building as fast as he could without looking too worried. General Dai and Commander Keeley were around a hologram table, dead serious. On the table, a hologram of Admiral Dow appeared. Dajir hurried into the room and listened to the conversation. General Dai and Commander Keeley barely saw him enter. Won't be long before they break through our blockade. We are losing fighters too fast. The transmission shook, as if something hit the Sincerity. I am sorry, General, but we can't buy you much more time. Hold for as long as you can, Dow. Contact the Jedi Council, ask for help. There have to be something they can do. I will try, General. May the Force be with you. The transmission was cut, and General Dai immediately turned to Commander Keeley and Dajir. We need to secure the supplies. In a few days, they will break through our blockade and land. We have to be prepared. About it, General. We have supplies for a month if we keep splitting them with the population like you ordered, General. However, if we... No, we are here to save Ryloth, not starve it to death. Commander Keeley looked at Dajir and nodded. They were already doomed, maybe sharing their supplies wouldn't be of any harm. Yes, General. Dajir, where's Ragu? What about the freedom fighters? We will need them. Quickly, Dajir explained everything that happened. The faces of the two became grave, and General Dai instantly left the room, followed by Dajir and Commander Keeley. They soon arrived at the city council building, where two Twi'lek guards tried to stop them, but General Dai simply pushed them aside, leaving them extremely confused and fearful. Dajir and Commander Keeley looked at each other. They had never seen their general so angry. The Nikto had a lot to deal with, and it was clearly taking a toll on him. Shar yelps. His voice amplified by the force, General Dai called for the leader of the council. Many minutes later, the fat Twi'lek appeared in the room, followed by other members of the council. Master Dai, there is a battle in the sky. Is this the peace the Republic promised us? Shar yelps, you know everything that happens in this city. Did a man by the name of Gobi come looking for me? Fear glistened in Yelp's eyes, and he even shuddered when he heard the name. He quickly disguised it, but his reactions showed that he clearly knew something. Gobi, isn't that Cam Syndulla's dog? Why would he come to me to see you, Master Jedi? Leave us. General Dai ordered the other Twi'leks in the room to leave, and, when seeing them hesitate, Dajir and Commander Keeley stepped menacingly towards them. Scared by the two clones, they quickly left. Shar Yelps tried to leave too, hiding amidst them, but General Dai pulled him back using the Force. W, what are you doing? Why, you can't do that. I am your ally. General Dai made the fat Twi'lek float until he was above a stool and released him. The stool creaked under his weight, but held on. General Dai sat in front of him, with Dajir and Commander Keeley on his sides. Shar yelps, for how long have you been working for the Separatist? Fear transpired from every pore of Yelp's body, and he let out a weird snarl, clearly scared. I don't know what you're talking about, Master Jedi. General Dai sighed, and motioned for Dajir and Commander Keeley to grab Yelps. W, what are you doing? Dajir, Keeley, arrest him for treason against the Republic. The Twi'lek shrunk and stopped struggling. Being charged with treason was worse than death. He kept silent for a while, but when he saw that the two clones really were going to arrest him, he spilled everything. It wasn't me. Count Dooku forced me to help him. I had to put Gobi away, otherwise Count Dooku would kill me when he conquered Ryloth. Dajir almost spat with disgust. And I bet you would receive a nice role after he defeated us, right? Somewhere from which you can watch as your people starve and suffer under the Seppies. Don't worry, that is not happening. They won't set a foot on Ryloth. Who else is with you? Yelps told them a list that included almost all the members of the city council. Immediately, Dajir ordered some clones to arrest those men. After watching the defeated Shar Yelps being taken away, Dajir turned back to General Dai. Hadn't the Jedi been so decisive, it would have taken them a while to startle all the corrupts off their holes. Gobi was a Twi'lek with blue skin, and very friendly. After Dajir rescued him from the dungeon he was in and told him what happened, he promptly said he would talk with Syndulla, and that the freedom fighters would surely join hands with the Republic to fight the Separatist. Dajir looked up to the sky, where the battle was still going on, before turning to Gobi. Talk with Syndulla, we will need all the help we can get, and it still won't be enough. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted to a huge series of explosions. An Acclamator-class cruiser had thrown itself in between two Separatist frigates in a suicide move. Facing the point-blank barrage of the Republic cruiser, the frigates fell apart, becoming debris floating in space. The price, however, was steep, as the cruiser now laid dead in the space, just waiting to be destroyed. Capitulo 183, No Help. Here they come, boys. Rosal only had time to say that before the enemy's vulture droids met them. The 303rd had about 2,500 starfighters, but they were outnumbered 4-1. The cloud of vulture droids flying at high speed to meet them was almost a compact mass, and when he looked at them, Rosal had no idea of how they were going to get through. He was in a V-wing, a faster model than his old ARC 170. Taking advantage of the fighter's nimbler movements, he found a spot and dove towards it. Lasers flew all around them as Steel Battalion cut through the droids. Without even letting his finger leave the trigger, Rosal fired all the missiles he had, without sparing one. A group of vulture droids in front of him blew to pieces, and he passed through the cloud of debris, his fighter shaking when the bigger ones hit it. Looking to the sides, he saw his battalion behind him, although he saw many gaps in their formation. On his communicator, he could hear screams and his brothers yelling, reporting problems and casualties, or just celebrating a nice shot. Revert now. Rosal pulled a lever, and his body went forward with the sudden stop. Luckily, he was well strapped, or he would have gone through the windshield. Turning around, Steel Battalion was presented with the defenseless backs of the vulture droids, now with some noticeable gaps. Pushing the lever forward again, Rosal flew after the enemies, blasting as many as he could. At the first sight that the droids were turning around, he ordered Steel Battalion to scatter. The first part is over, boys. Now let's fly. Admiral Dao was once more looking through the window, watching the battle unfold. Even with the statistics that the bustling command bridge was giving him, he knew they were facing problems. Up till now, only the starfighters had engaged the enemy, but soon they would clash with the bigger ships. Admiral, we established a connection with the Jedi Council. Admiral Dao rushed to the hologram table and was faced with 3 holograms. The first one was General Kenobi, whom he had met not too long ago. The second one was a black, bald man with a serious face. He was General Mace Windu, a member of the Jedi Council. And the last one was a small, green, and old Jedi, Master Yoda. The Jedi refused to be called by General. Master Yoda, we are under attack by the Separatist fleet on Ryloth. We need reinforcements immediately. General Windu answered for Master Yoda, while General Kenobi caressed his beard thoughtfully. That is impossible, Admiral. All our fleets are occupied in other sectors. General, with all due respect, but if we don't get those reinforcements, Ryloth will be lost. Hold on, you will have to, Admiral. As soon as we can, reinforcements sent will be. Admiral Dao sighed, but before he could say anything, a crewman ran towards him and whispered something. Put it on. An image of a clone captain appeared near the 3 Jedi Masters. They also could see it from their end. Admiral, we are starting to take fire from their frigates. Hold on, Captain Wheat. Rosal, can you hear me? Loud and clear, Admiral. Just give me a moment. Aihu, I'm here, Admiral. The voice of Rosal came through the communicator, and so did the sound of explosions. Rosal grunted for a moment, clearly focusing on something else, before letting out a victorious yell. Take Steel Battalion and help Captain Wheat, but split up. The Resolute is just the first to face heavy fire. Yes, Admiral, I'm out. Admiral Dao turned back to the hologram. Captain Wheat had already disconnected to deal with the attack. In moments like those, all cordiality was thrown away. I will also leave, generals. I have to focus here, otherwise we will all die. Or, at least, we will die faster. Admiral Dao disconnected right away. In Coruscant, thousands of parsecs away, General Kenobi looked at the other 2. I sense a lot of rage in the Admiral. Is there really nothing we can do? If we move troops to Ryloth, we lose other systems. No, Master Dai will have to hold on his own, at least for now. I believe Master Skywalker and you might be free soon if the battles progress as they are. That is true. For now, let's hope Master Dai can manage. What are your thoughts on this, Master Yoda? Very clouded the future of Master Dai is, but Master Windu is right. All we can do is our hopes in the Force put. Rosal zoomed by a Separatist frigate, narrowly missing it. When a starfighter met a bigger ship, it had 2 options. It could either fly very far or fly very close. By flying far, it was easier to dodge. By flying very close, the turrets would have difficulty aiming. As a veteran and skilled pilot, Rosal preferred flying close. He dodged the lasers fired by the turrets easily and continued his flight towards the Resolute. His men followed him closely, but one of them wasn't lucky, and the turrets got him. Steel 6 blew up immediately, leaving almost nothing behind. However, their tactic worked, as the dozen or so vulture droids chasing them found it almost impossible to have their dexterity and hit their own frigate. Some big holes appeared in the armor of the ship, and 2 of the turrets were destroyed when the vulture droids hit them. Rosal and his 10 remaining pilots flew towards the Resolute. The rest of Steel Battalion was scattered all over space. Now they could see the Resolute and the flames that flickered into existence, only to be immediately extinguished by the vacuum. By now, all the ships had joined the fray, but as the first one attacked, the Resolute was in bad shape. Rosal led his men around it, chasing away vultures and tri-fighters, but it was clear that the enemy was merciless and didn't care for how many ships it lost. Rosal saw one of his men blew up beside him. Seeing the brothers with which he trained together for years die one after another, Rosal had the feeling that everything they were doing was futile. Since things were already like this, he might as well try one last time. Steel battalion nearby, follow me. Since those clankers want to destroy us so much, let's show them what steel battalion is made of. Aihu. Oh yes. We are with you, sir, always. Rosal, what are you doing? Get back here. The voice of Captain Wheat cut off the cheers of his brothers. Deadly serious, Rosal calmly answered the captain while at the same time spinning his V-wing and firing 2 volleys of lasers at a turret. We are making no difference back there, Captain. If we are going to die, I want one of them to go with me, with us. Rosal dove between 2 frigates, dodging their turrets expertly. Steel battalion followed him, and the 2 frigates aimed at the large group of starfighters. 2 V-wings were hit and crashed down on the Munificent-class frigates, one of them even hitting near the command bridge. The rest of Steel Battalion passed through almost unharmed, and in their hurry to take down the threat, the frigates forgot they were on each other's line of fire. Capitulo 184. When all is lost, do the unthinkable. Explosions happened on both frigates as their turrets fired at each other. It took the slow circuits of the clankers a few seconds to notice they were being played by Steel Battalion, and that cost them a huge price. After stopping, the 2 Munificent-class frigates sent huge amounts of vulture droids after the 7 or 8 V-wings. Rosal looked unsatisfied at the damage they had done, but was forced to get away by the incoming droids. One more of his pilots had been shot down when he heard Captain Wheat speaking to him. He realized that the captain had been talking for a few seconds, but he was too much into the fight to notice. Get away, Rosal. Steel Battalion already did their part. Now is time for us to do ours. Rosal slightly looked at the Resolute and saw a scene he wouldn't forget for as long as he lived. The Acclamator-class cruiser had powered down its shields, instead putting all its power on the heavy cannons and turrets scattered around the body of the ship. Rosal realized what Captain Wheat was doing seconds before the cruiser dove between the 2 frigates in a suicide move and fired all batteries. In the command bridge of the Resolute, Captain Wheat looked at the valiant efforts of Steel Battalion, and his eyes became determined. Every one of his brothers was giving their lives to help them, but the captain knew that the Resolute was a lost cause. It was too damaged to last the whole battle. As such, why make Admiral Dow waste more starfighters and lives on it? The captain turned away from the window and walked to the hologram table. An image of Admiral Dow and other officers appeared. The admiral barely paid attention to Captain Wheat as he was too occupied barking orders. Admiral, the Resolute is damaged beyond repairs. We only have power for 1 more volley. Hold on, Captain. I will try and send more fighters to aid you. No, sir. It was an honor serving with you. If you survive, pass my respects to General Dai. Wheat, what do you plan on doing? However, Captain Wheat had already turned off the hologram table. He sat on his chair and looked at the crew around him, all working the best they could to fight. Sergeant, turn off the shields. The clone staggered, and everyone on the bridge looked at him surprised. What, sir? You heard me, Sergeant. Turn off the shields and divert the power to the heavy cannons. The sergeant hesitated, then saluted Captain Wheat, and the crew copied him. They understood perfectly what those actions meant. Shields down. The shaking got slightly stronger, as each laser that hit the Resolute was doing direct damage instead of being absorbed by the shields. Thankfully, Steel Battalion had created a diversion, so the frigates had yet to notice that the cruiser was defenseless. The captain pressed a button on the chair, and when he spoke, every loudspeaker on the ship transmitted his voice. Brothers, the Seppes hit us good this time, but don't think we will let them go so easily. I want every man on the turrets. When I give the order, fire everything we have, for the 303rd, for the Republic. Cheers and yells sounded in the entire ship as every trooper ran towards the turrets. In a matter of a few seconds, ammunition was stockpiled behind the turrets. Firing 1 round was good. Firing 2 was a bonus. In the command bridge, Captain Wheat waited for his orders to be carried out, and then nodded to the crew. Full power ahead. The Resolute was almost still before, but suddenly it reached a terrific speed as all caution was thrown to the wind. The two frigates clearly weren't expecting this suicidal move, and the tip of the Resolute found a gap between them. As the wider parts of the cruiser followed the tip, the Resolute was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Pieces of the frigates were crushed or sent spinning in the vacuum, together with parts of the Resolute. The Republic cruiser shook, causing many clones to fall down and the turret's ammunition to roll around, crushing some troopers. The gunners, however, stood still, their fingers on the trigger, waiting for the order. It soon came. Captain Wheat's voice reached every trooper in the ship as he gave his final command. Fire! Like one, all the turrets fired, and close how they were, the lasers cut through the frigates. Explosions followed the sides of the frigates as their own turrets fired seconds before being hit. After the initial clash, few turrets were still operational on the Resolute, but they didn't give up and fired a second round, and some even managed to get a third one out before the cruiser lost power and became completely dark. In the command bridge, Captain Wheat looked at the results of their desperate action. One of the frigates had been badly damaged and started to tilt, leaving its belly exposed. In their last effort, some of the turrets managed to fire around in the defenseless frigate, and the separatist ship started to drift away, ripped apart. The second frigate was even worse. It had been directly torn in half by the barrage, and the command bridge had exploded. While Captain Wheat was watching, a late explosion shook the downed ship, causing its two halves to totally separate. The two ships were out of the battle, and Captain Wheat doubted there were any survivors. The Resolute and him had completed their final promise, trading their life for the two frigates. Thank you, brothers. Those last words were whispered into the loudspeakers, but barely anyone heard them. The cruiser was almost dead, and the few crewmen still alive were mortally wounded on the floor. The last thing Captain Wheat saw were two giant lasers fired by the distant Recusant-class destroyer. The lasers hit the defenseless command bridge of the Resolute, blowing it up. The explosion started a chain reaction, and the once magnificent cruiser became more debris in the space above Ryloth. Rosal flew away from the Resolute just before the cruiser experienced its final moments. Hundreds of vulture droids were caught in the blast, leaving this part of the battlefield empty for a moment. He found the pilots of Steel Battalion. Of the 10 that went to help the Resolute, only 4 remained. Come on, boys, this battle is far from over. Admiral Dow watched with sorrow on his face as the Resolute was mercilessly destroyed by the big separatist ship. Captain Wheat fought to the very bitter end and took down 2 enemy vessels with him. Unfortunately, that was far from enough. He looked at the crewmen around him. He wasn't a clone, but in the months that he battled together with them, he had come to think of himself as one. He mourned the death of his brothers, but the battle didn't stop for him. Get ready, soon it will be our turn to shine. He was sure the sincerity would shine. It would shine a very bright light before its fire dimmed down. And when that happened, he wanted the cruiser to be surrounded by the wreckage of enemy ships. The explosion of the Resolute and the 2 frigates was visible from every corner of Ryloth. Outside the Freedom Fighters' hideout, Ragu and Hell Squad looked at the battle. Several Twi'leks were with them. That was the Resolute, wasn't it? Yeah. I bet it was Wheat's idea. He went out just like he always said he would, in a blaze of glory. In a blaze of glory. Watching the battle unfold, despair appeared on the hearts of Hell Squad for the very first time. Capitulo 185, Ending of the First Clash. Rosal flew away from the broken remains of the Resolute, his mind now on the vulture droid he was chasing. He missed 2 volleys, but the third round of lasers hit the target, and the droid lost control and crashed into pieces of debris that were floating around. There are 2 on my tail. Hold on, Steel 9, I'm coming. Rosal turned around and saw one of the few remaining members of Steel Battalion being chased by 2 vulture droids. His left wing had been hit, but the pilot was still dodging expertly. Rosal flew directly towards the other V-wing, as if he was preparing to have a head-on collision. Seconds before the 2 ships hit each other, Steel 9 put all his weight in one of the levers, making the starfighter fly up. The two vulture droids were surprised to see another V-wing flying towards them and weren't able to dodge Rosal's laser cannons. There was a brief pause as he couldn't find any droids near him, which allowed Rosal to take a look at the battle. The number of Republic starfighters had visibly fallen, while the numerical advantage the enemy had was still the same, maybe even higher. 2 Acclamator-class cruisers were badly damaged, while the other 3 and the Venator-class cruisers were still holding on pretty well. The Separatist had taken more losses than them. Not only had the Resolute taken down 2 frigates, but during the battle, a third one had been blown up. Many other frigates and dreadnoughts were damaged, but only one of them was in critical condition. The Recusant-class destroyer was still intact, its turrets taking down any pilot bold enough to attack it. If things continued like this, the Republic would lose in the first clash. Rosal, however, saw an opportunity. He turned on his communicator and called Admiral Dow. "Admiral, what is it, Rosal?" "The dreadnought in Grid 017. It was badly damaged by our attacks. If we can do a bomb rush, we might be able to take it down." The Admiral thought for a while. Rosal was right. It was risky, but if they destroyed the dreadnought, the Separatist would probably retreat for the day. "How confident are you?" 50-50. "I will take those odds. What do you need?" Rosal quickly counted how many Starfighter's Steel Battalion had left, and ordered them to regroup with him. 3 or 4 bombers, and a dozen pilots to escort them. "Blue Leader, you heard him. Blue Leader on the move. Let's go, boys." Followed by about 30 pilots, 20 from Steel Battalion, and 10 from Blue Squadron, Rosal started flying towards the dreadnought. The 4 Y-wing bombers were in the middle, protected by their small escort. "Captain BZZZ, our scanners detected a small group of Republic fighters headed our way." In the command bridge of the dreadnought, a B-1 battle droid turned around to talk with the captain. Using the blue colors that identified him as a pilot captain, the B-1 unit quickly dismissed the approaching group. "Focus fire on the nearest Republic cruiser. Let the turrets deal with those flies." "Yes, BZZZ, sir." The mixed group flew in a tight formation. Now, any kind of rank or division didn't matter. If they didn't destroy the dreadnought, then the battle would be over. "Fighters, when we go by, fire all missiles, spare nothing. Try to take down the turrets. Bombers, your target is the command bridge. We only have 1, maybe 2 chances, so if the first sweep fails, turn around and give it another go. Understood?" "Yes, sir." "Good, let's go." The first obstacle that the group met was the vulture droids that flew to stop them. But thankfully, the droid captain had been stupid enough to dismiss the Republic starfighters as a small threat, and sent the bulk of his forces to attack a cruiser. As such, the 30-odd starfighters cut through their opposing side with only 4 casualties, and now had a clear line of sight to the dreadnought. Only when they were so close did the scanners lock in the bombers. Immediately, the turrets focused their fire in the middle of the Republic group, but it was too late. The starfighters fired their missiles in quick succession and knocked down many of the ship's turrets, although this came at the cost of 7 or 8 lives. They flew close to the ship, straight to the command bridge, and some of the droids threw themselves at the floor, thinking that the Republic was going to kamikaze them. However, seconds before the starfighters collided with the command bridge, they parted ways, one half going to the right and the other to the left. 4 Y-wing remained on the route and released everything they had. One of them was taken down by the turrets, but the remaining 3 succeeded in their mission. The dreadnought's shields held on for a few seconds before finally failing. The command bridge blew up immediately, and the long neck that connected it to the rest of the ship broke and fell down. Without the command bridge, the dreadnought lost control and quickly fell towards the planet below. The Recusant-class destroyer had remained at the back of the Separatist fleet and only engaged in small parts of the battle. Sitting on the captain's chair, it was a weird droid. It was much bulkier than the normal units and very square. Its eyes glowed with white light as it quickly calculated probabilities. It was a tactical droid, built to think instead of fighting. This unit in specific was called TA-175 and was personally chosen by Count Dooku. While he was watching the dreadnought being destroyed, TA-175 shook his head, and made some calculations before speaking to the nearby droid crew with his deep voice. We suffered too many. Losses to, day, BZZ, order retreat. Yes, sir, BZZZ. Dajir watched from Ryloth as a separatist Providence-class dreadnought crashed down towards the planet. The crash site was far from Lesu, but everyone in the city heard the explosion and saw the dust cloud. Not long after, Dajir saw the separatist ships turning around and retreating. The clones around him and the population of Ryloth cheered, but the enemy fleet simply stopped after getting out of range from the Republic. They had won the first clash, but the battle was far from over. All fighters return to your cruisers. The Resolute's fighters, your new docking zone is on the Sincerity. Admiral Dow spoke somberly, but most of the pilots cheered as they got back to their ships. Only those from the Resolute were quiet as they made their way to the Sincerity. Landing his V-wing, Rosal looked around. He was glad to see many familiar faces, but sad for the ones he didn't. He had lost good brothers. Even with the starfighters from the Resolute docking in the Sincerity, the hangar wasn't full. It was clear that they had lost many ships. Too many. Rosal got off his starfighter and sat on the stairs. The battle lasted for more than 8 hours, and his hands were hurting from gripping the controls and triggers. His back ached as he stretched to clear some of the tension. How are you, sir? Rosal turned around and saw Spark, one of the newest pilots of Steel Battalion. He felt bad for the rookie, who had been sent from Kamino just to die. I am all sore. Come on, let the engineers deal with the ships. I'm hungry. Capitulo 186, finally allies. Dajir, Commander Keeley, and General Dai looked at a hologram of Admiral Dow and the captains of the other cruisers. However, there were fewer faces there than on the day before. We lost the Resolute and 3 corvettes, General. However, Steel Battalion and Blue Squadron were able to take down one of their dreadnoughts. We saw it. What about reinforcements? Did the Jedi Council say anything? Admiral Dow shook his head. No help is coming, General. General Dai sighed. He already expected that, but it was disappointing anyways. There is nothing much to say then, Admiral. I suspect they will wait at least a day or two before attacking again. Even though they are a droid army, it still takes them some time to organize themselves. Take advantage of that time to prepare. You know what to do. Yes, General. Good luck, and may the Force be with you. To you too, General. The holograms disappeared, and General Dai turned to Dajir. We have to make sure Syndulla is on our side before the Separatists break through our blockade. Dajir, show me the way. Syndulla's man is also coming. Yes, General. Keeley, you will be in charge of the defenses here. Yes, General. Bring the ones who suffered the most damage to the back. I want the Sincerity and the Righteous to be on the back too. They will be our last card. If they start to break through, these two have to cover the holes. Yes, Admiral. As soon as the call with General Dai ended, Admiral Dow started to bark orders, which were quickly followed. His decisiveness and tactics had been one of the reasons why the Republic held ground so well on the first battle, and his prestige was now higher than ever amongst the troops. After making sure everything was on the right path, Admiral Dow left the command bridge. It was very unlikely that the Separatist would attack again so soon, and he wanted to use this chance to rest. The battle had taken a toll on him, even though the Sincerity was not once under fire. The corridors and hallways of the Sincerity were emptier than ever. Of the 2,000 starfighter pilots that the 303rd Fleet had, about 400 had perished in this first clash. It was rare to find wounded and injured in space battles. If your ship was hit, it was almost the same as a death sentence. That was one of the reasons why the mortality rate of the Republic Air Force was much higher than the infantry's. Before he laid on his bed to get his much-needed sleep, Admiral Dow held some calculations on his mind. Before the battle, he had told General Dai that he would be able to hold the Separatist for a month. Now, after seeing their strength, he couldn't even guarantee he would survive for 10 days. Jedi Master Imagun Dai, welcome to the Freedom Fighters. Cam Syndulla, I'm glad to see you didn't let your rage take the best of you. This proves you are a good leader. I hope that with your Freedom Fighters and the 303rd Attack Legion allied, we will be able to defend Ryloth. The Twi'lek sneered when he heard General die, but even though the way the Jedi put his words was an obvious attempt to confirm their alliance, didn't deny it. That was the same as agreeing to fight side by side with the Republic. General Dai looked around and didn't see Hell Squad nor Regu. "Where is my Padawan? I didn't tell him you were coming. I wanted to make sure Gobi was okay." The blue Twi'lek stepped forward and tapped Syndulla on his shoulder, after which the freedom fighter visibly relaxed. "I am, brother. I told you we can trust the Republic." Syndulla gazed at Gobi and shook his head. To him, this brother of him trusted the others too much. That would get him killed one day, but for now, Syndulla decided to follow Gobi's advice. The Republic ships blowing up in space was enough proof of how much they were willing to sacrifice. "Follow me." The four went through a crack in the rocks and eventually found themselves in a tunnel. Not long after, Dajir started to recognize the place. As soon as they entered the big cave, two Twi'leks threw themselves over Gobi. The first one was a young woman with pink skin and eyes full of tears. The second person was a little girl. Iva Shouta. Seeing the family be reunited, Syndulla allowed himself to smile. After gazing at the family, General Dai found his Padawan amidst the growing crowd and beckoned him forward. Hell Squad followed the Togruta closely. "Master, I see everything went well." "General." "Yes, Raghu, Dajir will explain what happened. For now, I need to talk with Syndulla. We have to move the freedom fighters around the planet to the cities. Moreover, I want at least one or two of them in every outpost we have." "Why?" "They know the planet. Not only they know how to fight here, but they should also know better places for ambushes and defense. Dajir, talk with Gobi and the other leaders amongst the freedom fighters. Organize them." "Yes, General. However, I am not sure they will listen to me. Many of them don't view the Republic well." "They will follow Syndulla." "Yes, General." Dajir was watching as hundreds of Twi'leks packed their belongings and started to move. Cam Syndulla was with General Dai and Raghu at the head of the line, while Hell Squad was scattered in the crowd, helping the young and elderly. Gobi, Maiwi, Tramkalk, and two other Twi'leks called T. Boone and Yate were Syndulla's lieutenants. Those five were also amidst the crowd, organizing them to move faster. Since they were moving at quite a fast pace, and no problems had appeared yet, Dajir looked at the sky for a moment. Like they had been for the past day, the 393rd Fleet was immobile in the sky. They were too far away for Dajir to see details of the cruisers, but if he was near, he was sure he would see various scars on the ships. For now, he couldn't see the Separatist, but he had no doubt they would strike again soon. "What are those in the sky, Mr. Dajir?" The sub-commander looked down and saw Shouta standing near him. The little girl barely reached his hips. He crouched next to her and noticed Gobi watching him. The Twi'lek might trust Dajir to fight alongside him, but no parent would be comfortable if their daughter got near a dangerous man like Dajir. "Those are Republic cruisers, Shouta. See that big one right in the middle? Her name is the Sincerity. It is the ship that brought me here." "Are they here to protect us?" "They sure are. All my brothers are giving everything they had to protect Ryloth. Yesterday there was a very, very loud sound. Did you fight the bad guys?" Dajir smiled. The little girl didn't understand how wars worked, and her eyes shone with excitement when she heard Dajir talk about the battle. "Yes, yesterday a ship fell down from the sky, but it was a bad guy's ship. No one is going to get to Ryloth while our ships are in the sky. Let's see just how long they can last." Of course, the small Shouta wouldn't utter such vicious comment. Standing up, Dajir saw Tram and Yate looking at him. The one who spoke was Tram. The two Twi'leks clearly disliked the Republic. Dajir, however, just gave them a cold glance before putting on his helmet and moving away. He had no wish nor reason to waste time talking with those two. Capitulo 187, Days Gone By. "Admiral, they are starting to move. All fighters to the air, round 2 is about to start." The Admiral watched as the Separatist fleet started to move towards them, their vulture droids already flying in front of them. Several Republic V-wings got out of the cruisers. Soon, the battle started, and ships exploded on both sides. The Sincerity stood behind, and the other cruisers advanced to compose the first line of defense. When he saw the enemy condemning all of his big ships to the frontal assault, Admiral Dao knew it was going to be a tough battle. Rosal spun his V-wing, dodging a volley of red lasers. The battle had been raging on for more than 2 hours now, and no cruiser or frigate had been damaged beyond repair. With a sudden stop, Rosal changed his course in midair and confused the vulture droid chasing him, allowing another Steel Battalion pilot to take care of him. Followed by his brothers, he went searching for other droids to destroy. The Freedom Fighters and their new allies were almost on Lesu when the battle in the space started again. Along the way, they had dropped off some of the Twi'leks, people that Syndulla trusted to help the clones on the outposts. As bright explosions illuminated the sky and the Separatist fleet appeared, the Freedom Fighters stopped to look at the battle. Many of them felt despair. How were they supposed to fight something like that? "Move, come on, they are on space, they can't get us here. Let's go." Syndulla quickly ordered his people to move. If they watched for too long, they could lose all their confidence, and that might lead to their deaths. Hell Squad looked at Dajir, who shook his head. He wasn't going to lie to them. The Twi'leks around him, especially Shouta, were looking at them anxiously, as if they could do something. Thankfully, General Dai spoke before despair started to spread. "People of Ryloth, do not worry. For as long as the Republic exists, we will not abandon you. We are here for you, and we will not leave." "Yuhiria. Yuhu." Cheers sounded as General Dai's words brought hope back to their hearts. The Separatist fleet might be big, but it was true that the Republic was doing everything it could to fight them. Syndulla looked at his people and said nothing. Tram's face still showed discontentment, but since his leader said nothing, he also kept quiet. For the first time, Maiwi and Yate were hesitant in complaining about the Republic. "General Dai, unfortunately, I don't think we can hold them back any longer." "You did your best, Admiral. You gave us enough time to perfect our defenses on the ground. Still nothing from the Jedi Council." "No, sir. I contacted them again today, but even though I told them our blockade was going to fall, they said it was impossible to send reinforcements." "Then we fight with what we have, Admiral. May the Force be with you." "We will continue our battle up here, General. Admiral Dao out." The Admiral looked 10 years older, even though only 16 days had passed since the first Separatist offensive. The 303rd Fleet was now severely depleted. Of the more than 2,000 starfighters, only 700 remained. Including the Resolute, 4 of the 6 Acclamator-class cruisers had been destroyed. A Venator-class cruiser had also fallen during the 10th day of battle, when a Separatist Munificent-class frigate crashed into it. Several dozen CR-90 corvettes and other support ships had been destroyed. The losses of the Separatist were even worse, but their fleet remained bigger and stronger. Of the 10,000 Vulture droids, about half became floating debris. 9 Munificent-class frigates were taken out, and 3 Providence-class dreadnoughts were wrecked. Even the Recusant-class destroyer was damaged. But now, the Separatists were about to break the Republic blockade. Even with them giving all they had, the 303rd Fleet simply didn't have enough ships to cover the area. They really couldn't be blamed, for they had fought bravely and resisted for much longer than they were expected to. Each pilot had been so dedicated that even in their dying moments, with their ships and starfighters burning and breaking apart around them, some had resorted to suicide attacks, crashing their ships in hopes of damaging more the enemy. Any other army would have collapsed by now, but the clones were still persisting. As Admiral Dao said, and his men adopted, they all went out in a blaze of glory. Admiral Dao now watched as several C-9979 landing crafts crossed the blockade. The Sincerity was in no position to help, as it was currently under siege by 1 dreadnought and 3 frigates. The cruiser had holes in several places, and many turrets were gone, but with the assistance of several V-wings, it was still holding on. The only ones going after the Separatist troop carriers were a small squadron of starfighters, the remainings of Steel Battalion. When Rosal saw the C-9979s, he gathered about 10 pilots, all that was left from his entire battalion, and followed them without hesitation. They, in turn, were chased by several Vulture droids, but completely ignored them. Even without Admiral Dao's orders, Rosal knew what was Steel Battalion mission. Truth to be told, Steel Battalion and Rosal were one of the reasons why the 303rd hadn't faltered before today. Every pilot gave their all, and the battalion was responsible for taking down 2 of the dreadnoughts, 4 frigates, and several smaller ships. The number of vulture droids they destroyed was uncountable. One last effort, boys. Remember, each troop carrier we take down is 1,000 droids less for our brothers on the ground. Yuha. Let's get them. These seppes don't know who they are messing with. Laughing madly, the clones pushed their starfighters to the maximum. They now didn't care for whether they died or not. They had accepted their destiny, and the only thing they wished was to kill more clankers. Rosal also laughed and pushed the throttle to the maximum, increasing his speed to dangerous levels. The C-9979s soon entered his aim, and he fired his last 2 concussion missiles. One of them missed when a vulture droid escorting the troop carriers entered its way, but the other hit the side of one of the ships, blowing up a hole. Several other missiles and normal lasers followed his, destroying the escort and taking down 2 of the troop carriers. We got bugs on our tail. Suddenly, the vulture droids that chased them announced their arrival by blowing up one of the V-wings. Keep going. When they reach the atmosphere, they will slow down automatically. Push forward. Entering the atmosphere too fast would cause a ship to catch on fire, systems would fail, and depending on the speed, the whole ship might blow up. Steel Battalion, however, didn't care. Just before he entered the atmosphere, Rosal spun and stopped. The vulture droids flew past him dangerously close, but as their circuits dictated, slowed down when they reached Ryloth's atmosphere. Taking advantage of this, Rosal fired wildly, destroying at least 8 or 9 vulture droids before the second batch of them caught up. Grinning, he sped up again, reaching maximum velocity almost instantly. With the corner of his eyes, he saw 2 of his starfighters blow up as the impacts from entering the atmosphere proved to be too much for the already damaged ships. His own V-wing caught on fire, but held on. His men were focusing their fire on one of the C-9979 landing crafts, so he followed them. He laughed wildly when the ship started smoking and lost control, although its destruction came at the cost of 1 more Republic starfighter. Capitulo 188, Rosal's Sacrifice. Of the 10 pilots of Steel Battalion that followed the C-9979 landing crafts, 6 were left. Rosal watched the flames on his V-wing start to burn his reactor and knew he was out of time. The whole starfighter shook as screws fought to hold the ship together. Rosal grinned and silently thanked the starfighter for fighting by his side for so long. Come on, boys, 2 more and I will be happy. He heard a clone curse on the communicator and saw one of Steel Battalion's ships spin wildly as it lost a wing. The starfighter crashed down on Ryloth. Now they had 5 pilots. Finding his target, Rosal lowered his starfighter, which caused the V-wing to shake even more, and pushed the trigger, sending wave after wave of blue lasers at the belly of one of the troop carriers. He was joined by the other 4 pilots, and soon a hole opened on the landing craft, spewing deactivated droids. Ah, damn it, the vultures got me, sir. See you soon, hahaha. Spark, a rookie on Steel Battalion, laughed maniacally. He had been sent to the 303rd very recently, and his first battle would also be his last, but the clone had proved himself to be an amazing pilot by surviving till today. Unfortunately, his time was over, but the rookie didn't seem to be sad. Rosal turned his head in time to see Spark halt his V-wing so abruptly that the starfighter cracked in 2. Still, Spark got his revenge when 3 vulture droids crashed into him in quick sequence and blew up. 4 pilots remained. Even the rookie did something, boys. Let's go one more time. As another C-9979 blew up in the sky, one of the V-wings that was following it closely was hit by the pieces of it that flew off. 3 pilots were left. The cost of the 7th troop carrier they took out was 2 starfighters. The clones piloting them refused to give up their pursuit, even when they felt the impact of the vultures' lasers on their starfighters. Rosal looked as the burning remains of his 2 last brothers crashed on the red soil of Ryloth. Now, only he was left. Memories flooded him. Memories of all the time he spent training with his brothers, of all the battles they fought, all the stories they shared. Now, all of those were over. They were all dead, and Steel Battalion was over. Come on, you metallic bastards. You want to kill me? Let's see if you're fast enough. Now flying alone, he chased the C-9979s. With instincts even he didn't know he had, he dodged most of the lasers fired at him expertly, all the time holding down the trigger. An uninterrupted torrent of blue lasers left his starfighter, eventually mowing down the thick steel plates that made the troop transport. The entire left wing of the ship broke off, and Rosal dove just in time to avoid it. The giant metal piece hit half a dozen vulture droids, creating a giant cloud of fire and smoke. That is 8. He flanked another C-9979 landing craft, fully aware that he didn't have enough time to bring it down. Suddenly, he felt an impact as a laser found its mark on the back of his V-wing. The impact, combined with the loss of integrity thanks to his reckless entry in the atmosphere, caused his entire right wing to be ripped off. Rosal lost control of the starfighter and started spinning. His head hit the inside of the cockpit, making him dizzy. After a lot of effort, he was able to stabilize the V-wing, but his hands were hurting from holding the controls too strongly. It was at this moment that he looked out of the window and saw he was side by side with the troop carrier. Smiling, he muttered his last words. And now goes 9. Rosal crashed himself in the C-9979. The ship lost control as a giant hole opened on its right side and lost altitude. The droid pilot was unable to control the troop carrier and crashed in one of the many pillars of rock that Ryloth had. The impact brought the pillar down, and several dozen vulture droids that had been following Rosal weren't able to steer away in time. Giving their lives, Steel Battalion destroyed 9 C-9979 landing crafts. That's as equivalent to almost 20,000 B-1 units. To their last breath, Rosal and Steel Battalion had protected their brothers on the ground. Their efforts saved thousands of lives in the battles to come. They are gone, Admiral. Steel Battalion and Captain Rosal perished. Admiral Dow blinked, pain appearing in his eyes as he thought of the cheerful clone. Rosal had been the best pilot the 303rd had, and his death would surely be a blow to morale. On the other hand, they wouldn't live long enough for morale to matter, so Admiral Dow had to focus on the battle. He did his job perfectly. We need to make sure his sacrifice wasn't on vain. Remember, each troop carrier that goes through us means thousands of clankers that General Dai has to fight down there. We have to hold them here. Yes, Admiral. The sincerity shook once more as the laser cannons of the enemy fired at them. Surprisingly, that was the last volley they fired before turning around and retreating. Admiral, they are leaving. I can see it. All they wanted was for their troops to land on the planet. Order all ships to come back. Don't chase them. I repeat, don't chase them. We don't have the firepower to do that. They will be back for more soon, and we have to get our defenses in place again. Yes, Admiral. As he watched the enemy retreat, Admiral Dow looked at Ryloth. He didn't even bother warning Ryloth, for he was sure they saw all that happened. We did our best, General. We will continue fighting up here, and we will go out in a blaze of glory. Let's just hope this blaze is strong enough to burn those damn seppas. Dajir watched as several C-9979 landing crafts finally broke through the Republic blockade. To tell the truth, they had held for much longer than Dajir thought it was possible. And then, Dajir saw 10 Republic starfighters following the C-9979s. Just 10, nothing compared to the number of vulture droids after them. But those 10 pilots were a force to be reckoned with. Using their lives to stop the enemy, to the point of using their own ships to blow up some more vulture droids, those 10 pilots took down 7 troop carriers. Even without being able to see the starfighters clearly, Dajir knew that only someone who had given up trying to survive could pull off such an impossible feat. Watching the V-wings blow up or crash one by one, Dajir stopped and saluted his brothers. Hell Squad was also standing still, looking at the battle. Even the Twi'leks couldn't stop but look at the suicidal efforts of those 10 pilots. And in the end, when Dajir saw one last pilot giving chase to several C-9979s, while at least 100 vulture droids followed him, Dajir knew that only one clone could engage in such mad pursuit. Rosal. Dajir's grip on his DC-15A was so strong that the blaster's handle cracked with a loud sound, scaring the nearby Twi'leks. They never saw Dajir get angry, and it was truly fearsome, especially with his scar. As Rosal crashed his V-wing on the 9th troop carrier, Dajir watched the destruction unfold. Rosal would be proud to know that even after he died, he still destroyed several dozen vulture droids together with the C-9979. Goodbye, brother. Capitulo 189, Seizing the Initiative. Goodbye, brother. Dajir closed his eyes and then opened them again. He ended his salute and turned around to Hell Squad. They all had their helmets on, but Dajir could feel their sadness. Not only had Rosal been a good friend, but his death also meant that the fight finally got to Ryloth. Looking at the C-9979 landing crafts, Dajir quickly counted. Initially, there were 50 of them, but Steel Battalion had taken down 9 at the cost of their lives. If each C-9979 carried between 1,500 and 2,000 B-1 battle droids, then they had to cope with just less than 90,000 clankers. Plus, there would also be B-2 super battle droids, droidecas, AATs, MTTs, and what else? That meant each trooper had to kill 7 or 8 droids, and that was without the Separatist reinforcing their troops on the ground, which was highly probable. Dajir. Here, General. Dajir pushed his thoughts to the back of his mind and walked to the front of the freedom fighters. Lesu was already in sight, and Dajir could see a group of clone transports going towards them. General Dai had a serious look on his face as he talked with Cam Syndulla. Prepare your people, Syndulla. The battle will start today. For once, Syndulla didn't disagree. He urged his people to walk faster, and soon, most of them were on the Republic transports. Master Dai, I will distribute my people to your defenses. I hope that together we can stop the Separatist. That is all I hope for too, Syndulla. Dajir. Yes, General. Prepare Hell Squad. I'm sure you already saw how many droids we are up against. If we can dwindle their numbers before they can set up a proper outpost, then things will be easier. I understand, General. I think we should choose a few more soldiers to go with us. Do it. Dajir turned on his comlink and contacted Lieutenant Fondor. Sub-Commander, sir. Fondor, the Sep has arrived. We are going to give them a welcome party. I need 20 troopers. You have 10 minutes. Also, tell that to Commander Keeley. He might want to join. Yes, sir. Syndulla looked surprised. He saw with his own eyes the 303rd Fleet being torn apart and the number of troops the Separatist had thrown into the planet. He couldn't believe that the Nikto actually wanted to attack them instead of taking a passive position. What? Master Dai, are you crazy? There must be 50,000 droids there. How can you even think of attacking them? More like 100,000, Syndulla, but they won't all be in the same place. Instead, they will scatter around the planet and try to conquer the major cities. Dajir, contact our troops and order them to do the same. Hit and run tactics, just like on Mon Cala. Yes, General. That is still craziness. You will all be killed. No, we won't. Our objective is to blow up a few ships, kill a few droids. The longer we delay, the better our odds at receiving reinforcements and winning. At this moment, a group of clones came from Lesu on a lot. Leading them was Commander Keeley, his armor brown and dusty thanks to all the time he spent on the outposts in the last few days. Dajir saluted Commander Keeley from a certain distance while General Dai went to speak with him. Cam Syndulla held Dajir back to ask him a question. Do we really have a chance at winning? Dajir looked at the freedom fighter and saw fear in his eyes for the first time ever. Maybe before, when he hadn't seen the might of the Separatist, he thought they were just tin cans. Now, however, he knew what they were up against, and, for the first time, Syndulla realized that maybe they couldn't win. No, but I guarantee you, Syndulla, we won't let them take Ryloth so easily. Now, even if we were ordered to retreat and leave Ryloth, I don't believe we would be able to escape. But remember, don't tell your people that. We are soldiers, dying in battle is normal for us. But for your freedom fighters, they might crumble if they know there is no hope. Dajir said all that whispering, making sure that the surrounding Twi'leks didn't hear them talking. Syndulla looked at him surprised. He clearly wasn't expecting Dajir to be this harsh. Aren't you afraid that I will just take my people and leave you all by yourselves? To tell you the truth, Syndulla, you could leave me alone and I would still fight the clankers. Why? Dajir sneered and looked up to the sky, where the Separatist fleet was now retreating. They had clearly completed their first objective, which was to get droids on the ground, but they would be back soon. Because I knew every clone on those ships up there, I fought side by side with them countless times. They were my brothers, and no one kills my brothers and get away like that. 12 troop carriers came our way, General. General Dai nodded to Lieutenant Fondor. Since Lesu was the capital, it would surely be heavily targeted. Commander Keeley turned to Dajir. Get Cell to scout ahead. Yes, sir. Wait, Maiwi will go too. Syndala interrupted them and pushed the Twi'lek forward. Although she seemed unhappy to work with a clone, she didn't complain. Syndala had decided to go with the Republic to ambush the newly arrived droids. To do that, he brought 10 of his freedom fighters. Dajir suspected he only wanted to make sure the Republic was telling the truth, and that the number if clankers really was this overwhelming. Okay, but she has to follow Cell's orders. He is the best scout the 303rd have. If she does as he says, the chances of them being captured are smaller. General Dai quickly agreed to Syndala's request. It was clear he wasn't in the mood to discuss. I am not going to follow. Yes, you are Maiwi. The beautiful Twi'lek looked angry, but only scoffed. She knew better than to disobey Syndala. Cell gave a side glance to Maiwi and turned back to the path. The woman hadn't said anything since they left the others behind. However, he had to admit she was a good scout since she made almost no sound when she moved. If she had received proper training, then she would be better than Cell. R8V6 secure the perimeter. What is TH? SHHH. Cell used his left hand to shut Maiwi's mouth while aiming his DC-15S at the direction of the sound. A patrol of 6 B-1 units passed right past them, but since they hid in time, they weren't detected. After the patrol was gone, Cell released Maiwi, who looked ashamed. Apparently, she knew her mistake could have killed them. Going on quietly, Cell and the Twi'lek soon arrived at the Separatist outpost after dodging several patrols. Oh no. This time Cell didn't stop Maiwi. Things really were looking grim. Cell used his binoculars to do a quick count on the number of enemies. Let's go. Already. I know what we are against. We need to tell the general quickly. Using some techniques he learned when he trained to be a scout, Cell was able to tell almost exactly how many droids there were. As soon as the two returned, all the officers in the mixed group surrounded them. General Dai motioned for Cell to talk. 18,000 B-1 units and a couple hundred B-2 super battle droids. I didn't see any droidekas nor commandos, but there is a weird crab-like droid. What about vehicles? Then things get really bad, General. They brought out the big toys. Capitulo 190, success, maybe. What about vehicles? Then things get really bad, General. They brought out the big toys. Everyone looked at Cell, and the scout closed his eyes to remember exactly how many vehicles there were. He knew wrong information was a mistake they couldn't afford to make. About 100 STAPs and 20 AATs. There were also 40 or 50 dwarf spider droids. I also saw 3 MTTs, and that wasn't all. There are 6 vehicles I never saw. They are like a big ball held by a few dozen meters tall legs. However, I recognized their weapons. 3 laser cannons. Commander Keeley's face became serious. Try droids, this is bad. Syndala looked at Maiwi, who nodded, confirming Cell's report. How do you know there are 18,000 of them? Cell looked at Commander Keeley, and the clone nodded, allowing him to tell this kind of information to Syndala. You add the officers, then multiply by the number of troops each rank had. Then you add a corresponding number of B-2 super battle droids. And what are tri-droids? This time it was Commander Keeley who answered, since, amongst the clones, only he and Dajir knew what they were. A huge death ball, their laser cannons can easily blow up an entire platoon. Their height gives them a huge range, but is also their weakness. The way to take them down is to destroy 2 or 3 legs, and when they fall, concentrate all your fire right in the middle. It is where their core is. That doesn't sound so bad. Commander Keeley looked at the Twi'lek who spoke, Yate. The freedom fighter was an idiot if he couldn't recognize the danger of the separatist weapons. Wait till they are firing at you. That is enough, let's get moving. General Dai interrupted Commander Keeley and ordered the group to get into action. Sindelar commanded his men to do the same, and they started to follow their plan. Retreat! Dajir quickly yelled to the people around him, and fired at the incoming droids to hold them back. Metal, Tech, and Dab, stay with me, the rest move back. Both clones and Twi'leks followed his orders without hesitation. Dajir had proven himself to be a leader worthy of their trust. A Twi'lek that wasn't quick enough was hit in the back and fell face-first to the ground. Dajir rolled behind cover and checked the freedom fighter. Dead. He wasn't the first. Between troopers and freedom fighters, at least 10 combatants were dead. Of course, the droids had paid a hefty price, since 2 of their tri-droids and several dwarf spider droids and AATs were destroyed. Dajir looked at his comlink, but it was still out, leaving him unable to contact General Dai, Ragu, Commander Keeley, or Sindelar. After being attacked, the droids were quickly to jam communications and counterattack. Move back quick to the first outpost. Using his DC-17, Dajir quickly emptied the magazine in a B-2 unit, almost melting it down. The attack went well initially, but soon they started to be suppressed by the clankers, forcing them to retreat after suffering casualties. 2 hours earlier, General Dai looked at the surrounding leaders and started splitting them into 2 groups. Keeley, Sindelar, and I will go to the left side of their outpost and try to hit their dwarf spider droids. Ragu, you take Hell's Squad and Lieutenant Fondor with 10 troopers, and to the right. Bring down one of the tri-droids and they will all focus on you. I believe you can distract them for long enough to us to plant a few detonators, right? Yes, Master. Yes, General. The troops were easily divided, and about 6 Twi'leks followed Hell's Squad. When they were already quite a distance away, Sindelar looked back at them and turned to General Dai. Are you sure they can do what you ordered them, Master Jedi? I am. Not only is my Padawan is with them, but Hell's Squad is also there. With this combination, I am confident they can escape without many casualties even if things go wrong. Sindelar looked pensive. I hope you are right. Ragu quietly led the group forward, careful to not alarm the droids. Suddenly, they heard a patrol ahead. The clones and Twi'leks gripped their blasters, but the Jedi soothed them. It is too early to make noise. Dajir, let's take them out. Yes, General. Cell Metal 3-4 with me. Yes, sir. Wait, are just those enough? A female Twi'lek named Apel that was leading the other 5 stopped the Jedi. Ragu flashed her a confident smile that a youngster like him shouldn't have when facing battle droids. Don't worry, we can take them easily. Besides, if we are too many, they will hear us. Without saying anything else, Ragu and the chosen clones went ahead, getting out of sight from the group. Barely 30 seconds later, Cell returned. Let's go. Dumbfounded by how fast things went, Apel and the other Twi'leks followed Cell. 20 meters away from where they were, the broken remains of 6 B-1 battle droids laid on the ground. 2 of them were sliced by a lightsaber, while the others were without their heads. The Twi'leks didn't know how to react. They were so close to the patrol, yet they didn't hear a sound. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Fondor and the clones just stepped over the droids as if it wasn't anything uncommon. 5 more patrols found the same destiny in their hands before the group arrived at the Separatist outpost. By now, the Twi'leks already understood why the Republic was bold enough to attack 18,000 droids with less than 50 people. They are just ahead, General. Cell returned from scouting and quickly reported. Since he had already gone there with Maiwi, he was used to the way and quickly showed them their entry point. They were hiding behind a bunch of rocks, but it was very easy to see the almost endless droid army. Dajir looked at the dozens of droid battalions in front of them. The entry point that Cell mentioned was a place where the metal wall the droids used to build the outpost wasn't completed. However, the droids clearly weren't expecting an attack, since only a few dozen droids were guarding it. How do you plan on doing it, General? Ragu thought for a while before pointing towards the tri-droids, which were visible over the walls. I will sneak in and cut down at least one of those. If it is possible, I will try to cut the stabilizers of the AATs, but nothing too big so they don't notice. That will keep them out of order for a few days. When you see the tri-droid fall, blast your way in. Brain and Dab used the thermal detonators and the charged shot to take down the dwarf spider droids. Yes, General. All the clones acknowledged his orders without hesitation. They knew that Ragu was way more capable than any of them, and that by using his Jedi Force powers, he would be able to infiltrate much better than them. Even the Twi'leks agreed that Ragu was the best option. The rumors and stories about Jedis had long reached their ears, making them seen as mystic entities. Contact my master, I will get going. After saying that, Ragu disappeared in the night. A few seconds later, they saw a shadow ran up the walls of the Separatist outpost, defying gravity. None of the clankers noticed the Padawan. Now, all they had to do was wait. Capitulo 191. Communications jammed. Dajir watched the exposed section of the wall that Ragu jumped, then turned to 3-4 and ordered the clone to keep an eye open for any changes, as if everyone wasn't already doing that. Commander, General Ragu is inside. We are waiting for his signal to move in. Roger that. Warn me as soon as you get into action. I think you will see it, sir. A small figure slipped past droid patrols, hiding into the shadows and behind vehicles. Whenever he got to an AAT or a deactivated dwarf spider droid, a green light flashed. Nobody could see it, but several key components of the vehicles and the droids had been cut by a high-powered weapon, leaving them unusable for days. He had sabotaged about 3 AATs and 6 dwarf spider droids when he arrived at his real target. Looking up close, the tri-droids were even more intimidating, and their huge heads spun, each time aiming their laser cannons in a different direction. Since slow cannons had a slow firing rate, Ragu initially thought the tri-droids would be easy to deal with, but seeing them now, the Togruta understood that they never actually needed to cool down since they were always switching. That meant they could maintain a steady firing rate. Verifying that there were no droids nearby, Ragu turned on his lightsaber and got ready to cut the legs of the nearest tri-droid. However, he forgot the tri-droids weren't vehicles, but, well, droids. As soon as the green light of the lightsaber appeared, he was spotted by the huge droids. 6 laser cannons aimed at him as the tri-droids found the Jedi, their aims constantly shifting. He could deflect one of the huge laser cannon's shots, but nor 6. So, instead of waiting for them to fire, he did something his master taught him. When surrounded, attack. The enemy won't be expecting, giving you an advantage over them. This lesson was proved right, as the tri-droids hesitated when they saw the tiny figure ran towards them. That hesitation cost them enough time so he could get under one of them, and the others couldn't fire without hitting their allies. The tri-droid he chose to hide under moved around furiously, trying to both get away from Ragu so it could attack him and crush him. The commotion quickly attracted the droids, and considering there were 18,000 of them, Ragu wasn't very anxious to fight them. As he became the focus of fire from the nearby B1 units, Ragu deflected the red lasers the best he could. When one of the legs of the tri-droid almost hit him, he decided that it was enough. Jumping up, he grabbed one leg of the tri-droid and flung himself towards another. Slicing with his lightsaber while in the air, a huge chunk of the metal leg fell down. When the tri-droid tried to put weight on it, the leg broke, almost causing it to fall. Taking advantage of the unbalanced droid, Ragu pulled back both his hands and looked like he was grabbing something with them. When he pushed his hands forward, a huge force impacted the tri-droid, bigger and stronger than any force blast Ragu had ever done before. Several B-1 battle droids in the way of the blast were flung away, their bodies breaking in midair, and many more stumbled and fell on the ground. The tri-droid, the target of the blast, shook and slowly started to tilt. His fall became faster, and the huge head impacted on the ground, crushing several droids. Ragu panted with the effort needed to push such a huge thing, but didn't stop. Running forward, he jumped on top of the droid he just took down, and continued running while holding his lightsaber with the tip aiming at the tri-droid. Half of the lightsaber penetrated the tri-droid, and as Ragu ran, a blazing line was left behind. 2 laser cannon shots from other tri-droids hit the fallen one, causing huge holes to appear on its armor. Ragu somersaulted over a bunch of droids and landed on top of an AAT. The pilot had the top half of his body out, trying to see what was happening, and Ragu cut his head off. When he was sliding off the tank, he waved his lightsaber, and the tank's barrel was also cut in half. At no time did Ragu stop running, making it almost impossible for the droids to hit him. Dajir saw the tri-droids start moving and instantly ordered the mixed group of 303rd clones and freedom fighters forward. A volley of lasers hit the droids guarding the missing section of wall, taking most of them down. While the clones missed almost no shots, more than half of the Twi'leks hit meters away from their target. Dajir heard a loud sound and saw a bright blue light leave Dab's DC-15X as he fired his charged shot, a special modification he built himself. A B-2 super battle droid that was commanding the guards was hit, and a huge hole appeared on its chest, so deep it was possible to see the other side. A millisecond later, the droid exploded, taking down 2 B-1 units next to him. By the time all this happened, the attackers were just halfway through the missing wall section, but the attack had been sudden and unexpected, and that, coupled with Ragu's distraction, ensured that there weren't that many clankers near them. Followed by the others, Dajir dashed towards the nearest cover, and they got there just in time to dodge the incoming lasers. The cloud of red lasers was so big that it was almost impossible for them to show their heads. After all, they were against thousands of droids. Dajir, however, had already considered that. He looked at his comlink and signaled to Cell. The scout dropped to the ground and sneaked past Dajir and the rest. When he was about 20 meters away from the nearest droid, he quietly rolled a thermal detonator that Brain gave to him. The thermal detonator exploded at the same time several deactivated dwarf spider droids blew up on the other side of the outpost. General Dai and Commander Keeley were right in time. Dajir didn't know how well their attack went, but judging by the small number of explosions, the result wasn't that good. Fortunately, it was enough to distract some of the droids, giving Dajir the chance to show himself and counterattack. The clones followed suit, and the Twi'leks mimicked them. Before they ducked behind cover again, 2 clones and a freedom fighter were hit. One of the clones was only injured, while the others died. Dajir, initiate retreat, get back to the, and we, BZZZ, you. Commander Keeley. However, there was no response from the comlink. Clearly, the droids had fought back quicker than General Dai had predicted and jammed their communications, but Dajir got the gist of what his orders were. Fall back, fall back. Dajir yelled his commands, and Lieutenant Fondor passed them around. Soon, the group was retreating back to the gap in the wall. Dajir ordered a stop. Hold here, we have to wait for the general. Arg! A clone fell next to him, a smoking hole on his helmet. Dajir quickly took care of the attacker, but hundreds of droids were behind it, and several AATs and dwarf spider droids were starting to turn on, although many just got off the ground before falling again. Probably Ragu's work. Suddenly, Dajir saw one of the tri-droids in the distance wave and fall. A small figure jumped on top of it before running again, but his way was paved with droids, forcing him to change directions. Capitulo 192, Decoy. When he saw Ragu being forced to change directions, Dajir quickly ordered the small group to retreat even faster, since the droids would focus on them. With the communications being jammed, he had no way of knowing how General Dai and Commander Keeley were, so he had to follow his instincts. And his instincts were telling him to get out of the separatist outpost. Watching hundreds and then thousands of droids and vehicles move towards them, Dajir ordered the others to escape while he, Metal, Tech, and Dab stayed behind to cover their retreat. They were never meant to fight the droids, since even for Hell's Squad this was a suicide mission. All they were was a decoy for the others. As they retreated, another Twi'lek fell, shot in the back. That was the 3rd Twi'lek to die, accompanied by 5 clones. Dajir looked at his comlink, futilely trying to contact Commander Keeley again. As he was doing that, 2 lasers flew past him, millimeters away from his face. Dajir returned fire, but he and the other 3 clones were slowly being overrun, even with Lieutenant Fondor and the others providing covering fire. 2 hours had passed since Ragu had sneaked in the outpost, and now they couldn't hold back the droids anymore. Thankfully, the Separatists didn't know the terrain, so their choice of camp was poor. Rock walls and formations created a labyrinth that allowed the Republic to escape easily. And with 4 members of Hell Squad covering them, the clones and freedom fighters ran away quickly. They left 9 people on the ground as another clone was hit in the back. Ag damn it. Dajir heard Dab scream and looked at his brother with the corner of his eyes. A laser had scratched his arm, but Dajir could tell it was nothing serious, and the sniper was already back into the fight. Seeing his men disappear behind the rocks, Dajir gestured to Tech and Dab, and the two stopped firing and ran back. Dajir and Metal got up, revealing themselves completely, and pressed the trigger if they're blasters. Lasers flew all around them, but the clones ignored them. Dajir felt an impact on his leg as a laser hit the outer portion of his armor, but he wasn't injured. About 4 seconds later, blue lasers flew over their heads as Tech and Dab found somewhere to hide and were covering them. Let's go, Metal. The 2 clones walked backward, emptying a magazine after another in the droids. This time, the huge number of droids proved to be a disadvantage, as they stopped their own vehicles from getting to the front. As such, only B1 and B2 units fired at Hell Squad, and they could deal with that. The 30 meters run towards the rocks and the cover they offered looked like 30 kilometers, but the clones got there surprisingly uninjured. As soon as they disappeared from the droid's sight and met the others, everything seemed to be calmer. The only sound was of the lasers hitting the rocks and the ragged breath of the tired Republic soldiers. Lieutenant, we need to move. Retreat to the first outpost. You know what to do. What about General Regu? Dajir looked at his comlink nervously, but it was still not working. He sighed and hurried the group to move. He will be all right. He is more capable than any of us. Lieutenant Fondor acknowledged his words and was following the others when he noticed Hell Squad staying behind. Sir. Dajir shook his head and showed the lieutenant his blaster before using a finger to show the way they just came from. The sound of approaching droids could be heard. Lieutenant Fondor looked at him seriously, then nodded before leading the mixed group of clones and Twi'leks. Only when they were almost a kilometer away did they hear the sound of fighting going on behind them, and the Twi'leks noticed Hell Squad was missing. Apel looked around surprised, and soon found the lieutenant. Where is the other 7? They aren't here. The lieutenant nodded, showing that he knew. At the same time, he hurried her to keep walking. They stayed behind to cover us. Otherwise, the Seppies would catch up to us. Apel opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, decided not to. The 7 clones were sacrificing themselves so they could escape. They couldn't waste the time they were giving them. While Apel thought that Hell Squad was sacrificing themselves, the clones were engaged in a heated fight with incoming droids, but the thought of dying never crossed their minds. They really were covering their retreat, but that wasn't their only objective. Dajir had chosen a choke point where only 3 droids could hoe through at the same time. So, when facing Hell Squad, all they could do was fire 1 laser and die. Not even grenades could hurt Hell Squad, since they had enough space to dodge the blast. Metal bodies soon started piling up, difficulting even more the entrance of the other droids. Dajir was prepared to spend hours there before finally calling a retreat. He was confident that if it was only Hell Squad, they could escape from the separatist pursuit pretty easily. Suddenly, however, something weird happened. The droids stopped firing. Dajir looked at his brothers and gestured for them to retreat. He didn't know why the droids stopped attacking, but it couldn't be good. Soon, they heard the sound of metal being crushed. The hovering sound the new enemy made was too familiar for Hell Squad not to recognize it. AAT, take cover. Just as 3-4 yelled that, the barrel of the tank appeared over the pile of dead droids. It fired, blowing up a bunch of rocks just over Brain. The clone ducked out of the way and avoided being buried, but the AAT turned towards him. Without thinking, Dajir ran towards the tank. 3-4, who was close, did the same. Both of them jumped up and grabbed the barrel of the AAT. The droids which were behind it started shooting them, and Dajir felt a sharp pain in his chest as his blast padding blocked a shot from killing him. At this moment, however, they were lucky. The weight of him and 3-4 made the AAT tilt forward, exactly what they wanted, and blocked the view of the droids. The shot charged on the barrel was fired and hit the ground. The impact made both Dajir and 3-4 release the barrel, and the AAT was thrown off balance by his own shot. It hit the walls of the gorge they were in now and stopped. The tank almost fully blocked the path, barely leaving space for a droid to pass through. At this moment, the hatch of the AAT opened, and a droid using the yellow markings of a captain appeared, only to be torn apart by Hell Squad. Dajir looked at the smoking droid body and signaled Hell Squad to follow him. They quickly ran, leaving the AAT behind. Dajir planned to stall the droids for a few hours, but since the chance presented itself, he would take it. "We need to meet the commander at the rendezvous point. Let's move." Capitulo 193, Battling for the First Outpost. After slicing the barrel of an AAT, a small Togruta started running. However, the direction he wanted to go was blocked by thousands of droids. Ragu looked at his communicator and discovered that it wasn't working. The droids must have jammed it. Looking at Hell Squad retreating, the Padawan decided to go in another direction, where his master should be. He deflected the incoming lasers without even looking, but there were too many, causing him to almost be hit many times. "Over there." A droid pointed at him, and he became the focus of even more lasers. He slashed forward, cutting down 3 droids with the same move, and jumped over their heads. While he was in midair, he pushed his hands forward, and the force smashed several droids in the ground. Using the impulse, he flew 4 or 5 meters before landing on one of the tri-droids. The droid's head spun, trying to throw Ragu away, but he used his lightsaber to pierce the droid and steady himself. The droid jolted, then started falling. The Jedi apprentice jumped, using the droid's height to reach the wall. Up there, he was out of sight from most of the droids. The few that were up on the wall were quickly pushed off. Ragu took advantage of the brief period of calmness to look for his master. Hell Squad and their men were already in the rocks that surrounded the Separatist outpost, most likely heading to the Republic one. There was an AAT following them, and hundreds of droids, but Ragu wasn't too worried. Dajir knew how to take care of himself and his men. On the other side, he saw more droids entering the gorges and valleys, probably after his master and Commander Keeley. At this moment, Ragu sensed something. His instincts took over, and he jumped as high as he could, which saved his life. The part of the wall he was in now had a big hole, and shrapnel flew everywhere as a laser cannon shot from one of the tri-droids hit it. Even though he jumped, the shockwave still hit him. He felt his bones rattle under the pressure, and his lightsaber escaped his hand. Despair filled his heart. A lightsaber was a Jedi's weapon, but it was also its companion. He couldn't lose it, no matter what. Not only that, but losing his lightsaber amidst the droid army was the same as asking to be killed. So, when Ragu saw his beloved weapon fall on the outer side of the walls, he didn't hesitate and jumped. The walls were about a dozen meters height, and that, for a Jedi, was nothing. He landed on the ground, using the force to soften his landing, and looked for his lightsaber. A few meters away, he saw a metal stick amidst a pile of scrap metal. He pulled his lightsaber using the force, and he was just in time since 2 lasers hit the ground next to him. The droids had gotten to the top of the wall and were aiming at him. However, since he had jumped to the outside, he was safe, at least for now. The few lasers that came his way were quickly deflected. Using the force, he sensed where General Dai was and ran towards him. Everything had gone well at the start, but they had underestimated the reactions of the Separatist. Now, General Dai, Commander Keeley and Syndulla, together with the clones and freedom fighters, were trapped. They had destroyed 1 AAT and 11 dwarf spider droids. That was way less than they wanted, but they had been discovered, forcing them to retreat. Their retreat path was blocked by droids, so they entered another gorge, but that resulted in them being surrounded. That is, until a young Togruta saved them. General Dai watched proudly as his Padawan came from behind the droids and used the force to push them, opening a path. "Keeley, follow Ragu." The commander was quick to react, and soon the survivors of the attack were escaping, not without casualties. In total, including the ones led by Hell Squad, 13 clones and 8 Twi'leks died. That was almost half of the attack group. "Ragu, where are the others?" General Dai looked around, but saw only his Padawan. Ragu shook his head and pointed to the Separatist outpost's direction. "We got separated, and our communicators aren't working. He will probably retreat towards our outpost." General Dai looked to the fleeing Republic combatants, and his face became even more serious. They couldn't make it to the outpost, nor could they meet with Hell Squad now. All they could do was flee to one of the freedom fighters' hideouts and wait until they got out of the jam's range. Dajir looked at the horizon and finally saw the Republic outpost. 5 hours had passed since they ended their attack on the Separatist base, and although the results weren't extremely good, each vehicle and droid destroyed meant one less for them to fight. In the meantime, he finally got to talk with Commander Keeley. Although the 2 Jedis and the commander wouldn't be able to support them on the outpost thanks to the Separatist cutting their path, the plan would remain the same. Since the droids outnumbered the Republic by a large margin, then they would fight a drawn-out war. Hell Squad was to defend the outpost for as long as they could before retreating. Then, they would repeat it again and again. Dajir had no expectations of being able to win the battle for Ryloth this way, but at least they would cause serious damages to the Separatist. And that was all he wanted now. Lieutenant Fondor, go ahead and get the injured to the infirmary. Freedom fighters follow him. Those who aren't injured find a position. The Seppies will arrive soon. Lieutenant Fondor acknowledged, and the Twi'leks nodded. After seeing how many droids they were up against, they had no complaints about fighting anymore. They would give everything to defend their planet. The clone in charge of the outpost was Sergeant Storge, a battle-hardened veteran that was with the 303rd since Genosis. Dajir quickly explained to him why they were separated from Commander Keeley and ordered the sergeant to get into position. The outpost was nothing more than a complex of simple buildings and 2 walls, one to the north and another to the south. The west and east were 2 rock walls almost 100 meters tall. It was impossible for the droids to climb it. The outpost held 36 clones. Plus Hell Squad and the others, there were a total of 52 defenders. After talking to Sergeant Storge, Hell Squad went straight to the walls. It had been more than a day since they last slept, but none of them would be able to sleep now. They already had too much on their hands without the nightmares. As the sun appeared in the sky, Dajir saw the Separatist. Only 2 tri-droids were with the army, meaning the others had gone to attack another place. The Separatist intelligence was much better than expected, and they were able to uncover the locations of every Republic forces on the planet. That was, at the very least, suspicious. But he had no time to worry about that. Looking at the thousands of droids, Dajir ordered his snipers to fire. He heard a loud sound as the blue lasers hit several droid sergeants and captains. Looking up, he saw that the Separatist fleet came back for more. Capitulo 194. We are dead already. Admiral Dao rubbed his eyes and watched as the Separatist fleet approached again. Less than a day had passed since they broke through the Republic blockade, and they were already back. It seemed they were determined to exterminate the 303rd. Then they would give them a good fight. He looked around to his crew. All of them had swollen eyes and were almost dropping to the ground, but their gazes were determined. Just like Admiral Dao, it had been 2.5 days since they last slept, but none of them had the opportunity to. Every ship in the Republic side was badly damaged. Almost no starfighters remained, and the cruisers all had holes and broken parts. The Separatist had also suffered severe damage, but they were relentless. Looking at the vulture droids coming at them, and the pitifully small amount of Republic starfighters that went to meet the enemy, Admiral Dao smiled savagely and talked in the open channel of his comlink, meaning that every soldier could hear him. Brothers, those pieces of scrap metal are coming after us again. Don't be afraid, and let's show them why we are the best legion in the Republic. Yuha. Let's go. After facing so many battles and knowing that they would all die in Ryloth, all the soldiers considered Admiral Dao one of them, even though he wasn't a clone. This was a fight to the death, and only one side would survive, while the other would be annihilated. Hierarchy didn't matter that much anymore. Soon, the first explosions happened, and missiles started to impact on the Sincerity's shields. Several minutes later, Admiral Dao saw Separatist frigates surround Ryloth, ignoring the 303rd Fleet. Admiral, they cut off our paths. Not that the clone needed to tell him that, since he could see it happening. He sent straight towards the hologram table and called General Dai. Admiral Dao, I see the battle restarted over there. Bad news, General. They surrounded the planet. Our ships won't be able to get to you without getting shot down. Don't worry, Admiral. We will do our best here. However, when we get low on supplies. Unfortunately, General, there is nothing I can do. We are. Suddenly, Admiral Dao stopped talking as the sincerity rocked under his feet. He only managed to stand up by holding onto the hologram table. What happened? He turned around and asked his crew the same question. Soon, he got an answer. A vulture droid crashed on us, sir. No serious damage reported. That is good. Intensify the turret barrage. Destroy as many as you can, don't worry about ammo. Yes, Admiral. After dealing with the situation, Admiral Dao turned to General Dai and quickly explained. The Nikto sighed in relief. For a moment he thought the sincerity was gone. Try the Jedi Council again. Tell them we are trapped on Ryloth and that supplies will soon run out. If they don't send help, then we are doomed. Yes, General. Master Yoda, we received a transmission from Master Dai's fleet. A tall man looked at the green Jedi. Like Waze, Mace Windu was dead serious, even more since the transmission was from the 303rd Attack Legion. For the past days, they received repeated requests for help, but the Republic had no fleet idle. As such, they could only let the 303rd suffer casualties, to the point that the once powerful fleet was reduced to a handful of damaged ships. Accompanying General Windu was General Kenobi. Put it through, you do. See how Master Dai is faring, we must. General Windu nodded and clicked a button in the hologram table. A projection of Admiral Dao appeared. His once well-groomed appearance was now destroyed. He appeared to have aged 10 years in a few days and had dark circles under his eyes. Admiral Dao, how is the battle going? Poorly. We have less than a dozen ships in battle conditions, and our blockade was broken through once more. Bad things are. For how long can you hold on, Admiral Dao? The Admiral turned to General Kenobi and was about to speak when a clone muttered something to him. His face grew serious, but his lips had hints of a smile. A madman's smile. Permission to speak freely, generals. What is in your mind, you can speak. They just destroyed our supply ships. I regret to inform you that soon our troops on the ground will be out of everything. Food, medical supplies, ammunition. The Jedis looked at each other, clearly surprised by how lightly the Admiral was making of the situation. Admiral, unfortunately, we can't send any troops nor supplies now, but as soon as... With all due respect, General Kenobi, but even if a fleet came to our rescue right now, the only ones you would have any chance of saving would be our troops on Ryloth. Our fleet is gone, but we will fight to the end. Master Yoda frowned, while General Windu and General Kenobi exchanged glances. Knowing what they needed to do but being unable to do, it was one of the worst feelings they ever had. Admiral Dao, on the other hand, grinned. This might be the last time we talk, General Kenobi, General Windu, General Yoda. We might be dead already, but those on the planet aren't yet. Please send supplies. They are already fighting the Seppas on the ground, so they will soon be in dire need for everything. We will do our best, Admiral. While we are alive, there is still hope. Hold on for as long as you can. Yes, General Windu. May the Force be with you. Admiral Dao disconnected the call, and the three Jedis looked at each other, impotent to do anything. General Kenobi turned to Master Yoda. What do you think, Master Yoda? Death I sense. Lying the Admiral was not. Survive this ordeal difficult will be. The future of Master Dai uncertain is. After talking with the Jedi Council once again, Admiral Dao stared at the crew around him. They were all busy dealing with the battle, and didn't see him looking at them with pity in his eyes. Just like the others, he laughed at the prospect of their deaths, but that was just to hide how deeply afraid of it he was. No one wanted to die, but sometimes destiny didn't give other options. As such, the only choice left for the 303rd was how they wished to go down, and the answer was fighting. Inform General Dai that we lost our supply ships, and tell him that he is on his own. As for us, let's keep going. I want at least 2 of their frigates to go down today. Yes, Admiral. Understood, Admiral. Dajir was sitting on the floor, his eyes closed. At his side was Sergeant Storge, laying on the ground. Both of them were alive, but too tired to say anything. Around them, clones and Twi'leks, alive and dead, were also breathing heavily. 2 hours went by since the droid army attacked the outpost, and they were still holding it, although barely. The initial 50 or so defenders had dropped to around 30, most wounded. Tridroids, AATs, and dwarf spider droids had been bombarding the wall they were on, and huge holes had been blown up. However, for some reason, the droids had slowed down their attack, and instead of recklessly throwing troops at the outpost, were concentrating their fire. They probably are afraid that it is another ambush. Ha, if only they knew we can barely hold on. Shut up, Tech, the longer they take, the better for us. Don't jinx it. Hahaha. Capitulo 195, at most we will die. The wall shook as another laser cannon shot hit it. The metal bent and broke, and a piece of the outpost's walls fell down. If this kept on for much longer, the whole wall would cave in, and the defenders would fall with it. Storge, any idea on how we can take down those tridroids? No, sir. Our RPS-6 rocket launchers are all used up. They didn't even scratch the armor of those things at this distance. Arg. In the short seconds when they were discussing, a trooper, who showed himself to fire at the incoming army, died, his helmet and chest armor almost melting due to the number of lasers that hit him. A Twi'lek freedom fighter soon suffered the same destiny. Sub-Commander Dajir, we are being slaughtered. Apel ran over to him at the same time that Dajir was firing at the droids, which incited a heavy response by the clankers. His body moved before his mind could even process the information, and he swiped his leg, throwing the Twi'lek on the ground. Red lasers missed her by millimeters, and she laid on the ground dumbstruck. The clones ignored the surprised freedom fighter and returned fire, but they were terribly outnumbered. Many troopers fell at the cost of just a few dozen droids. After several more minutes, the wall was impacted once more, and another huge hole appeared. Just a few more shots and it would break entirely. Dajir decided they had defended the outpost for long enough. Sergeant, Apel, start the retreat. 50 kilometers from here is another one of our bases. That will be our second line of defenses. Yes, sir. Yes, Dajir. The defenders retreated quickly and went to the south wall. From there, they would take speeders and flee. But destiny wouldn't let the Republic forces get away so easily. A stray laser cannon shot hit the rock slopes that surrounded the outpost, and a large boulder fell on top of the speeders. The moment this happened, Hell Squad, Apel, and 2 other freedom fighters, as well as another 4 clones, were still inside the outpost. As the dust settled, Dajir saw that the BARC speeders were destroyed. Unfortunately, even though they now had no means to escape, they could still be considered lucky. Under the rocks, boulders and pieces of the wall, broken limbs, and white armor could be seen. Storge, are you there? Several seconds trickled by when there was no response. But then, Dajir heard someone moaning. Quickly, he and the others pushed aside the rocks on the away and found Sergeant Storge and 2 other clones still alive. They were lucky to have been on the outskirts of the rock slide. As Dajir pushed another rock aside, Sergeant Storge groaned in pain. The armor on his right leg was broken, and a horrible wound appeared under it. Flesh and blood mangled together, and bones could be seen cutting through the skin. Dust and small rocks were on the wound, making it even more painful to move. The other 2 clones were also hurt, one of them with a broken arm, and the other had lost his helmet, and his head was bleeding profusely. 3-4. On it. The medic knelt down near Sergeant Storge and started cleaning and bandaging the wound. However, in the middle of a battle and without supplies, there was no way he could treat it properly. Meanwhile, Dajir ordered the others to pay attention to the north wall. Cracks and holes were appearing on it, and the Separatist army could be seen through them. Luckily for the Republic forces, the rockslide hadn't totally blocked their escape path. Sub-Commander. Dajir turned around and saw Lieutenant Fondor. The lieutenant had been one of the few lucky ones who weren't near the BARC speeders. Lieutenant, we have to move, sir, but I don't think Sergeant Storge and the others will make it. Dajir looked at the lieutenant. As a soldier, he knew very well what Lieutenant Fondor meant. As a clone, he knew how painful it was for his brother to suggest it. The lieutenant is right, sir. We will only slow you down. Me and Torque here will hold the Seppas for as long as we can. A coarse voice interrupted Dajir and Lieutenant Fondor. Although they had been talking quietly, Sergeant Storge had heard them. The clone had taken off his helmet, revealing a familiar face. He gestured to the trooper with the head injury, Torque. "Leave us here and go, sir. You can't let the clankers win, and dying here won't help." "No way, Sergeant. I won't leave a brother behind." Dajir looked around, and everyone nodded at him, even the Twi'leks. What difference did it make, dying here or in the next Republic base? "The sub-commander is right, Storge. You know us better than to suggest that we flee." "Ha, let the Seppies come. Is there anything for us to fear? At most we will die." All the troopers agreed with Metal. They had been through hundreds of battles together, and they had faced death countless times. For them, there was no place better to die than on a battlefield, side by side with their brothers. "That is nonsense, Metal, and you know it. And you do too, sir." While the two clones discussed, Dajir looked briefly at 3-4. The medic shook his head slightly. The sub-commander glanced at Sergeant Storge and nodded. "We are leaving. Brain, Fonder, get going. I need to talk to Storge and Torque." "Yes, sir." "Yes, sub-commander." "Sir." Brain and the lieutenant immediately started moving, and after a small hesitation, the freedom fighters and the other troopers followed them out of the ruined outpost. There was no time to waste, since they didn't have their BARC speeders anymore. Only Cell and Metal stood there dumbfounded. They never thought that Dajir would really leave the two clones to their deaths. Only after Dab and Tech pushed them did the two move. "We have our orders, let's move." But. Are you stupid, Cell? Torque can barely maintain consciousness, and Sergeant Storge lost too much blood. They will die no matter what we do, so at least let them choose how they want to go. This. Only after hearing 3-4 explanation did the others understand why Dajir made such a decision. Still, they all followed their orders as well-trained soldiers did, but that didn't mean they were happy with what they had to do. But none of them could blame Dajir. The sub-commander was surely the one who suffered the most for his decision, since it was the same as killing the two clones. Dajir knelt beside Sergeant Storge and Torque. The trooper could barely maintain his eyes open. It was clear that his injury was far worse than it seemed at first. The sergeant, on the other hand, wasn't in a much better condition. The bottom half of his body and armor were dyed red with his blood. "You should go too, sir. The clankers will break the wall at any moment." "I know, Storge Torque. You will be avenged, you can be sure of that." The two clones smiled, and Torque helped Sergeant Storge to get up. The two clones walked to behind a boulder and prepared to make their last stand. "We will kill as many of those bastards as we can, sir." Dajir watched as the two of them laid their DC-15 as on the boulder and aimed at the wall. Nodding, he turned back and left the outpost through the south wall. "Goodbye, brothers." Capitulo 196, Guerrilla Tactics. Sergeant Storge and Torque lasted for less than 2 minutes after the wall was taken down. Dajir didn't see their end, but he knew it happened because Cell, who was on their rear guard, saw the clankers storming past the outpost and following them. "General Dai, we lost the first outpost and are retreating to the next defensive line." A hologram of a tired Nikto appeared in front of Dajir as he used the hologram projector as he was running. At the same time, his comlink bipped. Through his transmission with General Dai, he heard the same noise coming from behind the Jedi. He and Commander Keeley had received the same thing. Looking at the data, Dajir's expression grew serious. "Did you get that too, Dajir?" "Yes, Commander." The hologram became smaller and now encompassed both General Dai and Commander Keeley. Soon, the Padawan, Ragu, joined them. "What is it, Keeley?" "Bad news, General. It appears we were the ones who fared best after their first wave of attacks. Several of our bases and defenses near the other cities were taken down. Casualties are as high as 70% in some places." Dajir nodded. Without the Jedis to help on the other fronts, the 303rd suffered a lot more. According to the information he just received, several dozen troopers died, while hundreds were injured. He read the lines on his comlink. Sergeants Young, Milo, and Cooker died. Lieutenant Shield, Lieutenant Womp, and Captain Macro were severely injured. We were forced to order total retreat on all fronts. General Dai closed his eyes and stood like that for a few minutes. Things were deteriorating fast. Their fleet was almost destroyed, and they were getting pushed back in the first confrontation. "How long do we have?" If they continue at this pace, 15 days at most for the capital and 10 to 12 days for the other cities. That is, if they don't receive reinforcements. Which will most probably happen. Yes, General. The Jedi looked at Dajir and turned to his Padawan and Commander Keeley. He said something to the clone, and Commander Keeley left the hologram. We are going to switch tactics, Dajir. You still have some freedom fighters with you, don't you? Dajir looked around and saw Apel and 3 Twi'leks. They were all that remained from the freedom fighters that Hell Squad had with them. Apel saw him looking and nodded to him, although she couldn't hear what the sub-commander and his general were discussing. I have, General, 4 of them. Good, let's wait for Syndulla, then I will tell you all what we are going to do. Dajir acknowledged General Dai and said nothing. Several minutes passed by where everyone stood silent. General Dai's group was already on the second base, waiting for Dajir and Hell Squad, so it took a while for Commander Keeley to find Syndulla. When he arrived, the Twi'lek had a fierce expression on his face and a bandage on his shoulder. It appeared General Dai also faced problems to get to Republic territory. Master Jedi, Sub-Commander Dajir, how can I help? The Separatists are advancing to the main cities. Our troops can't contend with them on an open battle. Syndulla looked at the Nikto, his expression growing uglier. His thoughts were clear as day for anyone to see. He was disappointed by the Republic's incapacity of holding their promises to the Twi'leks. What do you suggest then, Jedi? We leave the cities, we let my people suffer. Is this the peace the Republic promised us? Drops of saliva landed on General Dai's face, and Dajir saw Ragu tensing up, ready to speak in favor of his master. However, before the Togruta could say anything, General Dai gestured for him to keep quiet, and although indignation filled his face, Ragu obeyed. Listen to me, Syndulla. We aren't going to abandon you nor your people, but I won't let my troops die in vain. Then what do you plan on doing? Your people know this planet. They know the topography, they know the mountains and rivers, they will be our guides. We won't be able to completely stop the droids, but we can slow them down. You want to ambush them. Not ambush, I want to annoy them, hit and run tactics. Keeley, Dajir, you know what I am talking about. Yes, sir. Yes, General. We see each other in 2 hours. Syndulla, Kelly, let's get our people ready. It isn't fair, so many clones died and Syndulla is blaming us. How can he do that? Dajir stood quiet as a very angry Ragu complained. They were in the planning room of the Second Republic base. The Separatists were about 30 kilometers behind them. Being a huge army also had its disadvantages, they being mainly the huge amount of supplies needed energy cells for the Separatist army, and that they moved slowly. General, Syndulla might be rude, but I understand why he is angry. And you also do. He is worried for his people, and he is worried that he made the wrong decision by joining the Republic. Considering our recent results in battle, well. Still, our losses are far greater than his. Can't he see we are doing everything we can? Dajir sighed. He might understand Syndulla's reasons, but that didn't mean he was happy with his words. If anything, he was angrier than Ragu after it was his brothers who were dying. I didn't live a very long life, General Ragu. But one thing I learned in all the battles I fought is that sometimes, not even doing everything you can is enough. Dajir is right, my young Padawan. War isn't fair. If we changed sides with the Separatist, we would do the same. As a Jedi, it is important for you to understand that. Don't be clouded by anger or sadness. General Dai entered the room, followed by Commander Keeley. It was clear he heard the Padawan and clone talking. Ragu turned to the Nikto, less angry, but still somewhat indignant. But Master, remember we are peacekeepers. We are fighting the clone wars because there is no other option. But don't be fooled, we aren't soldiers. Our job is to follow the Force and maintain peace. Dajir looked at the Jedi, his expression unchanged, but he was quite confused. How could the Jedis fight a war and still be peacekeepers? Anyway, it didn't make a difference to him. He fought because it was all he knew, it was all he was created for. Besides, he now had his personal motives to fight the Seppas, one for each brother that died. You will make a fine commander one day, Dajir. Just like Ragu, you can't be clouded by anger. No leader can. Thank you, General. Dajir was quite surprised by General Dai and didn't know what to say. He didn't understand what General Dai meant, nor why he said it. He looked at Commander Keeley, but the clone was impassive. Now, let's get back to the present. Sindala is picking several freedom fighters to guide our strike groups. Keeley, Dajir, you sort out who those groups will be. Author message. Well, there was another chapter wrongly released yesterday. This automatic release system of web novel is starting to piss me off. I wanted to use it so I could guarantee you all would know a time, 13:00, you could open the app knowing there is a chapter for you to read, but this is the second time it went wrong. Well, let's wait and see how it does. Also, there is a spoiler of Clone Wars Season 7 below in the author's notes, so don't read it if you don't like spoilers. Capitulo 197, It is a Trap. Sir, we received a report from Ryloth. Our troops are facing heavy resistance. On a planet deep into separatist territory, a tower stood tall above a cliff. Several people of different species walked around the tower, working. However, the last floor was empty, aside from a human and a droid. The human, an old man with white hair and beard, and using a long dark cloak, was sitting on a chair. Behind him, green glass with beautiful designs covered the entire wall. In front of him, with his metallic hands behind his back, was a droid commando. It was very similar to the one that Dajir killed on Mygeeto, but this one had dark red paint on his body. It was part of the personal guard of the old man. Why are you telling me this? I told you not to interrupt my meditation. The old man stayed seated, his eyes closed and his legs crossed. However, the droid commando suddenly fell to the ground, as if he was being stepped on by something invisible. His tough armor, capable of taking several laser shots, started to deform under the pressure. The droid, however, ignored all this and continued with his report. According to our spies, Republic generals and Jedi Masters Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker will soon be sent. To assist the 303rd attack, Legion on Ryloth, our strategists, request permission to send more troops to the planet. The Republic scum there is almost wiped out. The pressure disappeared, and the droid commando got up. His left arm was hanging by a few wires, and sparks were flying from it. His head and chest were deformed to the point that he could barely stand up straight. Even his vocal device was damaged, making his voice sound even worse. Send as many troops as necessary. Ryloth is an important asset and cannot be lost. Yes, Count Dooku. White stars filled the dark sky, and the 2 moons of Ryloth shone upon the land. 5 figures sneaked around the red rocks that covered most of the planet. Dajir, Tech, Metal, and Brain were one of the strike groups that General Dai sent to attack the Separatist. Guiding them was Gobi, but the Twi'lek wouldn't join the attack. Sindala said he didn't want to risk his people any more than necessary and stated his thoughts clearly. For him, ambushing the Separatist wasn't going to do anything, since a droid army wouldn't care about some losses. We are almost there, quiet now. The blue Twi'lek raised his fist, and the clones stopped. Following the freedom fighter even more silently than before, they soon saw the droids. It was unusually quiet, very different from the Republic army camp. In the Republic, even in the middle of the night there would be soldiers waking up, moving around and making noises. But in the Separatist camp, aside from the patrols, there was no other sound or movement. The B-1 units were crouching on the ground, deactivated, and connected to large boxes, the size of an ATTA. Each of the batteries could power a few hundred droids. The vehicles of the droid army were also laying on the ground. The clones shrunk back when a patrol passed close to them, and Dajir turned to the others. We will focus on the vehicles first. Don't go for the tri-droids, since they probably have sensors and alarms. They are too valuable to just be left unguarded. Plant detonators on the AATs and crab droids. Tech, see if you can do something about those batteries. If we can take them out, our chances of surviving will increase. Dajir, do you copy? Do you copy? Before he could finish, the sub-commander was interrupted by Commander Keeley. Not only was the commander yelling urgently, but Dajir could also hear explosions through the comlink. However, that should have been impossible, because Commander Keeley had stayed in the base to organize the troops. It took a few seconds for Dajir to realize what was happening. It's a trap, run. Other than Gobi, who was slightly confused and hesitated for a split second, the others followed his order immediately, without question. That was good, because moments later, the spot where they were was hit by several red lasers. Hiding behind a rock, Dajir saw several B-2 super battle droids appear from their hiding spots and felt the impact of lasers on his small protection. Not too far away, he heard several other battles happening. Apparently, not only him, but all the other strike teams had also been ambushed. "Commander, we also are under attack. It was a trap all along." "Retreat, we weren't the only ones. All our bases are being hammered by their bombers. We are going back to Lesu." "I understand. Strike groups," you heard the commander. "Forget the attack and retreat, now." "Understood." "Yes, sir." "Right away, sir." Several clones answered him, but Dajir doubted many would be able to escape. The ambush had been too well planned, but now he had to worry about himself and the others who were with him. Thankfully, since their mission was a sabotage one, they brought plenty of thermal detonators. Dajir motioned slightly to Brain, and the clone understood him immediately. They had been working together for so long that they rarely need to speak to one another in the middle of a battle. In fact, that happened not only with Brain, but all of Hell Squad. While Brain was throwing the detonators, Dajir signaled to the blaster in Gobi's hands. "Time to use that thing. When I run, follow me and don't stop. We parked the speeders not that far away. Metal and Brain will cover our rearguard." "Okay." "Good, now let's go." Ignoring the rain of lasers following them, the 5 people ran, with the 2 chosen clones turning slightly to shower the droids with lasers and thermal detonators. They got to the next set of cover just in time, because the droids adjusted their aim. Lasers hit the ground right behind Dajir as he dove behind a rock. "Don't stop. If they encircle us, we are dead." Dajir pushed Gobi, who was leaning on the rock panting hard. The Twi'lek might be a freedom fighter, but he obviously wasn't used to battles. Behind them, Dajir could hear the whole Separatist army turning on. He heard Tech yell a curse and saw a black spot on his shoulder. However, the clone said it was nothing much and kept running. They didn't have the time to stop and look at it, so Tech would have to endure the pain. Luckily for them, the droids were trying to ambush the strike teams, so they couldn't bring heavy vehicles like AATs. That allowed them to get to their speeders easily and escape. On their way back to the capital, Dajir confirmed the situation of the other groups. 7 groups had been sent, and 2 were completely wiped out, while some suffered casualties. In the end, 19 clones and 3 Twi'leks died. On the tall walls of Lesu, General Dai and Ragu watched as the Separatist army organized themselves. The Ray Bridge had been turned off, meaning that the only way for the Separatists to attack was through artillery. Dajir and Commander Keeley walked beside the 2 Jedis, analyzing their defenses. Too much had happened in the spawn of one night. Not only the Sepis devised a trap, but they also attacked on all fronts. All the outposts and bases the Republic built were destroyed in a single night, and the 4 main cities of Ryloth were now under siege. Capitulo 198, Who is the Traitor? Lesu was the capital of one of the most important planets of the galaxy. Millions lived there, and ships were landing on it all the time. It was a noisy and busy city, bustling with life. But now said city was eerily quiet. Even though it was day, no ships were landing and taking off because of the battle in the space. The residents stopped working and were looking nervously out of their windows. From time to time, a loud bang resounded, sometimes followed by a scream. Snipers from both sides were trading shots, trying to take out enemy commanders. That was the only noise that could be heard, and it made the civilians tremble. Somehow, it was worse than a full-on battle. Dajir was looking at the enemy army outside Lesu when he heard a loud sound. Instinctively, he dropped down and felt a heat wave pass by him. Fortunately, he wasn't the target of the enemy sniper, or he would be dead. However, by his side, a clone lieutenant fell down, a hole on his right chest. The laser missed his heart, so he would probably survive, but was out of combat. Man down. Almost at the same time that the lieutenant was hit, a sniper blaster fired from somewhere else on the wall surrounding Lesu. A cloud of dust rose in the plain behind the droid army. Using his macrobinoculars, Dajir saw a dead droid with a hole in the head. Good shot, Dab. Dajir didn't need to ask who the sniper was. In all of the 303rd, only Dab could react so fast. He located the droid's sharpshooter, aimed and fired in less than 2 seconds. Probably few in the entire Republic army could match him. Thank you, sir. Hell Squad had reunited in the capital after their failed attack on the droid army. On their path, they had to take a detour around their second base, which was in ruins and crawling with droids. Since they were a small group, they moved much faster and got to Lesu hours before the Separatist. General Dai, Ragu, and Commander Keeley were already there, together with the surviving clones of the 303rd. Around Ryloth, on the other 3 main cities, Nabat, Rivari, and Kaloon, the 303rd was also forced to retreat, so now they were concentrated on those 4 places. Any kind of aerial support that they asked for was quickly taken down by a crushing amount of vulture droids. And, to make things worse, they were starting to run low on supplies. Sub-Commander, sir, General Dai is calling you to the meeting room. A clone came to him, and Dajir followed it. It wasn't like he could do anything on the wall. For the past few hours, all he had been doing was patrolling and firing at the droids. The atmosphere of the meeting room was very somber. Only 6 people were inside it, and all the other staff members were sent away. It was a secret meeting, and a very important one. The 2 Jedis, General Dai and Ragu, sat on one side of a hologram table, with Dajir and Commander Keeley behind them. On the opposite side were Cam Syndulla and Gobi. As soon as Dajir arrived, Commander Keeley had told him to look for bugs. The so-called bugs weren't insects, but hidden transmission devices, created to listen to the conversation of others. Not surprisingly, they found one. The bug looked like a comlink, but it was 1/3 of its size, no bigger than a nail. It had been hidden behind a command panel and probably wouldn't be ever found if one wasn't looking for it. Now, it was laying on the table, and the 6 people were looking at it. Nobody said a word, since it was still active. Only after a few seconds did someone move. With an angry expression, Syndulla picked up the device and crushed it with his fingers. He let it fall on the table and turned to General Dai. What does that mean, Jedi? General Dai was very calm and waited for Gobi to pull back Syndulla. The Freedom Fighters leader was red with anger because he knew exactly what General Dai was implying. We have a spy in our midst. And you think it is one of my men? I do. Syndulla closed his eyes and took a deep breath. General Dai wasn't beating around the bush, and the Twi'lek had to control himself not to fight the Jedi. He knew what the result would be, and Ryloth could not afford to offend the Republic, at least not now, when the 303rd Attack Legion was all that was between them and the Separatist. Why, we are fighting for our planet, Jedi. We would never betray ourselves. If there is a spy, then it should be on your end. As soon as Syndulla uttered those words, Dajir and Commander Keeley tensed up. It took an enormous amount of discipline for them not to retort. Seeing the clones grabbing their blasters and taking a small step towards him before retreating, even someone like Syndulla felt a little scared. He saw more than once how deadly the 2 clones were. You shouldn't question the loyalty of the clones, Syndulla. Keeley explained to him. Maybe he will believe better if it comes out of the mouth of a clone. Yes, General, we were created to fight for the Republic, Syndulla. Even if we wanted to betray it, our genes wouldn't permit it. Besides, we have a reason stronger than any orders or discipline. Do you really believe that a clone would defect to the one who killed hundreds of thousands of his brothers? That is enough, Keeley. Seeing the commander get so worked up, General Dai frowned and stopped him. He didn't expect that having their loyalty questioned would impact him so much. And looking at how Dajir also seemed to be angry, the Jedi suspected that every clone would have the same reaction, which was quite confusing. What General Dai didn't know, however, was that each night, in their dreams, a dark shadow would ask them to betray the Jedis, their generals. As such, loyalty was much more important to the clones than anyone could ever guess. When Commander Keeley stepped back, General Dai turned back to the Twi'leks and gestured towards the bug. Someone, one of your own, tipped us off to the Separatist. Our strike teams were ambushed, and many barely made it off. Our bases were attacked where we were the weakest. Although it wasn't a very well-guarded secret, those pieces of information weren't known by most. So whoever betrayed us is in a high position, one of my officers. Exactly. Now, Cinderella, we have to be very careful. Think hard and tell me, who is the traitor? Capitulo 199. As a friend. Who is the traitor? Cinderella looked like he wanted to argue again, but in the end, he just sat down, defeated. Knowing that one of the people he trusted betrayed not only him, but also his home planet was almost too much for the old Twi'lek. For several minutes, the freedom fighter stood quiet, and no one said anything. They knew Cinderella was going through a difficult time, asking himself again and again which of the officers was the spy. Aye, damn it, damn it, damn it. Sinjula punched the hologram table and held his head with his hands. None of the people in the room said anything, and Gobi put his arm around the shoulders of his leader. I can't think of anyone, but, Jedi, I hope you know how painful it is for me to say this. If there really is a traitor, it is probably Tram Kalk, Yate, or T. Boone. Tram and Yate are very dissatisfied with me asking for help of the Republic. Not that you helped much. And T, he is complicated. He wanted to side with the Separatist at first, but when I decided to follow the Republic, he changed his view. He is just like that, but I can't believe he would betray us. T thinks of Cam as a kind of hero. Whatever Cam does, he will always agree, even if he, disagree. Gobi seemed quite uncomfortable with the subject, while Cinderella became silent once again. Usually, General Du would press in such a matter, because both Twi'lek seemed very awkward. But now they didn't have time to be polite. What happened? This is important, Cinderella. It can decide who lives and dies in the next battle. Gobi looked at Cinderella, who didn't seem to want to answer the Jedi. Finally, after a few seconds, the freedom fighter decided to do it for his leader. T is Cam's. He is my son. General Dai, who was about to talk, was stunned and said nothing. Ragu and the two clones were also extremely quiet. It was clear now why Cinderella couldn't bear to say that T. Boone might be a spy for the Separatist. Does he know it? No, I was planning to tell him just before the battle, but I don't know if I can. General Dai shook his head and smiled lightly, but his smile carried no happiness, only understanding. You have to tell him now. His reaction will show who he sides with. Leave Tram and Yate for my men. We will keep an eye on them. As for T, I will leave him to you. Cinderella nodded and got up, followed by Gobi. When they were at the door, the Twi'lek turned back and put his hand above his chest. It was a sort of greetings used by the people of Ryloth. Thank you, Master Dai. After the freedom fighters left, General Dai gestured for Commander Keeley and Dajir to sit down. What do you think? We should keep an eye on both Cinderella and T. Boone. If T isn't the spy, then it is for the better. But if he is, knowing who his father is can cause unexpected reactions. Both clones nodded. Ragu said exactly what they were thinking. If he was a traitor, the revelation would probably startle T so much that he would reveal it. But what he would do after was impossible to know. Maybe he would tell the truth, or he might even start his plan earlier. Anyway, it was sure there would be repercussions. Let's do this then. Keeley, get someone on T. Boone and on Cinderella. Don't let them know they are being followed. The same goes for Tram, Kalk, and Yate. Yes, General. Good. Now, are we ready for the battle? As ready as we can be, General. Suddenly, the Nikto stood up and put his hand in front of Commander Keeley. After shaking hands with the commander, he did the same with Dajir. For the first time ever since when Ragu was captured and taken to Tatooine, the Jedi showed his emotions without holding back. Only, this time it wasn't rage, but fondness. Keeley, Dajir, whatever the result of this battle is, whatever happens to Ryloth, I want you to know that it was my pleasure and my privilege to have you two with me. And I say this not as your general, but as your friend. The 303rd couldn't have finer commanders. For a moment, Dajir was overwhelmed by emotion. Any soldier would like to be praised by his commander, but this was different. General Dai was the person Dajir respected the most, even more than Commander Keeley. The Jedi was harsh, tough, and mostly emotionless, but Dajir also knew that he was kind and helpful, qualities he suspected every Jedi needed. Dajir had seen him put his life at risk for clones and civilians hundreds, if not thousands of times. Both he and Keeley saluted General Dai at the same time. They knew that was the Jedi's way of saying his farewells, and they wouldn't do anything less than return it with the same respect. Thank you, General. The Nikto smiled and waved at them. You should go now. I am sure you still have duties to perform before this final battle. Yes, General. Watching the two clones leave, General Dai sat down and looked at his Padawan. Ragu had been quiet this entire time, as if only now did he realize that they were about to face an army dozens of times their size, and without any chance of retreat. What troubles you, my Padawan? Ragu bit his lips, and the protuberances that identified him as a Togruta twitched, showing he was nervous. Master, is there any chance that we can survive this? As long as we are alive, there is hope. The Republic won't give up on us. We only have to hold on and trust the Force. Being reassured by his master, Ragu became somewhat worry-free. After all, he was still a child, and it was easy for him to forget those things. With his head down, the Padawan didn't notice the sad expression of his master when he lied to his apprentice. Dajir and Commander Keeley walked in the corridors of the Twi'lek building that had become the Republic base on Lesu. Both clones said almost nothing, as the weight of General Dai's words was still sinking in. Eventually, Dajir turned to his commander. Sir, we are going to die on this planet, and I have no problems with it. We were born to this. But, do you think there is any chance we can convince General Dai and General Ragu to leave the city? I don't believe the Republic will leave Ryloth to the Seppies. The planet is too important, if they could hide for this long. Ha, you know very well the answer. The General will live and die with us, Dajir, even suggesting that to him would be disrespectful. Now, come on, brother. We have troops to command and clankers to kill. Yes, sir. Commander Keeley tapped Dajir on the back and laughed. No matter how grim the situation was, dying side by side with his brothers, and such a general didn't seem so bad. On the back of his mind, something that Dajir said had been bugging him. However, a clone rushed towards him with a datapad, and the commander forgot what it was. Capitulo 200, Bitter Defeat. Artillery strike incoming, get down, arg. Dajir didn't know who yelled that, but he was cut short when a barrage of lasers as thick as his waist landed on the walls of Lesu. A huge portion of the wall crumbled, falling into the city below, crushing several houses. More than 10 soldiers went down with it, and the situation repeated itself on many portions of the wall. Dajir stood up again and fired several shots. He didn't even bother to aim, since the mass of droids outside Lesu was so compact that he was sure to hit something. However, no matter how many droids he killed, it was but a drop in the ocean. For the last 4 days, ever since the Separatists started a full-on attack all around Ryloth, several more C-9979's landing crafts landed on Ryloth, and now the Separatists had almost 500,000 troops on the planet. Behind Dajir, Lesu was almost in ruins. Smoke and fire spread all around the city, thanks to the artillery barrage and the Hyena-class bombers of the Seppies. Thankfully, most civilians were okay, since they had long hidden inside bunkers. Tri-droids, MTTs, AATs, and dwarf spider droids bombarded the city without stop, and most of the clones' vehicles, which were basically AT-TEs, SHAP-TS, and ATAPs, were destroyed. In hope of doing a last stand inside the city, General Dai ordered the remaining 5 AT-TEs to retreat. Of course, that only accelerated the fall of Lesu. Up till now, the 303rd had suffered severe losses under the Separatist attack. In fact, in 4 days, they lost more than on the entirety of the battle up to this moment. Of the 4 cities they were protecting, only Lesu still was under the Republic. The other 3, Kaloon, Nabat, and Rivari, had fallen to Separatist hands. In total, 9,000 clones died protecting those cities, although it was in vain. The survivors, who didn't amount much more than 1,500, retreated together with the freedom fighters to one of their bases deep in the wilderness. After Lesu fell, and it was going to, the remaining clones would go there too. That was the alternative that Commander Keeley had found. Since they couldn't win the battle, nor could they send General Dai away as Dajir wanted, then they would all retreat. What would happen next, they didn't know. Sir, Lieutenant Fondor just died. His injuries were too great. Just when Dajir was thinking, a trooper touched his shoulder and gave him the bad news. Yesterday, the section of the wall where Fondor was had been hit, and he fell down. Although he didn't die immediately, his skull cracked and several of his bones broke, puncturing his organs. It was a miracle he didn't perish immediately, but the poor soldier couldn't hold on. Dajir closed his eyes. Fondor had been a good soldier and, above all else, a good brother. Unfortunately, war didn't wait for the people to grief. Not only had Fondor died, but many of his closest brothers also had. Captain Narza had died 2 days before, when he and Blyer decided to stay behind to cover the retreat of the others in Nabat. When they realized that they wouldn't be able to leave, they strapped a bunch of thermal detonators to a speeder and drove it straight to the droids. They were dead before the speeder blew up. Thartam, the medic that helped Dajir on Mygeeto, had been blasted in the face by a tri-droid. Sharp and Spike also died in battle in one of the other cities. Smit and Agile didn't resist their wounds. Lieutenant Jesper, Lieutenant Virgo, Sergeant Pride, Sergeant Vigil, and Captain Plasma also perished in battle. One by one, everyone Dajir knew, the clones and brothers that he grew up with, were dying, and there was nothing he could do. That caused not only him, but also the others to be reckless. It was almost impossible to find a trooper uninjured, but anyone who could carry a blaster was fighting. Dajir himself had many bruises and cuts, although the worst injury Hell Squad received was a laser wound on Brain's shoulder, which he totally ignored. Dajir turned to the clone who warned him, a squad leader called Trapper. The clone was limping, and 2 black spots in his left leg showed where he had been hit. Still, Trapper acted as if the wound wasn't there. Get Sergeant Sannel to replace him in commanding his battalion. The sergeant is dead, sir. All right, then you are in charge, Trapper. You are a sergeant now, do your best. Understood, sir. The newly promoted sergeant died before he could even make it back to his men, shot in the head by a lucky droid. This time no one warned Dajir because they couldn't stop fighting or they would die. It didn't matter really, because now each clone had one mission: fight for as long as they could. And then there was a pause in the battle. The droids stopped firing and looked up to the sky. Dajir took the chance to grab an RPS-6 from a dead trooper and fire at the legs of a tri-droid. The giant thing tumbled down and crushed several droids. Still, the Separatist army ignored him and the 303rd, which caused hundreds of clankers to die in a few seconds. He asked himself why the droids would act so weird, and the answer came almost instantly. He looked around and saw Yate holding an injured arm. Next to him, the son of Cam Syndulla, T. Boone, looked at Dajir in the eyes and tried to yell something to the clone. Somehow, Dajir knew the freedom fighter discovered he was suspected of being a spy for the Separatist, but it wasn't him. When Dajir understood what was happening, it was too late. Several things happened at the same time. Firstly, Dajir heard a clone scream on his communicator. "It's Tram, Kalk, it's Tram, arg." Then he saw a young Twi'lek that was next to him turn around and fire at him. Dajir dropped to the ground, barely dodging, grabbed his vibroblade, and cut off the hand that was holding the blaster. While the Twi'lek screamed, Dajir kicked him, and he fell in the abyss outside the city. All around the city wall, several freedom fighters turned against the 303rd. Not all clones were as fast as Dajir to react, and dozens were executed on the spot by the people who were fighting side by side with them instants before. In fact, not only the 303rd was targeted, but several Twi'leks were also killed. Dajir couldn't imagine how the traitors could murder the people they knew and lived with for years, but it was happening. And lastly, Dajir heard a small rumbling sound as the Ray Bridge that was the only connection between Lesu and the outside appeared. At the same time, the droid army also came back to life, and several vehicles concentrated their fire on the gate of the city. Capitulo 201, Cornered Traitor. For now, Dajir ignored the droids attacking the gate and got up. Aiming his DC-15A, he fired 6 shots in quick succession. Each of them hit the forehead of a freedom fighter traitor. The others also started to react, quickly taking down the traitors, and turned back to defend against the Separatist. The Twi'leks, however, stared blankly at the corpses of the ones who moments before were their brothers in arms. Dajir pushed one of them and yelled in his ear to wake him up. "Get on your feet and use that blaster, soldier." I'm not a soldier." "Now you are, move if you don't want to die." He dragged the Twi'lek down, just in time to dodge a volley of lasers. Seeing that the freedom fighters were coming back to their senses, Dajir turned on his comlink to contact General Dai and Commander Keeley. "Bizizize, bzz. However, only a buzzing sound answered him. Communications were jammed again. Of course they were. We are falling back to the city council building. Comms are out, pass it around. Yes, sir. Dajir grabbed a trooper by his side and ordered him to call the retreat. Just when the clone was about to move away, Dajir pulled him back again. And if you see anyone from Hell Squad, tell them to go to the bridge controls. Yes, sir. Looking at the walls one last time, Dajir went towards the bridge controls. Since he had ordered the retreat, he had to go against the flow and bumped into several Twi'leks. The freedom fighters weren't as organized as the clones, so their retreat was quite chaotic. On his way to the bridge controls, he reunited with 3-4, Dab, and Brain. When they arrived there, he saw Tech, Cell, and Metal. Tech wasn't wearing his helmet and was bleeding from a cut above his eyebrows. 3-4 quickly bandaged it, and the clone put his helmet on again. Sub-Commander, sir, I have a message from General Dai. Say it. Ferret, who had recently become a sergeant, ran towards Dajir with a message from the Jedi. He and Commander Keeley are in the city council building. He said that you should know it is Tram and that you would understand, and that you have to capture him. Understood, go back. Hell Squad will take care of it. We will go too. Both clones turned around and saw Cam Syndulla together with his son, T. Boone. Syndulla had a bandage around his chest, while T looked battered but all right. Tram was one of my officers. I've known him for years. I want to know why. Let's go. Dajir ignored Syndulla and turned around. The freedom fighter leader was stunned, but seemed to understand and smiled sadly. After all, not only did he fail to find out there was a traitor amongst his troops, there were in fact several. Seeing Dajir and Hell Squad entering the bridge controls building, Syndulla and his son followed. Just at the entrance, they were greeted with a sorrowful sight. 4 corpses were laying on the ground. 3 of them were clones, and all, with the exception of one, had been shot at point blank on the back of the head. Dajir knelt beside the corpse of Timer. The trooper had been in charge of following Tram Kalk and had been the one to warn Dajir about his betrayal. Timer was holding his comlink in one hand and had 4 wounds in the chest. If he had defended himself instead of contacting Dajir, he probably would have lasted longer. But Timer saw the big picture and knew that this was more important than his life. Getting up, Dajir looked at the stairs that would take them to the bridge control room. It was a circular set of stairs, meaning they would have to be careful, because any defender could just put his blaster out and fire without exposing their body, while those who were going up wouldn't have anywhere to hide. Dajir looked around and saw Syndulla closing the eyes of the dead Twi'lek. Surprised, he recognized her as Apel, the woman who led them to ambush the droids when they landed on Ryloth. Unfortunately, there was no time to mourn. We need to move. Either we retake the controls and deactivate the bridge, or we get surrounded and killed. Let's go. Hell Squad followed him without hesitation, while Syndulla looked at T and nodded. They let the clones go first, because they were more experienced, but also because Syndulla didn't want his son to be hurt. Their decision was proved correct, because the circular stairs that posed so much threat for others were nothing before Hell Squad. Before the Twi'lek traitors could even aim, they were blasted by the clones, who knew exactly where they were. How they knew that, it could only be attributed to how many times they had been in similar circumstances. In total, they killed 5 Twi'leks to get to the bridge control room. Each time they stepped over a dead body, Syndulla and T. Boone would mutter a name. When Dajir and 3-4 were about to breach inside the bridge control room, a piece of the doorway was blasted by lasers. The shards hit Dajir's helmet harmlessly, and he stepped back, taking cover behind the wall. Dabs, how many? I counted 6 blasters firing, sir. Damn it, no way we are getting in there quickly. Plan B then. Tech, if we destroy the controls, will that take the bridge down? Probably. Let's do it then, Brain. On it, sir. Under the shocked gaze of Syndulla, Brain pulled out about 10 thermal detonators from his backpack. Dajir gestured for the clone to wait for a moment. Tram Kalk, we know you are there. Of course you do, I just tried to shoot you. What do you want? Dajir was about to answer, but Syndulla rushed forward and yelled at the room. Tram, I know you never liked me, but why betray your people? Hahaha, betray my people? I didn't betray anyone. The only traitor here is you. You knew the Republic couldn't protect us, and yet you engaged in a lost war. You think I don't know you were promised the power to rule Ryloth if you win this war? Ha. Sindola looked stunned, as if for the first time it occurred to him that he made the wrong decision. Dajir didn't care. He ordered Brain to throw the thermal detonators, and a bunch of explosions shook the whole building. Immediately, Brain and Dajir entered the room, one looking to the left and the other to the right. 7 Twi'leks laid on the floor, 2 of them clearly dead, and the other 4 very stunned by the explosion. Tram wasn't amongst them. Without pity, Dajir and Brain killed the traitors and looked around. They had heard Tram calk, but couldn't see him. It was at this moment that somebody jumped on Dajir and tried to grab his neck. The person had been hiding behind the doors, so both Brain and Dajir had their backs to him. The attacker obviously wanted to capture Dajir, so the clone let him do it. Without facing resistance, Tram Kalk put a blaster pistol against Dajir's head. You take one more step, and I will kill him. Capitulo 202, Ryloth conquered. Tram knew that Dajir was a big shot of the 303rd Attack Legion. Not only was he the sub-commander of the Legion, but he was also the leader of a so-called special squad. He didn't know what was so special about them, other than their different armor and weapons. However, he knew that by capturing Dajir, he would be able to use the hostage to go free. Or at least, that was what he expected. However, after he grabbed Dajir and put his blaster against his head, the clone didn't struggle, which he understood. After all, he had a blaster aimed at him. But the other clones didn't seem worried. One of them, in fact, even put down his blasters and start analyzing the destroyed bridge controls, as if Tram wasn't there, holding his squad leader hostage. The bridge is still up, sir, but I should be able to deactivate it with a little bit of time. The clone that Tram recognized as Tech turned to Dajir and said that. At the same time, Sindola and T entered the room and were almost as confused as Tram. The traitor was furious, but before he could threaten the clones, he heard Dajir mutter something. What? Get out of the way, or I will blow his head off. I said, you are too close. Before Tram could process what Dajir said, the clone launched his head backwards and headbutted Tram. With a crack, the nose of the Twi'lek broke. At the same time, Dajir grabbed the arm that Tram had around his neck and threw him over his shoulder. Before the traitor hit the ground, Dajir already had his DC-17 aimed at his face. Take this bridge out now, Tech. I saw an MTT and a dozen battalions already crossing it. Dajir signaled for Metal and 3-4 to hold Tram Kalk and turned to the window. Several hundred droids had already entered the city, and small fights erupted everywhere as the Republic forces were hunted down. Now, after securing the entrance of Lesu, the vehicles of the Separatist were starting to move in, the first one being one of the big MTTs, capable of carrying hundreds of troops. Behind it, closely packed B-1 units marched. Come on, Tech, you have to be quick. Tech typed frenetically in the control panels, but this time their plan worked against them. When they blew up the room, the machines were damaged just enough so Tech couldn't work with them. However, the Ray Bridge was still there. Come on, come on. We really need to move fast, Tech. I'm trying, sir, but this damn thing isn't working. Ha, you are doomed. When the Separatist arrives, you will all be killed, and I will represent Ryloth to join the Confederacy of Independent Systems. You and all the clones will be killed or captured, and Ryloth will be safe. Finally. Tram, with a crazy look on his eyes, laughed at the futile attempts of Hell Squad to stop the clankers. At this moment, Dajir decided it was enough. Turning around, he walked until he was in front of Tram and put his DC-17 in the forehead of the traitor. Suddenly, the look of contempt on his face became one of fear. He was sure Dajir was about to kill him and that the clone wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Tram Kalk, you betrayed the Republic and aligned with the Separatist. Your actions caused not only the loss of a crucial planet to our efforts of war, but also the death of hundreds and thousands of troopers. That is enough for you to be sentenced to death a dozen times. I, as the sub-commander of the 303rd Attack Legion of the Galactic Republic, have the authority to execute your sentence immediately. Tram was frozen in fear, while all the members of Hell Squad looked at Dajir quite shocked. It was rare to see Dajir so angry. However, in the end, they had orders they had to follow. Brain stepped forward and put his hand on Dajir's shoulder. "We have orders to take him alive, sir." For a few seconds, Dajir stood still, looking straight at Tram. The black visor of the clone's helmet didn't let the Twi'lek see Dajir's eyes, but it was somehow even scarier than if he could. Finally, Dajir lowered his arm and walked to Sindola, who was standing in the corner of the room without saying anything. He gave the freedom fighter his DC-17. "We have orders to take him alive. You don't. Brain, take those detonators planted on the controls. This is our last chance." "Yes, sir." After hesitating a while and being scolded by Dajir again, Brain planted the thermal detonators. Dajir was being harsh, but it was all because of the situation they were in. "Let's hope this works." Dajir pressed a button on his comlink, and the detonators blew up. Almost at the same time that the bridge controls exploded, the Ray bridge started to falter. Several holes appeared in it, and hundreds of droids fell through them. When it totally disappeared, it was a massacre. At least 3,000 to 4,000 B-1 units and several hundred B-2 super battle droids disappeared in the abyss below. 6 AATs, 24 dwarf spider droids, a few crab droids, and 1 tri-droid also went down. The sound of metal hitting rocks engulfed Lesu, silencing, for a moment, everything else. Unfortunately, even taking out the bridge was not enough at this point. The MTT had half of its body hanging over the edge of the abyss, but it managed to get up. Immediately after it entered Lesu, it started spewing droids. Almost 1,000 of them joined the ones who were already in the city, pushing the 303rd even farther back. "Let's go, or we will be trapped here." "Yes, sir." Dajir turned to Sindola, who was aiming the DC-17 at Tram. The freedom fighter nodded to Dajir, and the clone acknowledged. Gesturing to Hell Squad, the clones left the room, headed to the city council building. Sir, shouldn't Sindola come with us?" "He knows the city better than anyone. He will figure his path. Besides, what will happen between him and the spy is something concerning the freedom fighters, not us." "But what about Tram Kalk? What about our orders?" "Our orders were to take down the bridge, and we did it. The rest you leave for me to worry. Understood?" "Yes, sir." To tell the truth, none of the clones liked the idea of Tram Kalk being alive after causing the death of so many brothers. However, they wouldn't disobey orders, and even though Dajir technically wasn't disobeying, it still felt wrong. But they decided to shut up and follow their squad leader. Nobody knew what Tram Kalk and Cam Sindola talked about. However, Sindola and his son made it back to the city council building, and Tram Kalk was confirmed dead. Other than a stern stare, there were no consequences for Hell Squad or Dajir. A few hours later, suffering heavy casualties, the Republic was forced to abandon Lesu to the Separatist. The next day, the Ray Bridge was up again, and hundreds of thousands of droids walked into the city. Despite the small number of surviving clones and freedom fighters on the ground, and the few Republic ships still battling in space, Ryloth was considered conquered by the Separatist. The planet was lost, at least for now. Capitulo 203, The Last Battle. Kneeling, Dajir closed the eyes of Captain Jax and gestured for 2 troopers to take him away. The captain was the latest of the hundreds of wounded troopers who weren't able to resist, but he wouldn't be the last. It was at this moment that the entire camp became quiet. Before, it was bustling with movement, clones and Twi'lek speaking and wounded moaning, but now it was quiet. He looked around and saw heads turn to the sky. When he looked up, Dajir couldn't help but curse. Dozens of ships had just appeared above Ryloth. "Separatist ships. We just detected movement in the hyperspace, Admiral. 2 minutes until they arrive. Any word from the Republic? Are those ships ours?" "We have nothing." "Then those are enemy ships. Get ready. This can very well be our last battle. All fighters to the air and don't spare ammunition." "Yes, Admiral." Admiral Dow looked at the enemy fleet already there and made a comparison. The result wasn't good. Of the entire 303rd Fleet, only 1 badly damaged Acclamator-class cruiser still remained, together with 2 Venator-class cruisers, the Sincerity and the Righteous. Meanwhile, the Separatists still had the Recusant-class destroyer very damaged, but still operational, and 4 Providence-class dreadnoughts, alongside with 7 Munificent-class frigates. If one were to compare the ratio of Republic starfighters to vulture droids, it was even worse. Only 153 V-wings were left from the original 2,500. On the Separatist side, about 800 vulture droids could still fly. Considering only numbers, the Republic fleet had caused a lot more damages than it suffered, killing about 4 enemies for each starfighter it lost. But in the end, a defeat was still a defeat. Of course, nobody could accuse the 303rd of being useless. They were given a suicide mission, and they completed it to their best. By all means, they should have been destroyed days ago, but the determination they showed was enough to make even the merciless droid army falter. The enemy commander, the tactical droid, had already been informed that he would face punishment for taking too long to destroy a simple Republic fleet. The unfortunate TA-175 couldn't even argue that it was not his fault, because his circuits also couldn't process it. According to his initial calculations, they should have lost less than 20% of their army to conquer Ryloth, not the whooping 60 to 70% that they did. They shouldn't have taken 21 days to win this battle, but 10. Everything went wrong, and the tactical droid didn't know why. TA-175 had the same problem that countless other tactical droids also had when facing the clone army. Their calculations took into account only numbers, but clones weren't just that. Each and every one of them were fighting for their lives, but also for the lives of others. That made them much stronger. An alert sounded as the ships came out of hyperspace. Just like they expected, it was another Separatist fleet, bigger and stronger than the first. This time, the enemy didn't wait to start the attack. Immediately after they exited hyperspace, the hangar doors opened, and thousands of vulture droids left the ships. The commander of this new fleet seemed decided to crush the Republic's remaining forces completely. Well, Admiral Dao wasn't going to let them destroy the 303rd so easily. For the last time, he turned on the speakers, transmitting his voice to every cruiser and starfighter of the 303rd Fleet, what was left of it. His voice carried sadness and sorrow, but also an unwavering determination. Attention, troopers and pilots of the 303rd Attack Legion. This is Admiral Dao speaking. Enemies have received reinforcements. It is with the deepest of regrets that I inform you that we will not live to see another day. I won't lie to you and say there are reinforcements on the way. There aren't. But I will say one thing, you sacrificed so much for the Republic. Too much even. No one could have done more than you did for the Republic. He paused and sensed something hot on his cheeks. Surprised, Admiral Dao realized it was tears. He laughed lightly. Who would have thought that the battle-hardened admiral, a commander of the old Republic, would cry? But he wasn't crying because he was afraid to die. He was crying because he knew that was the last time he talked with those soldiers, those brothers. But I have to ask you to do one more thing. I have to ask you to trust me. Since we can't win against the Seppies, then we are going to make this the most painful victory they ever had. Now, here is what we are going to do. Cruisers, we will be in the front. All power on the forward shields. Fighters, you will be coming behind us. And bombers, you will be in the middle of the starfighters. There was a collective gasp of surprise amongst the officers in the command bridge of the Sincerity. They understood what the Admiral planned. It was suicide, but he was right when he said it would hurt the Separatists the most. By putting the cruisers on the front, they would take the brunt of the attack and most likely be damaged beyond repair, even destroyed. However, that would give the starfighters a chance of bypassing the vulture droids and directly attacking the big ships. That is where the Y-Wings bombers came in. I'm sure you know what I mean. Bombers, your job is the most important of all. You won't stop for anything. Ships will blow by your side. Brothers will die. You will go on, understood? That is the only shot that we will have at avenging them. Now, get in your positions and prepare to fight. And remember, if we are to go out, then let it be in a blaze of glory. He turned off the speakers. He said all he had to say. Now, all that was left was to battle. On the 3 cruisers, nobody said anything. There were no cheers, no answer to Admiral Dao's speech. The pilots put on their helmets, resolve on their faces. Gunners and crewmen prepared the cannons and turrets. The odd formation that the Republic got in confused the enemy commander, but when he realized what their plan was, he just laughed. The puny efforts of those clones were nothing before the might of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The last battle of the 303rd Attack Legion started. That day, one of the top legions of the Republic Army fell, annihilated in battle. No ship of the fleet stayed in one piece, and no pilot survived. It was a dark day for the Republic. Capitulo 204, Die Together. Maybe it was a mistake, maybe it was on purpose, but Admiral Dao's speech was transmitted to General Dai, down on Ryloth. General Dai was, at this moment, surrounded by clones, freedom fighters, and citizens of Ryloth. They were outside of Lesu, escaping to the hideout where the survivors from the other battles were. Considering that the total amount of clones that survived was just a little more than 2,000, and that even when adding up with the freedom fighters and civilians, there were no more than 5,000 people, the separatists deemed them as unimportant and sent just a small force after them. General Dai was preparing a group of combatants to meet that enemy force. So when Admiral Dao talked, it wasn't only General Dai who heard him, but also Hell's Squad, Commander Keeley, Ragu, Sindala, and dozens of troopers and Twi'leks. It didn't take long for word of it to get around. Is it over? Maybe we should surrender. Hold on, dear, you will get better. You have to. While the Twi'leks muttered amongst themselves with fear, the clones were silent. They all looked up to the sky, where 3 Republic ships threw themselves against 3 dozen separatist ships. Not much later, a trooper came to talk with Dajir. He, in turn, whispered something to Commander Keeley. Soon, Commander Keeley walked up to General Dai. Appearing 10 years older, the Nikto signaled for the commander to speak. General, sir, the troops want to fight. We want to fight. General Dai looked like he wanted to deny, but Commander Keeley already had an argument for whatever the Jedi was about to say. If we let the clankers follow us, General, they will know where we are hiding. And we don't have enough power to defend against them if they launch a full-on attack. We don't have the power to defend against them even if it is just those 8,000 droids following us, Keeley. But you are right. We can't let them reach the Twi'lek hideout. Gather the troops. Only clones, no freedom fighters. And while you are at that, tell Dajir to prepare a report for me. I want to know our exact numbers. Yes, General. Soon, the clones sorted themselves out from the group. Since they couldn't lead the droids to the hideout, they would be reinforced by the clones there. So, they had a little less than 1,000 clones, many with different kinds of injuries. Dajir presented a datapad to General Dai, and the Jedi asked Ragu to read it. We have 947 troopers, Master. How many are able to fight? Ragu looked at Dajir, unsure of what to answer. According to the report, more than 500 of the clones had some kind of injury, and most of them would put a soldier in a Bacta tank at least for a few days. However, the report only excluded from the fight about 150 clones, those who had injuries so serious that were life-threatening. Dajir stepped forward to help Ragu. Put a blaster in the hands of those troopers, and they can fight generals. I won't allow injured men to die because they want vengeance. Only those who are in good condition can come. The others will go to the hideout. General, with all due respect, but I doubt we can kill those droids with just 300 men. Besides, what is the difference between dying here or in the hideout? If we bring everyone we can, at least our chances are bigger. Dajir is right, Master. Even General Dai couldn't help but agree with Dajir and Ragu. As much as he hated the idea of forcing wounded troopers to fight, they really didn't have much of an option. Even when taking the 800 clones, they would be at a disadvantage of 10 to 1. Okay then, but Dajir, I need to talk with you, alone. Yes, sir. Dajir followed the Nikto. He wasn't afraid of being scolded by General Dai because he was simply representing the troopers. However, what the Jedi said next was totally out of his expectations. Dajir, I will be brief. You are a soldier, one of the best, and as such you know better than anyone that we have no chance of winning this battle. Not the one we will fight now, but this battle as a whole. In fact, we already lost. Our fleet is practically destroyed, and so is our legion. You and I will probably die in battle. I know you don't care, and I have lived a long enough life to accept it. It is part of the Jedi code to embrace death because it is nothing to fear but a natural part of the Force. But Ragu is just a Padawan. He is my Padawan. I can't let him die here. Dajir said nothing, the Jedi didn't seem to need an answer, he just wanted to talk. His eyes were shining with countless emotions. I want you to take the wounded and Ragu and escape together with the Twi'leks. I can't do that, sir. You will do that, it is an order, but not now. First we need to fight those droids pursuing us. If we can defeat them, there will be no need to do what I said. If we can't. Before Dajir could say anything, Syndulla approached them, and General Dai told Dajir to be quiet. The Twi'lek was already suspicious enough without hearing the word escape. Master Dai, I was told you are gathering your troops to fight. Yes, Syndulla. If we don't, the droids will discover where the wounded, children, and civilians are hiding. I understand, we will fight side by side. What followed was a long discussion. In the end, it was decided that the freedom fighters and clones would fight together, probably for the last time. Not only that, but suddenly several hundred people arrived, clones and Twi'leks. Apparently, Lieutenant Shield, who was in the hideout, decided by himself to come aid in the battle. He knew General Dai wouldn't agree to that, so he didn't tell him, and now that they were there, it would be stupidity to send them away. That bumped up the number of the Republic forces to about 3,000 fighters. It wasn't nearly enough to fight the droids, but it was much better than before. All while that was happening, Dajir was in deep thought. He couldn't bear to abandon his brothers and his general to escape, even if it was to guard the wounded and Ragu. But he also couldn't disobey orders. It was simply impossible for him, because obedience was ingrained in his genetic code. Sir, we gathered the information you required. It is not good. Brain approached Dajir and handed him a datapad. When he read what was in it, Dajir's face looked grim. It was worse than he thought. He gave the datapad back to Brain and went to find the General Dai. The Jedi was together with Commander Keeley, discussing the best positions to put their ATEs and ATAPs. General Commander, there is something you need to know about. Capitulo 205, Missing Supplies. General Commander, there is something you should know about. Dajir saluted the Jedi and the clone as usual, but he was bringing bad news. Very bad news. What is it? Bad news, General. I asked Brain to do an inventory of our supplies, since I doubt we will have a chance to restock. We are good on water and food, and I think Syndulla would be able to arrange that for us if it is needed. We are also good on ammo. We lost troopers faster than they could spend it. What is the problem then? Most of our medical supplies are spoiled and useless. I think we were sabotaged. Bacta tanks were broken, bandages were ruined, and medicines destroyed. General Dai showed an angry face. It was clear what Dajir was implying. Tram Kalk. I think so, General. He is the only one who would do that. That bastard, even after death, he is betraying us. For once, General Dai let Commander Keeley curse a dead man. This last blow that Tram Kalk hit them with, even after his death, was really too much. Just like Dajir said, they could do without water and food, because Syndulla certainly could arrange that on his own planet. However, without medical supplies, each wound could take the life of a trooper or a freedom fighter, even if it was just the tiniest scratch. Put me in contact with Admiral Dao. Dajir was holding his helmet under his arm, but he put it down on a crate and pulled out a hologram projector. Admiral Dao showed up, but the transmission was blurry, and the Admiral kept looking back. Of course, all of this was understandable, since the Sincerity was locked in a death struggle at this moment. Admiral, we need medical supplies immediately. Contact the Jedi Council once more. Tell them that if we don't get those supplies, the 303rd and the Freedom Fighters won't be able to defend Ryloth. BZZZ, do so, General, BZZ, not sure it will, matter. I've tried this many. Answer as always, BZZZ, same. Try again, Admiral, it is our only hope. Yes, General. General Dai ended the transmission and turned to the two clones and Syndulla. They could already hear the sound of the droids approaching far away. The Nikto inspected the troops behind them, 1,700 clones, and about that same number in Twi'lek freedom fighters. The wounded and civilians were already far away. Now we can only fight, and hope, may the Force be with us. Admiral Dao held on the hologram table so he wouldn't fall. Although they had only just started their suicide attack, the Sincerity and the other ships were already taking heavy fire. He had just spoken with the members of the Jedi Council, as General Dai asked, and the answer was a little bit better this time. He was told that a representative of the Senate was already in Tideria, negotiating a convoy of supplies for the Republic troops on Ryloth. Tiderians had a neutral stance in the Clone Wars, and, as such, could enter Ryloth without being attacked by the Separatist. But the benefits the Republic promised were enough to make their king send those supplies, and nothing more. However, negotiations were still going on, and if it took too long, there would be no one alive to receive the supplies. For now, all Admiral Dao could do was continue to fight, and kill as many droids as possible before he died. Dajir jumped down a trench, just in time to dodge a volley of red lasers coming in his direction. For the past hour, he and Commander Keeley had been fighting side by side, and caused so many losses to the droids that they became the focus of attention of the enemy army, even more than General Dai. The commander also jumped inside the trench. Around them, clones and Twi'leks fought side by side and died side by side. Dajir felt someone stumble and hit him, and when he looked at the corpse, he recognized Sharp, even though half of his helmet was black and smoking. Putting his dead brother down slowly, he turned to Commander Keeley. The commander had 2 DC-17s, one on each hand, and was firing them non-stop. Dajir looked over the top of the trench and saw a dozen droids falling in quick succession, each of them with a laser hole in the chest and another in the head. It was incredible how Commander Keeley could be so accurate with pistols at more than 300 meters. However, Dajir didn't have time to admire the commander, because an AAT was crushing the dead droids in his path, and it was aiming at them. "The tank is looking at us, Commander. Everyone around move." They only had time to jump out of the way before the AAT fired. Red soil and mud flew everywhere, and Dajir heard screams as at least one freedom fighter was caught in the explosion. Thankfully, the AAT didn't have time to fire a second shot before one of the few ATTEs, the 303rd, had destroyed it. His head buzzing, Dajir felt Commander Keeley helping him get up. "Come on, Dajir, it isn't time to sleep now." Chuckling, Dajir got up and grabbed his DC-17. His DC-15A was lost somewhere, and he didn't have time to look for it. Suddenly, a loud sound encompassed the battlefield. Dajir looked up and saw 2 Hyena-class bombers flying towards them. Clones and Twi'leks threw themselves on the ground, but it was useless. Several explosions shook the battlefield, and a cloud of dust appeared, covering Republic and Separatist troops alike. Screams of the wounded resounded, but the droids didn't care, and red lasers cut the dust. Commander Keeley looked at Dajir, his visor covered in dirt. "You go west, I will go the other way. Get the troops back in position. Those bombers will come back for another round." "Understood, sir." Dajir started running and helping people get up. From time to time, he fired his pistol and never once missed the target. Commander Keeley, on the other hand, ran off to encounter General Dai. Some instinct warned Dajir that something wasn't right. Most people wouldn't pay attention to this kind of thing, the vague feeling that they were in danger. But Dajir wasn't a normal person. He was a soldier who had been through hundreds of battles and put his life on the line more times than he could remember. So, when his instinct kicked in, he followed it. He humped forward and rolled on the ground before getting up again. Burning pain in his left shoulder and arm told him he had been hit 2 times, but the lasers missed his bones, only cutting flesh. He ignored the pain, turned around, and emptied the DC-17's magazine in the dust above him. 3 B-1 battle droids fell inside the trench. All over the Republic's defensive line, clankers used the dust as cover to reach the trench. Clones and freedom fighters were being massacred without a chance to resist, so Dajir did the only thing he could do. He climbed up the trench, the vibroblade he took from a bounty hunter a long time ago in his hand. Capitulo 206, Struggle to Survive. A very surprised droid watched as a clone climbed the trench and appeared before him. Even more surprised, the B-1 unit saw a black blade, almost a sword, stab his chest and appear on his back. The vibroblade wasn't a lightsaber, so it couldn't cut through metal like it was nothing. It was also quite short, about 30 centimeters long, but it was sharp enough to cut into the B-1 battle droid and sever its circuits. So, after Dajir stabbed the droid, he turned it around and hid behind it. At the same time, he grabbed the E5 the clanker was holding. E5s were inferior to the DC-15As or DC-15SS of the Republic, but it would get the job done. Dragging the dead droid with him to cover his body, Dajir advanced, following the trench line. Every second, dozens of lasers hit the droid, almost dismembering it. However, it wasn't the first time Dajir had done that, and he knew exactly what he had to do to keep his body hidden. He killed 24 droids and walked a good 100 meters before he ran out of ammunition. He was using the E5 with just one hand, so he wasn't able to reload. Dropping the droid, he rolled back into the trench. His arm and shoulder ached as he put weight on them to get up, but he once more ignored it. It would make the wound worse in the long run, but now he didn't have how or where to bandage it. The trench line wasn't very big, about 300 meters long. Both sides of it ended in a cliff wall, so there was no risk of the Republic being flanked by the Seppas. Therefore, when Dajir killed the droids in this 100 meters of land, at least the ones on the front, because there were a few thousand following behind them, the clones found the window they needed to fight back. The ATEs and ATAPs were wreaking havoc in the clankers' ranks, the skilled gunners taking down AATs one after another. Surprisingly accurate Twi'lek sharpshooters laid on top of crates and rocks and fired their blasters without stop. "Sir, good to see you here. Are you having fun?" Dajir saw the rest of Hell Squad crowded together inside a deep part of the trench as several dwarf spider droids and crab droids concentrated their fire on their position. Cell, as always, seemed unaffected by the situation. "Some, keep the defense going. Yate, T, I need you to go along the trench line and talk to the freedom fighters. They are losing their will to fight." The blue Twi'lek, Yate, spit on the ground. Clearly, he didn't like the idea of following Dajir's orders. T. Boone, however, pushed Yate. He knew how important it was for them to keep fighting, and as leaders of the freedom fighters, it was their job to motivate the freedom fighters. "Leave it to." The head of T swung to the side, as if he had been punched. His body stayed up for a few seconds, while the clones and Yate watched without reaction. Then, T crumbled and fell to the ground. A scorched circle appeared in the side of his head, and the smell of burned meat drifted into their noses. T. Clearly, Yate and Syndulla's son were much closer than Dajir initially thought. The Twi'lek knelt beside the dead body of his friend and cried. The surrounding freedom fighters seemed lost, their eyes fixed in the serious expression in the face of who was once a leader of their people. "Dab. On it. Metal brain tech with me." Dajir quickly gave orders, almost ignoring the death of T. He quite liked the Twi'lek, and if he had the chance, he wouldn't be so heartless, but they were in the middle of a battle. So, Dajir ruthlessly pulled Yate up, while Dab found the killer of T and shot him down. The clones that Dajir called followed him, bringing Yate with them, all the while covering their sub-commander. Before Yate could complain or say anything, Dajir put a blaster in his hands and aimed it at the droids. "T is gone, Yate. You need to go around the trench, get your people to fight, or more will die just like him." However, Yate seemed to be in shock. He just stared straight ahead and mumbled, so the clones had to pull him back down before he was killed. "All hope is lost, all hope." "I think he isn't going to help, sir." "I can see it. Forget him, let's move. Brain and tech fire at will. Cell 3-4. "Over here, sir. Any Seppi that gets near us will be your responsibility." "It's our pleasure, haha." "Dab, use your charged shot and anything else you have, and kill the dwarf spiders and crabs. If you can't do that, then aim at the B2S. "Yes, sir." "Metal, remember our training. When a window opens, blast those damn clankers." "Hahaha, leave it to me." Dajir looked around and saw Hell Squad getting in position. Whenever the droids stopped firing for a second, Dab and the others would cover Metal as the heavy machine gunner swiped the front rows of the Separatist army, killing dozens of droids each time. If one watched the battle from above, they would be able to see that the droid army, which looked like a compact block before, now had a big incision on one of the sides, as hundreds of droids were killed by the coordination of Hell Squad, 303rd clones, and Twi'leks. Shield, I need a report. How are we looking? Dajir walked towards Lieutenant Shield and crouched beside him. The clone had a nasty wound in his neck, and the white bandage on top of it was red with his blood. Not too good, sir. We have about 1,500 troops remaining, between freedom fighters and us. The Clankers probably lost 2,000 to 3,000 units, so they have about 5,000 remaining. Those bombers got us bad. All right, keep fighting, but organize the troops. We will fall back soon. Understood. To tell the truth, Dajir wasn't sure they were going to retreat soon or anything, but it wasn't General Dai's style to fight till the very bitter end. Usually, they would retreat and ambush the droids, or fight where they had better defenses. They are here again. Get down, find cover. He was pulled back from his thoughts as 2 Hyena-class bombers appeared once more. This time, however, they had a clear objective and weren't just aimlessly dropping bombs. Dajir watched in despair as a portion of their supply deposit was blasted into nothingness. They were already low on medical supplies before. Now, those were mostly gone, and for a time, even food and water would become a problem. One of the bombers received a direct hit from an ATTE and exploded in midair. Its debris fell on the separatist troops below, crushing a few of them. Unfortunately, they had already done their job. To make things worse, the second bomber was hit on its left wing and spun out of control, crashing in the cliffside directly behind the ATTE that fired at it. A huge piece of rock crumbled and fell on top of the vehicle. The 6 legs weren't able to hold and broke one after another. Both pilot, crew, and gunner were dead before the ATTE blew up. Capitulo 207, the last call for help. Hell Squad watched as their last ATTE crumbled under the rock slide that the Hyena-class bomber caused. Suddenly, Dajir felt a sharp pain in his leg and was forced to kneel. Lieutenant Shield, who was beside him, turned around, fired at the incoming droids, and pulled Dajir to cover. How bad is it? Lieutenant Shield looked at the injury in Dajir's leg and took off the armor around his calf. He called for 3-4, and the medic quickly ran over to them. Don't worry, sir. It went right through. Just let me bandage it, and you should be able to walk normally. While 3-4 was treating the wound, Dajir took some painkillers that the clone gave him. In 2 minutes, he got up again. His leg still hurt, but as 3-4 said, he could walk and even run. All right, boys, we are falling back. No need to wait for orders. Hell Squad on me, we are the rearguard here. Shield, get some squads to do the same on the rest of the trench. Yes, sir. Soon, the Republic started a slow but organized retreat to the canyons and gorges behind them. The droids followed suit, but they had to pay a hefty price for every meter of ground they won. After splitting up with Dajir, Commander Keeley ran across the trench, firing his pistols wildly. More than once, when the Clankers were about to break into the Republic's defenses, he showed up just in time to stop them. Thanks to years of specialized training and months of non-stop battles, the commander was better than normal clones by a lot. Still, his armor was full of scratches and blast marks, but he wasn't hurt. At least not too much. He found General Dai just in time to watch the Hyena-class combat clash in the cliffside and destroy the ATTE. The Jedi was deflecting lasers side by side with his Padawan, Ragu. Keeley, we have to order retreat. That is why I came looking for you, General, and now that we don't have heavy vehicles anymore. The Jedi deflected another laser, spinning his lightsaber. Commander Keeley crouched and fired at the faraway droids. Ragu was also doing his part, using his green lightsaber to send back one laser after another. Master Dai. General Dai, Ragu, and Commander Keeley turned around to see a beige Twi'lek with a number of scars approaching them. Syndulla was riding one of the creatures used by the freedom fighters. The blurgs looked like big lizards with 2 powerful hind legs and small arms. They had a big mouth full of sharp teeth, but were very docile. Syndulla, we don't have any more medical supplies. We need to flee now. Syndulla had an expression full of concern in his face. He could see his people dying in droves around him, and he had yet to learn that his son died. One could only imagine the impact that this news would have on him. After all, he had only recently told T. Boone that he was his father, and for now, few knew this truth, so nobody bothered to tell him about another dead Twi'lek. General Dai spun, reflecting a volley of red lasers, and turned to Commander Keeley and Ragu. "Keeley, call the retreat. Ragu, guide the injured out of here." "Our troops are already moving, General. Dajir saw how the battle was going and ordered it a while ago." Firing his DC-17s, Commander Keeley answered without looking to the Jedi. Ragu, on the other hand, glanced at his master. Worry, anger, and sadness dwelled in his eyes. "You have to retreat too, Master. I can't leave you alone." General Dai smiled and patted his Padawan on the shoulder. He could sense the turbulence in the force around the youngling, clearly depicting his feelings. "Don't worry, my young apprentice. I will stay behind just enough to get the last of our troops out of here. But I need someone to lead the injured, and a Jedi, even just an apprentice, will have more authority to do that. Now go, every second count." Ragu looked at his master, clenched his fists, and bit his lips, but followed the orders that the Nikto gave. Watching his Padawan run, General Dai smiled. Ragu would be a good Jedi Master one day, he could feel it. "Master Jedi, we are running out of food and water too, and our heavy weapon systems are out of power." Syndulla clearly thought General Dai wasn't paying him enough attention, so he added some more bad information to the already dire situation. Lack of food and water, thanks to the separatist bombers, would be a problem for some time, but could be fixed. However, with their ATEs and ATAPs all destroyed, they had no chance of winning this battle. General Dai put his hand on the head of Syndulla's blurg and used the force to calm the animal. Then, he turned to Syndulla, his expression serious as always. "I will contact our forces in orbit. Admiral Dao, this is General Dai. We are in trouble down here." Before the Nikto could finish what he was saying, a Tridroid's laser cannon shot hit the ground next to them, killing 2 clones and showering them in mud and red soil. Turning on his comlink again, General Dai continued what he was saying. "We need those supplies immediately." In the space above, the 303rd Fleet was locked in a deadly struggle. They had followed Admiral Dao's plan and thrown themselves at the enemy, even though they were heavily outnumbered and outgunned. So far, their plan had worked, and they had yet to lose a single cruiser. In fact, the Sincerity, the Righteous, and the Acclamator-class cruiser had destroyed 2 Munificent-class frigates, and the V-Wings and Y-Wings had yet to come into play. However, the Sincerity was shaking, as laser cannons, missiles, and bombs were aimed and fired at it. Their shields wouldn't hold for much longer. It was in this situation, with clones and crewmen running around the command bridge of the Sincerity, that Admiral Dao stopped in front of the hologram of General Dai. From time to time, the Jedi would swing his lightsaber at someone out of the range of the hologram. "I understand, General, but I am in no position to help. We are critically low in fuel and ammunition." A series of explosions shook the small Acclamator-class cruiser, the blast even making the Sincerity shake and breaking the transmission a little. Thankfully, the cruiser held on despite the explosions and continued to fight. "Contact the Jedi Council again. Tell them reinforcements must be dispatched without delay." General Dai cut off the transmission as an AAT aimed at him, forcing him to turn off his comlink and run. Where he was, a giant black crater appeared. Admiral Dao couldn't even answer the Jedi and stopped to listen to something a crewman was telling him. After that, he turned on the hologram table again and called the Jedi Council in Coruscant. General Dai seemed to have faith that the Jedi Council would help them, but Admiral Dao knew that their plea for help would be as futile as the 3 dozen others he made before. Still, he did as the Nikto asked. Capitulo 208, a transmission cut short. Far, far away from Ryloth, a giant planet was bustling with life. Ships and people of every corner of the galaxy landed and took off in a constant stream. Buildings as tall as the planet itself, going from one side of it to the other, and lights that never turned off. However, not all of Coruscant was like that. In a famous, clones-only bar, several troopers wearing differently painted armor looked at a hologram. All the clones were captains, and above, with the exception of a few sergeants and lieutenants. Commander Cody of the 212th, Commander Pons of the 91st, and Captain Rex of the 501st, together with many officers, looked at a hologram of Admiral Dao. The Admiral had transmitted his pleas for help not only to the Jedi Council, but also to the commanders, in hope that when the 303rd died, others would avenge it. We can't let them die just like that. Calm down, pawns. There is nothing we can do. Even if we could get to Ryloth in time, and we can't, we don't have our orders. But we will have soon. I spoke with General Kenobi today. In 20 or 30 days, our battle over Christophsis should be over, and we will be redeployed. I doubt they will leave Ryloth belong to the Seppies for long. While the clones were discussing in the Revanter, a very similar conversation was happening in the Jedi Temple, on the other side of Coruscant. Like the last few times, the ones talking to Admiral Dao were General Yoda, General Kenobi, and General Windu. This time, however, the Admiral talked with an urgency that wasn't there before. That was understandable, since he was not only in the middle of a battle, but in his last battle. Generals, I said before that I probably wouldn't contact you again. I was wrong. But now I am certain. Ryloth needs help. General Dai needs help. Much fear I sense in you, Admiral Dao. Fear, but also happiness. Why? I am about to die, General Yoda. That is why I feel fear. A wise man fears death, Admiral, but Master Yoda is right. I can sense excitement, even when you say you are about to die. General Windu frowned. He had been to many battles since the Clone Wars started, and even more before that, but he had never seen a man happy or excited because he will die. Remember how I told you before that our fleet was already dead? That the only ones who could be saved are the troops on the ground? That hasn't changed. I've ordered our ships to attack. Attack? I thought the fleet lost so many ships you could barely hold. That is the truth, General Kenobi. This is our last attack. If we have to go down, then many of their ships will go before us. The three Jedis looked at him stunned. Even General Yoda seemed surprised by the determination and madness in Admiral Dao's words. Suddenly, the hologram buzzed with interference, startling the Jedis. Alarms went off on the Sincerity. Admiral Dao looked behind him and saw the Acclamator-class cruiser blowing up in millions of pieces. Without time to talk anymore, Admiral Dao just conveyed the message that General Dai gave him. If help doesn't arrive soon, the entire Outer Rim garrison will be wiped out. Surely there must be something you can do. General Kenobi looked pensive and tried to think of solutions to their predicament. But before he could finish talking, the hologram suffered from interference once more, and a clone ran up to Admiral Dao, panicking. The main reactor has been hit, sir. Systems are shutting down. We are dead in space. Admiral Dao's face showed deep sadness. It was clear that no matter what he said, the Admiral wasn't happy with the idea of dying and failing in his task. Still, he mustered up the courage to finish what he was saying. With regret, I report that my fleet will no longer be able to provide protection for the troops on Ryloth. Something happened on the other side of the transmission, and Admiral Dao had to grab the hologram table to stay on his feet. The clone next to him fell to the ground, as probably did many others on the Sincerity. Its main reactor had been hit, meaning that not only the turrets and laser cannons have stopped working, but so had the shields. I repeat my request that help be sent right away. Unfortunately for Admiral Dao, he wasn't even able to finish General Dai's message. The hologram that showed him shook once again, and the three Jedis could hear a clone yelling before the transmission ended. The shields are gone, we have no. A few hours earlier, on the Sincerity, Admiral Dao watched as thousands of vulture droids threw themselves at the small Republic force. It wasn't necessary for the Separatists to do that. It wasn't even strategically good. But the Seppies must have been feeling ashamed for taking so many losses to conquer Ryloth. That made Admiral Dao happy. The 303rd had put on a good fight. Like they had planned, the three cruisers flew in the front, protecting the starfighters behind. And their plan worked, at least for a while. They took down 3 Separatist frigates before they had their first loss. The Acclamator-class cruiser blew up while Admiral Dao was transmitting General Dai's message to the Jedi Council. That made him hurry up and deliver what he had to. Unfortunately for the old Admiral, he wasn't able to do anything else. When their shields faltered, the Hyena-class bombers hit the Sincerity's main reactor. When that happened, all systems failed, including long-distance communications. Therefore, while the Jedis thought that the Sincerity had been destroyed and Admiral Dao was dead, What transpired was different, but not much. When their systems shut down, the cruiser started to drift in space. Without power, they couldn't control it. Several droid bombers turned around to have another go at it, and this time, the ship was sure to be destroyed. However, before they could get there, the Righteous took the Sincerity's role as the spearhead of the Republic's attack. Without caring for anything, Captain Ace threw his Venator-class cruiser in the nearest Separatist dreadnought. The enemy tried to move out of the way, but it was too late. The sharp front of the cruiser carved a path through the dreadnought, eventually taking down the command bridge and, with it, the whole ship. However, it also lost its shields. A few minutes later, it suffered the same fate that the Acclamator-class cruiser had. Looking at the last two cruisers the 303rd had blowing up in balls of fire, Admiral Dow felt proud. He fought with those men for months, and he knew each and every one of them gave their lives with a smile on their faces. Now, he stood in front of the window of the Sincerity's command bridge. All the clones and crewmen had stopped working and were on their stations watching the droids come for them. With his hands behind his back, Admiral Dow smiled at the incoming lasers. He knew he had done his best, and even at the end, he was happy he had the chance to fight alongside people like General Dai, Ragu, Commander Keeley, Dajir, Rosal, and all the others. 24 days after the Battle of Ryloth started, the Republic fleet position there, belonging to the 303rd Attack Legion, was destroyed. There were no survivors. Capitulo 209, the end of Admiral Dow. A few minutes before the destruction of the Sincerity. The Republic troops on the ground had disengaged from the enemy and retreated even further than before. Now they were waiting in an opening. 3 paths crossed this opening. They came from one of them, and so would the droids. Of the other 2, one was directly in front of the other and crossed several canyons, while the other followed the terrain. They led to the same place, the Twi'lek hideout, but one was much longer than the other. That opening was where they would make their last stand, because if they retreated anymore, they would have to fight around civilians, and that would only disturb them. Thanks to the brave sacrifice of 36 clones, under the command of recently promoted Lieutenant Agile, who stayed behind, the survivors of the battle were a few hours ahead of the Separatist. Dajir, Commander Keeley, Ragu, General Dai, Gobi, and Syndulla were sitting on rocks, planning for the next skirmish. The situation was dire. Of the 3,000 troops they had, only 1,100 could fight, while the other 600 who survived were badly injured. And without medical supplies, they were suffering. Every moment, another trooper died due to untreated wounds. The Clankers, on the other hand, still had more than 4,000 units, and the possibility of receiving reinforcements any time. Suddenly, a bright light attracted everyone's attention. Looking up to the sky, they saw one of the 3 Republic cruisers on orbit blow up. The ship was ripped apart by the explosion, and like shooting stars, burning debris cut across Ryloth's atmosphere. Vindicator. It's gone, General Ragu. What followed next was something straight out the 303rd's nightmares. The Sincerity was hit several times, and the turrets and cannons on it stopped firing. The lights went out on the ship, and several smaller explosions shook it, as every laser now hit it directly. When those on the planet below thought that the cruiser was going down, the Righteous dove between it and the enemy fleet and straight into a Providence-class dreadnought. The 2 ships collided, the dreadnought falling first, followed by the Republic cruiser. Every trooper held their breaths and clenched their fists. Some, like Dajir, so strongly that they hurt themselves. But they didn't care. They had joked about their demise, they had mocked it, but when the end really arrived, none of the clones could look at the sky and be indifferent. General Dai sat on the ground, looking defeated. For the first time ever, the Jedi showed his inner thoughts. The Nikto couldn't bear to watch as the clones under him died far, far away in space, fighting for a planet they had never set foot upon. Only now he questioned the decision that the Galactic Senate made when sending the 303rd to Ryloth. Ragu knelt beside his master, but he couldn't muster the strength to say anything. He had seen death before, many times, but to him, the war always was something that they would certainly win. Now, he knew that wasn't the case. He understood that the Republic would have to pay a heavy price to win the Clone Wars, and that the 303rd was only a small part of it. Sindola and Gobi looked at one another, despair filling their eyes. After everything the 303rd had done to them, they felt their loss not only as allies, but as friends. Commander Keeley was more direct than the others. He punched the ground in anger until his fist bled. He couldn't believe it. He was trained to face defeat. He was even trained to be expressionless when sending his troopers to certain death. But nothing trained him to lose everything. And then the sincerity blew up. It started on the command bridge. Then, a chain reaction ran around the capital ship of the 303rd Fleet. In a matter of seconds, the cruiser broke in half and fell on Ryloth, not far from where they were. Dajir stared at it but couldn't process what happened. He knew they were going to lose. He knew they were going to die. Still, all he could think was about how many brothers he lost, and Admiral Dow. The old admiral was the only one in the entire Legion who wasn't a clone nor a Jedi. Still, he had proven his worth more than once, and earned the respect of all the clones. They all started treating him like a brother, and the admiral returned the treatment with honor. It was the first time he ever felt like that, and the first time he felt the loss of every soldier he commanded. It were the best months of his career, and he couldn't have asked for a better legion, a better army, and a better general. And now it was all over. Dajir was sure Admiral Dow had died with a smile on his face. It was just how the man was. He liked to say that he would go down in a blaze of glory and not die on his bed, and he sure had. Leading an outnumbered fleet, he had protected Ryloth to his last breath. Dajir felt pain in his chest when he saw the burning remains of the Sincerity crashing on the planet. The ship had been his home for a very long time, and even her destruction pained him. The fight that followed the fall of the Sincerity was as short as it was intense. Admiral Dow's plan worked, and almost a dozen separatist frigates and 3 dreadnoughts were destroyed by the Y-wing bombers and the starfighters. Flying past the broken remains of their cruisers, the Republic pilots saw not only pieces of metal, but also many bodies floating in the vacuum of space. It was a horrible sight that only fueled their desire to kill. Although they felt burning rage and pain, they didn't forget the last mission the dead admiral ensured them. The V-wings cut down vulture droid after vulture droid, the few hundreds of pilots destroying more than 5 times their numbers in enemies. When they approached the big ships and the turrets started to take down starfighters, they flew even closer to each other than before. They gave their lives to make sure the bombers would arrive at their destination, and they did. The enemy commander had despised the suicidal strategy, and that cost him more than the tactical droid could ever imagine. Just like Rosal and countless clones had done before, the pilots sacrificed themselves, even if it did just a little more damage to the enemy. Now they weren't fighting because they had orders or because it was their only option. They were fighting for revenge. Missiles were poured into the separatist ships, breaking the long necks that were their command bridges. Several frigates crashed in Ryloth, and the others became pieces of metal floating around. 20 minutes after the battle started, it ended. After all, there were just too many vulture droids. They hunted down every single Republic starfighter. The last pilot of the 303rd tried to crash his V-wing into the command bridge of a separatist dreadnought, but only pieces of it reached the ship. The 303rd Attack Legion was no more. Capitulo 210, the mission to Tideria. Somewhere in the galaxy, traveling through hyperspace, a Republic CR-90 received an important transmission. A tall human male, with black hair, and dressed in the characteristic robes of a senator, faced a hologram of General Kenobi, General Windu, and General Yoda. My trade mission was successful, thank you for asking. The man frowned when he spoke. The Jedis called him without any prior warning, and everyone knew that when a Jedi looked for you, it wasn't good. Besides, his instincts were telling him something was wrong. Bail Organa was an important senator way before the Clone Wars started, and had spearheaded many peace talks and negotiations between different planets. He also was one of the leaders of the pacifist faction of the Senate. So when General Yoda contacted him out of nowhere, he knew something was wrong, and he didn't like to beat around the bush, so he asked straightforwardly. "But what is the matter? You all look very somber." With his arms crossed in front of his chest, General Kenobi seemed troubled, but he still answered the senator. The fleet protecting Ryloth has been destroyed, and the supply lines had been cut. Senator Organa was shocked to hear that. As a member of the Senate, he had heard of the Battle of Ryloth and how the Republic troops were suffering. However, he never thought that the fleet would be wiped out. And without a fleet to protect them and to provide supplies, it was only a matter of time before the ground troops were defeated. What the senator didn't know was that only a few thousand troops remained. The troops are out of food, fuel, ammunition, and the civilian population is starving. That was true. One of the first things the separatists did after arriving at Ryloth was arrest thousands of civilians, including children, for helping the enemy. Now, those civilians were forced to work for the Sepis, and those who weren't arrested had nothing to eat under the merciless government of Emir Wat Tambur, one of the closest allies of Count Dooku. And while the population was starving and working, Tambur was grabbing their riches and sending them to his capital ship above the planet. Not only that, but most of the politicians and leaders of Ryloth had been arrested or killed, including those like Shar Yelps, the Twi'lek who General Dai had arrested. The council member had been executed for treason against the Confederacy of Independent Systems. And so, the separatists succeeded in pissing off not only the civilians, but also the higher-ups of Ryloth. Thousands of Twi'leks escaped the cities to join the freedom fighters, but unfortunately, just a few hundred could fight, and the rest became another burden that Syndulla had to carry. That is grim news. Senator Organa was cautiously neutral when answering. He had been a politician for long enough to understand what the Jedis wanted. Our blockade runners should be able to penetrate the separatist lines and drop relief supplies, but they do not have the range to reach Ryloth. The planet Tideria is 2,000 parsecs closer than the nearest fleet. If the blockade runners get supplies from there, they might reach Ryloth in time. As always, General Windu wasn't willing to waste time talking, and stated their objective directly, forcing the talkative General Kenobi to cut to the chase. Senator Organa sighed. It was dangerous, and he was against getting involved in the war. However, he wouldn't be able to sleep if he didn't help the innocent people of Ryloth. Besides, he was still a member of the Republic, so he had the obligation of helping. What would you have me do? We dispatched a ship with relief supplies to meet you in Tideria. After a long talk with the senator, General Kenobi turned off the hologram table and went to meditate. He was a good friend of General Dai, and it pained him to be unable to provide help to the Nikto. Not only that, but the much-needed supplies were stuck in Tideria, thanks to the interference of a senator of the Trade Federation. The Trade Federation, although maintaining a neutral stance, worked for the separatist, and everyone knew that. However, there was no proof. With the trouble caused by this senator, it would take a long, drawn-out negotiation to convince the Tidarians to help the Republic, even more after they discovered there was a separatist blockade around the planet. Unfortunately, General Dai and his troops didn't have that time. He couldn't even warn the Jedi that relief supplies were coming, because all communications were cut. For now, all General Kenobi could do was hope that General Dai could hold on. Dajir felt pain, an incredible amount of pain. Looking down, he saw a piece of metal had gone through his armor and was stuck in his tight. Judging by the amount of blood dripping down from the wound, it probably had cut a big artery. He fell to the ground and leaned on the carcass of a destroyed AAT. That was the source of the piece of metal that hurt him, and it was his own fault. He had approached the tank and delivered a thermal detonator to it, rolling the grenade down the barrel. He was unlucky, however, because the AAT was already charging another shot, and when the detonator blew up, the two forces combined, creating an even bigger explosion. Since he was still in range of it, several pieces of scrap metal peppered his armor, and this one was able to pierce it. Dajir looked around. Dead droids, Twi'leks, and clones surrounded him. He could see a few allies alive, but they were too far to help him immediately. It was a rare moment of calmness on the battlefield, and for a few minutes, no lasers were flying. Dajir saw this happen before in many battles. The droids were regrouping, and the Republic was happy to let them do that and get a few minutes of rest. Knowing that he had a little bit of time, Dajir ripped off a piece of cloth from a dead freedom fighter and tied it above his injury. He also left another improvised bandage near him. Gritting his teeth, Dajir pulled out the piece of metal. The pain was almost unbearable, but he didn't make a sound. He had suffered worst before. He quickly tied the second bandage around the wound, and it was soon dyed red. It wasn't the most effective of bandages, and it also wasn't the right treatment for this kind of wound, but it would do. At least it was better than running around with a piece of an AAT on his leg. Getting up, Dajir started moving towards the next pocket of Republic resistance. He didn't want to be caught alone by the clankers. "Sir, ouch, that isn't looking too good, sit down." No matter what is your rank, a medic always has absolute authority when you are wounded. Dajir did as 3-4 said, and sat down to let the clone treat his leg. It was only at this moment that he noticed the medic also was hurt. A bloody bandage wrapped his head, and there were 2 black spots in his chest, where lasers hit. Looking around, he saw that it wasn't only 3-4. The entirety of Hell Squad was injured in some way or another. "We will have to retreat again so." A laser cannon shot hit the ground next to them, and Dajir fainted. Author's note: "Oh, hello, good bad news. For a long time now, I was worried about not having the time to write because of my classes. However, because of COVID-19, all the universities of Brazil and many other countries, I think, are sort of closed right now, for God knows how long. So, as much as it sucks to not be able to study, and believe me, I do like that because I love the course I chose, I now also have more time to write. Understand that the release rate will stay the same, however I will be able to stockpile chapters, so that is good. I just thought it would be important to let you know that. And as, always, may the Force be with all of us in those difficult times. And please, please, remember, no matter where you live, do not go out unless it is strictly necessary, don't go to parties or anything like that, and follow all medical recommendations. This virus isn't a joke, as you all know, so be careful." Capitulo 211, Collapse of the Right Flank. Kakakakakaka, Harahar. "Kill, kill, kill. Sir, sir. Kill them all, kakakaka. Sir, wake up. Kill. Left eye." Dajir put his hand on his head, trying to stop the throbbing pain, but his helmet was on the way. Taking it off, he was finally able to open his eyes. Blood dropped off his old scar, now reopened, and he wiped it with the back of his hand. 3-4 was next to him, his armor covered in dust, his helmet nowhere to be seen. The other members of Hell Squad were moaning on the ground, together with Twi'leks and clones. Glancing at the surroundings, Dajir realized he could hear almost nothing. His ears were buzzing, and every noise sounded distant. He knew this was a sign he had hit his head badly. That would also explain the pain. However, his hearing was slowly but surely returning. He heard a trooper moan next to him, and turned to see the clone getting up. He had been closer to where the AAT hit than Dajir, and was visibly dizzy. Dajir and the clone saw the same thing at the same time. B-1 battle droids and a B-2 super battle droid towered above them, their blasters aiming directly at the poor soldier's face. Dajir half jumped, half rolled, out of the way just in time to dodge. He heard more freedom fighters and clones scream as they were brutally executed, and heard Dab and Tech yell in pain. For the second time this day, he grabbed his vibroblade. He threw it, and the weapon pierced the chest of a clanker. That got the attention of the others, and they turned to him. Just when Dajir thought he was going to die, a storm of blue lasers destroyed the nearby droids. He looked behind him and saw Metal with his back on the ground, holding his double-barrel repeating blaster above him. Nodding his thanks to the clone, Dajir grabbed a DC-15S on the ground, put his helmet on, and fired at the droids. "Commander, are you there? The Seppas are breaching our defenses. The right flank won't be able to hold for much longer." "Wait." There was a long pause after Commander Keeley said that, as if he was talking to someone else who Dajir couldn't hear. After a while, he heard the voice of the commander again, a lot somber this time. "Fall back, Dajir. Get Hell Squad to stay on the back. We need time to move our troops." "Move the troops, why?" Dajir was confused when he heard Commander Keeley through the comlink. He had been told multiple times that this was their last stand. Either they defeated the droids there, or they all died. "General's orders. Sindola is fleeing with his people. That is, if he is able to, do as I said and retreat. The general will explain his idea later. Yes, sir. Dajir became even more confused. There was nowhere for Sindola to flee, even more after the right flank collapsed. And those orders from General Dai were very weird. The only reason to move the troops would be if. Suddenly, Dajir understood what the Jedi wanted. And if he was right, then he had to meet with General Dai as soon as possible. Hell Squad, we are covering the retreat. Everyone fall back. The clones looked at him surprised, but followed his orders without hesitation. The freedom fighters didn't understand the implications behind it, and just were glad they could get away from the fight. Lifting his DC-15S, Dajir grabbed the vibroblade stuck into the chest of the droid and fired at the clankers. He didn't miss a shot. General Dai and Commander Keeley were talking further behind their defense lines when the right flank collapsed. Dajir had just told him, but they could see that from their position. The clones were fighting bravely, but they were being overwhelmed. He didn't wait for Dajir to finish talking and warned General Dai. However, a very angry Cam Sindola got to them fist, riding his blurg. What about reinforcements? Gobi and several other Twi'leks followed Sindola and surrounded General Dai and Commander Keeley, hoping to hear a positive answer. General Dai looked at the civilians cowering behind them, but he couldn't bring himself to lie. So, he could only try to give them the slightest bit of hope. Communication has been spotty, but I promise you, Cam, the Republic will not abandon Ryloth. When he said that, General Dai looked up and watched the Separatist fleet above them. More ships had arrived today, including a Lucre Hulk-class battleship. The Separatist blockade was almost impenetrable now. He wished Sindola would trust him, but even he didn't believe in his own words. Sindola circled around the Nikto, looking at him from above his blurg. He knew they didn't have too much of a chance, but seeing his people dying in droves made him lose his reasoning. In no moment did he consider that the 303rd lost much more than him. I've heard enough of your promises, Jedi, but the fact remains. If we stay here without reinforcements, we are going to die. Commander Keeley lifted his head and looked at the Freedom Fighters leader. He didn't like where this was going. Gobi, tell the people we are leaving. Yes, Cam. The worst of Commander Keeley's predictions came true. Sindola had been blinded by his rage and disappointment and was going to ignore the pieces of advice of General Dai. I don't think you understand. The right flank has collapsed. There is no leaving. We are stuck in here together. Commander Keeley felt it was necessary to yell at Sindola until the Twi'lek came back to his senses, but General Dai stopped him with a gesture. It was useless to try and change Sindola's mind. The Twi'lek just glanced at him and urged his mount to run. He was going to flee with his people, with or without the Republic. Only much later did he understand the choice he forced General Dai to make and the results of his actions. However, it was too late for regret. The decision he made that day haunted him for years. After he ordered Dajir to retreat and told the sub-commander that General Dai had a plan, Commander Keeley sat on a rock for a moment and took off his helmet. The helmet was still the same he used back on Geonosis, with the two brownish-red horns painted on the front. It was also the symbol of the 303rd Attack Legion and a reminder of all the troopers who lost their lives under his command. Around him, Twi'leks and clones were doing their best to move supplies and injured away from the approaching battlefield. Commander. He looked up and saw Dajir standing in front of him. The clone was battered, to say the least. Laser marks, dust, and blood adorned his armor, giving off an eerie vibe. The members of Hell Squad behind him weren't much better. Are we going to do what I think we are going to do? Commander Keeley sighed. Dajir was sharp. He didn't even need to tell his second-in-command what General Dai planned. He was glad that back on Scarif, he chose Dajir to be the sub-commander. He doubted they would have survived for as long as they did if the clone and his special squad weren't there. Yes, we are. Then we better get to work, right, sir? Dajir stretched his arm, and Commander Keeley grinned. Putting his helmet back on, he grabbed Dajir's forearm and pulled himself up. Let's get to work. Capitulo 212, a brilliant strategy. On Tideria, Almost at the same time that Dajir was talking to Commander Keeley, Senator Organa was in an audience with the Tidarian king. With him was Representative Binks of Naboo. Unfortunately for them, Senator Lot Dodd of the Trade Federation also was there. Great King, Senator Organa is deceiving you. The inconvenient fact remains that this is a war and Ryloth is a battlefield. Senator Dodd showed a projection of Ryloth, surrounded by separatist ships, and then another hologram, this one depicting a clone shooting at 2 B-1 units. The planet is under a separatist blockade because Jedi Knights and clone soldiers are battling the droid army for control of the surface. This will not be a humanitarian base. It will be a military base. Come on. We gotta move quickly. Twi'lek's riding blurgs hurried to get all their supplies packed and to get the civilians to safety. Clones, those who were injured and couldn't return to the battlefield, helped them. Hurry, hurry. Now is not the time to play, children. Where is your mom? Moved. While all that was happening, General Dai and Commander Keeley approached Syndulla and Gobi, who were supervising the freedom fighters. The commander took off his helmet, showing his shaved head. He wasn't in the middle of a battle right now, so it was more comfortable this way. How is it going, Syndulla? We are going as fast as we can, Master Dai. However, we have too many to take care of. It will take a while. General Dai frowned and looked at the not-so-distant battlefield. He, Commander Keeley and Ragu had been away from it for a while, but they received constant reports from Dajir, who was back in the fray. The droids were crushing their defenses one by one, and it wouldn't be long before they got there. Keeley, call Dajir and Ragu back. I need to talk to them both. They are not gonna like it, General. I know, but it is my decision and they will obey it. After all, I am their general and master. Understood, General. Syndulla and Gobi looked at the Jedi and the clone, not understanding what was transpiring between them. Dajir, can you hear me? Loud and clear, Commander. What is it? I need Hell Squad back here, and bring General Ragu with you. There was a slight pause on the other side of the comlink as Dajir processed his orders. Or fired at a droid, Commander Keeley wasn't sure, because there was too much noise. I am not sure we can get back now, Commander. We are quite deep into the fight here, and I have no idea where General Ragu is. Communications have been a little difficult. You have your orders, Dajir. The General is somewhere between your position and us here. He went to bring back the wounded. Now, get back here. Yes, Commander. Dajir had no option but to follow his orders. He commanded Lieutenant Shield to take Hell Squad's position and hold off the enemy while they returned. The lieutenant was a seasoned veteran, and although he and the men under him weren't as good as Hell Squad, they would do the job just fine. After Commander Keeley got confirmation that Dajir was coming, he turned off the comlink and nodded to General Dai. The Nikto acknowledged the gesture and frowned. The dialogue he was about to have with Commander Keeley was one which they both knew how it ended, but they needed Syndulla to listen to it. Taking a deep breath, General Dai turned to Commander Keeley. Commander, is the gunship ready? Yes, sir, but it is too small to evacuate the refugees. The clone gestured towards a lot. It was the only one that remained. All the others had been destroyed or had gone to the freedom fighters' hideout before carrying wounded and injured, and couldn't return now because of the vulture droids roaming Ryloth's sky. When Syndulla heard that, he panicked. He had ordered his people to abandon the fight, but now they had nowhere to escape. No escape, but our families are with us. When Commander Keeley heard Syndulla yelling, he felt sorry but angry at the same time. Sorry because they were all going to die, including the civilians. Thinking of Shouta and the other kids he met before, Commander Keeley thought it was a pity. However, he also felt angry at Syndulla, because it was mostly his fault. If he had trusted the Republic since the start, then they probably could have done something to save the Twi'leks. But Syndulla had been too stunned by the Tram Kalk's treason, and later by the death of his son, T-Boone, to think straight. General Dai frowned too, thinking the same as Commander Keeley. However, he already expected this, and he had long made a decision without even telling Commander Keeley about it. Holding a twig, he used it to draw on something on the sand. If we reconfigure the fuel system, we can turn the ship into a bomb big enough to collapse the pass. He crouched and put a cross on one of the two paths that lead to the Twi'lek hideout. Then, he marked the second path, the long one with 3 crosses. Here, the enemy will then only be to engage us on one front, from this ravine. Commander Keeley was completely stunned, while Sindola and Gobi traded glares, shocked and surprised. They didn't know what to say. The clone obviously knew that General Dai planned to stay behind, but he hadn't listened to the plan before. While we provide cover, the Twi'leks will have time to escape with their families, over the mountains. He got up and Commander Keeley mimicked him. Surprisingly, the clone felt a smile on his face and chuckled ever so slightly that only he himself was able to hear. That was the reason why he admired General Dai so much. He never hesitated to put himself in danger to save others. In this case, he was prepared to give his life so the freedom fighters could get to the hideout without the droids finding them. Commander Keeley would gladly follow him into death. Brilliant strategy, General. I will go tell the men. He gave Sindola and Gobi one last glare, disappointed. The Twi'leks looked sad, surprised, and even pained. However, none of them said anything to convince General Dai to give up his plan, or even offered their help. Walking towards the soldiers, Commander Keeley put on his helmet. If the troopers saw his face, he wouldn't be able to tell them what their last mission was. Lieutenant, is Hell Squad here yet? No, sir. Sub-Commander Dajir said he and General Ragu are on the way. It should take a few more minutes. Commander, the left flank is breaking down. Before he could even finish his talk with the lieutenant, a trooper ran up to him with bad news. After mulling over it for a few seconds, Commander Keeley ordered full retreat from all troops. Lieutenant, get that lot to the pass over there. Is Timer still alive? No, sir. Then find 2 troopers who knows how to fix a gunship. I need them to mess with the fuel systems of the lot. I want that thing to become a bomb. A bomb, sir. Yeah, the bigger the better. Then, get all troops ready. We are going to fight our last battle. Suddenly, the lieutenant became serious. Putting his helmet on, he saluted Commander Keeley. Right away, Commander. Capitulo 213, A Secret Meeting with the King. Representative Jar Jar Binks of Naboo and Senator Bail Organa from Alderaan walked dejectedly on the halls of the royal palace of Tideria. They had just come out from a meeting with the king and his advisors, and the answer to the Republic's plea for help was negative. According to the king, he and his people wanted to help, but he couldn't risk losing their neutrality, otherwise the war would arrive at their doorstep. Needless to say, Senator Lot Dodd was extremely pleased with his answer. After all, it meant that Ryloth couldn't be saved, and it would remain in separatists' hands. It also meant that most clones and freedom fighters there were going to die. My friends. Senator Organa and Representative Binks turned around and saw the Tidarian king flying towards them. He looked quite clumsy, with insect-like wings that were too small for his body. Tideria cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of Ryloth. The Twi'leks are innocent victims caught between the warring factions through no fault of their own. Senator Organa felt a rush of hope and excitement, but he didn't let it show on his face. He knew that even though the king's words meant he would help Ryloth, the fact that he met them secretly meant he wouldn't do it out in the open. They would have to be careful with what they said, otherwise the Tidarians might change their mind. I'm glad you agree, Your Highness. What are you prepared to do? You may use Tideria to transfer the supplies you brought with you. That is only enough supplies for 1, maybe 2 rotations. It will have to do, and you must guarantee that the Trade Federation will not be able to link Tideria to the mission. Agreed. Senator Organa didn't hesitate. It wasn't a lot, but it was better than nothing, and the Twi'leks could use anything, no matter how little. That night, several Tidarian ships left the planet, heading for Ryloth. They were undetected by the Trade Federation, and, since they were ships of a neutral planet, they wouldn't be stopped by the separatist blockade around the planet. When Dajir met Ragu, the Padawan saved his life. He had been too absorbed by the conversation he just had with Commander Keeley, and he wasn't paying attention to the battlefield. There was something wrong about how the commander talked. Very wrong. However, Dajir couldn't put his finger on what it was. And now, Hell Squad was tasked with finding Ragu and retreating. That was even weirder. For all he knew, there was nowhere to retreat. And how were the Twi'leks supposed to escape? Dajir knew that the 303rd was going to make their last stand there. He had known that since the moment their fleet was destroyed, because that was the moment their last hope of leaving Ryloth was gone. To tell the truth, he didn't really care. Even if they somehow won, or even just survived this battle, the 303rd had less than 1,000 men remaining. They were hardly a company, whatsoever a legion. So Dajir didn't care about dying here on Ryloth. He was afraid of dying, of course, but he would gladly go down just to kill a few more droids. He had never hated anyone more than he hated the scum who started this war. Without it, so many of his brothers would still be alive. It never crossed his mind that without the war, he and all the others wouldn't even exist. And so, it was when Dajir was lost on his thoughts that he felt something pulling him. It was invisible, fast, strong, and it saved his life, because the spot he was on blew up milliseconds after he was pulled. The impact from the explosion added to the force that was pulling him, and he was launched a dozen meters forward. When he approached the ground, he curled up and rolled. Feeling at least 2 of his ribs crack, the sub-commander looked up and saw Ragu stretching his hand to him. "Dajir, are you okay?" Grabbing his hand, Dajir pulled himself up, wincing in pain as he felt wounds all over his body opening and bleeding again. Thankfully, 3-4 had bandaged them well enough, so the bleeding didn't last long. "As okay as I can be, General, thank you." He looked around. The explosion originated from an AAT, but the tank didn't seem to be aiming specifically at him. It was just a random shot. After all, he was already a distance away from the front lines. Arg, Behind him, Dajir heard Dab groaning as he got up, and realized that Ragu hadn't only pulled him, but the entirety of Hell's squad. It was no wonder the Padawan looked tired. "Is everyone all right? Call out." "Dab okay, sir." "Cell 2. Metal. Tech, I'm all good." 3-4, arg. While the others seemed to be mostly uninjured from the explosion, only from the explosion, because they all had at least a dozen wounds for many different reasons. 3-4 was holding his right leg tightly and was already bandaging it. He appeared to be in lots of pain, and the armor did little to stop the blood from seeping out. "How is it, 3-4? "I will live, General, but you should worry more about Brain." He didn't answer. Ragu was surprised. With all that was happening, it was difficult to keep track of every trooper, and he didn't notice Brain hadn't said anything. However, when he turned around, he saw that Dajir was already kneeling beside the clone. "Brain, wake up, trooper." "How is he?" Dajir took of Brain's helmet. It was soaked with his blood, coming from a big cut on the back of his head. "Bad, 3-4, can you take a look at him?" "Just give me a moment, sir. I'm not sure I can walk just yet. Meanwhile, put something on it to stop the blood." "Understood." Dajir took one of many bandages that 3-4 carried with him and used it to cover the wound. In a matter of seconds it was red, but at least it stopped the bleeding. "We need to move. Metal cell carry Brain, Tech help 3-4. Soon, Hell Squad started moving again. However, they were now in a bad shape. Dajir warned a trooper that they would soon arrive at Commander Keeley's location and started walking next to Ragu. "Thanks for the help back there, General. If it wasn't for you, we would have suffered a lot more than just a few injuries." Ragu laughed awkwardly. It wasn't like Dajir to thank him twice. "Is it really that bad?" Yes, General, it is. We are down to about 500 troopers, and the freedom fighters, well, they are fleeing for their lives. Sometimes they are more of a hazard than of help." "You can't blame them, they aren't soldiers." "Neither are you, General Ragu." Ragu stopped, and Dab almost bumped into him. The Padawan knew exactly what Dajir meant. After all, the sub-commander wasn't being very subtle about it. "I'm not leaving my master, and you all and escaping, Dajir." "You have to, sir. You represent the 303rd more than anyone, more than any clone. We were created for this war, and this war is our life. But it isn't yours. Neither it is General Dies. You too have to go. Leave the dirty job to us." "This is not an option. Now, keep quiet, trooper. I don't want to hear any more about it." "Yes, General." Capitulo 214, The Last Sacrifice. A very battered Hell Squad arrived in front of General Dai and Commander Keeley. Brain had woken up midway, but he could barely keep his eyes open. He had lost too much blood, and smashing your head is never good. As soon as they got there, 3-4 made the others help Brain sit down and started working on the clone, ignoring his own injury. Commander Keeley glanced at Dajir, and he answered with a positive nod. Brain would survive, although he probably wouldn't be able to battle anymore. Not that it mattered much, because Dajir didn't think anyone could escape. Ragu, Keeley, Dajir, follow me. I need to talk to you alone. Yes, General. 3-4, after you finish with Brain, get a good look at this leg of yours. We can't have you out of combat like in Coruscant. Don't worry, sir. You should look at yourself, though. You also aren't looking too good. And you still have the mood to joke. Haha, now shut up and do your job. The others help the Twi'leks. They seem to be prepared to leave, so make them go faster. Understood, sir. The 3 that General Dai called followed him to a secluded spot. The Nikto clearly wanted to talk to them in a quiet place. Ragu, Dajir, I'm sure you saw the troopers running around preparing. We did, Master. What is the plan? The Jedi didn't answer his Padawan. In fact, he stayed quiet for several minutes. Disciplined as he was, Dajir stood still, hands behind his back, and said nothing. However, under his helmet, his face showed a frown. The clones they passed by on their way were all occupied preparing weapons, checking ammunition, and some were moving fuel barrels. The wounded clones had been moved from their precarious infirmary to the blurgs, as if they were about to be taken away from the death trap they were in. No. Dajir hoped that was the case, because it would mean General Dai had an escape plan, at least for those who couldn't fight. In the end, General Dai didn't answer Ragu, but turned to Commander Keeley. Would you tell them, Keeley? Yes, General. Dajir was surprised. He had never heard General Dai sound so tired. Ragu frowned and walked to his master before putting a hand on his shoulder. The tension in General Dai's face eased when he felt the support his apprentice gave him through the Force. General Dai devised a plan that will let us buy time for the Twi'leks and our injured troopers to escape. We are going to use the lot that we have to blow up the short passage, so the Seppies will be forced to follow the big one. That will give us more time to prepare an ambush. Our hope is that, adding the time they take to move through the path and the time we hold them, it will be enough so Syndulla can take the others and escape to their hideout. From there on, well, it will be on his hands. Ragu gasped in surprise. He knew they were in trouble, but his young mind never processed the thought of dying. For him, they would somehow survive. This, how, why, Master, what do we do? Ragu was clearly panicking, but his master seemed to not notice. Dajir looked at Commander Keeley and remembered something he and the commander had talked about not too long ago. And seeing the expression on General Dai's face, he remembered another conversation. Separately, they weren't much, but when he put them together, Dajir could imagine Commander Keeley and General Dai having a very similar talk. Half stunned and half angry, Dajir took off his helmet and put it on the ground. Hell Squad is staying, General. Ragu looked at Dajir surprised. That had come out of nowhere, and he didn't know exactly what the sub-commander meant. Staying what? What is that supposed to mean, Dajir? No, you aren't Dajir. Suddenly, General Dai yelled at Dajir, startling not only him, but also Ragu and Commander Keeley. Some of the clones and Twi'leks gave them surprised glances. Look at yourself, Dajir. Look at Hell Squad. You can barely walk. I've seen troopers retire in a better state than you. We don't have a retirement option, General. Dajir. General Dai was surprised when Dajir rebuked him. The clone always took what he said quietly. It appeared that he wasn't the only one affected by their situation. Commander Keeley yelled at Dajir, shocked by the lack of discipline and respect the sub-commander was showing. And meanwhile, Ragu was staring at them dumbstruck. Dajir, you are one of the best troopers I have ever seen, and one of the most loyal ones. However, just like I can't send injured troopers to a fight, I can't send you to your death. Me, Keeley, and the others will hold the clankers back. However, our sacrifice won't matter if the Twi'leks don't escape. And I don't trust Syndulla to do that. Master, you can't, no. Once again, General Dai ignored his Padawan. He wasn't willing to look at Ragu, because he knew what he had to say to his Padawan would be 1,000 times harder than what he was saying to Dajir. I need someone I can trust there, Dajir. Syndulla is only worried about his own people. If he needs, he will leave our injured troops behind without hesitation. I know you won't let that happen. Then you should go, General. A Jedi has more power than any clone does. Syndulla will listen to you, and probably only you. General Dai smiled. He could sense the panic in Dajir's voice. Although his face was serious, and his voice steady, the Force revealed to him that the clone was looking for every excuse he could to convince General Dai to run. I don't need Syndulla to listen. I need someone who will aim a blaster at his head and make him walk. I know that isn't what a Jedi should do, but you are no Jedi, Dajir. Dajir clenched his fists. He wanted to say something. Anything. However, he knew the Nikto was right. Hell Squad and he couldn't fight properly anymore. Hell, they couldn't even keep their eyes open because of their tiredness. And General Dai was right when he said Syndulla wouldn't hesitate to abandon the Republic troops. The freedom fighter leader wasn't a kind man. Commander. Dajir looked at Commander Keeley. The clone was his last hope of convincing General Dai to escape while the clones, and only the clones, stayed behind. However, he knew the answer before he even asked. I'm not happy either, Dajir, but you know the General is right. You are the best the 303rd have. I wouldn't trust anyone but you to lead the injured. We need someone to keep the 303rd alive, and that someone is you. As he said that, Commander Keeley picked up Dajir's helmet on the ground and gave it to him. Dajir looked at the horn drawn on it, and then at Commander Keeley's own helmet. He closed his eyes and sighed with resignation. Commander, in general, I understand. Hell Squad will do its best. I will do my best. Commander Keeley shook Dajir's hand, a smile on his face. He had made the right choice of sub-commander, and he couldn't be more proud of what Dajir had become, from a simple trooper to what he was now. General Dai also had a smile on his face as he nodded at Dajir. He always felt that Dajir was something else, and just like Keeley, he was proud of Dajir. Now, Dajir, I have an even more important mission for you. Say it, General. I need you to take Ragu with you. Capitulo 215. Farewells, and may the Force be with you. I want you to take Ragu with you. There was a stunned silence following General Dai's order. Dajir and Commander Keeley already knew the old Jedi would try to convince his apprentice to leave before the battle started, but Ragu didn't. For several seconds, the Padawan said nothing. Then, he snapped out of his confusion, apparently outraged by his master's words. No, I'm not leaving you, Master. General Dai looked at Commander Keeley, and the clone patted Dajir on the shoulder. Both clones walked away, leaving Master and apprentice alone. When they were a certain distance away, Dajir looked back. He could see Ragu sobbing slightly and General Dai comforting him. The Nikto had a warm, almost paternal, smile on his face. Dajir. Yes, Commander. Dajir looked at Commander Keeley. The clone had put on his helmet now and was playing with his DC-17s. I know what the General ordered is difficult. However, orders are orders, right? Yes, yeah. But it was I who requested him to do that. Dajir looked up, shocked. He expected his commander to say anything, but that. After all, Commander Keeley was a clone, so he understood better than anyone how Dajir felt about leaving him and General Dai to die. Why? Hahaha, everything General Dai said is true, Dajir. You and your men can barely walk. I didn't even ask for a report on your condition, but I can see at least 5 places where you were shot. Your leg is wrapped in a bloody bandage, and you are holding his chest as if you broke a few ribs. Yeah, damn AAT. General Ragu saved us. See, I have no doubt that if you stayed behind, Hell Squad would kill a few hundred more droids. However, what difference would it make? The Seppies have almost 500,000 troops on the planet. It might not make much of a difference, sir, but it would be a pleasure to kill a few hundred droids, even if it means dying here. Especially if it means dying here. I know how you feel. However, I don't need you to die here. I need you to avenge us. I'm not sure I can, Commander. You said yourself how bad I am. The Republic won't let the Clankers have Ryloth forever. Not only it is an important planet, but the loss we suffered here is more than enough to convince several neutral planets that the Separatists are stronger than us. We didn't stand a chance from the start, Commander. They outnumbered us 1 to 10, and that was before they got reinforcements. That doesn't matter for those who are watching. All they care about is that we lost. There will be retaliation by the Republic. Winning Ryloth back or not, that will be your chance to get out of here with the wounded. Meanwhile, I want you to piss off the Seppes. Hit and run tactics, that kind of thing. That is what Hell Squad does the best. We won't disappoint you, sir. I know you won't. Now come on and let's check how the Twi'leks are faring. We need to make them move faster. Yes, sir. General Dai watched his dejected Padawan use the Force to move some wounded troopers into the blurgs. He had spent a long time talking with him, and although he convinced Ragu that the Padawan had to leave, it was still very difficult to see him so lifeless. While he was lost in his thoughts, Commander Keeley approached him, followed by Sindola, Gobi, and Dajir. Ragu soon joined them. It is time, sir. General Dai nodded at Commander Keeley and looked one last time to the others. This was the last time he would see any of them. Sindola, Gobi, I am really sorry that the Republic wasn't able to provide you with the help Ryloth needed. However, I assure you that more help will come as soon as it is possible. Please believe in the Republic. We won't abandon Ryloth. Humph. Sindola ignored what General Dai was saying and left. Gobi shot an apologetic glance at the Jedi, but General Dai had already turned to Commander Keeley. How is it going? We are loading the rest of the explosives in the gunship. Very good, Commander. Ready the men. Commander Keeley saluted General Dai, and before leaving, he turned to Ragu and Dajir. General Ragu, it was an honor fighting side by side with you. I may not undeserve the Jedi's ways, but I know that you will be a great one. The honor was mine, Keeley. Aye, thank you, Keeley, for everything. Just doing my job, sir. The commander looked at Dajir and stretched his hand. Dajir grabbed it, but none said anything. They knew exactly what was going through the mind of the other. After releasing Commander Keeley's hand, Dajir saluted him, his back straight, and Commander Keeley returned the salute. Dajir would remember this moment for the rest of his life. It was the last time he saw Commander Keeley alive. The commander then put his helmet on and walked towards the waiting clones. They were all in the standard attention position, helmets under their arms, and blasters aimed up. 324 clones were staying behind, conscious of the destiny that awaited them and ready to face it. Commander Keeley stood in front of them, waiting for General Dai to finish his talk with the others. The Jedi knew that it was time, so he turned to Dajir and Ragu. There were indescribable sadness and pain in his eyes, but the Nikto stood strong and didn't let it show on his face, although he was sure Ragu and Dajir could feel it. Dajir, when this war started, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to lead troops. After all, I'm a peacekeeper, not a soldier. However, you and Keeley helped me through all of this, and I couldn't be more grateful. Remember what you learned from us, and don't let hatred cloud your judgment. Yes, General, and may the Force be with you. General Dai smiled and watched Dajir walk towards the line of Twi'leks and injured clones that were leaving. Master, listen carefully, my Padawan. I still have much to teach you, and you still have much to learn. Unfortunately, we don't have time. Don't forget what you learned, and above all else, don't look for revenge. It was revenge that started this war, and it is what it keeps it going. He put his hands on the Padawan's shoulders. He was proud of Ragu. He loved his Padawan, and he was glad that Ragu followed his decision quietly and was escaping. He didn't want the young Togruta to die. You have to go now. And remember, Ragu, I will always be with you. You just have to feel the Force. Ragu sobbed hard but didn't cry. He knew there was nothing he could do but follow his master's orders and go. Goodbye, Master. May the Force be with you. It always is. May the Force be with you too, my young apprentice. Ragu turned around and joined Dajir and Hell Squad. Now, the only one remaining next to General Dai was Gobi. Cam is still angry. He feels betrayed. He counted on Republic assistance, and it didn't come. War turns promises into hopes. I wish it wasn't so. Tell him. General Dai shook Gobi's hand and left. I will. Soon, only General Dai and the clones were left. They could hear the droids coming. They were prepared. Capitulo 216, The Last Battle. Keeley, tell the pilots to move the gunship into position. This is command. Are all the charges in place? Not too far from where Commander Keeley was, two clones were hanging on the sides of a giant rock pillar, setting thermal detonators all over it. If everything went according to plan, it would blow up together with the gunship and block the path. Copy that, we are all ready. The droid army is closing. As soon as they are in range, blow up the gunship. Yes, Commander. The two clones retreated until they were in a tree line and waited. Soon, they saw two droids approach the gunship. Clearly, after all the battles and ambushes, the commander of the Clankers was more cautious and wouldn't get near something that was obviously a trap. Unfortunately for the droid captain that was commanding this group of Seppies, that wasn't a trap they could escape from. When one of the clones pressed the switch, the lot exploded, blowing the two droids and nearby units to Kingdom Come. And not only did the gunship blow up, but so did the dozens of thermal detonators on the rock pillars around it. Within seconds, they all fell, creating a wall more than 20 meters tall. The droid captain spent half an hour trying to get past it, but it was useless. If the droids went one by one, they could get past the gaps, but there was no way the AATs and B2 super battle droids could do that. And without them, there was no guarantee the Clankers could win the battle. Seeing the droid army turn around to follow the other path, the two clones cheered and reported to Commander Keeley, who ordered them to get back. Soon, the last battle would start. Hearing the explosions in the distance, Commander Keeley knew that their plan had worked so far. Now, all that was left to do was fight. You hear that, men? Commander Keeley straightened his back when General Dai started talking. The Jedi stopped next to him, his hands behind his back. You hear that? Yes, sir. Good, that is the announcement of our last battle. And all I have to say is that we are going to win, do you understand me? Yes, sir. We are going to hold back those Clankers and make them regret the moment they decided to chase us. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Then, before we start, I have one last thing to say. You are the finest soldiers the Republic ever had. You fought bravely and you never gave up. I am honored to fight alongside you. I am honored to die alongside you. This might be our last battle, but the 303rd will never be forgotten. Screams of agreement resounded as the troopers chanted General Dai's name. The Jedi was their general, but now, above all else, he was one of them. He was willing to sacrifice his life and didn't run away, but decided to stay and die with them. That was enough to garner the respect and loyalty of any clone. Good, then let's go. We have an army to face. Commander Keeley stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination, put his helmet on, and pulled out his two DC-17s. You heard the general, lads. Let's get to work. Soon, they were in their positions, waiting. 326 men, including General Dai and Commander Keeley, that knew they were going to die and weren't the least afraid of it. Wat Tambor looked angrily at TA-175. He had been in Lesu for a few days already, pillaging the riches of the Twi'leks to his heart content, and knew nothing of General Dai or the 303rd. Now, however, TA-175, who was just waiting to be deactivated thanks to his failure in conquering Ryloth sooner, asked him to send more troops to deal with a few hundred dirty Republic soldiers. I thought, KRK Serb, BZZ, JDA, there was no Republic scum left on the planet. His vocal dispositive made a lot of noises as Wat Tambor talked, making it almost impossible to understand what the separatist was saying. We faced unexpected resistance from a group of clones, but they will soon be destroyed. Reinforcements are only to guarantee it happens. Faster. Agreed, squash that Republic scum. General Dai and Commander Keeley stood side by side, watching 3 C-9979s drop even more clankers on the ground. They originally had to deal with less than 3,000 droids, but now that number had gone back to the initial 8,000. Not that it made much of a difference. The Republic had chosen a small, open forest to make their last stand. The rocks and trees were sparse, but at least provided a little bit of cover, and it would take time for the AATs to navigate through it, meaning that they would only have to deal with B1 and B2 units. As much as Commander Keeley would have liked to destroy some AATs, he doubted they would survive long enough to even see the tanks. It seems like they really don't like us, General. No, they don't, Keeley's hahaha. how are you feeling?" Commander Keeley knocked his helmet with the butt of his DC-17, showing he was prepared and ready to fight. "I've never been better, sir. Let's give those Seppes the fight of their lives." General Dai looked at the commander and said nothing. There was no need to say anything, nor talk about it. Commander Keeley knew exactly what he was thinking. Turning to the others, he saw the clones all looking at him. They were hidden behind trees and rocks, just waiting for his command. Each time he looked at one of them, the trooper would nod at him, indicating he was ready. General Dai knew the name of every soldier there. They were all elites who had fought in thousands of battles and survived up till now. Just like Rosal, Admiral Dow, Captain Narza, Lieutenant Fondor, Sergeant Storge, and tens of thousands of others, they were ready to give their lives for the Republic. Through the Force, General Dai could sense fear, anxiety, and despair. However, he also felt their excitement, their desire for revenge for all their fallen brothers, and their determination to protect the ones who were escaping. And, for once, General Dai let those feelings become his own. He felt angry at the droids, who dared to attack and kill so many of the troopers under him. He felt sadness, directed at all those who had died in this unnecessary war, not only in Ryloth but in the whole galaxy. And he felt disappointed at himself for not being able to teach everything he could to Ragu, for having to abandon his Padawan so early. He could still feel Ragu through the Force, albeit weakly. The Padawan was far, far away, and he was glad that was the case. He had feared that Ragu would disobey him and come back. Looking up at the sky, General Dai saw the Separatist blockade, but also the debris of the battle that took place up there. And he remembered Admiral Dow, an old friend whom he knew even before the Clone Wars started. In a blaze of glory. Capitulo 217, for the Republic, for the Twi'leks. Commander Keeley watched as General Dai looked to the sky and muttered something, seemingly reminiscent, about what the commander didn't know. He looked back at each of the clones. They were his men, they were his legion, and above all else they were his brothers. Now, although they were going to die, Commander Keeley smiled. If he could die together with his brothers and his general, then he would die happily. "Sergeant Ace, are the men ready?" "You bet we are, Commander. Let's show those damn Seppes that the 303rd won't go down without a fight. Haha." The sergeant laughed wildly when he answered. He was the highest-ranking officer after Commander Keeley. Lieutenant Shield was gravely wounded and escaped together with the others, and it was his job to represent the troopers. And, well, that was how they were feeling. For the 100th time in a few hours, Commander Keeley felt that he was lucky to have such men under him. He had no doubt they were the finest legion in the entire Republic Army. After all, they were the 303rd Attack Legion. "Here they come." Commander Keeley looked forward again and saw many black spots approaching their position. Lifting his binoculars, he zoomed in on the enemy. Steady, stay low, and wait for them to get closer. The droids were too far away to see them yet, and Commander Keeley didn't want to give up their positions sooner than necessary. If they could catch the clankers by surprise, it would be even better. "Just like you said, General, their B1 and B2 units are coming first. I can see a few AATs behind, but they won't have a shot on us." "How many?" "More than we can deal with." It wasn't a precise answer, but at the same time, it was all General Dai needed to hear to steel his resolve. When one was in a dangerous situation, that person would try everything to escape. However, when there was nowhere to go, then there were two options. Either that person would become a coward and beg for their lives, or they would throw away all their fears and become almost insane, not caring for anything. Clearly, the clones and General Dai belonged to the last type. Seeing the droids approach, General Dai looked at his men, and they all gestured with a thumbs up, meaning the clankers were in range of their blasters. General Dai glanced at Commander Keeley, and the clone smiled under his helmet, at the same time cocking his blasters. He was ready. The first droids were very surprised to see an old Nikto come out from behind a rock and aim a blue lightsaber at them. For the Republic, for the Twi'leks. General Dai ran forward, slashing two droids in half with the same move, and before the others could fire at him, he jumped and spun in the air, bringing his lightsaber down on a B2 unit. As the symmetrical halves of the droid hit the ground, blue lasers flew from the trees and rocks, taking down more than 100 droids in less than 2 seconds. Commander Keeley was somehow even more impressive than General Dai. In less than 10 seconds, he had to stop and reload his pistols. More than 20 clankers have died by his hands in those few moments. After reloading, Commander Keeley ducked behind a rock to avoid enemy fire, and then jumped out again as soon as there was a pause. Walking and firing his DC-17s, he approached the droids until he was able to put his pistols in their heads and fire point-blank. He was only able to do that because his men were covering his back, taking down any droids who turned their blasters to him. That was the trust they had built over the course of months of war. Each clone knew exactly what to do and how to do it. With the corner of his eyes, Commander Keeley saw Sergeant Ace lead 6 or 7 clones forward. He could hear the clone laugh maniacally, and realized that he also had a mad grin on his face to take cover in another position, from where they could keep an eye out for General Dai, in case the Jedi needed help. However, it was obvious that the Nikto was faring way better than any clone. He was running and jumping all over the place, and barely any laser could even get close to him. And the few who did were quickly deflected back to those who fired them. General Dai pierced a B-2 super battle droid with his lightsaber, then lifted the dead body using the Force and threw it at a group of clankers. He was unstoppable. Suddenly, the Jedi stopped and turned off his lightsaber. Red lasers showered him, but they all seemed to be stopped by an invisible wall and just stood there, frozen. Then, General Dai stretched his hands, and several rocks fell from the canyon walls around them, crushing dozens of droids. The lasers around the Nikto were also reflected back, some even hitting droids. Commander Keeley and the clones stopped firing for a second, surprised. They had never seen the Jedi do something so powerful. "What are you waiting for, Keeley? Let's go, boys, the fight is not over." Commander Keeley and the clones snapped out of their daze when they heard General Dai, and fought with renewed effort. For a few minutes, it seemed as if the battle was going on their favor. Almost 1,000 droids had died, and the 303rd had only suffered a few dozen casualties. Unfortunately for them, the droids soon showed the advantage that their overwhelming numbers brought them. "Arr!" Commander Keeley looked behind him when he heard Sergeant Ace yell in pain and alarm. The sergeant had been hit on his shoulder, but he still lifted his DC-15A, trying to get another shot off. However, before he could pull the trigger, 2 lasers hit his head, killing him immediately. No matter how bravely they fought, the 303rd clones couldn't escape their destiny. One by one, they fell to the unrelenting torrent of lasers coming from the droids' E5s. As they got closer, their accuracy became better, and the clones were forced to keep their heads down. The moment they showed themselves to try and fire at the droids, tens of lasers hit them. The only one in the open was General Dai, who seemed not to get tired at all, deflecting lasers and cutting down droids as if they were nothing. Minutes and hours passed, and the 300 clones had been reduced to just a bit more than 100, while the Separatist army still numbered in the thousands. After another hour, the last few clones stood tall near Commander Keeley and General Dai. Around them, dead droids and the corpses of their brothers piled up, and the small forest was destroyed. Commander Keeley stopped to reload his pistols once again, for the 100th time in the battle. At least they didn't have to worry about ammunition, because many of their brothers died without the chance of using theirs. Suddenly, he saw a small squad of droids drop their blasters and pull out thermal detonators. "Careful!" He finished reloading as fast as he could and fired his pistols wildly. He hit 2 of the detonators still in the hands of the droids, blowing them to pieces, and another 2 in the air. However, the last one got to them. Looking down at the detonator who rolled to his feet, Commander Keeley felt as if time had stopped. His short but eventful life flashed before his eyes, mostly filled with images of his dead brothers, and especially with General Dai, Ragu, and Dajir. He smiled. The detonator exploded. Capitulo 218, A Memorable End. General Dai watched the thermal detonator land and blow up. The last troopers, including Commander Keeley, were thrown in the air and landed harshly on the ground. None of them got up. The Jedi sensed a wave of peace coming from Commander Keeley as the clone looked at the detonator before it blew up. And now, Seeing the lifeless body on the ground, General Dai felt anger. He remembered the moment he was told that a war was going to start, and how he and the other Jedis were supposed to lead troops. Clone troops, all from the DNA of a single bounty hunter. He, like many others, objected fiercely. After all, Jedis were peacekeepers, not warriors. And when he met Commander Keeley, in a cruiser above Genosis, he despised the clone, although he knew it wasn't his fault. He felt it was cruel to create people just so they could fight, and he thought it was even worse that none of the clones contested that decision. However, after hundreds, even thousands of battles, his opinions changed. In fact, since when he first landed on Genosis and watched all the death and destruction around him, all the lives being lost, he felt different. The clones weren't just emotionless killing machines like he first assumed, but were real people. Each and every one of them had feelings and desires, and he soon learned that they wished for one thing above all else, and that was to keep their brothers alive, no matter the cost. In that very first battle, he witnessed clones giving their lives for others not once, not twice, but hundreds of times, over and over again. He could sense their fear and regret as they died, but also their determination. And deep down, he realized that clones and Jedis weren't so different. As he got to know Commander Keeley, Dajir, Brain, Dab, Tech, Metal, 3-4, Cell, Rosal, Sharp, Fondor, Shield, Barrow, Narza, Timer, and thousands of other 303rd clones, he stopped thinking about them as soldiers. They became people he wished to protect. And now they were dead. All this time on Ryloth, he had pushed away the anger and grief that came with their deaths, but now that Commander Keeley was gone, and only he was left alive, amidst the bodies of so many, he let it free. An explosion of force left his body, sending tens of droids flying. He looked back to Commander Keeley once again. His helmet had disappeared, and he could see his face. There was a slight smile on his lips. He smiled himself. He wouldn't let their deaths be in vain. Running forward, General Dai spun his lightsaber faster than eyes could see, creating a nearly impenetrable blue circle that sent every laser back to the droid who fired it. When he got near the enemy force, he hacked at them wildly. Droid after droid fell, cut in dozens of pieces. Even the tough metal hide of the B-2 super battle droids could do nothing against his lightsaber, even more now that he was putting all his strength behind it. In all but a few minutes, hundreds of droids were dead on the ground, their bodies still smoking where the lightsaber slashed them. However, even more were coming forward, in an inexorable stream that wished nothing but to kill the last symbol of Republic presence on Ryloth. And now General Dai was starting to get tired. He panted hard and watched the droids surround him. Even more C-9979 landing crafts were getting near, ready to drop more clankers to join the battle. Maybe as some weird show of respect, the droids stopped firing and just aimed at him. They knew he couldn't fight anymore. All they needed to do was press the trigger, and General Dai would be done for. However, before the droids fired again, a blue laser hit a B-2 unit, killing it straight away. General Dai was just as surprised as the droids when he saw Commander Keeley get up, holding his DC-17s. He thought the commander was dead. "Commander Keeley." "I'm not finished yet, sir." General Dai laughed out loud and retreated until he was next to the clone, cutting down any droid on his way. The two stood back to back, and both felt comfort in the presence of one another. They were going to die, but at least they were going to die together, and fighting, just like how the clones liked. Commander Keeley opened his eyes, dazed. He was certain he was going to die when he saw the thermal detonator land next to him, but he somehow had survived. His brothers weren't so lucky. Looking around, he realized two things. First, he didn't have his helmet on. It was on the ground, the visor broken, and a crack extending from one side to another of it. Secondly, he realized that while he was the last clone alive, there was still someone facing the droids. A solitary Nikto stood tall, even though he was surrounded by hundreds, maybe thousands, of droids. His lightsaber was pointed at the clankers, a sign of defiance against the overpowered enemy. At this moment, Commander Keeley was glad he had survived the explosion, because he could help his general one last time. Getting up, he killed one of the B-2 super battle droids and heard General Dai yell his name. His head was still buzzing, but he felt grateful when the Jedi retreated to stand next to him. That was a good way to die. "I'm not finished yet, sir." General Dai and Commander Keeley fought bravely for the next few minutes, but there were simply too many droids. "We can do this, General." Let's make the end memorable." A smile touched both of their lips as a laser hit Commander Keeley's right shoulder, sending him stumbling back. Before he could regain his balance, 2 more lasers hit his chest. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. His blaster pistols fell out of his hands. Life had already left his body. General Dai only heard Commander Keeley scream in pain before he himself was hit. Burning pain came from his stomach, where a laser scorched through his skin and organs. Still holding his lightsaber with one hand, he did his best to deflect the incoming lasers. It was at this moment that he heard a voice through his comlink, which prompted him to look up. "This is Republic Blockade Runner 0909. We have broken through." Several ships flew over his head, towards where the Twi'leks were escaping. Droids on the ground fired at them, but their puny lasers did little to the ships. "The Twi'leks will live to fight another day." Letting out a victorious yell, General Dai threw himself at the droids, waving his lightsaber. The clankers might have destroyed the 303rd, but for General Dai, they had won. Several lasers hit his shoulders, back, and chest. Strength left his body, and his hand went limp. His lightsaber fell, and without him holding it, the blue light disappeared. General Dai knelt on the ground, looking at his precious weapon and companion. He stretched his hand, trying to reach it, but never did. When his body hit the ground, a small cloud of smoke appeared, as if something much bigger than a person had fallen. "The supplies have arrived at the drop point." Many, many kilometers away, Dajir was walking next to the blurg which carried Brain. Suddenly, he saw Ragu, who was in front of him, stop. The Padawan let out a gurgling noise and tumbled down. Kneeling, Ragu put his head on the ground and sobbed. At the same time, Dajir felt something. More accurately, he felt something missing. A presence that was always with him but he never noticed had disappeared. Slowly, he leaned on the wall of the canyon they were in and slid down. His mind was in shock, and he didn't know what to do. The clones around the two, seeing their leaders fall like that, knew what happened. Many sat on the ground, saying nothing. Others punched the rocks, scaring the Twi'leks with the sudden brutality. Those who were too wounded to walk sat atop the blurgs without reaction. Many troopers just stood still, looking at nothing, their minds blank. Touching his face, Dajir realized there were warm tears streaming down it. Capitulo 219. Dajir loses control. Suddenly, a loud noise woke Dajir up from his daze. He looked at the sky and saw several ships dropping their escape pods. The pods landed on the earth in front of the mixed group of Twi'leks and clones and created small craters. One of the freedom fighters cautiously opened a pod and pulled a box from inside it. "It's food and medical supplies from the Republic." Cheers erupted, old and young jumping in happiness. Syndulla looked at the escape pods and at his people, running towards it, and humped in annoyance. However, he couldn't disguise the glints of relief on his eyes. However, none of the clones moved. The Twi'leks, initially surprised by their sudden stop in reactions, quickly forgot them and ran to grab the supplies. Dajir sighed and blinked. Using the back of his hand, he wiped out his tears. There would be a time to grieve, but it wasn't now. "Tech shield, get the others up, we have to keep moving." "Sub-Commander." "Sir." I know, just keep moving." Dajir looked around. All of them were on the verge of tears, but they still followed his orders. Slowly, the clones got back on their feet, supporting each other. However, their backs were curved and they walked unsteadily. An aura of defeat surrounded them. It was over. The 303rd Attack Legion was over. General Dai and Commander Keeley were dead. Admiral Dow, Rosal, Fondor, Timer, Narza, Barrow, Blyer, Ace, Jax, Sharp, Thartem, Womp, Milo, Cooker, Macro, Jung, Frit, Trapper, Sannel, Virgo, Vigil, Plasma, Jesper, Pride, Smit, Storge, Torque, Agile, Wheat, Sparky, Falco, Bat, Ferret, Spark, Blyer, Posh, Kuvu, Spike, Shep, and so many others. They were all gone. Dajir didn't know what was going to happen. He didn't know what would be made of the few survivors, Hell Squad included. He didn't know a thing. "Sir, what about the gene? General Ragu?" Sel approached him quietly. There was blood trickling down his fists. Even his armor wasn't able to protect him from himself when he punched the ground in anger and despair. Looking at Cell's ragged hands made Dajir realize that he wasn't the only one who felt lost. Those who had something to do were still better than those who hadn't. Clones like 3-4 and Brain, who were too wounded to even move, could only stare at the sky blankly. The fact that they didn't have anything to occupy their minds made it worse. And then Dajir saw Ragu. The Togruta was crouching on the ground, crying. Dajir could only imagine how bad it was for him. If even the clones felt the loss of General Dai so strongly, then what about Ragu, who had a direct connection with his master? I will talk to him, and Cell, send someone to fetch Sindola for me. I need to talk to him. I don't care if he doesn't want to come. He is going to hear this news from my mouth. I will go myself, sir. As Cell ran away, Dajir walked towards Ragu. He thought about what he could say to cheer up the Padawan and realized nothing would do this. After all, it was his master who died. Maybe telling the truth would be better. He grabbed Ragu's arms and lifted the Padawan. Tears filled his face, but when he saw Dajir, he tried to wipe and hide them. There is no need, General. I felt it too. We all did. Any wish of hiding his pain and despair left Ragu. He let the tears stream free down his face. What do we do? Master is dead. What can I do? Dajir patted Ragu's shoulders. He didn't know how to comfort the Padawan. He was a soldier, he only knew how to fight. But he did know that in situations like that, sometimes just saying the truth was better. Now that General Dai is gone, you have to lead us, sir. I can't do that. You have to. The 303rd is gone, but some of us are still here. We have too many wounded, and the Seppas are still after us. We can't stop here. Okay. Good, you should get in one of the blurgs, General. The Twi'leks have stopped to catch the supplies, but I will get them on the move. Meanwhile, I will find one of the freedom fighters to show you the way. The injured are priority. I understand, thanks Dajir. It was weird to give orders to a Jedi, but Dajir knew it was necessary. After Ragu started moving, Dajir grabbed Maiwi and told the Twi'lek to lead the way together with Ragu. For once, she didn't complain. Lieutenant Shield. I'm here, sir. I want every man who can still walk to get to those pods and organize it. Don't let the civilians near it, otherwise it will be a huge mess. Yes, sir, Sindola is not gonna like it. I don't care whether he likes it or not. I'm going to talk to him. Remember, don't get in a fight with the Twi'leks, but don't let them take the supplies. And start getting them to walk. Tell them the clankers are on our tail, and we can't waste the time that General Dai brought us. Lieutenant Shield nodded and assembled the troopers. Soon, Dajir could hear complaints from the Twi'leks, but none of them dared confront the clones. Either they respected them for all they sacrificed, or they were afraid of the blasters. Dajir didn't care. He wasn't in a good mood. Sub-Commander Dajir, order your men to stand down. He heard Sindola long before the Twi'lek appeared, riding his blurg. Dajir now understood why General Dai said they couldn't trust Sindola to take care of the injured clones. He had completely ignored them and only cared for the supplies. Rage filled Sindola's face, but Dajir just put on his helmet and lifted his blaster. He didn't aim it at anyone, but Sindola retreated a few steps nonetheless. Where is the Padawan? I want to talk to him. General Ragu is leading your people. Don't forget that we still have Seppas following us. Rar, I thought that was why that Jedi decided to stay behind. Can't he even stop a few droids, or did he just run? Despise filled Yates' face as the Twi'lek spat on the ground. He never liked the Republic, and even now, it didn't cross his mind why the clones had suddenly stopped. Yates shut. Sindola sensed something in Dajir's eyes and wanted to warn the freedom fighter to stay quiet, but before he could, Dajir had knocked him out using the butt of his blaster. The impact was enough to send Yate in unconsciousness. Several freedom fighters aimed their weapons at Dajir, seeing the clone suddenly attack one of them. Dajir, however, ignored the blasters and ordered his own troopers to stand down. Looking at Sindola, he waited for the Twi'lek to do the same. What are you doing? Put those blasters down now. Hesitantly, the Twi'leks did as they were said. The clones looked at Dajir surprised. They had never seen the sub-commander lose control like that, but they knew Yate was lucky that Dajir didn't use his vibroblade. Get him up, and when he wakes up, tell him it was well-deserved. The Republic is our ally, and he should learn to respect them. Sindola looked coldly at Yate as the Twi'lek was taken away, and then yelled for his people to let the clones take control of the situation and get going. He already understood why Dajir was so angry. Soon, only Dajir, Sindola, and Gobi were left there. The Twi'lek gestured for Dajir to say what he wanted. General Dai and Commander Keeley are gone. If you don't want their sacrifice to be wasted, get us to your hideout at once. Capítulo 220, Going Back. General Dai and Commander Keeley are gone. If you don't want their sacrifice to be wasted, get us to your hideout quickly. Sindola and Gobi stared at Dajir in shock. They already suspected that was the case, but Dajir was so blunt about it, and the way he talked made it seem like it was their fault. And, in a certain way, it was, but Sindola would never admit it. How do you know? General Dai was General Ragu's master, Sindola. Jedis have a special connection, and you know that. The two freedom fighters exchanged glances. They had never seen Dajir, or any clone, for what it matters, get so angry. In fact, most of the time, they were like emotionless machines who only knew how to fight. Even when their brothers died by their side, they barely looked at them, or at least that was what the Twi'leks thought. They didn't know the pain that the troopers actually felt. I am sorry to hear that, we all are. Master Dai was a great Jedi, and he will be missed. He really was. Now, we need to get moving. Maiwi is already leading the way with General Ragu. Do you have any complaints, Sindola? The Twi'lek looked at Dajir, not with anger, but guilt. He knew he was partially responsible for General Dai's death. No, let's go. In a dark room at the Jedi Temple, General Yoda clenched his small fists. He felt a tug in the Force and sat down to meditate. His eyes closed, he called a droid forward and told it to find General Kenobi, General Skywalker, and General Windu. Soon, 4 people arrived. Ahsoka Tano had followed her master. You wanted to see us, Master Yoda. The 4 sat in front of the small Jedi, their legs crossed. Ahsoka and General Skywalker were clearly itching to ask the reason for the meeting, but they let General Windu take the lead. Gone Master Dai is. The Force around Ryloth turbulent is. We felt it too. Both General Windu and General Kenobi lowered their heads. They had known General Dai for a long time, so they also sensed when he died. General Skywalker and his Padawan, however, only got to know about this now. This is the first loss the Republic had in this war. But it won't be the last. We have to claim back Ryloth as soon as possible, otherwise more systems will join the Separatist. True that is. Master Skywalker, ready for this mission, you and your Padawan are. The 501st just have to restock, Master, and then we can leave. Good, but careful you must be. A dangerous place Ryloth has become. More than one Jedi we need. Master Kenobi and Master Skywalker, as soon as your fleets free are, you will go too. Yes, Master Yoda. Now meditate with me you must. Dark times ahead there are. 2 days went by pretty quickly. The freedom fighters and clones had a lot to occupy their minds with, and the few supplies that the Republic sent were running out. However, they were enough to save hundreds of injured, and support them for long enough so Sindola could use his contacts and find a steady supply of food and medical supplies. Dajir didn't know where he got those things, and he didn't care. At this moment, the sub-commander was walking around the Twi'lek hideout, an underground world of tunnels and caves. Suddenly, he saw Shouta. The young girl was playing with her friends, unaware of everything that happened in the last few days. When she saw him, she ran over to him. She really liked Dajir, for some reason, and the clone had no reason not to return that affection. Mr. Dajir, Mr. Dajir. What is it, Shouta? I have a question. Daddy said that Mr. Jedi and Mr. Keeley died. Is that true? Dajir sighed and knelt beside her. Her father, Gobi, wasn't very tactful in telling her that, but if one really thought about it, it was difficult to hide the fact that thousands of clones and Twi'leks have died. She and the other children would notice it anyway. Yes, it is true. They died to protect us. Oh. Shouta lowered her head, and for a moment Dajir thought she was going to cry. However, she didn't know the two of them well enough to feel so much for their deaths. You should go back. Your friends are waiting for you. Ah, you are right. Bye, Mr. Dajir. Bye, Shouta. What Shouta said made Dajir think of something. The droids had given up searching for them long ago. They thought that eliminating the 303rd was enough, and, to tell the truth, they probably were right. There was little to nothing that the survivors could do. Tech Dab, Cell and Metal, come to me. Not much later, the 4 clones arrived in front of him. Their armors were scarred and scorched, with holes and cracks, but none of them even though about repairing it. It was a symbol of the battles they went through. What is it, sir? We are going back. The clones frowned, not really understanding what Dajir meant. Go back to where, sir? The battlefield. The Seppas had been gone for a while. I want to scout the area, and more importantly, we have to bring General Dai's body back. The Jedis have a special way of treating their dead. Those are our orders. What about Commander Keeley? Dab asked this question so quietly that Dajir almost didn't hear him. However, he knew what the clone wanted. It was impossible to bring the bodies of all the troopers who died, but Commander Keeley had special importance for Hell Squad. Him too, now let's move. 6 people left the Twi'lek hideout, heading towards the battlefield. Leading Dajir, Cell, Dab, Tech, and Metal was Maiwi. The freedom fighter, who apparently hated the idea of relying on the Republic before, now offered to help the clones in almost everything, especially after the 303rd was wiped out. Maybe it was pity, maybe it was something else, Dajir didn't know. However, she offered to take them there, and he gladly accepted. He knew the terrain, but not so well. Just before they got to where the battle had happened, Dajir stopped the group. He wanted to make sure that they would only carry 2 bodies back. It was a brutal, but necessary precaution. You saw before what the aftermath of a battle looks like, lads, but this is no normal battlefield. The clankers are gone, but we still have to watch out. Understood, sir. Maiwi. The woman nodded and took the lead. After another half an hour, their BARC speeders finally entered the valley where General Dai realized his last stand. Oh. Maiwi was surprised when they entered the tree line. In fact, it was more accurate to say she was terrified. The small forest from before was destroyed. Trees lay on the ground, and the few which were still standing had scorch marks. So did the rocks and the ground. But what shocked her the most was obviously not the devastation, but the bodies. 325 clones stayed behind. None made it out alive. Their corpses laid on the ground or leaning on trees and rocks. Many had not 1 or 2 black spots on their armors, but a dozen. It was clear that they all went down fighting. Capitulo 221, Paying Respect. Dajir stopped beside a body. The clone was laying on a rock, facing the ground. His arms dangled around when Dajir moved him, and he almost seemed alive for a moment. Frit. The cheerful trooper had received almost 10 lasers to the chest before he died. His blaster was next to him, and Dajir picked it up and put it on Frit's hands. No clone would like to die without his weapon. It was a representation of what they faced and how they behaved before their deaths, and it was also a sort of superstition. No one in this galaxy knew what happened after one died, and there were thousands of millions of theories. Clones didn't even have the time to create an explanation. It didn't matter. Frit and the others died a valiant death, and they deserved this kind of respect. Since he couldn't bring their bodies back to Kamino, that was the least Dajir could do. They did all of that. Maiwi's shudder brought Hell Squad back to the present. They had all been roaming around, looking at their dead brothers and remembering them. It wasn't the first time they saw something like this, and it wouldn't be the last. However, it was different. When the Twi'lek called them, they finally looked at the battlefield as a whole. It was true that the 303rd had gone down in battle, but they weren't alone. The price of their deaths was the destruction of more than 1,000 clankers. The broken remains of B-1 and B-2 droids made for a sharp contrast with the white and brown armor of the 303rd. The more they walked, the more droids they saw. Their metallic carcasses pilled up, side by side with the clones they were fighting. Suddenly, Metal stopped, and Maiwi almost stumbled into him. Ignoring her, the clone knelt and picked up a helmet. It was broken, scorched, and dirty. However, the 2 painted horns on it were unforgettable. "Yes, sir." Dajir walked over to him and pulled the helmet of Metal's grasp. The clone's fingers held onto it for a moment, not willing to let go. Dajir looked at the broken visor of Commander Keeley's helmet, the helmet he knew so well. Suppressing a sigh, he glanced around. It was easy to spot Commander Keeley's body. A pile of droids laid around him, bigger than any other. His dear DC-17s were next to him, and he had his eyes closed. If it wasn't for the laser marks on his chest armor, he might look like he was just sleeping. Unfortunately, he wasn't. General Dai wasn't too far away from Commander Keeley. Contrarily to the commander, there were almost no droids near his body. They all seemed to have been pushed away, certainly by a last exhibition of the Force the Jedi used. There was a peaceful smile on General Dai's face. When Dajir got close to him, he noticed his comlink blinking. The Nikto must have received the news that the freedom fighters got their much-needed supplies. "Let's go." Turning to the other clones, Dajir gestured towards the two bodies. They picked them up quietly and left the valley. It was a place of death, and it would remain like that for a long time. Much later, the bodies would be rescued, not only there, but in all of Ryloth, or at least what remained of them. There were many creatures on the planet that didn't care whether their prey was dead or alive. Dajir are those, they. Ragu watched as Hell Squad entered the hideout in their speeders, two bodies hanging carefully on them. Dajir stopped his BARC speeder in front of the young Togruta, lifting a cloud of dust. Clones and Twi'leks surrounded the speeders, the freedom fighters murmuring curiously, the troopers silent in respect and grief. "Yes, General." Ragu stopped beside General Dai's body, touched his master's head, and closed his eyes. After a few minutes, he lifted his hand, and General Dai and Commander Keeley started floating. The people opened a path for him as he walked. It was kind of eerie, watching a Togruta with dark circles under his eyes and two bodies floating behind him. Many of the Twi'leks, and even clones, flinched and parents took their kids away. "Dajir, follow me." Looking at the members of Hell Squad behind him, Dajir shrugged. He wasn't the least shaken by the scene, but he knew it wasn't good for the morale of the troops. Without saying a thing, Ragu put the two bodies in special storage boxes, where they would be preserved until it was time for them to be properly sent to the afterlife. Dajir waited respectfully behind Ragu as the Padawan said his final goodbyes to General Dai. When Ragu finally looked up, Dajir saw a new glint in his eyes. There was still sadness, but also determination. A lot of it. "Dajir, as per today, you are being made commander of the 303rd Attack Legion. My master wouldn't want us to stop and grieve for him. He gave his life so he could help the people of Ryloth. We will do that in his stead." "Sir." Dajir was surprised, to say the least. They didn't have a legion anymore. The 303rd was gone, so how could he become the commander of it? "I am a general, ain't I, Dajir?" "Yes, you are, sir." "Then I have the authority to do so. Our legion might be gone, but we are still alive. I can't let Master's sacrifice be in vain. I can't let anyone's sacrifice be in vain, and neither can you." Dajir didn't know what to say. For once, he wasn't happy about his promotion. It came at too high a cost. However, he could see that this was Ragu's way of reviving the 303rd. A new commander would bring sad memories, but it would also give a new purpose to the troopers. "I understand, General. It is my honor to serve as the new commander of the 303rd Attack Legion. I will make sure the sacrifices of all my brothers won't be in vain." Ragu nodded. There was a dark aura around the Padawan, and for a moment, Dajir remembered General Dai telling him to not look for vengeance. Ragu wasn't following those orders, but it wasn't Dajir's place to tell him what to do. "Let's go talk to Syndulla. He has something for us." Dajir followed, frowning. He didn't know what the Twi'lek could have for them, but after the few weeks of constant battling, his respect for Syndulla had become despise. The freedom fighter only cared for those close to him, and didn't even wince when he saw 303rd troopers dying one after another while he and his freedom fighters ran. Still, the newly appointed commander followed his general. Looking at Ragu's back, Dajir felt pity. He didn't know a lot about the Jedis, but based on what General Dai told him, it would be difficult for Ragu to find a new master, especially when he was showing such blunt hate and rage that even a clone could feel. He really liked the young Padawan and didn't want to see all his training go to waste. That is, if they survived. The clones reacted just as Dajir expected when Ragu announced his promotion. There was a sad silence at first, which was then followed by a few cheers and congratulations. It was normal for a sub-commander to take the commander's place in case he died, so there wasn't much of a surprise. The Twi'leks didn't really understand the implications of Dajir's promotion, so apart from those who had gotten somewhat closer to the clones, like Shouta, Gobi, Maiwi, and Iva, most of them ignored it. Capítulo 222, Massacre. This idea is plain stupidity. How do you expect us to do that? We have less than 200 men alive, and not even half of them can fight. A very angry Ragu was yelling at Cam Syndulla, while the freedom fighter seemed unfazed. Dajir was also looking at him, his helmet covering his expression of surprise. He couldn't believe the Twi'lek would be such an idiot. Even Gobi, who always supported Syndulla, couldn't help but try to convince him otherwise. However, his efforts were for naught. Let me see if I understood, Syndulla. You want to, 3 days after the 303rd was annihilated, attack a separatist convoy guarded by almost 1,000 droids. Is that right? Dajir said nothing, but he, and even Gobi, agreed it was madness. Syndulla proposed they destroyed the convoy when it was going through the wreckage of several Republic and Separatist ships, which had crashed on Ryloth during the battle. The plan wasn't actually bad, if not for the fact that Syndulla had less than 400 ill-prepared freedom fighters. Anyone with a brain could see that the operation was fated to fail, but Syndulla insisted. When we attack, the droids will have no space to form up because of the terrain. We can ambush them if we put soldiers hidden in the debris. Because of all the metal, there is too much interference for their sensors to detect us. Ragu frowned. Syndulla kept repeating the same thing, trying to convince him to take part in the attack. Although the Twi'lek didn't think Ragu was half as good as his deceased master, he was a Jedi, and only he could command Dajir and the clones to get into battle. With the support of seasoned soldiers like the clones, his ambush had bigger chances of working. Unfortunately for him, Ragu refused promptly. You ray crazy, Syndulla. I know you are angry. I know you lost a lot. I know you are disappointed in the Republic, but what you want to do is suicide. Pa, I knew I should never have trusted the Republic. All your promises were nothing but lies. Gobi, assemble the men. We are going, with or without those traitors. Cam, maybe Mr. Ragu is right. We should probably stay quiet for a while. You heard me, Gobi. Or did my right hand become a traitor and a coward? Cam. However, Syndulla wouldn't hear any more of it. He left and started mobilizing the freedom fighters himself. The poor bastards, without knowing what they were up against and showing blind faith on Syndulla, excitedly grabbed their weapons and rode their blurgs. Gobi, he is sending his people to die. You have to stop him. Ragu put his hand on the shoulder of the Twi'lek. Gobi had always been more reasonable than Syndulla. However, just like the other freedom fighters, he would follow the man, even if it meant his death. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Who knows, maybe it will work. Gobi flashed them a smile, then went to talk to Iva and Shouta. However, it was clear he didn't believe what he was saying. Dajir, watching the family say their goodbyes, couldn't help but turn to Ragu. General, are we letting Syndulla go? He is going to die. They all are. There is nothing we can do, Dajir. Syndulla lost his trust in the Republic. I could tell him anything and he wouldn't believe it, but I'm not sending my troops to their deaths. The 303rd has barely 60 troopers who can still fight. We already lost too much protecting Ryloth. If the freedom fighters don't believe in us, then there is nothing I can do. But just in case, get the men ready. We will be the only ones left to protect the hideout, the wounded, and the civilians. Understood, General. And may the Force be with you, Syndulla. Destiny proved that Ragu was right in not leading the clones to attack together with the freedom fighters. The Twi'leks were massacred. 400 of them left the hideout, and less than 100 returned. Clones and Twi'leks lined at the sides of the hideout, leaving a wide path in the middle for the survivors. Fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, wives, and husbands cried when they couldn't find their loved ones amidst the defeated faces. Blurgs without riders stood out. The moans of the pitifully small number of wounded forced Ragu to order the clone medics to walk forward and pick them up, because the freedom fighters couldn't muster a reaction. Dajir looked at the group. Syndulla and Gobi were still alive, their heads lowered in shame, regret, and pain, especially Sindola. No one needed to remind him that it was his fault. Pain tugged at Dajir's heart when he saw several familiar faces missing. Over the course of the month or so that the 303rd and the Twi'leks had been together, he and the others had made friends. Maybe they weren't as close as the clones were to each other, but still. He recognized fairly soon Maiwi's blurg without its rider. The woman had been very hostile to Hell Squad and the troopers at first, but after a few battles, she was always by their side, not hesitating to risk her life for a clone's. Yate also wasn't amongst the survivors. Before leaving, the hot-headed Twi'lek had scoffed at the 303rd and Ragu and called them cowards. Still, he was loyal, at least to his people, and his death would be a huge impact on morale. By his side, Dajir saw Ragu take a small step forward, as if he wanted to walk up to Sindola and say something. However, before he could do that, Gobi came to them. "You should stay away for a while, Mr. Ragu. Cam, he is. He thinks it is our fault." Gobi suppressed a sigh. Sindola had been complaining all the way about how the Republic was responsible for all the deaths, and that if they helped, the plan would have worked. At a certain time, Gobi lost his patience and told him that the Republic wouldn't have made a difference. Sindola, however, didn't get angry at him, but was even more sure that it was the Republic's and Ragu's fault. "Yeah, he said that if you hadn't abandoned us." "Abandoned? Ha, tell him to look at us, Gobi. The 303rd had 30,000 troopers before, now we have less than 200. Is that abandoning?" I don't know what to. But I know. Tell Sindola that the 303rd can't do anything for him now, but that soon the Republic will be back. We won't abandon Ryloth and its people. Never. Dajir, give it to him, then organize the men. We are leaving." Gobi was stunned. He never imagined that Ragu would be angry enough to simply leave the freedom fighters. "Mr. Ragu, I am sorry for Cam's behavior, but you can't leave. That will only make him more certain that the Republic betrayed us." "Maybe, but the 303rd have new orders, and we are following them. Goodbye, Gobi, and may the Force be with you." Shocked, Gobi watched the 303rd gather their soldiers and wounded and leave the hideout. It all happened so fast that he wasn't able to react. Before he knew, they were gone. Near, Sindola watched the same scene, with hatred on his eyes. The Republic traitorous scum had finally revealed who they really were. When Gobi delivered to him a hologram projector, saying it was given to him by Ragu, Sindola simply crushed it. He didn't want to deal with the Republic anymore. Capítulo 223, Discipline. A few hours before Sindola and the survivors returned, Dajir was startled to see his comlink suddenly light up. For the past few days, it had been inactive, since the Seppas were jamming long-distance communications, but the comlink clearly indicated that the transmission was from far away. He tapped it quickly and transferred the message to his hologram projector. An image of General Skywalker appeared. It wasn't live, and there were several moments when interference made it almost impossible to understand, but Dajir was sure it was real. The codes used were known only to a few, himself included. "Padawan, out, hold tight, there are fleets going to Loth, help will are soon." At this moment, the transmission broke off really badly, probably a sign that the separatist blockade had discovered it and was trying to intercept the contents. "Outside Nabat, you, garrison, clear landy." The hologram disappeared. Judging by how long the transmission was, General Skywalker probably had been alerted that the Seppas were about to eavesdrop his message and ended it. Although it was very fragmented and most parts were impossible to understand, the purpose of the transmission was still clear. General Skywalker and possibly another Jedi had finally arrived to help Ryloth. Unfortunately, they were a few days too late. The 303rd was gone, and, although Dajir didn't know that at the moment, so were the freedom fighters. The battles that General Skywalker was going to fight would be to conquer Ryloth, not protect it. Shaking his head, Dajir quickly found Ragu and showed him the message. From what General Skywalker said at the start, Ragu fished out something that Dajir hadn't noticed. General Skywalker talked specifically to Ragu, not General Dai. That meant the Jedi Council, and, consequently, the Republic already knew that the Jedi was dead, and General Dai's death meant the death of the 303rd. As such, the Jedi Council had to be confident in their ability to take back Ryloth, knowing that they wouldn't have a lot of support from the ground. What do you think about Master Skywalker's request? The newly appointed commander frowned hard and grimaced in pain when the small movement caused the cuts and wounds in his head hurt. His scar was red and swollen because it had opened again more than once during the many battles. That was one of the reasons why he was using his helmet less recently. It is dangerous. We have 58 troopers in condition to fight. It probably is enough to take on a small garrison. Besides, we don't have to hold it, just make sure that gunships can land. From there onwards, the job will be in the 501st hands. I feel but what is it? We will have to time it perfectly. Dajir pulled out his hologram projector again and showed a diagram and a map of Nabat. The city wasn't as big as Lesu, but it was still huge. However, Dajir wasn't focused on it, but on the relay station outside it. It was 50 kilometers away from the town and would be ideal for the Republic troops to land. If we take it too late, the gunships will be gunned down. If we attack too early, Tambur's forces on Nabat will come to reinforce it, and we will all be killed. Is it possible to take down the clankers in there without alerting Nabat? I doubt it. According to our data, and that is a few days old, so a lot could have changed, there should be roughly 120 seppas. With 60 clones, we can take them easily, but it will be difficult to do that silently. If it is just Hell Squad, though. No, with Brain and 3-4 badly wounded, you are 2 men short. Besides, you are a commander now, I need you here. No, we will do as you said and attack it when the time is right. For now, we have to leave. We are too far from Nabat, and we need to be ready to invade that relay base at any moment. Also, Syndulla is probably going to be angry with you, right? You shouldn't bother with him, General. I know, but you also know I can't do that. I'm a Jedi, Dajir, or I will be someday. The clone said nothing. Ragu seemed to be reminiscent of something, and Dajir wouldn't be the one to intrude upon his thoughts. Dajir could feel Syndulla's hatred when the Twi'lek glanced at them as the clones left the hideout. He couldn't believe how stupid Syndulla was. Just like any clone soldier, Dajir wouldn't voice his thoughts unless he was specifically asked to do so, but even he felt like arguing. The 303rd had lost literally everything from their fleet to their commander, admiral, and general. And Syndulla blamed them, telling Ragu that they had betrayed Ryloth. Unfortunately for Dajir, he was too disciplined to actually do that. As such, he and the other clones could only leave with Ragu, which was kind of a relief to them. Although the other Twi'leks didn't seem to blame them for anything, they didn't like to be amidst civilians. Before they left, Shouta ran up to Dajir to say her goodbyes. Just like any kid, the little girl had no idea of all the politics involved behind the 303rd's departure. Gobi, her father, shook Dajir's hand before they left. He was one of the few Twi'leks who Dajir liked. It was a pity this was probably the last time Dajir would see the two of them. It took 2 days for the clones to get to their new location. It was a cave, and a not very big one, but it fitted 197 clones well enough. 3-4, I want you and Brain to stay and take care of the wounded. Understood? Yes, sir. Shield, you are coming with us. We did this 100 times before. We gotta be quick and hit the clankers fast. We have one shot at it. Don't worry, Commander. You said it yourself. We have done it 100 times before. Dajir chuckled and patted Lieutenant Shield's shoulder. Soon, however, his expression became serious again. It was rare to see Dajir smile before, even more these days. We have to be careful, Lieutenant. I don't want to lose anyone more, okay? I understand, sir. Good, then get everything prepared. We are taking all those who can fight. The others will stay here and take care of the wounded. Get ready to go at any moment. As if waiting for Dajir to say that, several Republic ships appeared in space. It wasn't a lot, but Dajir could clearly see the 501st symbol on them. Soon, he spotted several starfighters aiming for the Lucrehulk-class battleship that was the core of the Separatist blockade. Dajir was almost sure he saw a Jedi starfighter leading the Republic forces. For a few minutes, the Republic V-Wing simply crushed the enemy vultures. The clones next to him cheered, and even Ragu smiled. Frowning, Dajir saw the starfighters getting closer and closer to the Separatist blockade, seemingly unopposed. Something was wrong. A Separatist fleet capable of crushing the 303rd, even though they were already severely weakened, shouldn't be suppressed so easily. Then, Dajir saw two things, and so did the soldiers beside him as they put their hands down. Firstly, he saw a squadron get too cocky and approach the Lucrehulk-class battleship. Well, maybe that was their plan all along. That was how General Skywalker liked to fight. Secondly, Dajir watched as 4 Providence-class dreadnoughts that were on the other side of the planet started to move. And then he knew what was wrong. Capitulo 224, a failed rescue mission. Short-distance hyperspace travel. Entering and leaving hyperspace in a split second, just enough to travel less than half a parsec. Basically, it is enough for someone to go from one side of a planet to another. It was also a very dangerous and highly costly move. Such type of travel used the same amount of fuel as any long-distance one, sometimes even more. It was also risky because, since it was almost instant, it would shake the entire structure of a ship. Smaller ships would instantly fall apart, and bigger ones would suffer a lot. But that wasn't the worst of it. By using short-distance hyperspace travel, anything that hit the ship when it came out of hyperspace would have the same impact as a laser cannon shot. And considering that Ryloth's surroundings were currently filled with debris, one could imagine how big the chances of accidents happening were. But the Separatist gamble paid off. After all, they had tactical droids, and their circuits were programmed to deal with situations like this. They calculated where the dreadnoughts would arrive perfectly, and aside from a few holes in their shields, the ships were almost intact. And that was where General Skywalker's plan failed. He wasn't able to see two things. Firstly, he couldn't scan the fleet around the planet, so he failed to notice there were more enemy ships. Secondly, no one would have ever thought that the Separatist commander would be crazy enough to use short-distance hyperspace travel. Even for the Separatist and the Trade Federation, dreadnoughts weren't cheap. That isn't good. Yeah, General Skywalker should retreat. He won't be able to break through now. This isn't Master Skywalker. What do you mean, General? Regu frowned and looked up. Following his gaze, the clones saw the small squadron that was attacking the Lucrehulk-class battleship push on forward. What are they doing? They are being cut off. While Cell was questioning the mental state of the clone pilots, Dajir looked at Regu. The Padawan had an expression of horror in his face. Who is leading this squadron, General? I think it is Master Skywalker's Padawan, Ahsoka Tano. Yeah, I feel her presence. General, Commander Tano, why would she be leading the attack? Master Skywalker must want to train her, just like Master Dai once trained me. She is just like I was on Dantooine with Kuvu. Well, Ryloth isn't exactly the best training grounds for a new Padawan. She has to fall back, otherwise they are all going to die. Unfortunately, there was nothing the few dozen troops on the ground could do. It didn't take long for the first starfighters to blow up, and the Republic fleet also started taking heavy damage. Almost hesitantly, the starfighters got back to their cruisers, not without losses. It all happened so fast. Firstly, it seemed like the Republic was winning, and in the next minutes, they were forced to run away with heavy losses, leaving several starfighters and one cruiser behind to increase the amount of debris around Ryloth. The clones watched silently as their hopes were crushed. It was almost impossible to believe it. The Republic's attempt to save Ryloth lasted less than an hour. Is that it? General Skywalker's capital ship was hit. I doubt they have the strength to fight the Seppas. I guess we don't have to attack that relay station now. Tech analyzed the battle better than any of the others. Small discussions filled the clone group. After so many battles, they had long learned that it was better not to underestimate the Separatist. Commander Tano, unfortunately, was too inexperienced to know that. Dajir looked at the troopers and glanced back at Regu. His meaning was clear. Regu was now their general, and there were times that he should speak up to his troops. The Padawan nodded and turned to the clones, who instantly stopped talking and entered formation. At ease, the first attempt of the 501st have failed, but if I know Master Skywalker, he will be back soon. For now, we stay put to when he needs us. We have been in Ryloth for a long time already. A few more days won't make a difference. Dajir, Shield, you know your roles. Yes, General. Understood, sir. The clones waited for a long time, ready to invade the relay station. However, the 501st didn't come back that day. When night arrived, Ragu ordered the troopers to go to sleep. General Skywalker wouldn't attack today. Dajir stood on guard that night. Usually, commanders wouldn't be on guard duty, but he insisted. Commander Keeley did that when he was still alive, and Dajir followed his example. It was a way to show the soldiers that although he was an officer, he was still one of them. When his shift was almost over, he heard footsteps behind him. His hands reached for his vibroblade and his DC-17, but when he turned around, he saw it was just Brain. His brother saw him slowly moving his hand back and nodded towards it. "Things aren't good, are they, Commander?" "Arg, I still hadn't got used to you calling me Commander. It doesn't feel right." Brain knew Dajir was deviating from the subject, but he didn't point it out. Other clones might not notice it, but Brain knew Dajir was under a heck more pressure than he showed. The clone never let the others see his weak side when he doubted their chances of survival, and worse, when he doubted himself. "The nightmares are getting worse, aren't they? That is why you insisted on doing a guard shift." "Yeah." Dajir didn't deny it. It was only with Hell Squad, and especially Brain, that he could tell the truth and didn't need to show a strong facade. After all, the 6 clones knew him better than anyone else. Their bond wasn't something normal troopers had. It was forged by months of constant war and death. The day General Dai died, the voice got stronger. It was happy that a Jedi died, and for a moment I felt happy too. Why, Brain? Why do we dream that every night? We are soldiers created to fight for the Jedis, for the Republic. Why would we want it to end? Why would we want to destroy the Jedi? "We don't want to, sir. It is just nightmares, that's all it is." Dajir frowned, looking at the moons over Ryloth. He wished Brain was right. He wanted Brain to be right, but his feelings told him that wasn't the case. There was something else to the nightmares. He just didn't know what. With a sigh, he put his arm around Brain's shoulder, careful not to touch the bandages around his head and neck, which were covering his injury. What will happen with us, Commander? I mean, if General Skywalker is able to take back Ryloth." "I have no doubt we will leave this planet, Brain. For better or for worse, our job here is done. There is nothing much we can do. The 303rd was destroyed. We will be divided amongst other legions. That is the normal procedures. As for Hell Squad, we are different. You know that." "And what about General Ragu?" "He is a Jedi. They have their own ways. Remember, Brain, we are soldiers, and this war isn't over yet. It won't be over for a long time. We will avenge General Dai and Commander Keeley, no matter what." Capítulo 225, Unorthodox Plan. Dajir woke up drenched in sweat. After his guard shift last night had ended, he had returned to his tent, his talk with Brain still on his mind. Unfortunately for him, the nightmares didn't go away. In fact, they became stronger. The hatred, the pain, the suffering, Dajir couldn't take it. Around him, he saw that many troopers were already awake, sitting on the ground, polishing their weapons. It seemed he wasn't the only one who was facing problems to sleep. He got up and picked up his helmet and blasters. Going outside the cave, he used his macrobinoculars to spy on the relay station. It was still the same, with a few patrols outside, mostly B1 units, with a few B2 super battle droids here and there. "Cell, come outside." Using his comlink, Dajir quickly contacted the scout. Cell had been out last night with another trooper to get closer to the target under the cover of darkness. Now, it was time to report. Dajir totally disregarded the fact that the clone would be exhausted. They were at war, there was rarely time to rest. "Right away, Commander." Soon the clone arrived. His armor was dusty and battered, the paint that covered it scratched and with several black spots. Cell was still limping a little, thanks to his strained tendons from when a grenade launched him away. It wasn't a pretty sight at the time, and for some time he didn't wake up, worrying Dajir and the others. However, Cell wasn't one to go down so quietly, and as soon as he got up, he was back into the action. That was a few days ago already, when Commander Keeley and General Dai were still alive. Shaking his head, Dajir couldn't help but think of how everything reminded him of his 2 superiors. He was a lot more attached to them than he himself knew. "Report." "It is still the same, sir. Top-Notch and I got pretty close to it, but we couldn't see anything of importance. The Seppies seem to be slacking on their security, though. The number of clankers is still the same, but their patrols are more sparse. I also wouldn't be worried after the disaster from yesterday. They probably think the Republic won't be able to even land a foot on Ryloth. Will we, sir? Of course. The Seppies aren't the only ones who have lots of troops. It will be painful and costly, but the Republic will get Ryloth back. Sel said nothing. War wasn't fair. War wasn't beautiful. It was dark and horrifying, and he knew that well enough. He had no illusions that the Separatist would give up Ryloth easily, not after the price the 303rd made they pay to get it. And he also had no illusions that if the price for the Republic became too great, the Senate wouldn't hesitate to abandon the few survivors of the 303rd. Permission to rest, sir? Yes, grab as much sleep as you can. Tonight, I need you to take me to have a look at the relay station. You are having one of your ideas, aren't you, Commander? Dajir chuckled. The members of Hell Squad really knew him too well. He couldn't hide any of his thoughts from them. Yes, I am. Haha, I can't wait for it. Dajir shook his head. However, Sel's cheerfulness opened his eyes. With a Republic fleet nearby and a clear plan on his mind, things weren't looking so glum anymore. The nights in Ryloth were always bright, thanks to the 2 moons that spun around the planet. This night, however, clouds covered the sky, blocking the light and shrouding the planet in darkness. It was perfect for Dajir and Sel's scout mission. There it is, sir. Dajir lowered his macro binoculars, the green light helping him see in the dark. It was just as Sel said. The droids were patrolling in their normal groups of 6, but there were big empty spaces between each patrol, more than enough for a small squad of clones to get by. Clearly, the commander of the relay station, probably a droid captain, wanted to save their batteries. Dajir had spent a few months struggling to understand how droids could become lazy like that. But since it happened all the time and it was good for the Republic, he decided to just leave it be. Do you see something, Commander? Sel, hearing Dajir mumble, followed his line of sight, but couldn't find what interested his squad leader. You see those hatches? Now knowing what he was looking for, Sel quickly found the railings Dajir was looking at. However, upon seeing it, he frowned. Yeah, it's the ventilation system. You are not thinking of using it to get in, are you, sir? It is too small for us. Dajir frowned. Sel was right. However, he had someone else in mind for the task. He just didn't know if Ragu would be willing. Ragu was willing. In fact, the young Jedi congratulated Dajir for thinking of such plan. In no moment he said anything about how dangerous it would be, being all by himself inside the vents of a separatist base. Together, Commander and General devised the rest of the plan. It would be ideal if they could contact General Skywalker to ask when he would attack again. However, they wouldn't have this advantage. Luckily for them, when the 501st attacked again, 5 days after the first attempt, it was night on this side of Ryloth. Using the cover of the darkness, Ragu sneaked past the droids and entered the vents. Dajir and the others would wait for his signal to attack. For a ventilation system, Ragu thought it was surprisingly hot. However, he had to admit that Dajir's plan was good. He could think of at least 10 situations in the past that he could have done that. Captain the Republic, BZZZ, Scum is attacking again. How many ships, BZZZ? Just one. One, this, BZZZ, puny Republic efforts are nothing to our, BZZZ, blockade. Ragu could hear a clanker reporting to the droid captain in charge of the relay station, however, but he couldn't see them. For a moment, he wondered why there was only one ship attacking. However, he also knew that now was the perfect time for the 303rd to do their job. Commander, start the party. Haha, with pleasure, General Ragu. As he heard the first laser shots being fired outside, Ragu chuckled at how promptly Dajir responded to his order to attack and pulled out his lightsaber. The droid captain and the B-1 unit which came to report were surprised to see a green light sever a piece of the vents. It was also the last thing they saw. When Dajir heard Ragu's order, he didn't hesitate to attack, paying no heed to the battle in the sky above, so he didn't notice that only one badly damaged Republic cruiser was slowly approaching the blockade. He lifted his DC-15A and took aim. Next to him, the 50 or so clones who were laying prone also got up. The nearby clankers who spotted them didn't last long. "Now, lads, move up to the building." After taking out the patrols in a split second, they ran to the relay station. Dajir took out 2 of the droids guarding the door and heard a trooper curse near him. Looking back briefly, he saw that the wound wasn't deadly and ignored it. The trooper knew what to do. Arriving near the door, he crushed the control panel with his blaster, and the door opened. Instantly, he saw several dozen droids running towards him. Grinning, he dropped down to let the soldiers behind him fire without worrying about hitting their commander. Capitulo 226, saying goodbye. Dajir felt the heat of the lasers flying over his head. The moment he dropped to the ground, he didn't fire at the droids, but rolled to the side. His instincts were proven right, because several red lasers hit the spot he was in before. The droids were taken down pretty quickly, overwhelmed by the 303rd. All the clones who had survived up till now were not just elites. They were better than any other legion in the galaxy. They didn't miss a shot, they didn't make mistakes. Every laser that left their blasters meant a droid less in the Separatist army. Getting up, Dajir stepped over the bodies of the droids. They had lost 2 clones at the doorway, but most of them made it through. What followed was a simple cleaning operation for the 303rd. They swept the relay station room by room, killing the droids fast and efficiently. In less than an hour, there were no droids left. "Dab, take a few men and wait outside. I want to know the moment our ships break through the blockade or the Clanker's reinforcements arrives, whatever happens first. Cell, go with him." "Understood, sir. Come, Cell." "Right away." "Tech, find General Ragu for me." "Okay, Commander." "Metal, how many did we lose?" The heavy machine gunner approached Dajir and took off his helmet, revealing a very familiar face. Metal looked around, and after confirming his report was right, he turned to Dajir. 13, Commander. We also have a few slight injuries, but nothing too serious." Dajir frowned hard. Having just 13 casualties and taking over a base with a droid garrison of over 100 clankers were incredibly good numbers. Still, Dajir didn't like the feeling of losing more of his brothers, not after he had already lost so many. "Dajir, I take you had no problems with the droid garrison." "General, in the latter half, we were finding more sliced droids than living ones." Ragu chuckled. Obviously, he was quite proud of his work, and he had every right to be. At least 50 clankers were killed by him alone. Looking at the halves of the droid captain, Dajir picked up a piece of scrap metal and crossed a line on his armor. "General, Commander, you have to come outside. The 501st did it." Dajir had no idea at what he was looking at. When he went out, he expected to see an entire Republic fleet, but what greeted him was one cruiser, in flames, landing. Looking past the ship, he saw the remains of another cruiser, and surprisingly, found out that the Lucrehulk-class battleship and the dreadnoughts were also destroyed. "What happened? Where is the 501st Fleet?" Ragu asked the question that was on Dajir's mind, but he was unable to answer it. Calling Dab over, he asked the sniper what happened. I am quite confused, sir. I knew General Skywalker was crazy, but not that." Dab stopped before he could finish the sentence, only now realizing he shouldn't be calling a superior crazy. However, what happened before had astonished him just too much. Ragu, however, gestured to him, showing the clone that it wasn't a big deal. "Tell me what happened, Dab." "Well, at first just one cruiser came out of hyperspace. However, instead of battling, it just flew towards the Lucrehulk. It looked like it was surrendering. Then, it suddenly accelerated and crashed in the Lucrehulk, breaking it in two. And when this cruiser came out of hyperspace..." Dab gestured to the approaching cruiser. Now that it was closer, they could see that although it appeared to be in a bad shape, the only damage that it actually received was to its belly. The rest of the cruiser seemed fine. "It turned sideways. I never saw anything like that. The rest was easy. Fighters and bombers took down their ships." "Well, it is not much of a fleet." "Maybe not, General, but they took down the blockade. And if General Skywalker was confident enough to sacrifice one of his cruisers, then he must be sure there is help on the way. Probably Master Kenobi. The last time my master talked with the Jedi Council, they said Master Kenobi's fleet would soon be free to help. Maybe, General, we will need to talk to General Skywalker about everything. I know, Dajir, let's go meet him. Dajir was surprised by how quickly and determinedly Ragu answered. Only when he saw the Padawan's trembling fists did he understand that Ragu wasn't nearly as calm as he was showing. Straightening his back, Dajir took off his helmet and held it under his arm with his DC-15A on his other hand. Watching the cruiser land and the lower ramp open, he called his men. 303rd, Attack Legion of the Republic on me. Troopers scurried forward and formed up in front of him and Ragu. The Padawan gestured at Dajir to give his speech. Troopers, men of the Republic, we have fought bravely, and we lost too much. But now our duty here in Ryloth is over. Ryloth will be ours again, thanks to the brave sacrifices of our brothers. Now it is time for you to rest. Let the 501st take over. You did well, my brothers. Dajir knew it wasn't the most inspiring speech, but he didn't mean it to be. They were way past the point of lying to the clones, telling them everything would be all right. But now, he could at least promise them that their fight on Ryloth was over. The Clone Wars were still raging on, but the commander was sure his few men would get some time out of the war. 44 troopers stood in front of him, lined up, their helmets under their arms just like Dajir. They weren't a large force, but dozens of dead droids surrounded them, making for an impressive sight. When General Skywalker and his Padawan Ahsoka stepped out of their only remaining cruiser, they were greeted by about 50 clones. Captain Rex, who was following behind them, stopped for a moment, hesitantly. Just by looking at the dirty, scarred, and damaged armors, he knew what had happened to the 303rd. And he knew that the troopers before them were all that was left of the once mighty Legion. General Skywalker walked forwards and put his hand on Ragu's shoulder. He could see the Togruta was trying to be strong, but deep down, he was afraid. All the sadness from the past few days and weeks was boiling inside him. As such, General Skywalker decided not to talk about war matters right now. Ragu, I am so sorry for your loss. Master Dai was a great Jedi, and he will be missed. Thank you, Master Skywalker. Snips, take Ragu to the ship. We need to get you back to Coruscant, young one. Ragu looked at General Skywalker and then looked back to Dajir. He wanted to ask what would be made of his troops, but Dajir nodded at him, instigating him to go. For a moment, it looked like they were friends, not an officer and his superior. And that is because they were friends. Ragu had long considered Dajir more than just a soldier. You should go, General. We will see you soon. Ragu nodded and followed Ahsoka, disappearing inside the ship. As Dajir looked at his general's back, he heard the sound of several ships coming out of hyperspace. Looking up, he saw several Republic cruisers. It would take time, and the price would be hefty, but Ryloth would belong to the Republic once again. General Dai, Commander Keeley, Admiral Dao, their sacrifices weren't in vain. The 303rd sacrifice wasn't in vain. Capitulo 227, Hell Squad Stand. After he sent Ragu and Ahsoka to the cruiser, General Skywalker stared at the clones before him. 45 soldiers, including the one leading them, who he recognized as the sub-commander Dajir. His different armor gave it away. Over his right shoulder pad and arm, there were several uniform lines. They were very similar to the ones Captain Rex had on his helmet. Walking down the ramp, with Captain Rex by his side, he stopped in front of Dajir. An ugly scar, red and swollen, covered the right side of the clone's face, crossing over his eye. Other small scars and bruises covered his face and neck, at least 10 of them. Dajir saluted him, as did the other troopers, but it was clear that they were hesitant. Sub-Commander Dajir, where is the rest of your legion? His words caused the clone to stutter and take a heavy breath before letting out a sigh. Lowering his hand, Dajir looked past General Skywalker, past the cruiser, and past many mountains and valleys, to a place that thousands of his brothers gave their lives to defend. We are it, General Skywalker. 185 troopers, of which 141 are critically injured and unable to battle. Also, I am a commander now. It took a few seconds for General Skywalker to process what Dajir was saying. An entire legion, 30,000 men, wiped out. That was unheard of. He knew that General Dai had died, but he didn't think the entire legion would be gone. And, since Dajir was now a commander, that meant Commander Keeley had also perished. I see. Then, Commander Dajir, we should get your men inside the cruiser. They probably need medical attention urgently. That is true, General. Lieutenant Shield, get on with that. Yes, Commander. Also, Commander Dajir, the 501st will be retreating for now. We suffered heavy losses in this battle, and Admiral Yellerin was badly injured. Master Kenobi and Master Windu will take over from here. You can leave the ground assault to them. You and your men are going back to Coruscant. Dajir looked at the troopers behind him. They were all tired, battered up, and dispirited. He couldn't deny them the rest they deserved, nor the treatment to their wounds. With a nod, the clones started to board the cruiser. As soon as they were out of sight from their superiors, they dropped their blasters and sat on the floor. They lost everything, but this battle was finally over. More would come, but that was a problem for the future. General Skywalker and Captain Rex waited for the 303rd to board, saying nothing. Only when they too were about to enter the cruiser did they notice that Dajir and 6 other clones weren't following them. Commander, aren't you coming? Dajir looked at his squad. During the time the wounded were being moved, Brain and 3-4 had joined him and the others, and Hell Squad's ranks were filled up. Glancing at the very similar faces, he saw them nodding at him. They knew what he was planning, and they were more than willing to follow him. No, sir. Hell Squad still has a job to finish here in Ryloth. Oh, and what job is that? Get rid of every clanker on the planet, for the 303rd. General Skywalker glanced at them, clearly feeling the hatred that Dajir and the others held for the Separatist. Still, he didn't stop them or ordered them to go back to Coruscant, although that was what he should have done. Dajir always felt that General Skywalker understood the clones better than the other Jedis. The young Jedi didn't seem to hold revenge and anger as terrible feelings. You do you, Commander, but you would better report to Master Windu once he lands. He won't like it. I understand, sir, and thank you, sir. General Skywalker nodded and walked up the ramp. The clones from the 501st didn't even set a foot on Ryloth, but nobody could blame them. Their job was to break the blockade, and that they did. Good luck, brother. Thanks, Captain. We will see you back at Coruscant before you know it. Captain Rex nodded and followed his general. Soon, the lower ramp of the cruiser closed, and Hell Squad got away from it so it could take off. Commander, do you think General Ragu will be all right? It will take time, but he will. He is a Jedi after all. And what about us? We fight. We are soldiers after all. Now, stop asking questions and prepare to receive General Kenobi and General Windu. The Republic set camp near the relay station that the 303rd had taken over. During the night, a few thousand droids tried to attack them, but were easily defeated by the clones. The counterattack of the Republic started the next morning, as troops were deployed all over the planet. Gruesome battles and the fires of war took over Ryloth once again, as the Separatists countered the Republic offense with their vicious tactics. And it was only later that day that Hell Squad got the chance to meet with General Windu. General Kenobi was already off to a battle somewhere on the planet. They couldn't meet with the Jedi before because Brain and 3-4 could barely walk properly. However, after being treated in a Bacta tank for one night, they were ready for battle again. In fact, not only them, but most of Hell Squad went to the Bacta tanks. Now their wounds still hurt, and their scars were still closing up, but that wouldn't stop them from fighting. Commander Dajir. Take me to General Windu, Trooper. Yes, sir. Hell Squad followed the 91st Trooper around ATTs and ATRTs until they arrived in front of General Windu. The Jedi was talking to Commander Pons, whom Dajir hadn't seen since Geonosis. Commander Dajir. General Windu, Commander Pons. Commander Pons stepped aside and let General Windu face Dajir. As always, the general had a serious expression, as if nothing could make him smile. He looked at Dajir frowning, probably wondering why the clone was still in Ryloth. Commander Dajir, Skywalker contacted me and said you and your squad wanted to stay behind. Why is that? The Seppies killed my legion, sir. My commander, my general. Hell Squad won't leave Ryloth before they are kicked out of here. General Windu frowned even harder and looked at Commander Pons. The clone, however, decided not to give his opinion and stayed quiet. Hell Squad will be leaving Ryloth in the next transport. Look at your men, Commander. Look at yourself. You are in no condition to battle. Dajir sighed. The Jedi might have been right, but he didn't understand. For once on his life, Dajir willingly defied the orders of a superior officer. We can't leave, General. General Dai died for Ryloth. The 303rd was destroyed for Ryloth. I would be betraying all of my brothers if I left without seeing this battle to its end. Ryloth will be taken back, I guarantee you. Now, Commander Dajir, go to nearest transport and leave this planet. I won't let one of the best units the Republic have be destroyed because of your stubbornness. Dajir said nothing, but he also didn't move. General Windu stared at him, and he stared back. He and Hell Squad had long decided that they would either be there when Ryloth was conquered or die on the planet. They owned that to General Dai and Commander Keeley. Didn't you hear me, Trooper? You have your orders, so get Mauve. 30,000, General. That is how many 303rd troopers died for Ryloth, and I knew every single one of them. They were my brothers. Capitulo 228, Insubordination. 30,000, General. That is how many troopers died for Ryloth, and I knew every single one of them. They were my brothers. As Dajir said that, every clone in the vicinity looked at him in shock. Not because of the numbers he brought up, after all they already knew that, but because he had interrupted General Windu. Not only was he a Jedi, but he was also one of the highest-ranking ones, only under General Yoda. Even General Windu himself seemed surprised. After 5 months of war, he had grown used to clones only listening and doing everything he ordered. He rarely saw one of them defy the discipline ingrained in their genetic code, like Dajir was doing now. I know that, and I am sorry for your loss, Commander, but this is war. Losses are to be expected. What isn't expected is a trooper being disrespectful to your superior officer. Do you understand? I do, sir, but with all due respect, there is no sense in sending Hell Squad away. You said yourself that we are one of the best units the Republic have. General Windu didn't know how to answer to that statement. Hell Squad might be in a bad shape, its armor in shambles, and its members hurt, but it still was better than any other unit the 91st had. No matter how much he disliked having to admit it, but they really would be of great help. However, as a Jedi, he would never let a wounded person get in danger, whatsoever fight in a war. There will be plenty for Hell Squad to do later, Commander. I understand your feelings, but you can't let yourself be overtaken by hatred and revenge. This isn't a path anyone should follow. Dajir shook his head. Just like General Dai, General Windu, or any other Jedi, for what matters, wouldn't ever understand how a clone felt. He could see Commander Pons looking at him, shaking his head. The clone wanted him to stop before it was too late, but Dajir couldn't. He had made a promise to General Dai, and he could only fulfill it by being there. Maybe it isn't the Jedi's way, General. But since the first clone died on Geonosis, revenge has been more than enough for any of us. Every clone held their breath. Dajir was talking, but he didn't mean what he was saying, or, at least, he wasn't talking to General Windu. No, he was talking about the dreams. General Windu, of course, didn't know that. He assumed Dajir was talking about the way of the Jedis and disrespecting him. Commander Dajir, you should be careful with what you say. I never meant any disrespect, General. But whether you allow it or not, Hell Squad is going to partake in this battle. Now Dajir wasn't just being disrespectful. He was going against the orders of his superior. That was insubordination, plain and simple. General Windu was just as surprised as the troopers and became enraged. You are going against the orders of a general, Commander. Do you know what are the consequences of that? I do, General. If you order me arrested, I won't resist. But Hell Squad has sworn to fight for the Republic. And at the moment, Ryloth is a battlefield and a very personal one to us. So, even if you command us to go, I regret to say that we can't follow. General Windu stared at Dajir for a long time, and the clones of the 91st tensed up, waiting for Commander Pons to give the order to arrest Hell Squad. As much as they agreed with Dajir, if they were given the order, they would follow it. General. Commander Pons looked at General Windu, waiting, but the Jedi gestured for him and his men to stand down. Dajir was being insubordinate and disrespectful, but none of what he said was wrong. Very well, if you wish to continue on this war, then I will allow it. You are, after all, soldiers. I won't hold you for your insubordination today, Commander, but you better be careful next time. I understand, General. Commander Pons, let's go. We have a city to take. Hell Squad wouldn't be part of the heavy group led by General Windu. Using ATTEs and walkers, the 91st would carve a path to Nabet, where Wat Tambor currently was. It wouldn't be easy, but it was necessary. Hell Squad, on the other hand, would be part of the group attacking Lesu, together with the 212th. More than a week had passed, and the 212th had finally arrived in front of Lesu. General Kenobi and his legion had gone through a lot, including fighting not only clankers, but also native predators. However, they had also accomplished much, and had not only destroyed the tactical droid responsible for Lesu's defenses, but also had freed up a bunch of Twi'lek civilians who were being forced to work as human shields. Of course, Hell Squad hadn't been idle this whole time. Together with some troopers of both the 91st and 212th, they cleared out all clankers around Lesu. Now, the roles had switched, and those defending the important towns were the Separatist, while the Republic was attacking. That had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantages were obvious. The 303rd made the droids pay a hefty price to take any of the cities, and the Seppas would do everything they could to get their payback. However, the Republic had one advantage, and that was Hell Squad. So, Commander Dajir, what do you think are our options here? Hell Squad stood in front of General Kenobi. During the last few days, they had been in constant battle, earning a few scratches to their already battered armor. Now, it was almost impossible to recognize the patterns that identified each of them. The red dust of Ryloth that was glued to the armor, however, made for a camouflage better than any other. Well, there is the hard way and the dangerous way here, General. General Kenobi lifted an eyebrow and looked at Dajir. Both options seemed pretty similar and unwelcoming. Explain. The hard way is bombarding the city until we get the bridge back up. It will take time, and the clankers won't be quiet while we do that. And the dangerous way. I defended this city for a few days until Tramkalk betrayed us and let the Seppas inside. I know exactly what to do and where to go to get Rey bridge up and running. But to do that, we first have to get to the city. And the only way to do that is climbing, right? I had a feeling you would say that. What do you think, Cody? The commander approached. He had a scar very similar to Dajir's, but his came from a piece of metal, not a lightsaber. Both of them were lucky to have survived. It won't be easy. That is why Hell Squad is here. It will be difficult, but we can do it. I agree with Dajir. If we can take 10 or so men and get inside Lesu, it will make our lives much easier. However, it will also take time. We have to first go down on this side, then climb the other. Dajir was nodding when he looked at his belt, and an idea came to his mind. He grinned. His plan had just gotten a lot worse. Not necessarily. Author's note. Hey guys, I need your help with something. I decided to make a new review for the novel, because I realized that it changed a lot, and I also became much better at writing. So I felt it's only fair that, after more than 200 chapters, I did a new review. I will also be deleting my old review in a few days, starting the countdown today, so I doesn't give the impression that I am spamming reviews to get a high rating. I don't need that, because we already have a 48 rating, thanks to all of you. Now that I think about it, it is not actually a review, but I'm sure you get what I'm going for. Now, the favor. I would really appreciate if you could give my new review a like, so it can get to the top of the page and let new readers or potential readers know that I'm serious about writing it, and also that I'm always trying to improve for all of you and also a little for me. Because every time I look back to the old chapters and see how much better the new ones are, I get proud of myself, haha. Well, that is it. As always, thanks for reading. I hope you are enjoying the novel, and may the Force be with us. Capitulo 229, A Treacherous Path. Not necessarily. General Kenobi's eyebrows arched even more when he heard Dajir. He couldn't help but think that the commander was a little out of his mind when he pulled out his DC-17. What could the pistol do to help them? What do you have in mind, Dejir? I don't think you were in the battles of Thule and Alaris Prime, were you, Cody? No, I was in Felucia at the time on a special mission. Well, Commander Keeley and I used the grappling hooks a lot on those battles to climb up the walls the Sepis built. From there on, it became quite natural for Hell Squad, but I know other legions don't use them nearly as much. I see. You know, Dejir, you and Anakin would get along pretty well. Commander Cody opened his mouth. He already knew what Dajir's plan was, and he didn't like it. However, before he could say anything, General Kenobi was already agreeing, and Commander Cody had to go along. Get a few men ready, Cody. No more than 5. Together with Hell Squad, we will be more than 10, and I don't want to risk getting the droids' attention with a large group. You are coming too, General. Well, of course I am. This is our best chance, and I have no doubt a Jedi will come in handy. Right, Dajir? Sure thing, General Kenobi. Good, well, no time to waste. As soon as you are ready, let's go. Yes, sir. Kickback Stock Dingo, come here. Waxer and Boyle, you too. Soon, 5 212th troopers approached them. They saluted Commander Cody and General Kenobi, then turned and did the same to Dajir and Hell Squad. Judging by how they held themselves, and by how beaten up their armors were, Dajir knew they were veteran soldiers. Grab grappling hooks, you 5. General Kenobi has a mission for us. Yes, sir. General Kenobi left to talk to some of his men. Since he and Commander Cody would be climbing the cliffs around Lesu, he had to leave someone in command of the offensive on the outside to keep the droids distracted. That left the clones alone, and they could speak more freely with each other. Or, at least, Commander Cody and Dajir, who had the same rank, could. You know you're crazy, right? Haha, we have to be. Otherwise we wouldn't be a special unit. Commander Cody laughed. He and Dajir had known each other for a long time and got along very well. It's good to have you back, brother, and I will talk to General Kenobi to see if we could get the men from the 303rd to join us. We lost some troopers, and I would be glad to have elite like them on our ranks. The smile on Dajir's face faded, but he knew Commander Cody meant good. After all, even after the troopers who were injured healed, the 303rd would have less than 100 clones who could fight. It wasn't official yet, but the 303rd Attack Legion would certainly be disbanded soon, and the few surviving troopers would be scattered around several legions. Thank you, Cody. Hell Squad on me. We are going to check the best place to go down. Commander Cody nodded and watched Hell Squad follow Dajir to the border of the abyss between them and Lesu. Midway, he saw their sniper Dab pull out his DC-15X, while the scout, Cell, used his binoculars to keep a lookout for any clanker aiming at them. Are they really as good as it is said, Commander? Boyle approached Commander Cody and couldn't help but ask. They all had heard of Hell Squad. In fact, almost every clone in the Republic Army had. They were an elite force, created in Geonosis. They had been to every corner of the galaxy and faced everything from droids to the creatures of Scarif and from bounty hunters to Ventress. Sometimes, it was almost impossible to believe what was said about them. They are more than good, Boyle. The fact that they survived the annihilation of the 303rd proves it. But can they still fight? I mean, they look really bad right now. Kickback intertwined, gesturing to the figures of Hell Squad. It was understandable why he asked that. 3-4 was still limping slightly, Brain had bandages wrapped all around his head, and Tech's entire chest was bruised, and he had at least 3 broken ribs. Metal and Dab both had been shot in their shoulders and arms, and Cell in the thigh. Dajir also wasn't looking too good. Thanks to the piece of metal that pierced his leg, also due to being shot, he too was limping. Of course, none of the bandages and wounds could be seen under the armor, but seasoned soldiers could tell that the clones under them were hurt. Not only that, but their armors looked like it had been thrown under a banta. That is because they are. You have been through a lot of battles yourself. You know that sometimes you have no option other than to fight, even when you are hurt. And Hell Squad had been doing that for more than a month. Don't worry about them. You will see what I mean when the time comes. General Kenobi loomed over the abyss, looking down. Behind him, Commander Cody, 5 clones from the 212th, and Hell Squad waited. Are you sure that is the best spot? Yes, General. Dajir scouted it earlier. From here, we will be out of sight from the clankers in the walls, Before we use the cables, we need to go down a little, so they won't see us while we are crossing. General Kenobi looked down at the dark abyss once again. He could barely see the bottom of it. It would be a long, long fall. All right then, let's get to it. No sense in wasting time. Saying so, he grabbed the cable that was hanging over the edge and started climbing down, using it to steady himself. The others followed suit. At least to go down here, they wouldn't have to do free climbing. Going up on the other side, however, was an entirely different story. Dajir was the last one to go. He grabbed the cable with one hand and used his feet and his other hand to find grooves and slits to steady himself. This continued for more than half an hour, and the group kept going down without saying anything. Any wrong step could cause one of them to fall to their deaths, so they had to pay a lot of attention. At one time, Dajir put his foot in the wrong spot and slipped, forcing him to put his weight on his injured leg. He groaned in pain, but steadied himself. I think this should be enough. After another 20 minutes, he heard General Kenobi's voice. Stopping, he looked down and saw the Jedi analyze the opposing wall of the abyss. Above General Kenobi, the clones flexed their fingers one hand at a time, trying to relax the tensed muscles. What do you think, Cody? That should do it, General. We are low enough so the Seppies won't see the cable when we launch it. Good, Dajir, you did this before. Would you do the honors? Yes, General. Dajir thought for a moment that he never did something quite like that, but now wasn't the time to hesitate. Grabbing the DC-15A that was strapped to his back, he hooked his foot around the cable that he was holding and took his hand off it. Capitulo 230, a treacherous path too. For a second, Dajir leaned forwards dangerously, as gravity tried to pull him down. However, he steadied himself with his feet and quickly took aim. Finding a slit on the other side of the abyss, he calmly fired his blaster. Instead of a laser, a black cable was sent flying. The slit he aimed for was barely a meter wide and was more than 100 meters away, but he hit it perfectly. The hook opened and penetrated the rock. On his end of the cable, Dajir hammered it to the wall his side. After making sure it was firm enough, he pushed a button on the cable launcher, and the cable tightened up. Dajir used one of his hands to pull it, and after making sure it wasn't going to falter, he passed his blaster above it and held the DC-15A with one hand on each end. Looking down, he saw General Kenobi nodding at him and took a deep breath. Without hesitating anymore, he pushed himself off the wall. The journey to the other side was brief and slightly terrifying. Since the cable had to be angled downwards, Dajir could see the abyss below him as he slid towards the wall. In less than 10 seconds, he was already there. Before he crashed face first into the rocks, he put his feet up and slowed down. Maintaining his legs bent, he put them against the wall and stopped. He felt a sharp spike of pain, but it quickly went away. Finding somewhere to grab and hold, Dajir pulled out another hook from his belt and pierced it into the rocks, making a steady support for himself, and put a cable around it, tying himself. He wouldn't be able to use it all the way up, but at least now he could help the other clones who were sliding down the cable without worrying about falling. One by one, the troopers followed Dajir. There was one tense moment when Stock's hand slipped, and he almost fell off in the midst of sliding down the cable. However, the clone was able to grab hold of the cable with his hand, although his blaster fell. He had to do the rest of the crossing by putting one hand after another, and when he finally got to the other side, he could barely move his arms. Thankfully, the droids didn't know they were there, so they had the luxury of resting. That is, if you could consider holding on to the side of a cliff resting. The last one to come was General Kenobi. Graceful like all Jedis were, he jumped before he even got to the end of the cable and grabbed a groove on the rocks easily. After waiting for a few minutes, General Kenobi started climbing, and the clones looked at each other. Now that they were there was no retreat, but glancing up, Lesu seemed so distant that it looked like it was out of reach. Aren't you coming, troopers? You wouldn't let an old man like me be all by myself, right? Hearing General Kenobi, Hell Squad stuttered. The Jedi was already meters above them, climbing without any equipment as if it was nothing, and he was calling himself an old man. Let's move, lads. We didn't come all the way here so you could appreciate the view. We are right behind you, Commander Dajir. Detaching themselves from the safety of the hooks and cables, the clones started climbing. Surprisingly, it wasn't as difficult as they thought it would be. The irregular rocks gave them plenty of supports, and there were even some spots where they could stop and rest slightly. Still, climbing without the help of ropes or cables was difficult, and the wind didn't help. After climbing for more than an hour, they weren't even halfway done. "What this, arg?" Suddenly, Dajir heard a clone screaming. Looking down, he saw Dingo barely holding on to the cliffside with one hand. His other hand was holding something that looked like a bug. Dajir recognized it as a frodor, an insect-like lizard that was usually inoffensive. Dingo, however, seemed to have put his hand inside the nest of the frodor, and the creature had attacked him. Dingo swung his arm, launching the frodor in the abyss, but the surprise attack made him lose his hold of the wall. His body leaned backwards, and his hands grabbed empty air as he tried to grip onto something. The others, including General Kenobi, could only stare at the poor clone as he fell, screaming. There was nothing they could do to help him, or they would also fall. The stunned clones stared at the spot where their brother had disappeared for a few seconds, before Commander Cody finally came back to his senses. "Keep moving, boys. We still have a mission to complete, and be careful of where you put your hands." Dajir shook his head and started climbing up again. He knew the chances of losing somebody during the climbing were high. He never expected Dingo to die because of a small creature like the frodor, but accidents happened, and sometimes they were lethal. Thankfully, they arrived at the top without losing anyone else. There were some close calls, but the clones were always able to steady themselves, sometimes with the help of General Kenobi. After 2 hours of climbing, even General Kenobi was tired. However, if they stayed outside the city like that, they would soon be found. So, they couldn't stop, and had to once again pull out their grappling hooks, but this time they would use it to climb up the wall around Lesu. To do that, however, they needed cover, or the Separatist would easily spot them. "Start the attack on the east side." A few seconds after Commander Cody gave the order through his comlink, Dajir saw huge blue lasers leaving the ATTs on the other sides of the abyss and impacting the all. It was far enough so it would distract the droids, but wouldn't hurt the small invading force. "Now is our chance, let's go." 3 cables were fired up, and the hooks went over the walls before catching into something. They didn't have the time to check if it was safe or not. "When we get up there, don't fire unless it is necessary. The longer it takes for the droids to notice us, the better our odds get." Commander Cody, Dajir, and General Kenobi were the first to go up. Thankfully, the attack the 212th was faking made the droid commander in Lesu divert his troops to defend against an attack. The few droids that saw the hooks were quickly cut down by General Kenobi. Dajir and Commander Cody helped the other get up, and General Kenobi gestured for Dajir to take the lead. Hell Squad stayed in Lesu for a few days and knew the walls way better than him. "The bridge controls are over there, in the tower. Our attack plan is quite simple. We have to get there and get the bridge back up. Once we are inside the control room, defending it should be easy. Our major source of problems will be how to get there. There should be more than 1,000 droids on the way. We should have thought of that before." "Quiet cell. Do you have a plan to slip past the droids, Dajir?" "There are 2 options, General. Either we go down the wall and try to sneak through the buildings, or we can go on the offensive up here. We probably should go to the city. It will take longer, but it will be safer." General Kenobi played with his beard and looked at the city below them. Dajir already that would be his answer, and he already had a counter to it. "I wouldn't bet on that, General Kenobi. Last time, we were betrayed by some of the freedom fighters. I have no doubt that some of the civilians would hesitate to turn us in.